Chapter 3502, Diverse Melee Mechs. The design phase had concluded. After a quiet period of 3 whole days, the mech designer teams all worked day and night to develop their competition mechs. Each of them designed different melee mechs that fully conformed to all of the rules and limitations of the Wild Brawl Bowl. Despite the relatively low budget and average resources at their disposal, the mech designer teams each stretched their design capabilities as best they could to make their melee mechs more pronounced. Differences in background, education, career progression and ideology resulted in 32 different mechs. When they were all moved in a single long row, everyone could make basic comparisons between them. There were plenty of similarities and differences between all of the mechs, and both the commentators and spectators eagerly discussed the points that stood out in their eyes. There are 20 humanoid mechs and 12 bestial mechs this time. The proportion of bestial mechs is somewhat higher on average considering the overall degree of popularity of the former. This is the Wild Brawl Bowl. The humanoid mech frame possesses numerous advantages in melee combat, but the combat prowess of bestial mechs should not be underestimated. Humanoid mechs conform greatly to the human physique. A commentator explained to a less informed audience. This allows mech pilots to transfer their personal combat skills to their mechs when interfacing with them. The use of weapons adds a lot of flexibility to a relatively weak base form. An extremely skilled fighter could easily defeat a superior mech by relying solely on excellent weapon handling. All of that sounds great, but the effectiveness of humanoid mechs scales greatly with the strength and skill level of their mech pilots. If they are all piloted by elites who have attended the best academies of their respective states, then it is definitely worth it to pair them up with humanoid mechs, but what if they aren't available? What do you mean by that? Remember that many of the mech designer teams with older mech designers had to make do with second-string or third-string mech pilots. It is risky to rely on their skills to outfight their betters in a direct duel. I think it was a smart choice for the older teams to settle for bestial mech pilots. Even if these wild fighters are rank or lower, bestial mechs have a greater fault tolerance and is not as reliant on finesse and skill to overpower their opponents. Simple brute force is sufficient to defeat their opponents. War machines such as tiger mechs did not possess the flexibility and range of motion as swordsman mechs. Yet these bestial mechs didn't need to rely on these sophisticated attributes. Bestial mechs were often constructed in a way that allowed them to make great use of their momentum to add a lot of force to their simple but brutal attacks. Blocking was only partially effective and the only way to truly negate their attacks was to dodge aside. As long as a mech pilot overcame the initial hurdle of learning how to pilot a non-humanoid mech, they could rapidly increase their battle effectiveness as there were only a limited amount of moves they needed to master. The appearance of all of these melee mechs made Vase more vigilant towards the teams behind them. The choice of designing bestial mechs was quite deliberate. Their reliance on mass and force to overpower opponents was quite a nightmare for mechs that could not easily deal with their aggression. The swordsman mech that Vase and Kedis had designed was not that good at avoiding their charges, but their work could still defeat them in a straight battle by leveraging its bulk and physical might in a skillful manner. Which mech interests you the most at the moment? The Xenoman Gamma definitely stands out from the other 31 mechs. The latter are all designed by duos that possessed different and mostly complementary specialties. The Xenoman Gamma developed by Miss Janessa Pellier and Miss Tiffy Kozlone is the only mech that possesses only a single pronounced advantage. The physical might of this Axeman mech is quite immense. Its movements might not be fast, but one solid hack from its great AXE is enough to split most of its competitors into separate halves. Does that make Team Destiny into a strong championship contender? I would not go that just yet. Its chances will mostly depend on the opponents it will face in the fighting phase. If it encounters one of the few light mechs with blazing fast mobility, then the Xenoman Gamma's tournament run will come to an end. If this great AXE-wielding mech is matched with anything slower, then it will easily hold an advantage. The axe wielded by the Xenoman Gamma was a monstrous weapon. It was large and heavy enough to split shields and sunder armor in a single blow, but it wasn't as unwieldy as a great hammer. When piloted by a skilled mech pilot, the Xenoman Gamma could easily exert an enormous amount of pressure against most opponents. How do you think our Heart of Victor will fare against the Xenoman Gamma? Vase quietly asked his design partner. Kedis made a scoffing noise. You are badly underestimating our swordsman mech if you think it is threatened by the Xenoman Gamma. That great AXE is dangerous, I admit, but just like great swords, it takes a skilled mech pilot to make the best of them. Mr. Lian Kepper may not be that more skilled than the enemy mech pilot, but when he steps inside the cockpit of our swordsman mech, he won't be fighting alone. That was true. Everyone who piloted a living mech could always rely on their partner to lend a hand. It was just that not many mechs were capable of providing as much assistance as purpose-built machines like the Heart of Victor. Speaking of slow and heavy mechs, Team Hammerfall has made an even stronger mech. The Fallen Retribution wields a hammer that is significantly heavier than the Great AXE of the Xenoman Gamma. If Team Hammerfall's dwarven mech isn't so strong and stable, it wouldn't have been able to swing this hammer, let alone hold it in a solid grip. The pair of dwarven mech designers designed a dwarven mech that reminded Vase a lot of the Forgehammer mech regiment that the Larkinson army once fought against. Though the Iron Crusher model fielded by the Vulcanites was a spaceborne mech, the Fallen Retribution was fully landbound, and that made it a lot more convenient for the competition mech to exert its power. Although it looked as if the Fallen Retribution was too slow and lumbering to repel faster mechs, Vase didn't think the Cranston couple were that simple. They had to have implemented a way for the Dwarven Hammerman mech to fend off attacks from the rear. When Vase studied the mech a little closer, he observed a few clues that made him increase his evaluation of the formidable Dwarven mech. Team Youngbuck has managed to design quite a strong swordsman mech. Their Raven is armed with an impressively designed plasma sword that does not have to rely on physical force to cut through armor. With the temperatures this plasma sword can reach, it can burn through every obstacle as long as it is able to concentrate its attacks. That is easier said than done. No enemy mech pilot will cooperate with the enemy. As long as the opponent of this plasma-wielding mech can drag the battle out, the Raven will rapidly lose its energy and become a sitting duck. Before it runs out of juice, the Raven will definitely be one of the strongest mechs in the first minutes of a match. Unlike the prior two competition mechs, the Raven is one of the few mechs that possesses both strong offense and high mobility while still possessing decent defenses. It is the definite mech to beat in the early stages of a mech duel. Vase was surprised that a fellow competitor dared to design such an energy-hungry weapon system given the relatively limited resources at their disposal. However, he quickly recalled that Olivander Peace of Team Youngbuck excelled in energy swords. He should have come prepared and must have made deliberate choices about how he implemented this plasma weapon system. Overall, Vase was quite familiar with Team Youngbuck's strategy. The Pontifical Lance he designed in the last tournament followed the same concept but with a different mech type. As long as the Raven can leverage its momentary advantages to fell or at least cripple its opponent, it can easily achieve a lot of success. However, the Raven is only half as scary once its plasma sword loses power. Even the worst mech in the lineup can defeat a Raven that can only rely on its residual power to resist its opposition. Aside from admiring all of the humanoid mechs, the commentators also directed enough attention on the bestial mechs. Out of all of the bestial mechs in the competition, Team Blackspot's Tiger mech, or should I say Panther mech, is the most special. I'm surprised that Team Blackspot has the guts to design a stealth mech. Then again, one of its two mech designers specializes in stealth systems. He must have a lot of confidence in the stealth and assassination capabilities of his Shadowclaw. The Shadowclaw was a black-coated feline mech that was slim, agile and surprisingly quiet. It incorporated a lot of design elements that expressly dampened its emissions and made the mech as hard to detect as possible. The existence of the Shadowclaw will test its opponents on whether they have invested enough in their sensor systems. Usually, detection capabilities are an afterthought in arena battles, but this time they are extremely relevant to the unlucky teams who are matched up against Team Blackspot. I can already loosely state that at least 70% of the mechs in the competition do not possess the sensors that allow them to detect the Shadowclaw in advance. That turned Team Blackspot into an unexpected dark horse in this tournament. The possibility that a mech could get pounced from an unexpected angle without any forewarning was an extremely grave threat. Although the Shadowclaw's stealth systems prevented it from mounting any substantial form of armor, it didn't have to worry about getting hit if none of the other melee mechs knew where to swing their weapons. Another interesting bestial mech is the Parnass designed by Team Caper. It's one of the most advanced mechs of this cohort and can utilize its limbs in a surprising manner. This octopus-like mech can easily turn into a nightmare to any mech as long as it is able to grapple and hold onto its target. If employed in the right way, the Parnass can neutralize the attack power of the enemy mech. The Parnass has to be able to latch onto the enemy mech, though. A sufficient fast and agile mech can torment it while evading any grappling attempts. I doubt this octopus mech possesses any combat effectiveness against targets that have eluded its grasp. There are plenty of mechs that are not too fast. The Parnass has a viable chance of winning several rounds if it encounters the right opponents. As the commentators kept pointing out the strengths and weaknesses of every mech, they finally turned to the swordsman mech that had already received a lot of appreciation from the audience. The Heart of Victor is a beautiful machine. I can hardly believe it was put together in just 3 days. Patriarch Vase Larkinson and Swordmaster Kedis Larkinson have exceeded my expectations. Though their mech design is rather basic, it is considerably more refined and smooth than the works of other teams. The reliability and resilience of this swordsman mech will undoubtedly be high as a consequence. I hate to burst your bubble, but the design's simplicity means it has a lower ceiling. How will the Heart of Victor fare against stronger mechs? Without any apparent special solutions, it will hold no advantage in duels where every little detail matters. Who says that the Heart of Victor is too basic? Just feel it. I can sense its battle lust from this distance. I have never experienced this from any other mech. In addition, the chainsword alone is something special. Did you all forget that Kedis has spilled her own blood to enhance this weapon? Everyone wondered what Ketiz's little blood ritual had accomplished. No one knew whether this was a purely symbolic gesture or whether her blood truly made the Heart of Victor stronger. They would soon be able to find out, as the first round of matches was scheduled to begin shortly. Chapter 3503. Different swords. Before the Wild Brawl Bowl moved on to the most exciting phase of the tournament, the staff quickly inspected the 32 competition mechs in order to verify they were all safe and valid. Though the monitoring system had already tracked their creation from start to finish, the tournament organizers had to be strict and leave no doubt for cheating in order to maintain the credibility of the event. This did not take long. As soon as the competition mechs were all cleared, the Wild Fighters quickly employed an unusual procedure to match the competition mechs against each other. For the first round of the fighting phase of the Wild Brawl Bowl, 16 separate mech duels will take place. The loser will end its run right away while the winner shall advance to the next round. Now, let us fill in the tournament bracket. A large branching diagram projected in the middle of the enormous hall. Vase and every other tournament participant watched closely as its bottom side was about to become filled with names. The method that the tournament organizers used to determine the order of names soon became clear as 32 Vorabugs appeared in a closed-off portion of the hall. Bots injected each of these native alien pests with a special chemical that completely scrambled their ability to distinguish allies from enemies. The adult Vorabugs all uttered loud screeches as they charged each other and brawled in the middle. There was no sense of order and reason in their behavior. Each of the Vorabugs acted like berserk animals that would not rest until every other enemy was dead. The Wild Fighters had clearly marked the upper side of the Vorabug exoskeleton with the names of the different mech designer teams, so there was no ambiguity with regards to the order of names that appeared on the tournament bracket. To be honest, it didn't really matter whether a Vorabug died early or late. The only wish the mech designers held was that their work wouldn't get matched up against a mech that could counter their efforts. Team Larkinson shall face off against Team Youngbuck in the first round. Vase almost jolted from his place. Of all of the possible opponents he might face, Team Youngbuck was certainly one of the more interesting ones. He quickly glanced in the other team's direction. Neither Gerxer Darden nor Ollivander Peace looked happy with this outcome. If the Vorabug associated with their team didn't perish at the exact wrong moment, they would have been able to avoid confronting the tournament favorite in the first round. Now, all of their hopes and dreams could come crashing down after just a single match. Their proud Raven might not have the opportunity to show its impressive capabilities for long if the Heart of Victor managed to defeat the plasma sword-wielding mech. Vase sympathized with the pair of young centrist mech designers. He used to be in their shoes less than a week ago. It was always an intimidating prospect to confront a tournament favorite. He still felt odd about that. Vase had the feeling that his team turned into the bad guy in everyone else's eyes. Though the other mech designers regarded Kedis with a lot of respect, they definitely didn't want to become her opponent in any way. What do you think about Team Youngbuck's mech, Kedis? It's a good warm-up for Liane Kepper. She quietly responded. The Raven is strong, but not too strong. Although it is powerful in the first few minutes, it is still within a tolerable range. Are you sure? That plasma sword can burn through anything, even weapons. It can even cut through the chain connecting the Heart of Victor's weapon to the mech frame. If Liane Kepper fights carefully enough, he will never give the Raven a chance to cut the chain. That assumes that Mr. Kepper is able to outfight Mr. Giles Harnacher. Haven't you forgotten that Team Youngbuck has managed to snag the strongest and most skilled swordsman mech pilot? Kedis grinned. Oh, I haven't forgotten. I was looking forward to challenging Team Youngbuck because of that. I admit that Mr. Darden and Mr. Peace can design a good mech, but that has never been the sole victory condition. What actually matters is how well a mech can draw out the strength of its mech pilot and vice versa. I think that no one is able to do a better job at that than us in this tournament. Vase felt the same way as well, but he didn't grow arrogant because of that. Establishing a good fit between a mech and mech pilot was valuable, but there were times when another combination of mech and mech pilot were simply too powerful despite their inferior cooperation. As long as their raw strength was high enough, there was no need to rely on exquisite cooperation to win their matches. Both the Raven and Mr. Harnature were strong in their own right. The former was an advanced mech designed by a pair of centrist mech designers. The latter was the best swordsman mech pilot in the tournament. Though Vase was confident in his own setup, it was never wise to underestimate an enemy. Team Youngbuck had the capital to pose a serious threat even if Mr. Darden and Mr. Peace were the youngest pair of mech designers in the Wild Brawl Bowl. Once all of the Vorabugs had their fun, the fighting stage soon began in earnest. Unlike the High Tide tournament, the Wild Brawl Bowl preferred to conduct its matches one by one. This would inevitably slow down the pace of the event, but would also draw much more attention to every match. When the mech designers received the schedule for the first round, Vase and Keddies immediately noted that their match against Team Youngback was left for last. Figures. Vase grimaced. The tournament organizers want to save the best for last. They don't want all of their remote viewers to tune out as soon as the most anticipated match has come to an end. This meant that both Team Larkinson and Team Youngbuck had to remain in suspense for a long time while the others went ahead. At least the other matches kept the mech designers entertained. Vase keenly observed the duels that erupted in the arena. Vase had witnessed plenty of collisions between different mechs throughout his life, so the matches taking place before him weren't too special. The mechs that fought against each other were all landbound mechs that were developed with relatively low design budgets. This led to fights where the mechs mostly relied on their basic combat capabilities to overpower or outmaneuver their opposition. Although Vase was initially disappointed with the lack of high technology and advanced solutions, he soon developed an appreciation for the more basic and visceral combat that these conditions produced. Heavy weapons slammed into solid mechs. Cutting weapons tore through armor. The mech frames sometimes collided against each other, causing both of them to become jarred. Many of the more notable mechs that he was keeping his eye upon, such as the Fallen Retribution, each displayed some or all of their unique tricks. In fact, when the Fallen Retribution god matched up against a light skirmisher, many people already thought the Dwarven mech was destined to lose. Yet Team Hammerfall's work defied everyone's expectations. Even though the Fallen Retribution failed to hit its opponents even once in the first minute, all of that changed once the light skirmisher was finally done with testing the hammer-wielding mech and circled around to attack it from the rear. Even though the rear side of the Fallen Retribution had been reinforced with extra armor, the inability for the hammerman mech to quickly turn around meant that any light mech could deliver a lot of uninterrupted damage. Yet instead of stabbing its knives through the rear of its target, the Fallen Retribution abruptly spun its entire upper torso by 180 degrees. The Dwarven mech did so while its two short legs were still firmly planted on the same position in the arena. This unexpected move not only allowed the Fallen Retribution to defend attacks from the rear, but also impart a lot of rotational momentum on its Grethammer. The upper torso's rotational speed was surprisingly high. Vase didn't know how the pair of Dwarven mech designers did it, but the speed and force of its rotation was terrifying. The light skirmisher fighting against the Dwarven mech stood no chance. Even if its mech pilot recognized the danger and wanted to turn away, the light mech had already committed to an attack. It still took a bit of time for it to divert its trajectory or turn around, but by then the hammerhead had already arrived. Bang! That was the end of the Fallen Retribution's first opponent. The Dwarven mech that many people thought was too slow to resist a light mech was actually able to release its strongest attack at its rear. The mechanical systems needed to produce such a powerful rotational movement was quite difficult to implement in a mech. There was only limited space and even a broad Dwarven mech could only offer so much capacity. Vase held a lot more respect towards Mr. Rondell Cranston and Mrs. Gisela Cranston for realizing this capability in just a limited amount of days. Looks like we should never attack the Fallen Retribution from behind. That was quite a troubling conclusion, as the Dwarven mech was not weak when attacked from the front. This mech can only work against melee mechs. If the Fallen Retribution had to fight against a ranged mech, then any decent rifleman mech could maintain its distance and slowly grind down the Dwarven mech's thick armor plating at a steady pace. More matches ensued. Some of them started and ended quickly while others turned into attrition battles where both sides did not dare to make any mistakes. The mech designer teams weren't trying to achieve high scores this time. The only criteria for advancement in the next round was to win, and if the slow and steady approach was safer, then it was often the better course of action. As a result, there were times when both Vase and much of the audience grew bored when they saw two spearman mechs cautiously poking each other from a respectable distance or two bestial mechs chasing each other's tails until one of them began to run low of energy. Finally, the last and most anticipated match of the first round was about to commence. Two different swordsman mechs stepped into the arena that had recently been cleared of all debris. The green and gray swordsman mech exuded an unmistakably strong impression. Its glow caused everyone to develop the impression that it was a champion in the making. Just its sight inspired everyone's belief that it would achieve victory. The heart of Victor is true to its name. It hasn't even made a single move and already I am thinking about how quickly it will crush its subsequent opponent. Don't count the Raven out just yet. If you compare their specs, the mech designed by Team Youngbuck is unquestionably stronger in the first 3 minutes or so. Mr. Giles Harnacher is also a formidable swordsman mech pilot. Now that he is armed with the most lethal sword in the Wild Brawl Bowl, he will soon be able to terrorize his opponent. Though most people possessed an inexplicable confidence in the heart of Victor, there were still plenty of people who placed their bets on the Raven. The design prowess of a pair of centrist mech designers shouldn't be underestimated. The Raven was considerably faster and more agile than the heart of Victor. As long as Harnacher made the most of his momentary advantages, it was not inconceivable for him to disarm his opponent. Lian Kepper knew this. He was anything but nervous, though. With the confidence instilled by his mech, only victory was on his mind at the moment. I won't let you beat me again, Giles. Chapter 3504. Raven. The two mechs squared off against each other. Neither Lian Kepper nor Giles Harnacher were in a hurry to begin the fight. Both mech pilots studied each other's swordsman mechs carefully. It was obvious that while they belonged to the same mech type, their configurations were completely different. The heart of Victor was the larger and heavier of two. Though all of its mass and armor slowed it down, it also offered the mech a lot of buffer against powerful attacks, including those inflicted by a plasma sword. While the mech designed by Team Larkinson would have been too rudimentary if that was all it had, the machine possessed at least two more advantages. First, its chainsword weapon system granted it additional attack options. It did not have to get up close in order to deal damage, and that was a rare capability in a contest that prohibited ranged weapons. Second, the glow of the mech exerted a dual psychological influence. Lian Kepper had always been a little intimidated by Giles Harnacher. The wild fighters who volunteered to take part in the Wild Brawl Bowl mostly knew each other as they regularly sparred and practiced with each other. Harnacher had always established his superiority during these sessions. Though Lian was able to win a few bouts, more often than not he had to admit defeat in front of the more skilled and talented swordsman mech pilot. If Lian was piloting any other mech, he would have entered this match with a lot less confidence than normal. Giles had left a considerable psychological shadow in his mind. Yet with the heart of Victor constantly propping up his confidence, Lian no longer thought that he would necessarily have to be the lesser this time. I can beat you. I'm piloting the best mech in the Wild Brawl Bowl and I've received personal instruction from a swordmaster. There is no reason for me to lose this time. Just this mental shift was enough to ensure that Lian Kepper would go all out this time. As for Giles Harnacher, he had always been confident in his own abilities. He did not need to be stimulated in order to chase after victory. The only anomaly this time was that the glow of the heart of Victor impacted him as well. Though the influence wasn't particularly significant for now, the foreign glow still affected his mental balance, if only slightly. How annoying. Giles Harnacher knew that the only way to get rid of this sensation was to take out the mech in front of him. Nothing less would be able to restore his peace. Enough delays. Let's start. The Raven finally activated its powerful plasma sword. A line of fixed plasma began to appear along its length. The deadly hot matter was solidly suspended in place by magnetic fields, which essentially turned it into a powerful cutting implement. In fact, the tech wasn't actually too advanced. Industrial-grade plasma cutters were common tools in many plants and factories. The most crucial difference was that ordinary plasma cutters could take their time to part through metal while the Raven's plasma sword had to accomplish the same in just a second. This meant that the plasma sword actually expended a lot more power even if its scale was taken into consideration. Just leaving it active already outputted so much heat energy that the air around the weapon became distorted due to heating up the surrounding molecules. This was an undesirable phenomena to the Raven. The mech only carried a limited amount of energy cells and could not afford to waste it all by acting as an oversized oven. This was why the energy level of the plasma sword quickly receded to a more sustainable level. Though it was still outputting a considerable amount of wasted energy, it would only get back to full power when it was about to strike a target. Even so, the Raven couldn't maintain this state for long. Harnacher's main priority was to make sure that the Raven's plasma sword transferred as much energy as possible to the heart of Victor. He no longer delayed the confrontation any further. Burn! He roared as the Raven rapidly dashed forward with its plasma sword ready to strike. Yet before the Raven could move past the halfway point, the heart of Victor had issued its own response. Kepper moved his mech to the side. His mech constantly had to stay on the move in order to remain responsive. It did not have to move as quickly as the Raven, but as long as it remained in motion, it was able to handle its weapon with considerably greater ease. The heart of Victor is taking action. Watch its sword. The swordsman mech launched its sword at the Raven. Chains continued to clatter as they grew more taut as the weapon it was attached to kept moving away. Due to the mech's sidewards motion, the trajectory of the chained sword was not straight, but instead flew at an angle. The heart of Victor was even able to affect the flight path of the thrown sword even further by pulling one end of the chain in a specific direction. Clang! While a tossed weapon was a considerable threat, a mech pilot as good as Harnacher easily dealt with this attack. The Raven turned the flat of its blade against the attack and managed to deflect the incoming projectile with a lot of effort. Even though it was not easy to deflect such a substantial metal object, the Raven did so with minimal exertion. Harnacher even instructed his mech to step to the side before the chainsword returned akin to a boomerang. Lion already expected his adversary to be able to defend against this attack with ease, but he did not give up on his course of action. The heart of Victor immediately threw out its sword once again. Though the Raven successfully deflected the weapon once again, the flat side of its surface began to show numerous scratches and slight stress marks. A plasma sword was not as sturdy as a plain sword made out of solid alloys. As a technological weapon system, the plasma sword contained plenty of internal components and circuitry. While all of these parts enabled the weapon to maintain such a hot edge, it also weakened the structural strength of the entire object. This was a well-known weakness of the plasma swords. They simply couldn't withstand as much physical force, especially when it was applied at a perpendicular angle along their length. All of this might sound complicated, but there was a simple way to preserve the plasma sword's integrity. I have to take out my opponent as quickly as possible. There was no way that the Raven would allow the heart of Victor to launch its chainsword over and over again. Harnacher was already under considerable time pressure and the constant chain attacks only prompted him to go faster. When the Raven almost caught up with the heart of Victor, the latter had already retracted its weapon. Lion did not intend to throw his weapon again. Instead, the heart of Victor held the sword solidly in its grip and eagerly awaited the arrival of its enemy. Fizz clang! A strange noise erupted as the two blades finally crossed in earnest. The plasma sword attempted to cut through the flat of the chainsword, but the latter was too resilient to burn through in a short amount of time. Although its surface layer was already beginning to melt in a distressing manner, the heart of Victor quickly retracted its weapon before it began to launch its counterattack. The two swordsman mechs quickly began to exchange blows with each other. The differences between them became more clear over the span of a dozen seconds. The heart of Victor struggled to catch up with its adversary's moves. It was slower, bulkier and sometimes even failed to stop the plasma sword from moving past its guard. The armor of Team Larkinson's mech sizzled as the plasma sword attempted to cut through the thick plating, to little avail. There was plenty of buffer for the heart of Victor to sustain this attack for a time. Lion Kepper did not waste this chance. The heart of Victor's chainsword stabbed out and quickly forced the Raven to jump back before it suffered a strong blow. TCH, if I can do it once, I can do it again. Harnacher spat. The Raven jumped in again and utilized its superior agility and maneuverability to move its plasma sword past the chainsword and land another burning strike against the heart of Victor's frontal armor plating. Unfortunately, Harnacher was unable to land the attack on the surface that had previously been burned. His opponent was doing its best to keep its damaged sections out of the way of the plasma sword. So what? Your mech will keep incurring more scars until there is nothing left untouched. The Raven turned into a devil for the next minute. It continued to outmaneuver and land blow after blow on the heart of Victor. The beating was so one-sided to the audience that their expectations for Team Larkinson abruptly crashed to a halt. Why isn't the Heart of Victor fighting back? It's too slow. Doesn't that mean it's a bad mech? I guess it is. How can Team Larkinson leave out a way for their work to fight against faster opponents? This match has become completely absurd. I waited hours to see this mech win. If I knew it was going to get burned by this, I would have left this place a long time ago. As the disappointment and dismay among the crowd kept building up, neither Vase nor Kedis showed a lot of concern. A few of the expert commentators also noticed a few clues. Have you noticed that while the Heart of Victor is continually incurring damage, Mr. Lion Kepper has always been able to ensure the damage is spread out as much as possible. He even turns his mech a few times in order to make sure that the incoming heat damage is dispersed to the sides. You're correct, there is little the Raven can do about it. It is fast, but not to the point where it can precisely control where its plasma sword can land. If this pattern continues, then the Raven might run out of power before it can breach the Heart of Victor's armor. The commentators were flabbergasted by this conclusion. The Raven was a powerful mech that showed a lot of superiority at the moment. How could it falter in such an ignoble manner? Giles Harnacher realized his predicament as well. Although a large part of the Heart of Victor had already melted, much of it only affected its surface layers. He had to try harder to concentrate the Raven's attacks on the same section of the enemy mech. To that end, he began to pilot his mech more aggressively. He needed to make bolder moves in order to inflict real damage onto the Heart of Victor. It was at this time that Lion Kepper finally smirked. I've been waiting for this, old friend. You've lost your cool. Though the Raven's ferocity put the Heart of Victor in a much worse position, Lion made a surprising move. It stopped attempting to block or evade the incoming plasma sword and instead struck out with an all-out offensive strike. The timing that Lion had chosen was almost perfect. Even though the Heart of Victor was not capable of reacting too quickly, its move was still launched at a time when the Raven would find it difficult to change its course. Oh no, you don't. The Raven's legs burst with lots of power that forcibly displaced the swordsman mech to the side. Yet even as the mech evaded the incoming sword attack with a lot more speed than normal, the Heart of Victor turned its thrusting attack into a throw attack and launched the sword forward. Though the blade of the sword failed to impact the distancing Raven, it cleverly threaded between the legs. The chain soon collided against one of the limbs, causing the Raven to act as a temporary fulcrum that caused the sword to spin around and fly straight back towards the Heart of Victor. Lion was already prepared for this and made sure his swordsman mech caught the blade. Once it did, the Heart of Victor entered a stable stance and began to yank the chain, causing it to press tightly onto the Raven's trapped leg. Giles Harnacher had never imagined that one of his overreaching attacks would lead to such a result. As the Raven began to trip and fall due to one of its legs being pulled back from the angle, he belatedly realized that his opponent had been in control of this match from the beginning. Crash! The Raven suffered one of the greatest humiliations a mech could suffer in a duel. It fell flat on its face. Though the swordsman mech quickly tried to climb back onto its feet, the Heart of Victor soon arrived and pressed its foot against the Raven's back, thereby completely removing its ability to move. Harnacher was still in disbelief as he tried and failed to extricate his mech from its trapped position. Unfortunately, the Raven lacked far too much physical strength to dislodge the weight that was pressing on its back. Its plasma sword was completely useless as well. After all, how could the swordsman mech possibly swing its weapon so far back? Giles Harnacher wasn't stupid. The more he pieced together the course of the battle, the more he understood that his opponent had held back. If you're this good, why did you endure so many attacks from my mech? He transmitted. Because the chance of winning this match was higher this way. I just needed to wait for you to make a mistake before I could end you in a single move. Lion Kepper responded. Victory is my only goal. The damage that you have dealt to my mech will get fixed anyway. Although Lion was right, the strategy he adopted was still dangerous. If he wasn't good enough to prevent the plasma sword from cutting through the same section of armor, the Heart of Victor might have easily succumbed before the Raven revealed an opening. The mech pilot wasn't interested in talking any further. It stepped up completely onto the Ravian's helpless back. The excessive weight of the Heart of Victor quickly crushed the immobilized mech's armor and squashed all of the structural parts underneath. Team Larkinson advanced to the second round. The Heart of Victor has decisively crushed the Raven. This was a quick but bizarre victory. The audience clapped, but only reluctantly. The Heart of Victor hardly showed any brilliance this time. Was it strong or did everyone misjudge its strength? Chapter 3505. friendly exchange. Team Larkinson easily passed the first round of the fighting phase. Though Vase and Keddies were both pleased with this straightforward win, they did not become too overconfident. Numerous other mechs in the tournament showed great strength as well. Vase couldn't say whether the Heart of Victor could defeat them 100% of the time. It's a pity that those two kids have to bow their heads in defeat so quickly. He muttered as he threw a gaze in the direction of the journeyman he defeated. The mech designers of Team Youngbuck probably deserved to advance from the first round. Mr. Darden and Mr. Peace had managed to design a considerably more advanced mech than other journeymen. The integration of the power systems and the complete design of a functional plasma sword out of limited materials and components was nothing less than genius. If the criteria for winning Wild Brawl Bowl was solely based on the sophistication of a mech design, Team Youngbuck would have definitely taken first place. The problem for the centrist mech designers was that their mech still needed to prove its chops by defeating opposing mechs. The fact that their Raven entered the arena with great fanfare only to suffer a humiliating defeat signaled that their approach was flawed. Their defeat was especially egregious considering that the swordsman mech was piloted by Giles Harnacher, the best swordsman mech pilot available in the tournament. As the shock of the abrupt defeat began to fade among the public, plenty of people began to discuss the odd progression of the final match in the first round. Team Youngbuck is made up of talented, young mech designers, but they have made the same mistake that everyone from the Galactic Center has made. And what is that, sir? Mr. Darden and Mr. Peace have overengineered their mech design. The old and wise voice stated. Their augmented heads are filled with advanced theories and methodologies, and they have always been trained to make the best use of them. That's fine in a normal work environment, but the Wild Brawl Bowl is different. As its name suggests, it is all about wild fighting. Somehow, the theme and conditions of this mech design tournament have eluded their clever heads. Instead of working to use the relatively low-tech materials and mech component designs as intended, Team Youngbuck stretched these resources in order to design a vast array of advanced parts and systems. The efforts of Darden and Peace paid off, though. Their Xemenon Gamma is truly powerful according to its spec sheets. Their upfront power ranked close to the top in the first few minutes. Their only fault is to get matched against the tournament favorites right away. I don't rate the Raven as highly as you. There is a considerable chance it would have lost even if it fought against another mech. The reason for that is the same reason why the Heart of Victor managed to overcome this Plasma Swordsman mech with relative ease. Their fault tolerances are too far apart. Fault tolerance. There are in fact more reasons behind the Raven's loss, but this is the principal reason. Did you count how many plasma sword strikes the Heart of Victor withstood? Even with the clever maneuvering of Mr. Kepper, it is still difficult to keep a mech fully functional when hit with such a sustained barrage of attacks. Yet the mech pilot had absolute faith in his mech. This is not a coincidence, but the result of Team Larkinson's great attention towards the integrity and fault tolerance of their machine. The Heart of Victor isn't as high-tech as the Raven, but their structural integrity is so far apart that the latter is practically a house of cards. High-tech cards, but that made little difference. The explanation of the expert commentator finally illuminated one of the subtle brilliances of the Heart of Victor. On the surface, it was just a fairly basic swordsman mech that was armed with a chainsword. What few laymen understood was that there was a lot of strength beneath its exterior. The internal architecture was solid and robust. It could incur a lot of damage and still keep going. Both its redundancy and compartmentalization factors ranked among the top of all of the competition mechs. The commentator let out an admiring sound. This is a design approach that harkens back to third-class mech design. Many people here in Vullet probably looks down on lesser mechs, but they have their own advantages. Nothing can make mech designers more efficient than if they are forced to work with limited resources. It should be no surprise that the Heart of Victor embodies this design approach so well, considering that Patriarch Vase Larkinson and Swordmaster Keddies Larkinson were originally third-class mech designers. From a strategic perspective, Team Larkinson managed to make the most gains from this victory. Sure, the Heart of Victor does not look good at the moment, but all of this is surface damage that can easily be repaired before the next round commences. What is more important is that the Heart of Victor and Mr. Kepper has refrained from showing their true strength. This will leave the other 15 competitors who have managed to advance to the second round in the dark. Whoever is unlucky enough to get matched against the Larkinsons will not be able to make a lot of preparations. Vase nodded when he heard the commentary. In competitions like these, it was important to take the bigger picture into account. Team Larkinson had a good shot at winning the championship, but that didn't mean that the other mech designer teams were pushovers. He fought through enough battles to know that information was power. The more he understood an enemy, the more he could prepare counters for the next battle. The same concept applied here. With 4 more rounds to go, the heart of victor should ideally save the best for last. Though Vase had instructed Lion Kepper to go all out if the opposition was strong enough, he hoped that moment wouldn't come too soon. Now that the first round had fully concluded, a short break ensued before the Wild Brawl Bowl commenced its second round. Only half of the 16 competition mechs in contention would be able to proceed from that point. Entering into the top 8 already guaranteed the survivors a worthwhile payoff. No one would be unhappy if they lost after that point, though everyone hoped to climb higher and attain more carrier vessels. When Vase and Kedis headed to the backstage area, they quickly worked to supervise the rapid repair process of the Heart of Victor. Since hardly any of the internals incurred damage in the previous match, Team Larkinson did not have to put much effort in bringing the mech back to peak condition. The automated repair processes could perform most of the monotonous work themselves. What interested the Larkinson mech designers more was to discuss the previous fight and prepare for the next one with their mech pilot. "Did I do well?" Lion Kepper earnestly asked Kedis. "You did well enough. You made the right choice to hide the full extent of your improved swordsmanship. It must have been hard to restrain yourself." "Not really." Lion grinned and shook his head. "I'm eager to show off my improvements, but it's much better to do that in the last round rather than the first round." "That's a good mindset, but remember that winning is our ultimate goal." Vase cautioned. "Be careful not to get too clever for your own good. Listen to your mech and your instincts. Both will guide you in the right direction." After a brief but fruitful discussion, the second round of the fighting phase quickly commenced. Every mech designer had to get back to the spectator platform where they were no longer able to instruct and advise their mech pilots. Though only half of the design teams were still in contention, the journeymen who had lost the first round were still around. The 2 mech designers of Team Youngbuck took the initiative to approach the team that defeated them in the first round. "Good fight," Gerxer Darden said as he shook hands with Vase. "Likewise," Vase replied in a friendly tone. "I would have preferred to fight against you in a later round." "I know, but this is the way that single elimination brackets work. Luck is also a factor in determining how far you can go, although strength is the greatest guarantee for advancement." While the two got to know each other better, Ollivander Peace had already starting to exchange with Kedis. Both of them were avid about sword making and happily shared their own insights about the topic. Nothing needed to be said about Katiza's qualifications. Her basics and depth of comprehension was extremely solid, but Ollivander Peace surprisingly introduced her to a lot of new material. Though Ollivander's foundation was not as deep, he was a talented centrist mech designer who mastered a plentiful amount of high technology. Developing a plasma sword was actually one of his more basic applications. As the matches of the second round took place, Team Larkinson and Team Youngbuck continued to grow closer to each other. They even exchanged contact information so that they could get in touch more often. Of course, Darden and Peace were not that interested in Vase. Their fields of expertise diverged too far from each other. Though they were able to teach a lot new insights to each other, their lack of shared understanding meant that most of what they said wasn't useful to the recipient. It was like a physicist trying to teach quantum mechanics to a pianist. It was absurd to think that the latter would easily pick up the advanced knowledge without knowing any science. Kedis was Team Youngbuck's true goal. Though her engineering foundation was not as good as that of Vase, her expertise in swordsmanship and swordsman mech turned her into an authority in these fields. Since Team Youngbuck no longer took part in the Wild Brawl Bowl, the 2 centrist journeymen were no longer competitors. Kedis did not feel the need to hold back as much as she began to point out the issues that Darden and Peace needed to work on in order to design a more effective swordsman mech. For their part, the 2 impressed journeymen happily reciprocated the lessons they received by passing on a bit of the advanced knowledge they possessed. Vase looked enviously at the trio of sword maniacs. They had already erected a jammer field around their little group in order to keep their discussion private. There was no reason to share their valuable insights to others without receiving anything relevant in return. "I wish there were more mech designers like me around here," he quietly muttered. It would have been nice if he was able to exchange or collaborate with other mech designers whose specialties resembled his own. He knew it was unlikely that those mech designers existed. Even if there were a handful of mech designers out there who specialized in some aspect of life, the chance of bumping into them was minuscule. Human space was just too enormous, and the red ocean dwarf galaxy was already filled with trillions of humans. He knew that the only realistic way to surround himself with mech designers who shared the same interests as him was to raise them himself. He could steer students like Michael Larkinson into a related specialty, but his best option was to raise the right mech designers from the people he could trust the most, his direct family. "I need more kids," he quietly said, as Vase wondered about how long he needed to wait until Gloriana was ready to have her second child. The matches of the second round slowly concluded. It was finally time for Team Larkinson to show off their work once again. The final match of the second round will pit a humanoid mech against a bestial mech. Will Team Larkinson be able to fend off the tentacles of Team Caper? Let's find out. Chapter 3506. Parnast. Team Caper designed an unusual mech for the Wild Brawl Bowl. Just like the mech designers of Team Youngbuck, the pair of journeymen of Team Caper originated from the Galactic Center. While Vase did not fear second-class mech designers who came from this prosperous region as greatly as before, they were still formidable in their own ways. Vase considered Team Caper to be a much graver threat than Team Youngbuck. While Team Youngbuck designed a strong swordsman mech, its young and inexperienced mech designers fell too much in love with their own advanced tech and failed to adapt to the circumstances of the Wild Brawl Bowl. Team Caper did not make the same mistake. The duo were older and probably had plenty of tournament experience. They chose to design a mech that not only aligned with their specialties but also happened to counter a lot of competition mechs in this tournament. Of all of the teams we could fight against in the second round, Team Caper is the least desirable one. Vase said, "Our mech can take the octopus mech." Kedis reassured him, "Lion Caper just needs to follow the brief plan that I have passed on to him. The Parnast is definitely a tricky mech, but its fighting approach is quite simple and one-dimensional. As long as our Heart of Victor can overcome it, then it should easily be able to win this match." The two mechs appeared in the arena once again. The public became a lot more interested now that two strong machines faced off against each other. Though the Heart of Victor did not perform in an impressive manner in the previous match, it was still a mech developed by a highly rated team. Much of the audience hoped that it would show its true strength this time. As for the Parnast, the octopus mech was definitely one of the weirdest machines designed in this tournament. It looked exactly as it sounded. The Parnast was a giant, mechanical octopus that traversed the ground in a weird manner with its 8 segmented limbs. What was impressive and fearsome about this Parnast was that its limbs were all strong. This mech was all about exerting as much mechanical power through its octopus limbs as possible. To that end, the strength of each limb was equivalent to the strength of a leg of a humanoid mech. This did not sound too alarming at first, but when 8 of them were installed on a single mech frame, then that led to a considerable transformation that could easily grab and crush any target within range. In its previous match, the Parnast has already shown that it is the nemesis of melee mechs. The poor humanoid mech it fought against was barely able to inflict surface damage on the sturdy tentacles before those sinuous limbs entangled its limbs and frame. The sight of the octopus mech literally latching onto the humanoid mech before it used its superior mechanical strength to steadily crush its prey was horrifying. No mech pilot would want to get caught like this. If the octopus mech grappled an enemy mech in the right manner, it could neutralize all means of retaliation. The biggest priority of Lion Caper was to prevent his Heart of Victor from getting caught by the Parnast. "This isn't going to be easy," he muttered inside the cockpit of his swordsman mech. He did not let that discourage him, though. He and his mech were still confident that they could handle this strange bestial mech. Once the match commenced, both mechs began to move. The octopus mech had only one means of attack, so it directly slithered over to the Heart of Victor. The closer it got to its prey, the faster it could submerge the swordsman mech with its limbs. As for the Heart of Victor, there was no way that Lion was stupid enough to let the Parnast get close for free. Even though the swordsman mech was not a particularly fast-moving machine, it was actually a bit lighter than the octopus mech, so it was able to maintain a continuous distance from the approaching threat. This was not a permanent solution, though. The Parnast may be a larger and heavier machine, but it also moved with 8 limbs at once. Though it expended a lot of energy in order to power all of its strong and heavy limbs, the octopus mech had plenty of reserves to spare due to its large size. Therefore, Lion's actual goal wasn't to outrun the chasing octopus mech, but to delay the moment of contact as much as possible. In the meantime, the Heart of Victor turned its torso just enough to throw its chainsword at the 8-limbed machine. Clang! The sword collided against one of the 8 tentacles before bouncing away. Lian already expected this result and quickly commanded the Heart of Victor to retract its chain and manipulate it with its two arms so that the chainsword would fly at the Parnast once again. Clang! The Heart of Victor made the most out of its ranged advantage and constantly struck the Parnast with repeated blows. The impact of these strikes was not that impressive, though. Each of the Parnast's limbs were thick and strong and there were 8 of them. If the mech pilot of the octopus mech thought that one of the limbs took a bit too much abuse, he could just turn the orientation of this mech around and not lose any speed in the process. It's an omnidirectional mech, Kedis noted. There are no real sides or rear for the Parnast. It can move and attack in any direction. Vase nodded. Team Caper is certainly an interesting bunch for designing such an odd mech under the circumstances. He had already studied the background of the duo that made up this team. It turned out that one of them was actually an amphibian mech designer. Although the Parnast wasn't optimized for amphibian combat, Vase could easily imagine it becoming a terror in water environments with a few changes. Though the arena did not feature a speck of water, the Parnast was still able to move quickly. Together with its tough frame and strong mechanical power, it seemed as if this mech was impossible to overcome in a direct collision. The Heart of Victor's chain attacks are not dealing enough damage. It is difficult to damage one of the 8 limbs when the Parnast is easily able to rotate its orientation. All of the damage it has incurred so far consists of moderate surface damage. I cannot see the swordsman mech doing any better unless it commits to a stronger attack. That sounds dangerous. Entering into melee range with an octopus mech is a recipe for disaster. Who knows? No mech is invincible. The Parnast is strong in several areas, but its design also contains numerous trade-offs. I am curious to see whether the Heart of Victor can exploit these weaknesses. After several minutes of constant running and chasing, the octopus mech almost managed to catch up to the swordsman mech. The Heart of Victor had stopped throwing its chainsword at this point as it would not be able to maintain its best speed when doing this. Just running wasn't enough to win this match, though. It's pouncing. Though the Parnast still had to overcome a short distance in order to grapple the Heart of Victor, it simultaneously used all of its 8 octopus limbs in order to leap ahead. Lian Kepper already expected his opponent to do this. Though the Heart of Victor did not excel at evasion, the mech had already dashed aside before the Parnast could get close. My chance is here. Just like the previous time, Lian had been lying in wait until his opponent revealed an opening. The Parnast was ordinarily a dangerous mech to attack. The leap it had just performed was a hefty move that required plenty of time to recover from. To be more precise, the octopus mech had to bear the heavy impact of its landing by utilizing all of its limbs as temporary springs. This left the Parnast briefly open and completely unable to make any other moves. The Heart of Victor had already turned around to approach and stab one of the Parnast's limbs. Since the swordsman mech held its weapon properly and attacked with a bit of momentum behind the move, the stab had finally managed to breach the armor of one of the 8 tentacles. The Parnast quickly tried to retaliate even as the Heart of Victor pulled back. Several limbs surged forward, but the swordsman mech already pulled back out of range. A new and more intense stage of the battle had commenced as the two mechs began to tussle against each other at close range. The Heart of Victor had to concentrate most of its power on trying to evade the enemy machine's powerful tentacles. It barely had any opportunity to launch any attacks, but to Lian's credit he was still managing to inflict slow but consistent damage onto the octopus mech. As the struggle continued, many people in the audience expected the Parnast to catch up and grasp the Heart of Victor, yet as the minutes went by, nothing of the sort had happened. For some reason, the Heart of Victor continually succeeded in anticipating and evading the Parnast's powerful leaps. When the mech designers of Team Caper witnessed their mech's continual failure to capture the Heart of Victor, they grew increasingly more concerned. As this dangerous pattern continued to unfold in the arena, something had finally changed. When the Parnast leapt and missed its prey before landing onto the ground with a strong impact, the force of its landing had finally caused one of its tentacles to malfunction. The discordant element became obvious as the Parnast struggled to move forward with one crippled limb. It was no coincidence that the failing limb happened to be the one that the Heart of Victor had managed to stab from the start. Though the Parnast's fault tolerance was quite respectable, the damaged tentacle simply wasn't capable of withstanding so many kinetic impacts. All of those jumping and landing motions rattled the damaged limb and put more stress on the weakened part. Now that it finally broke from all of the abuse, the Parnast decisively ejected the limb from its frame. The damaged and useless tentacle detached from its connection point and fell onto the arena ground. The movement of the Parnast had changed. A hole had formed in its limb coverage. Though its mass had lightened, it also had one less limb to move around. Its leaps have become easier to dodge. The heart of Victor can attack the Parnast more easily. The fighting rhythm of the Parnast has been disrupted. The octopus mech had grown weaker while the heart of Victor still retained the same battle effectiveness. Though the changes were rather small, Team Larkinson's swordsman mech was able to deal with its opponent a bit more effectively than before. The Parnast soon had to part a second tentacle. This time, its mobility and performance was affected in a more serious way. Just when everyone thought that the heart of Victor would continue with its scumbag strategy of playing hard to get, Lion Kepper abruptly switched his approach and launched an all-out attack, much to the surprise of the audience. The spectators weren't the only ones caught off guard. The mech pilot of the Parnast also didn't expect the swordsman mech to turn around and go on the attack. After so much time spent on chasing after the heart of Victor, he had long developed contempt towards the swordsman mech. All of the hype and dread surrounding this mech had long faded from his mind. Though the Parnast already moved to repel the attack, the chainsword had already stabbed deeply into one of the limbs. This time, the blow was more serious. The third tentacle had to be scrapped right away. When the octopus mech finally launched an attack that looked close to succeeding, the heart of Victor did not retreat. Instead, it jumped and actually climbed on top of the octopus mech's structure. It had let go of its sword and grasped two of the closest tentacles to block them from doing anything detrimental. Though there were three other intact tentacles that had managed to grab hold of the mech frame, they were not strong enough on their own to stop the heart of Victor from getting into position. The Parnast groaned and collapsed onto the ground. It was unable to move as all of its limbs were preoccupied with trying to grapple and crush the heart of Victor. There's too few tentacles. 3 of them are not strong enough to crush through the tough exterior of the swordsman mech. In a strange repeat of its previous match, the heart of Victor began to stomp the mech underneath its feet once again. The Parnast was tougher than the Xenoman Gamma, so it took a bit more stomping in order to crush its armor. However, the match had already been decided as soon as the heart of Victor had managed to reach this position. Crush. With one final stomp, the swordsman mech broke through the top armor of the Parnast and destroyed enough systems to cripple the octopus mech's powerful engine. Team Larkinson has won again. Chapter 3507. Xenoman Gamma. Team Larkinson managed to advance into the third round in an odd manner once again. The audience managed to enjoy a more thrilling battle this time, though the truly exciting moment only happened at the end. No one blamed the heart of Victor for evading the Parnast for so long. No mech would feel good after getting embraced by 8 strong tentacles. It was the right course of action to harass it from a distance while waiting for opportunities to inflict serious damage. The extended battle also revealed additional details about the heart of Victor's overall strength. The mech was not only tough, but also quite powerful when it was able to launch committed attacks. What was especially concerning to the remaining rivals was its mech pilot. Mr. Lion Kepper not only displayed plenty of foresight and planning ability, but also piloted the heart of Victor with great skill. The heart of Victor's first fight did not properly display this advantage, but its second fight left no doubt that not any mech pilot would be able to dismantle the Parnast as easily as Mr. Kepper. They say that one of the great strengths of Patriarch Vase Larkinson is how well his customers adapt to his mechs. It sounds rather trivial when you only hear about it, but seeing the heart of Victor being operated in such a smooth manner makes me think that there is real value in this advantage. The other competition mechs are also powerful, but their operation is still not optimal. That's normal. The mech pilots are all decent, but that doesn't mean they can master a new mech instantly. The situation becomes even more complicated when we're talking about competition mechs that were designed and built in just 3 days. Such machines are often burdened with many flaws and inefficiencies that hinder a smooth piloting experience. The heart of Victor obviously broke this pattern. Everyone recognized that this swordsman mech would definitely be more challenging to overcome when it was being piloted, as if the mech pilot had already spent months on mastering its controls. The first day of the fighting phase had ended. The first and second round consisted of so many individual mech duels that the remaining rounds could only take place the next day. This offered the mech designer teams that still had a shot of winning the Wild Brawl Bowl a precious moment of respite. They not only received additional time to repair and tweak their mechs, but could also discuss more extensively with their mech pilots. There were only 8 teams left in the tournament. At this point, it became a lot easier to prepare for every remaining opponent. Neither Vase nor Keddies expected to win their subsequent matches as easily as before. The heart of Victor has exposed much of its strength by now. Vase explained. Even if not all of its capabilities are clear, those journeymen aren't stupid. Our competitors should be able to infer a lot of clues based on our mech's actions in the previous 2 rounds. Kedis nodded. The mechs that have managed to win twice in a row shouldn't be weak either. Lian, I think you need to show actual swordsmanship this time in order to beat the other 7 competition mechs. It will be especially important when you fight against a humanoid mech armed with a weapon. Skill and judgment will be decisive in defeating your opponent. I understand. Lian Kepper nodded in a serious manner. I will do my best to prepare for the next match. The day came and went. The next morning, the arena began to fill up again. Many spectators from last time had returned, but they were also joined by hundreds of thousands of additional ticket holders who wanted to witness the finals of this increasingly more exciting tournament. The fights became more intense as the winners of the previous rounds all encountered tougher opposition. The tournament organizers also introduced more delays between the matches in order to create more room for commentary and analysis. The remaining 8 competition mechs and the teams that made them received a lot more attention than before. The hype surrounding the top 8 escalated as any of them had a realistic shot of making it into the finals. After witnessing 3 thrilling matches, the heart of Victor finally received its turn. Now this will be a proper bout. Team Larkinson must fight against Team Destiny. Will the heart of Victor be able to outfight the Xenoman Gamma, or will this formidable great AXE wielding mech be able to crush the defenses of this tricky swordsman mech once and for all? Whatever the case, neither mech will be able to defeat the other with ease. This upcoming match should be a lot more exciting this time. Expectations were high this time as both the heart of Victor and the Xenoman Gamma appeared to have met their match this time. When the 2 mechs stepped onto the arena, it became clear that the Xenoman Gamma was a little larger. The mech held a formidable great AXE that could even cut through the heart of Victor's armor system if it unleashed a powerful chop. Team Destiny, their mech is certainly interesting compared to the rest. What made the Xenoman Gamma stand out was that it was a mech that was affected by only a single design philosophy. Janice Apelier and Tiffy Kozlone were both direct disciples of the same master mech designer. As a result, their collaboration yielded a different mech that only benefited from a single specialty but implemented it very well. The performance of the design was also a notch above the rest because its 2 designers knew each other's work so well. It makes the Xenoman Gamma look as if it was designed in 6 days instead of 3 days. Vase muttered. Many other people recognized this difference as well. The Xenoman Gamma was more optimized and ran considerably smoother for that reason. What was strange was that the heart of Victor enjoyed similar advantages, but for different reasons. Which one was stronger? Which mech designer team managed to strengthen their work the most? Everything was about to become clear to the audience. Start. The heart of Victor acted the same as before and tried to keep its distance towards the Xenoman Gamma at first. Yet when the swordsman mech launched its chainsword at the Axeman mech, the latter merely used the flat of its thick great AXE as a makeshift shield. The hard structure of this enormous bladed weapon easily repelled the thrown sword. The heart of Victor threw its sword a few more times, but the Xenoman Gamma repelled each and every single strike without any difficulty. Lian Kepper stopped throwing his chainsword out again. He recognized that his sword was likely to incur more damage than the enemy's great AXE with these repeated collisions. The Xenoman Gamma possessed several advantages that made it difficult to defeat it by relying on tricks. While it was a relatively large and slow mech, its lack of mobility was not as exaggerated as the fallen retribution developed by Team Hammerfall. The Axeman mech possessed enough mobility to adeptly defend against attacks coming from different directions. Its entire frame also moved relatively fluently and efficiently given its mass. All of this reflected a good design that only an unusual combination of journeymen such as Team Destiny was able to accomplish in 3 days. All of this exerted a significant amount of pressure on Lian Kepper. Clashing weapons against the Xenoman Gamma was dangerous, but he had no other choice this time. Let me put my swordsmanship to good use this time. The heart of Victor no longer continued its ineffective strategy. The swordsman mech decisively turned around and began to charge at the Xenoman Gamma. Clang! The 2 mechs finally began to fight each other in earnest. Since the heart of Victor was just a bit lighter and faster, it held the initiative during this exchange of blows. Lian Kepper constantly urged his mech to circle around and attack the Xenoman Gamma from the sides whenever possible, but his opponent was just a bit too capable to expose its vulnerabilities so easily. Clang! The heart of Victor's chainsword continuously collided against the flat of the Xenoman Gamma's large great AXE. Although the large weapon was mainly supposed to hack into enemies, its blade was so broad that it could serve as a convenient shield in this instance. When the Xenoman Gamma was operated by a skilled mech pilot, the mech was easily able to block every frontal attack launched by the Heart of Victor. This can't go on. The Heart of Victor needs to break or circumvent the Xenoman Gamma's guards. The Xenoman Gamma must go on the attack instead of sticking to passive defense. The longer this state continued, the more both sides expended their energies in vain. The Xenoman Gamma altered its approach first. Though its mech pilot recalled that Lion Kepper was good at exploiting openings, he still chose to attack because that was the only way to beat his opponent. When the Xenoman Gamma finally turned its axe and chopped towards the Heart of Victor, it was impossible for the latter to block the attack. The Great AXE was considerably larger, heavier and tougher than its chainsword. If the chainsword directly tried to block an incoming axe strike, then it was more probable for the relatively fragile sword blade to crack or break. The problem was that the Xenoman Gamma had attacked at a tricky timing. The Heart of Victor had already committed to an attack of its own. If it went through with it, then it wouldn't have time to evade the incoming Great AXE. The Xenoman Gamma is quite fast for a large and substantial mech. That's the design superiority of Team Destiny at play. The two mech designers have managed to optimize and improve many of its motion parameters, allowing it to move and attack faster than equivalent mechs. Lion's eyes heated up as the incoming axe chop was close to tearing through the armor of his Heart of Victor. The swordsman mech shifted to the side but did not abort its attack. Instead, its chainsword continued to slash forward until it managed to strike one of the Xenoman Gamma's shoulders. The attack managed to tear through the armor of the Axeman mech but failed to get through this layer of protection. The Xenoman Gamma's Great AXE on the other hand almost managed to tear through the frame of the Heart of Victor, but something surprising occurred at this time. The swordsman mech continued to exert force on its weapon. Together with its forward motion, its upper body began to lean backwards. This caused the Heart of Victor to lower its body just enough to avoid the brunt of the threatening attack. Though the sharp edge of the axe managed to tear through the surface layers of the Heart of Victor's chest armor, the swordsman mech ultimately managed to slip away without suffering internal damage. The two mechs separated for a moment as both mech pilots examined the damage that their mechs had incurred. Neither machine suffered any loss of performance, but the attacks they received had dangerously exposed their armor. Again, the two mechs did not shy away from each other. Lion Kepper was not afraid of taking risks and brought his swordsman mech up close in order to target the vulnerability that his previous attack had made. The Xenoman Gamma did not remain passive either. It wielded its axe with great force and ferocity, so much so that the Heart of Victor had to abort several promising attacks. Neither side is backing down. Which mech will be able to gain the upper hand? My bet is on the Xenoman Gamma. Though the Heart of Victor is quite an impressive mech, that axe is simply too powerful. The Xenoman Gamma almost succeeded in taking out its opponent in a single blow. If it manages to get lucky once again, I don't think the swordsman mech will survive. Would this truly happen? No one knew. Chapter 3508. Shifting approach. Lion Kepper and his Heart of Victor did not encounter a true challenge until they had entered the third round. The Raven and the Parnast were both formidable machines, and they certainly deserved to go further in the tournament, but it was undeniable that they possessed clear vulnerabilities. As long as he exhibited enough patience and cunning, the Heart of Victor could eventually exploit their weaknesses and defeat them in a relatively clear and unambiguous manner. The Xenoman Gamma was different. Though the mech did possess a number of weaknesses, none of them were easy to take advantage of. The Axeman mech was too well protected and also possessed the power to cripple the Heart of Victor in a single blow. Combined with surprisingly adequate speed for such a hefty frame, the Xenoman Gamma presented a package that was stronger than the Heart of Victor in almost every parameter. The physical might of the Xenoman Gamma is incredible. The systems that allow it to exert so much power with every movement is not only useful for adding a lot of extra bite in its attacks, but it also enhances its mobility by channeling extra power in its legs and other mechanical parts. All of this means that this mech is an embodiment of power and cannot be stopped, only avoided. Everyone in the audience could clearly see that the Xenoman Gamma had the upper hand in this fast-paced brawl. The Xenoman Gamma was constantly pressing forward while the Heart of Victor regularly dashed back or jumped to the sides. Axes excelled at tearing through shields and armor. The bigger the axe, the bigger the threat of a single crushing chop. When it was paired with a melee mech that could add a lot of extra force to the blows, an axe turned from a severe threat into a doomsday weapon that could sunder a planet. What also impressed the spectators was how the Xenomon Gamma became increasingly more adept in wielding its axe. As its mech pilot became more accustomed to the Axeman mech's traits, he began to display more proficiency and skill in his movements. The Xenomon Gamma's moves became more efficient. It spent less time to execute an attack or recover from a big movement. This was a big problem for the Heart of Victor. The Xenomon Gamma's gradual improvements reduced the windows of opportunity for the swordsman mech to slip in its own attacks. The specter of defeat loomed closer than ever to Lion Kepper. The Xenomon Gamma became an enormous shadow that risked engulfing him and his mech. I won't bow down. During all this time, Lion Kepper became more and more ready to unleash the full capabilities of his mech. Yet when he thought that he needed to fight 2 more matches, he tried his best to contain his urges. He considered it a loss if he had to draw upon the greater capabilities of his mech when he was still fighting in the 3rd round. As he continued to struggle against the Xenomon Gamma's unceasing attacks, Lion became determined to win the battle on his terms. I can still do it. I'm not alone. He wasn't the only one who was fighting against the Xenomon Gamma. His active mech also became indignant at the prospect of losing against this Axeman mech. Their shared struggle slowly bonded them together. Their thoughts became more aligned as they both desired to achieve victory and earn permanent glory by winning the Wild Brawl Bowl. Lion's eyes grew a lot more intense as he reached a new level of cooperation with his mech. Though his relationship with the Heart of Victor had always been good, his drive for victory had not yet reached a sufficient level. The previous 2 matches had pushed him quite a lot but never beyond his limit. This was different. His adversary was truly strong and his current level of piloting skill and control over his own mech weren't quite sufficient to defeat the Xenomon Gamma at the moment. If he wanted to win this battle while still preserving enough advantages for the subsequent round, then the only variable that he could truly rely on to increase his performance was his own skill. I need to become a better swordsman. He rapidly recalled all of the guidance that Kedis had passed on to him. Some of what she said didn't sink into him until now. After evaluating his own movements so far, he realized that he wasn't piloting the Heart of Victor to the fullest. Lion Kepper's fighting style ordinarily involved a lot of maneuvering, like he was doing now. The problem was that he was accustomed to piloting lighter and more agile swordsman mechs. These mechs may be lacking in power and defense, but their good maneuverability had always allowed him to pick his battles and retreat whenever a situation became too difficult. The Heart of Victor didn't allow him to fight like he used to. Though he had already adjusted to the current circumstances by planning out his actions and predicting the enemy's movements, he wasn't going far enough for his liking. I haven't fully embraced the fighting style that is needed to make the most out of my current mech. The dots finally started to connect in his mind. The Heart of Victor was suited for a different fighting style that did not place such a high emphasis on maneuverability. Though Lion had always fought this way in his career as a mech pilot, he already felt he had reached the limit of how far he could push his current approach. There were 2 ways for him to break this limit. He could either force a breakthrough or change to a more suitable sword style. Lion had always focused on the former solution, but the chance of breaking through to expert candidate was too minuscule. It was never wise to put all of his hopes on such an unlikely event. The more effective way to comprehensively increase his battle effectiveness was to change the very nature of his fighting style. This was difficult. Even if Kedis pointed out all of the ways he could change in order to do better, he had spent at least thousands of hours honing his own sword style. It had become a part of his fighting system and represented his core accumulation as a swordsman mech pilot. After a moment of hesitation, Lion finally made a drastic decision. He no longer stuck to his old routines and decisively broke the rules that he had set for himself long ago. Though it was difficult for him to initiate such a drastic shift in the middle of an intensive battle, the pressure prompted him to maximize his efforts and commit entirely to a different fighting approach. The shift immediately became obvious. The Heart of Victor no longer strained its frame to evade and dodge the incoming axe attacks. Though the swordsman mech still took effort to protect its weak points and minimize the incoming damage, Lion decided to take calculated risks in order to launch an all-out assault. The chainsword in the hands of the Heart of Victor turned from a bee sting into a precision missile. The swordsman mech took more risks and became more willing to incur a certain degree of injuries in order to inflict damage that mattered. Lion did not target the chest of the Xenomon Gamma anymore. The Axeman mech's torso was too thick and sturdy to penetrate through easily. Though it was possible to wear it down over time, the powerful enemy machine would be able to retain all of its battle effectiveness throughout this difficult period. Your arms are much more vulnerable. Although it was more difficult to attack the arms of the Xenoman Gamma, they were considerably less protected. Though the mech pilot of the Xenoman Gamma immediately noticed that the Heart of Victor had changed its strategy, he struggled to protect the limbs of his mech. The Axeman mech performed at its best when it was on the attack. It had to keep launching attacks in order to avoid getting pestered to death by the Heart of Victor. "I'll crush your mech first." The match became increasingly more brutal as the axe began to tear through the chest armor of the Heart of Victor with greater effectiveness. Yet even as the swordsman mech incurred all of this damage, Lian had always managed to prevent the axe from digging any deeper. He was deliberately using the thickest section of his mech as bait in order to succeed in his own attacks. The Heart of Victor's blade persistently chipped away at the upper arms of the Xenoman Gamma. Though it was difficult for Lian to concentrate his attacks on the same damaged arm sections, he took advantage of the fact that the Axeman mech he was fighting against was not that flexible in its movements. The Xenoman Gamma's emphasis on strength and physical might meant that it had to make a lot of trade-offs in other areas such as range of motion. What this meant was that the powerful mech moved rather stiffly and could not easily fend off attacks from difficult angles. In response to this targeted aggression, the Xenoman Gamma became increasingly more aggressive. It became more determined than ever to chop the Heart of Victor in half before its limbs succumbed. This heated exchange of blows could not last for a long amount of time. The buffers of both mechs began to run out as the damaged armor layers offered less and less protection to the crucial internal components. It was at this time that Lian finally judged that he inflicted enough damage to pull off his next move. The Heart of Victor threw its chainsword at its opponent at an unexpected angle. Everyone became bewildered that the swordsman mech chose to throw its main weapon at such a close range. The sword is going wide. The chainsword did not even come close to hitting the damaged sections of the Xenoman Gamma. Instead, it sailed over the mech's shoulder and continued to fling further away until the chain grew taut. At this point, the mech pilot of the Xenoman Gamma thought that this was part of a trap. He studied the Heart of Victor's previous battles and knew that Lian Kepper always managed to use a single moment of weakness to deal a decisive blow against his opponent. That's not going to happen. The Xenoman Gamma attempted to preempt whatever the Heart of Victor was attempting to do next by releasing one of its hands from the grip of its axe and grabbing hold of the chain that was draped over its shoulder. As long as the Axeman mech was able to keep hold of the chain, the Heart of Victor could forget about retracting its weapon. Even if the swordsman mech tried to circle around and bind the Xenoman Gamma with the chain, the enemy mech pilot wasn't worried. The Axeman mech was so strong that it could definitely break the chain by relying on brute force. It would be a severe mistake if the Heart of Victor tried to beat its opponent by imitating the Parnast. Yet the swordsman mech's next actions caught the Xenoman Gamma's mech pilot off guard. It broke its chain from the connecting point on its arm. This separated the Heart of Victor from its own sword, but that was okay because it already pulled out a second weapon from its back. Even though its backup knife was far smaller and less imposing than its chainsword, it was still a proper weapon that Kedis had invested a significant amount of attention in its development. The Heart of Victor dashed forward just as the Xenoman Gamma tried to respond to the developing situation by chopping its axe straight in front of its chest with its only remaining limb. Lian smirked as his swordsman mech barely managed to evade the worst of this blow. This time, the huge and heavy axe was held by only a single arm, so the speed and power of this chop was not as great as before. This allowed the Heart of Victor to slip close without incurring as much risk this time. The swordsman mech used its free hand to grab and press onto the Axeman mech's limb that previously held the chain. The momentum of the Heart of Victor briefly allowed it to overpower the arm, thereby negating its threat. This gave the Heart of Victor a precious moment where it could stab its dagger straight into the arm that the swordsman mech had already damaged in prior attacks. The knife slammed through the damaged armor plating and quickly managed to sink halfway inside. Though the weapon did not cut as deep as Lian Kepper had hoped, the damage was still crucial enough to cripple the limb. The arm abruptly lost a lot of power and control, so much so that the Xenoman Gamma's arm could no longer hold onto its great axe. The weapon was already a challenge to hold with a single limb. The critical damage that the Heart of Victor managed to inflict instantly caused it to exceed its limit. The audience gasped as the Xenoman Gamma lost its primary weapon as well as most of the functionality of its arm. Though the disarmed mech was already leaning forward in order to slam the Heart of Victor away, that did not change the fact that the Axeman mech lost its most effective means to deal damage. The Heart of Victor turned frenzied as it wielded its knife in a skillful manner. It easily evaded the clumsy kicks and grappling attempts and soon managed to scrap the Xenoman Gamma's other arm. At this point, the match had already been decided. It took 2 more minutes for the Axeman Mech to succumb, but everyone already knew that Team Larkinson had managed to advance to the 4th round. Chapter 3509, Deflated Expectations. Team Larkinson has defeated Team Destiny. Miss Janissa Pellier and Miss Tiffy Kozlone may still have a chance of fighting for 5th, 6th or 7th place, but this young and talented duo's run to the top has ended. Vase Larkinson and Keddies Larkinson shall advance to semifinals where they will have to fight against one of the remaining 3 winners. Despite the Xenoman Gamma's prodigious strength and other advantages, it failed to crush the heart of Victor despite its impressive performance. The Axeman Mech just needed to land a couple of powerful blows in order to fell the heart of Victor. This should have been a relatively doable task considering that the Swordsman Mech was also a power-oriented mech rather than a speed-oriented one. How could the Xenoman Gamma fail? The Xenoman Gamma's mech pilot is not to blame. He piloted the Axeman Mech in a proficient manner. His own choices and tactics were also sound. His mech managed to land numerous hits on the heart of Victor's mech frame. That is true, but none of these potentially fatal axe strikes succeeded in diminishing the heart of Victor's battle performance. That is a failure in my book. The Xenoman Gamma did not fail. It just had to overcome the heart of Victor's buffer. Who knew that the Swordsman Mech succeeded in breaking through the Axeman Mech's buffer first? This is an underrated aspect of the last match. The heart of Victor managed to land over a dozen consistent strikes on both of its opponent's upper arms. Do you know how difficult it is to do that against an enemy that knows full well what is going on? It is a miracle that the heart of Victor hasn't suffered any crippling damage as it pulled off repeated successful strikes on the arms of the Xenoman Gamma. I think the crucial factor here is that the mech pilot of the heart of Victor has grown stronger over the course of this tournament. Did you not notice how the Swordsman Mech began to make more skillful movements at the end? It is absolutely not easy for the heart of Victor to give up its main weapon and take advantage of the diversion it created. The Axeman Mech could have easily chopped up the approaching Swordsman Mech regardless if the latter didn't act so decisively. Though the heart of Victor had managed to pull off another win by relying on trickery, not every mech or mech pilot could have accomplished the same. After 3 victories in a row, many people already began to acknowledge the heart of Victor's strength. It didn't matter that it hadn't been able to crush its opponents in a one-sided manner. Many of the other competition mechs were all close in strength, so it was too difficult for them to defeat their opponents in an instant. The hype surrounding the semifinals rapidly built up as a result. The final 4 mechs that were in contention for first place were all strong without a doubt. Though it was difficult to formulate an accurate ranking of the 4 mechs, it would soon become clear which of them deserves to move on to the finals. The mechs needed to be fixed before the 4th round could commence. The mech designers' teams received another break to repair their mechs and brief their mech pilots for the challenge to come. While Vase supervised the repairs to the heart of Victor's savage chest armor, Keddies took Lyan aside to discuss his performance. "You did quite well last match." Keddies praised the mech pilot, much to the man's delight. "The heart of Victor is designed to take a beating. It's worth it to sacrifice its armor in order to land more solid hits on your opponent. The key is to make the most out of these trades and make your attacks count." "Thank you. I tried my best to concentrate my attacks on just one arm, but the Xenoman Gamma's guard was too tight for that. I had no choice but to split my attacks and target both arms in order to divert my opponent. A more capable mech pilot would have been able to disable one of the Xenoman Gamma's arm much faster and more efficiently, but Lyan Kepper had not reached that level." Keddies did not blame him for that at all. The man did his best given his current circumstances. "Let's move on to our next opponent." She changed the topic. The Wild Brawl Bull likes to keep the matchups for each round hidden in order to generate more excitement, but there's only 3 potential opponents left. We can use the time that we have left to make more thorough preparations. There is one thing I want you to do when you step into the arena again. What is that? Make full use of your mech. Are you sure? We're still in the semifinals. Lyan noted. That is true, but the competitors who are left are not weak in the slightest. Holding back is too dangerous at this point. Besides, part of the reason why Vase and I are taking part in this tournament is to advertise our design capabilities and raise our reputations. We can't do that if everyone believes the heart of Victor is only so-so. Starting from the next match, you need to become my standard bearer. Teach the wild fighters and spectators that my mechs can give them what they really want." Keddies became increasingly more upset when she noticed so many people changed their views towards her. While she did not consider herself to be a vain person, her pride could not tolerate the increasingly more dismissive attitude that people held towards her work. They all thought her design applications were vastly overrated. I will do my best to demonstrate that your mech truly deserves to defeat all of our competitors. Lian solemnly promised. That's all I need to hear. I'm pleased to see that your bond with your mech has reached a deeper level through all of the duels that you have fought so far. That will make the next step considerably easier. Remember, your mech wants to win as well, you need to trust it in order to unlock its full potential. As Kedis kept instructing the mech pilot, the time had come to commence the much-anticipated fourth round of the fighting phase. The Wild Brawl Bowl attracted more attention than before, but the crowd no longer assumed that Team Larkinson would be able to cruise its way to first place. The hype and expectation surrounding the Heart of Victor had thoroughly cooled after the first 3 rounds. Though there were still optimistic fans who assumed that the swordsman mech was still holding back, many other people dismissed this ridiculous notion. Didn't you see how much the Heart of Victor struggled in the last match? If the Xenoman Gamma managed to get lucky even once, it would have been the end of Team Larkinson's chances of getting any further. Hey, don't look down on a swordmaster. Her mech still has untapped power. Just watch, the Heart of Victor will definitely prove you wrong in the next match. As the discussion raged amongst the spectators, the fourth round finally commenced. Before the top 4 could decide who among them could advance to the finals, the 4 mechs they defeated in the last round had to fight each other first in order to determine the ranking of the 5th to 8th place. There were real prizes at stake, so the competition mechs fought at their best and displayed great fervor. Vase did not look surprised when the Xenoman Gamma ultimately felled its current opponent. The Axeman mech was genuinely strong and had a decent shot at making it to the top 4 if it fought against any other mech. The superiority displayed by the Xenoman Gamma made some viewers reevaluate the strength of the Heart of Victor, but not enough. There were even people who thought that the Xenoman Gamma would have been able to put up a better fight in the semifinals. Once the ranking of the losers of the previous round became clear, the actual fights were finally allowed to commence. Team Larkinson shall have to overcome Team Voikin in order to make it to the 5th and final round. Will the Heart of Victor be able to overcome the relentless stabs of the Thornbearer? Let's find out in this crucial fight. Team Voikin. Vase glanced at the pair of siblings who he had spoken to some time ago. Sarah and Dulo Voikin of the Voikin family performed surprisingly well considering their relative youth and inexperience. It appeared that growing up in a large family that contained hundreds of high-ranking mech designers had prepared them well for competitions at this level. The 2 Voikins met his gaze and nodded with respect. Vase could sense plenty of challenge in their confident gazes. They did not regard the Heart of Victor as an insurmountable opponent. Vase merely smiled in return before he directed his attention back to the arena down below. The Heart of Victor calmly stopped in place while the Thornbearer halted on the opposite side. The mechs were both humanoid and about the same size. Sarah Voikin was a defensive specialist while Dulo Voikin excelled in designing spearman mechs. The work they produced leveraged both of their advantages in a well-engineered package that looked simple but solid. Vase studied the design of the Thornbearer a little closer and picked up a lot of clues. Although its mass meant that the spearman mech couldn't move too fast, the design of its arms were quite peculiar and led him to conclude that the mech was able to thrust its weapon forward with great speed and force. This is a stabbing monster. When the match finally commenced, the Thornbearer immediately made that clear as soon as it closed in on its prey. The Heart of Victor threw its chainsword forward a couple of times, but the Thornbearer easily deflected the weapon aside with its weapon. The Thornbearer did not possess excellent agility, but its ability to move forward was quite strong. As soon as the spearman mech came close enough, it performed a short leap forward and unleashed a lethal thrust attack. Clang! The Heart of Victor had to bat the incoming spear aside while evading to the left and backwards at the same time. However, the Thornbearer already retracted its spear and stabbed it forward once again. Clang! The spearman mech displayed unrelenting aggression as it steadily paced forward, while stabbing out its spear with increasing force and momentum. This was the most difficult part about fighting a spearman mech. It was difficult to block a stab attack, and the Thornbearer's rapid attack rate gave opponents in front of it no respite. Even if the Heart of Victor tried to make a risky attempt to move close to the Thornbearer, the spearman mech's formidable armor plating could withstand nearly any surprise attack. This was how Team Voikin's work managed to win 3 matches in a row. There was nothing secret about this mech. Its offensive and defensive capabilities were so strong that it did not need to rely on any unusual tricks or gimmicks to overpower its opposition. Now, The Heart of Victor risked becoming its fourth victim if it did not find a way to overcome the spear storm. Inside the cockpit of the swordsman Mech, Lion Kepper's eyes flared to life as he and his Mech leveraged their full strength for the first time in this tournament. What is it doing? As the Thornbearer unleashed another unstoppable spear stab that forced the Heart of Victor to move aside, the latter keenly struck at the spear shaft very particular timing. The sword did not manage to parry the incoming spear stab, but diverted it just enough to make it miss. The Heart of Victor then proceeded to inflict a rapid stab with its chainsword that caused the Thornbearer to incur its first wound. Although this little move didn't look impressive at first, when the Thornbearer attempted to unleash a second stab, the Heart of Victor managed to repeat the same moves. The Thornbearer has missed again. How is that possible? Its thrusting power is quite strong. Even if it is possible for the Heart of Victor to deflect its trajectory to the point where it misses the mark, the swordsman Mech needs to strike at the right spot on the spear shaft at the right timing. Succeeding once can be chalked up to luck, but succeeding 4 times in a row is definitely a pattern. Even when the Thornbearer began to vary its movements, the Heart of Victor instantly managed to keep up with the changes. With every exchange of blows, the swordsman Mech always managed to evade damage while the Thornbearer incurred another wound. What's going on? How has the Heart of Victor become so good all of a sudden? Chapter 3510, Helping Hand. The Thornbearer possessed an extremely powerful attack method. Its entire design was based around delivering fast and powerful stabs. Any Mech that got struck even once would definitely receive a painful blow. The chance would be great that such an attack could easily breach through the armor of its opponent. Once that happened, the performance of the damaged Mech would definitely become impaired, thereby giving the Thornbearer an even greater chance of succeeding in its next attack. The Heart of Victor could not allow itself to get stabbed even once. Yet instead of pursuing the more prudent course of action and assuming a more defensive posture, Lion Kepper sought to lay a mark on the enemy Mech with each exchange of blows. Though it was extremely difficult for any Mech or Mech pilot to divert the course of a powerful and rapid spear stab, it was not impossible to pull off this risky move. As long as the spear attack failed to hit its mark, the Heart of Victor always gained a brief window of opportunity where it could use its chainsword to land a fierce blow on the Thornbearer. The only issue was that the frontal armor of the spearman Mech was too strong. If the Heart of Victor landed the same attack on the Xenoman Gamma, the Axeman Mech would have lost a decent amount of armor integrity. The Thornbearer on the other hand was the product of a collaboration between a spearman Mech specialist and a defensive specialist. The latter invested a considerable amount of attention and resources in making the Thornbearer as difficult to damage as possible. Even though the Thornbearer is not in a good situation at the moment, it is still not a great concern for Team Voikin. Their Spearman Mech's excellent armor system provides it with an enormous degree of fault tolerance. It will take forever for the Heart of Victor to penetrate through its opponent's thick frontal armor at this rate. In the meantime, the Thornbearer's Mech pilot can keep varying its attacks in order to land a successful attack. The Heart of Victor's is almost just as heavy as the Thornbearer, but its defenses are definitely a tier below. The disparity is quite glaring and fully demonstrates the difference that a defensive specialist can make. Mr. Dulo Voikin deserves great credit for implementing such strong defenses with limited resources and severe time constraints. Though Vase briefly became concerned about the snail's pace of progress his competition Mech was making, he became more reassured when he saw that the Heart of Victor maintained the upper hand throughout these exchanges. Sure, the swordsman Mech only dealt light damage with each successful attack, but so far the Thornbearer failed to succeed even once. The difference was very glaring, and that made this sight so perplexing. The more knowledgeable Mech designers and Mech pilots among the crowd were able to understand this current sequence of events much better than all of the laymen. The Mech designers clearly understood the strengths of the Thornbearer and expected the Mech to hold a clear advantage in this duel. Although the Heart of Victor was also a respectably strong Mech, it was supposed to experience a lot of trouble when fighting against an opponent with much greater weapon reach. Meanwhile, the Mech pilots tried to imagine how the battle would unfold if they were sitting in the cockpit of the Heart of Victor. They quietly admitted that they wouldn't have been able to hold out nearly as long as Lion Kepper. Many of them knew their way around with a sword, but it was practically a superhuman feat to parry so many powerful and threatening spear stabs in a consistent manner. Has Lion Kepper broken through already? That's impossible. We would have been able to witness a manifestation if that happened. From what I can see, the Heart of Victor isn't being affected by forced resonance at all. It's operating well within its existing parameters. Then how can the Heart of Victor defy all of your earlier analyses and hold out so well against the Thornbearer? The strengths of the two mechs should be well known by now. I don't see the Heart of Victor moving any faster or performing any stronger attacks. It's not the mech that has changed, it's the mech pilot. Lion Kepper's abrupt increase in skill and judgment did not go unnoticed. It began to dawn on more and more people that he was fighting way better than he used to in the first 3 rounds. While Lion was already a good swordsman mech pilot, the skill he displayed this time was insane. An occasional feat of brilliance might not be that special, but pulling off a high-risk maneuver on a consistent basis was impossible at this level. The only other conclusion that people could make was that Lion Kepper had broken through to expert candidate, but that was clearly impossible. There were no signs of a breakthrough, and if the man had already broken through beforehand, he would have been barred from participating in the 4th round of the tournament. After ruling one possibility after another, the expert commentators finally settled on a single, improbable explanation. If we assume that Mr. Lion Kepper is still the same mech pilot as before, then an external factor must be responsible. The only explanation that makes sense is that the Heart of Victor is making up the difference. But how? It's a mech, not an autonomous warbot. Perhaps, we have unfairly judged Swordmaster Kutiz's design capabilities. The swordsman mech that she has designed is more effective than what is obvious from the surface. Though not everyone agreed with this explanation, more and more people began to come around to Keti's again. The results were just too dramatic this time. The only reason why the Heart of Victor hadn't defeated the Thornbearer already was because the latter was too tough. Even so, after getting struck for over 40 times, its chest armor was already bearing a lot of scars. In fact, Lion Kepper would have preferred to attack the arms like he did the last time, but the Thornbearer recovered too quickly for that. He had no choice but to attack whatever was convenient, which resulted in a lot of spread attacks. Still, the current trend was highly favorable for him. As he actively cooperated with his living mech, he gained a massive boost to his fighting capabilities and his sword style. He was not only able to react faster and more precisely than before, but also executed all of his sword techniques with far greater skill than he had ever thought. It was as if Keti's was directly conveying a portion of her superhuman fighting skills to him. Though Lion did not reach the level of an expert pilot because of this powerful influence, his performance already exceeded the limit of a mortal pilot and firmly placed him in the territory of an expert candidate. With the help of all of this borrowed skill, Lion became a champion beyond compare who could pretty much outfight any other regular mech pilot based on skill alone. As the Heart of Victor continued to neutralize every threatening stab attack without fail, Vase briefly glanced to the woman responsible for making it all possible. Keti's may look calm as she held her Bloodsinger in her arms, but Vase could sense her will being exerted. The biggest reason for her difficulties was that Sharpie wasn't around her anymore. Her companion spirit had left her greatsword and quietly slipped into the chainsword of the Heart of Victor. Ordinarily, this was impossible to pull off. A mech designer was only able to extend a piece of themselves to their masterwork products. Keti's managed to circumvent this rule, though. She had conducted an experimental blood ritual on the chainsword that essentially allowed her to form a bond with the mech weapon. A weak bond, but a valid one nonetheless. This connection allowed her to pass Sharpie on to the weapon and massively enhance Lion's piloting abilities. In fact, the Heart of Victor did not need to rely on this demanding trick in order to augment Lion's performance. The mech already possessed this functionality itself and was able to strengthen and optimize his sword style to a lesser degree. I thought you wanted to save this trump card for the finals. Vase quietly said. Keti's gritted her teeth as she continued her exertion. The Heart of Victor alone can't fend off the Thornbearer by itself. It needs my help. Vase reluctantly agreed with her judgment. He could see that Team Voikin truly designed an excellent mech. Their Thornbearer's comprehensive strength should have been enough to defeat most swordsman mechs. Yet if Sarah Voikin and Dulo Voikin were allowed to leverage their own specialties to increase the performance of their mechs, Vase and Keti's should be allowed to do so as well. Nothing needed to be said about his own specialty. The Heart of Victor already provided a lot of active assistance to its mech pilot. It was Keti's who was truly capable of revolutionizing the performance of her swordsman mechs. Though her toolbox of solutions was still limited at the moment, she was already capable of boosting the performance of individual mechs to an insane level as long as she was willing to make an effort. She made the greatest possible use of all of her relevant advantages to give the Heart of Victor a powerful boost in effective performance, so much so that the power of her contribution exceeded that of any other mech designer in the tournament. Only a swordmaster was able to provide so much active and direct assistance to a mech pilot. The Thornbearer did not passive accept this slow march towards its own defeat. Its mech pilot, who was highly skilled with wielding spears, kept varying the speed, force, timing and direction of its attacks in order to throw off Lion's predictions. Yet no matter how much the Thornbearer tried to surprise its opponent, the Heart of Victor managed to parry every confounding attack with as much ease as before. It was as if Lion was able to read the mind of his counterpart in real time. Crunch. After inflicting yet another successful sword strike, the Thornbearer's armor simply couldn't take it any longer. Its sturdy chest had already become riddled with scars, but the latest slash had parted its final armor layer and exposed its internal structure. Lion did not relent even as the Thornbearer grew more desperate. The spearman mech's erratic counterattacks did not avail it at all as the swordsman mech skillfully resolved these threatening attacks and stabbed its sword inside the exposed wound. Smoke began to escape from the widening hole as the internal structure incurred more and more damage. Surprisingly, the Thornbearer managed to hold out for 5 more minutes as its internal architecture was extremely well put together. Even if its entire left section had been savaged, it still retained 70% of its combat power. Yet that did not change the outcome at all. The Heart of Victor continued to perform as if an expert candidate was in control, and such a level of strength was more than enough to defend against any desperation attack the Thornbearer might unleash. The mech never pulled out any further surprises. This was no surprise to Vase as he already understood that this was a mech that concentrated all of its strengths onto its basic parameters, particularly attack and defense power. Its mech design didn't have any room for trump cards or other surprises. It was just an extremely good basic mech that just happened to meet its nemesis. What was most egregious about the Thornbearer was that it was so dedicated to performing the strongest stabs that it was highly inefficient or even completely unable to perform any spear moves. The mech was unable to slash or sweep with its spear because its thick armor layout was too tough, inflexible and confining. After an agonizing display of torture, the Heart of Victor finally managed to land the killing blow onto the Thornbearer. Team Larkinson has advanced to finals. The Heart of Victor has successfully toppled the Thornbearer. Chapter 3511. Too much heat. The Wild Brawl Bowl had entered its most exciting period. Though the 3rd and 4th place winner of the tournament had to be decided as well, there was only one match that all of the viewers truly wanted to witness. Team Larkinson shall battle it out against Team Hammerfall for the honor of winning the Wild Brawl Bowl. In 2 hours, this great collision between mech designers shall finally unfold. Team Larkinson's Heart of Victor has slowly proven itself worthy to reach the finals. Initially, its performance was good, but not exceptional. That slowly changed over the course of 4 battles against 4 difficult opponents. This exceptional machine has demonstrated a capability that is practically unseen in any other mech. It is able to enhance the piloting and fighting skills of an ordinary mech pilot to that of an expert candidate. The Heart of Victor has hid its true strength quite well in the run-up to the finals. Miss Ketty's Larkinson has fully vindicated herself as one of the most remarkable and promising young journeymen in the Red Ocean. While there is much confusion and speculation on how she is able to combine her swordmaster abilities in her mech designs, it is undeniable that she is one of the few mech designers who is able to give normal mech pilots a taste of what it is like to be one step away from becoming an expert pilot. From the moment that word spread about the Heart of Victor's 4th match, interest in the Wild Brawl Bowl instantly exploded. The momentum surrounding this rather low-budget mech design tournament abruptly soared as the news rapidly spread to many corners. A lot of mech pilots instantly bought tickets in order to witness the final match. The seats for the live tournament had already been sold out within minutes while the virtual attendance numbers had multiplied by at least 3 times. While it was true that a majority of people dismissed the news or did not consider it relevant to their own interests, the Wild Fighter Association was already happy with all of the increased attention. The curious viewers who were either gullible or open-minded enough to believe in the claims were more than willing to observe the Heart of Victor's last public performance. Can a mech designed by a swordmaster truly turn me into an expert candidate? No, you idiot. Look at what happened when the staff pulled Lion Kepper aside and tested his current state. He hasn't broken through and he didn't retain any of that great skill and timing when he piloted another mech. The Wild Fighter Association held an immense interest in the strange phenomenon surrounding the Heart of Victor. The organization obtained the assent of Team Larkinson to conduct a public examination of the mech and mech pilot. The inspectors found no instance of cheating. At the very least, the 2 Larkinson journeymen didn't break any rules. They also confirmed that the heart of Victor was truly the variable responsible for increasing Liane Kepper's effective fighting abilities. This news would have been more explosive if not for the fact that Team Larkinson issued a statement that tempered the excitement. First off, don't get too excited, Keddies said in a hastily organized press conference. The heart of Victor may be a competition mech, but it is mainly a custom mech that is fully tailored to Mr. Liane Kepper. This mech will not work on anyone else. Its ability to increase Mr. Kepper's performance is mainly because I have programmed my own understanding of swordsmanship and his specific sword style into the mech design. As an officially certified swordmaster, this is well within my power. That doesn't mean I can offer the same treatment to every swordsman mech pilot. It takes too much time for me to help everyone. While I do have ideas about designing a swordsman mech that is able to provide a fraction of Heart of Victor's benefits to the masses, this project is still in its early stages. She continued to temper the overblown expectations and hype surrounding the Heart of Victor and her design philosophy. Of course, she didn't miss the opportunity to plug her upcoming commercial mech designs. Vase and Keddies had briefly discussed whether they should address the public at all, but both of them eventually agreed to issue a clarifying statement. The heat was getting a bit too high for Vase. Though publicity was generally good, he didn't want people getting the impression that Keddies could turn every mech pilot into an expert candidate, if only temporary. The Larkinson clan simply couldn't handle the massive amount of demand if the more overblown rumors continued to spread. For her part, Keddies also thought it would be good to temper everyone's expectations. She was still a relatively young and new journeyman who could never replicate what had happened with the Heart of Victor on a wider scale. Though one of her ambitions was to accomplish this exact feat, that was a matter for the far future. She did not think she could do anything of the sort unless she had advanced to Master Mech Designer. Until then, she sought to develop her methods, solutions and techniques at her own pace. She did not look forward to getting crushed by the gigantic expectations that everyone set upon her shoulders. While it was still uncertain how effective the press conference managed to dial down the hype, it was undeniable that Keddies was truly the star of the show today. Vase scratched his head as he saw that Keddies was still preoccupied with answering questions in front of many reporters from famous mech-related publications. A part of him even grew jealous at all of the attention that she was attracting. Had these idiots forgotten that the Heart of Victor was his own work as well? His work wouldn't have been able to improve Liane Kepper's effective performance to such an exaggerated degree if it wasn't a living mech. Oh well, let her have her moment. Turning Keddies into a star did not harm his interests. As a journeyman himself, he was already confident in his own work. He was a much more versatile mech designer who could design all sorts of wondrous mechs. Keddies was not a competitor as long as she belonged to the same camp as him. It was actually better for the Larkinson clan and the Living Mech Corporation if their success no longer depended solely on himself. What Vase latched onto the most was Keddies' ability to appeal to a different market segment. The interest she had managed to generate today confirmed that she had the potential to become a superstar among dedicated swordsman mech pilots. This was a huge slice of the entire population of mech pilots and would undoubtedly become a lucrative customer base for the LMC into the future. Money was one of the most valuable resources to any pioneering organizations in the Red Ocean. While connections were arguably more important, a lot of problems became manageable as long as the Larkinson clan was able to throw enough money around. Now that Keddies had proven herself to be an enormous marketing asset, Vase saw a lot more hope of acquiring the expensive toys in his shopping list. He could imagine that she could easily command the attention of the mech market with her revolutionary swordsman mech designs. This was an advantage that Vase could never obtain from Gloriana. Vase sighed, "I've been so consumed by expert mechs lately that I've been blind to the commercial side of mech design." The last round of mech design projects still played a crucial role in the evolution of his design philosophy. With all of the gains he made, he became a lot more adept at designing high-end mechs and custom mechs. He learned so much about custom mech design from Gloriana that he credited her with much of his current success in the tournament. Many of the small details that allowed Liane Kepper to adapt and leverage the strength of the Heart of Victor so well were largely derived from Gloriana's theoretical framework. Yet for all of his gains in custom mech design, Vase had not achieved a lot of breakthroughs that were relevant to mass-market mech models. He truly needed to pick them up again as the vast majority of his clients would never have the opportunity to receive his personal attention. This was also why neither Vase nor Keddies attached too much importance to the Heart of Victor. Sure, These kinds of machines were insanely useful for winning mech-related tournaments, but their utility in actual battles were much more limited. The Larkinson clan attached much greater importance to improving their ability to win large battles where the survival of its fleet was at stake. Vase still looked down on these trivial tournaments where people reveled in the glory of winning artificial duels where the threat of death was absent. It's nice to win additional carrier vessels, though. This was the true reason why he and the Larkinson clan even bothered to participate in these circuses. Vase reoriented his thoughts back to the final match. A lot was at stake. Not only would Vase and Keddies lose a lot of reputation if the heart of Victor unexpectedly faltered in its upcoming fight, the Larkinson clan would also miss out on a fleet carrier. I'm so close to winning a fleet carrier. I can't let this opportunity slip past my fingers. There was another reason why he needed to win the next match. The finals became a lot more controversial due to the rise of an unexpected dark horse. Team Hammerfall. Vase whispered. Mr. Rondell Cranston and Mrs. Gisela Cranston didn't look that remarkable at first, but their fallen retribution managed to topple one mech after another to reach the 5th round. Just like the Larkinsons, the Cranston couple had hid the capabilities of their Hammerman mech until it was finally forced to expose a lot of additional strength in the 4th round. Ever since then, Team Hammerfall attracted the interests of a lot of dwarven people. The dwarves were infamously close to each other and eagerly supported their own in events like these. Millions of them had bought virtual tickets to witness the finals and more were still tuning into the broadcast. There were 2 reasons why they all flocked to the Wild Brawl Bowl. First, they wanted to see their fellow dwarves defeat all of the tall folk and earn first place. Second, they wanted to urge Team Hammerfall to crush the Larkinsons and ruin their ambitions to become the champions of this mech design tournament. Kill the dwarf killers. Slap those war criminals in the face. Make them pay for spilling the blood of our brothers and sisters. Many of the deeds of the Larkinson clan in the Vulcan Empire were not secret. Dwarvenkin throughout human space had already heard about Vase in one way or another, and not in a good way. He had become an incredibly demonized figure in the galactic dwarven community. This made it even more important for Vase to crush his final adversary in the tournament. I can't show weakness in front of these dwarves. Although Vase was confident in his heart of Victor, the fallen retribution was not weak either. The final match of the Wild Brawl Bowl would not turn into one-sided beatdown like the previous fight between the Heart of Victor and the Thornbearer. The fallen retribution not only displayed a lot more versatility than expected, but could also burst out with a surprising amount of power. Whereas Team Larkinson sought to win the tournament by elevating the performance of a mech pilot to the greatest extent, Team Hammerfall invested all of its efforts into designing the most powerful mech. Even if the mech pilot assigned to the fallen retribution wasn't exactly stellar, its base specs were so high that it didn't matter. The finals of the Wild Brawl Bowl therefore turned into a confrontation between 2 opposing design approaches. Chapter 3512. Opposite design approach. After an extended break, the 5th and final round of the mech design tournament finally commenced. The viewership numbers had exploded as well. Not only did a lot of visitors in Chance Bay head over to the venue in order to view the match in person, tens of millions more tuned into the remote broadcast. Many of the newcomers came because they were interested in one of the 2 teams remaining in contention. The swordsman mech pilots who came to support Keddies and see the Heart of Victor repeat its brilliant performance had already started to clash with the dwarves who arrived to support their own compatriots. You damn dwarves should go back to the dirty mines where you belong. That crappy mech of yours is completely useless. You ignorant tall folk don't know what you are talking about. The Larkinsons are war criminals that deserve to be tried and executed for what they have done. The Heart of Victor has already won this duel as far as I'm concerned. No matter how strong the fallen retribution performs, it can never beat a mech piloted by an expert candidate. Ha, who cares about all of those fancy moves? Did you see how long it took for the Heart of Victor to penetrate the armor of the Thornbearer? This time, this overhyped swordsman mech will have to fight against a mech that won't get hit at all, especially by a swordsman mech that is weighed down by all of that armor. Much of the audience had already begun to divide in 2 different tribes. Neither side wanted to see the mech and team they supported lose in such an important battle. Emotions ran high, and the Wild Fighter Association was happy to fan the flames. Their commentary and marketing efforts successfully drew in a lot of impassioned fans who became invested in the success and failure of their chosen side. Meanwhile, the 2 mechs slowly appeared onto the arena, indicating that the much-anticipated fight was just about to start. Welcome to the final showdown of the Wild Brawl Bowl. Within a couple of minutes, the Heart of Victor designed by Team Larkinson and the Fallen Retribution designed by Team Hammerfall shall duke it out for one last time. Our panel of experts have thoroughly discussed the strengths and weaknesses of both mechs, so I will not test your patience by reciting all of their features. However, regardless of which mech will ultimately prove superior today, nobody can deny that they are both championship material. Win or lose, none of these two fine machines deserve to be forgotten. The announcer basically emphasized that both finalists were strong and that neither competition mech would succumb so easily. This was good as far as the tournament organizers were concerned. It was a lot harder to generate interest in a match if its outcome was already decided. Though many members of the Wild Fighter Association supported the original tournament favorites, Team Hammerfall played a crucial role in validating whether Team Larkinson deserved all of the hype. Up in the VIP section, Director Thaprim Katter was grinning like a shark. Not only did this event bring in a lot more revenue than he could ever hope for, he also had a prime opportunity to establish a favorable business relationship with Keddies Larkinson and the Larkinson clan. We are willing to offer extensive support to your clan with regards to the commercialization of any swordsman mech models. He told Venerable Dice, who was sitting next to him. No requirement is insurmountable to us. We are willing to offer a generous amount of compensation if we can gain the exclusive usage or selling rights of Swordmaster Keddies Larkinson's mech models. Even if your clan is not willing to sign an exclusive agreement with our association, we would still like to obtain priority access to her work. Venerable Dice, who sat in the seat of honor, largely ignored most of what the director had said. The man became a lot more annoying ever since the fourth match had concluded. Minister Sheddarin Pernis would be more than happy to discuss your proposals. She replied in a measured tone. You'll have to get in line, though. Last I heard from the clan, dozens of interested organizations have already approached our foreign office to discuss business deals. The Larkinson clan already noticed the increased attention from the regional community. Vase and Keddies weren't the only ones responsible for this positive turn of events. The Larkinson battalion led by Commander Casella Ingvar was also making a lot of strides, and so did many other Larkinsons participating in other tournaments. The clan was bound to gain a solid footing in the Red Ocean after this tournament run. Venerable Dice was pleased to see this happen, as it would make the Larkinsons happier and more secure in this dangerous new frontier. Meanwhile, the staff completed their inspections of both mechs. Due to the importance of this final match, the tournament organizers had to show they were being extremely thorough about maintaining the fairness of their event. Nothing must taint the outcome of the finals. No one should be able to cast any legitimate doubt about whether there was any cheating involved. Lien Kepper and Zareen Fessel, the mech pilot of the Fallen Retribution, even went through public examinations in order to confirm they were still the same people as before. The thorough inspects confirmed that they weren't bots, clones, remote-controlled or expert candidates. The Wild Brawl Bowl conclusively confirmed that they were both eligible to pilot their respective mechs for this final confrontation. The entire venue slowly grew silent as the tension built up. The two mechs both radiated a strong posture. The Heart of Victor's glow had become a bit more intense than before. Each and every victory fueled its strong and invincible posture. The swordsman mech already looked like a champion. The Fallen Retribution did not possess the advantage of a glow, but the Dwarven mech did not look weak in the slightest. Its thick and heavy frame along with its formidable Grethammer looked quite intimidating. And this was just what was visible on the surface. Many of the spectators who watched its fourth-round match already knew that the hammer-wielding mech had quite a few surprises. The suspense seemed to go on forever until the announcer finally broke the spell. Fight! The two mechs instantly exploded into action. The Heart of Victor tested the waters by throwing its chainsword at the Fallen Retribution. Of course, the Fallen Retribution easily blocked the sword with its heavy hammer. Even if the chainsword managed to strike the armor of the Dwarven mech, it wouldn't have been able to deal any significant damage. The Dwarven mech was quite tough. Not only that, but the mech was also capable of moving at a fast pace. A part of that was due to the previously hidden boosters installed on the back of the mech. While the boosters weren't particularly large or powerful, they provided the mech with a helpful push that allowed it to catch up to mechs that were ordinarily supposed to be faster. It was impossible for the Heart of Victor to maintain its distance from the Fallen Retribution because of this reason. "I'm not running anyway," Lien Kepper exclaimed as his mech kept throwing its chainsword at the approaching machine. Even though these attacks failed to inflict any damage, they still allowed him to gain a better read of his opponent. He did not know Zareen Fessel well. She was a wild fighter who hung out with a different crowd. What he did know was that Zareen was not as skilled as the best mech pilots of the tournament. Team Hammerfall consisted of a married couple of dwarven journeymen who were already closing in on the age limit of the Wild Brawl Bowl. This meant that the Cranston couple could never rely too much on the mech pilot to carry them to victory. What they did instead was to invest all of their efforts into designing a strong mech. Their overall design concept revolved around winning battles through brute force rather than superior skill. Since Team Hammerfall possessed an abundant amount of design experience, they easily managed to turn the Fallen Retribution into a powerhouse mech. Currently, its superior advancement speed along with its power presented an acute threat towards the heart of Victor. Lion Kepper did not dare to meet the dwarven mech's unstoppable charge. His swordsman mech tried to dodge aside, while the heart of Victor successfully managed to jump out of the charging line of the Fallen Retribution. The latter still had an extra surprise up its sleeve. Just before the Hammerman mech was about to miss its charge attack, the hammerhead of its weapon detached from the shaft and shot outwards on its own. The heart of Victor hastily contorted its frame in order to avoid getting hit by this dangerous weight. The Fallen Retribution stopped its charge as soon as it passed by its target. The hammerhead slowly retracted back to the long shaft, but did not completely settle back in place. Instead, it continued to hang on a chain connected to the shaft, which essentially turned the dwarven mech's main weapon from a grethammer into a flail. The flail was an unusual weapon that was quite effective in a number of situations. Its advantages was that it extended the reach of the weapon and was also handy at circumventing physical shields. The power of the Fallen Retribution turned every hammer or flail attack into a serious threat to the heart of Victor. Kedis had already warned Lion that his mech should never risk a direct impact. This severely constrained the mech pilot's options, and it showed. Even as Kedis had quietly begun to augment the heart of Victor by slipping Sharpie in its chainsword, there was little the swordsman mech could do against the lethal onslaught of the Fallen Retribution. The dwarven mech swung its flail with deadly intent as it pressed towards the heart of Victor. The Fallen Retribution's stocky frame and thick arms allowed it to wield its formidable weapon with sufficient speed to make life difficult for the swordsman mech. The heart of Victor is being suppressed by the Fallen Retribution's rain of blows. Team Larkinson's mech has yet to show any remarkable swordsmanship thus far. The truth is that even if Lion Kepper is able to perform as well as an expert candidate, he is still rendered helpless because his mech is limiting his options. We are witnessing the limits of how much an excellent mech pilot can make a difference. Both of the Larkinson mech designers have invested a great amount of effort into improving the piloting experience of their mech, but that has come at the expense of other possible improvements. This didn't matter in the previous match as the Thornbearer's spear was light enough to deflect. It is different this time as the Fallen Retribution's weapon is too heavy to divert in the same manner. The heart of Victor has met its nemesis in this tournament. Skill is no match for raw power. If the swordsman mech was faster or tougher, it would have been able to present an answer to its current predicament. As it is, Mr. Kepper must constantly work to maintain a healthy distance. The difficult situation prompted Lion to resort to throwing its chainsword again. However, the problem with that was that the Fallen Retribution constantly tried to entangle the thrown weapon. After the heart of Victor almost lost control of its weapon because the dwarven mech's flail almost managed to capture the chainsword, Lion no longer risked another throw. This weapon is too difficult to deal with. He gritted his teeth. For now, he had no choice but to adopt a more defensive posture. He knew that the Fallen Retribution's intensive movements and frequent attacks expended a lot of fuel and energy. The dwarven mech could not possibly sustain this wasteful approach for long. Zareen Fessel knew that as well. The mech pilot of the Hammerman mech did not relent, though. Instead, she intensified her attacks in the hopes of landing a lucky hit. "You can't run forever, Kepper," she roared. Chapter 3513. Superior parameters. Hot air began to cycle through the back vents of the Fallen Retribution as it expended a lot of energy to sustain its attack runs. The flail in its hands continued to swing back and forth with so much force that it had forced the heart of Victor back time and time again. The unpredictable trajectory of its chain-linked hammerhead forced Lion Kepper to concentrate most of his attention on evading the enemy's attacks. He did not dare to use the heart of Victor's chainsword as a means to block or parry the incoming attack. "My sword will crack if hit by such a heavy object." That didn't mean he gave up on counter-attacking. After adjusting to his opponent's rhythm, Lion became confident enough to begin hitting back by throwing the heart of Victor chainsword at the legs of the opposing mechs. The mech pilot had made a clever decision. If the Heart of Victor threw its chainsword at the upper body of the fallen Retribution, its weapon was bound to get trapped or entangled. Although the risk of that happened still existed if the swordsman mech targeted the thick and sturdy legs of the dwarven mech, it was a lot more awkward for the latter to defend against such attacks. The fallen Retribution can't defend against attacks from below when it is in the process of launching an attack. The heavy flail was a weapon that gained its deadliness from its mass and momentum. This also meant that it was hard to divert when it was already swinging. Normally, this did not bother the fallen Retribution all that much because it was a short and squarish dwarven mech that was considerably easier to defend than taller humanoid mechs. The fallen Retribution only had to make a small adjustment to the angle of its large weapon in order to block or batter aside any incoming sword attack. Even if the dwarven mech chose to ignore the Heart of Victor's weapon, it still didn't matter as much because its armor was substantial enough to take the blow. In the meantime, the fallen Retribution could just proceed with its original attack and land a much more serious blow onto its opponent. That was a lot harder to pull off when the chainsword flew at a downwards angle and began to chip away at the ankles of the dwarven mech. Zareen Fessel began to experience a bit of pressure herself as her mech informed her that the armor integrity of ankle sections were slowly being chipped away. The legs of a landbound mech were ordinarily thick and strong. They had to be in order to support all of that mass. Yet no matter how much protection they received, there were still limits on how thick they could be without unduly compromising mobility. A partial repeat of Team Larkinson's fourth match took place. Whenever the fallen Retribution launched an unstoppable flail attack, the Heart of Victor grasped the right timing to launch a throw attack that was impossible for the dwarven mech to defend against. While the thrown chainswords were only capable of inflicting minor damage onto the dwarven mech's thick ankles, the problem was that Lion employed great skill with every throw. His control over his mech and its sword was so high that many of the throw attacks landed on the same exact plates of ankle armor. This rapidly amped up the fallen Retribution's pressure as the annoying chainsword slowly chipped away at the buffer around its legs. The inability of the fallen Retribution to defend against these kinds of attacks was one of the demerits of its design. While it was capable of accelerating quite quickly in its current state, it was not necessarily an agile mech. It was especially difficult for the flail-wielding mech to defend against high and low attacks depending on its stance. Combined with the abnormally high precision of the Heart of Victor's throw attacks, it seemed as if the fallen Retribution was destined to have its ankles nibbled to death. The emotions among the crowd ran even higher as Team Hammerfall entered into a disadvantageous position. Ha ha ha, so what if your powerful dwarven mech can't be blocked? All of that strength doesn't mean anything if it can't hit its target. You fools. The fallen Retribution is just warming up for now. This dance is about to become a lot more dangerous soon. A competition mech that had managed to overcome 4 different opponents without fail should never be so weak. Even as the supporters of the Heart of Victor were happy with the current moment, they still held back a bit as they waited for the fallen Retribution to repeat what it had done in its last match. As the ankles of the dwarven mech became increasingly more ragged, Zareen Fessel finally couldn't take it any longer. Fine. I will fight you in my mech's true form. The fallen Retribution's boosters abruptly burned the last of its fuel at once, causing them to become damaged but at the same time propelling the machine forward at an unprecedented pace. This time, the Heart of Victor was not quite able to evade the charging mech. No matter how much Lion was able to read the enemy's movements in advance, his own mech simply didn't possess the speed to evade it entirely. He made the best response that he could do in his situation. He instructed the Heart of Victor to lift up one of its arms to block the incoming flail attack, knowing that absorbing the hit on the torso would lead to a more severe performance drop. Crunch. The Heart of Victor's arm not only sustained severe damage after colliding with the chained hammerhead, but it also bounced inwards as the limb failed to block the attack completely. Clang. The hammerhead continued to strike at the chest of the Heart of Victor, causing the mech to rattle from the kinetic impact. Fortunately, the concussive damage was not too severe due to the Heart of Victor's earlier action. However, Lian Kepper did not relax at all. He already knew what was coming. Armor Purge. Zareen Kessel roared as she activated a key command. The fallen Retribution instantly exploded as almost all of its armor plating ejected outwards. Not only that, the mech also got rid of a lot of other redundant components. Boosters, artificial musculature and other components that previously served a purpose had now been rendered redundant. A rain of solid metal spread out in all directions. Though most of these materials simply sailed through empty air before landing onto the arena floor, much of it still managed to collide against the heart of Victor with enough force to dent its own exterior. The dangerous part about this unexpected armor purge protocol wasn't the fact that the fallen Retribution had turned itself into a fragmentation grenade. The real threat was the heavy and weighed-down dwarven mech that suddenly lost a lot of mass. A short and rather skinny mech had emerged from behind the rain of metal. It held the same weapon as before, but the difference was that it had ditched its heavy hammerhead. This turned the hammer and flail combination weapon into a staff that was considerably lighter and easier to handle. It's charging. The downsized fallen Retribution rapidly dashed towards the unbalanced heart of Victor and put all of its momentum behind a killer thrust attack that had successfully impaled its previous opponent in its previous match. Of course, Lian Kepper already anticipated this move. Even though the heart of Victor experienced a lot of difficulties at the moment, the mech still retained enough control to move aside and parry the incoming staff thrust. Unlike the previous heavy flail or hammer, the fallen Retribution's weapon was no longer as unstoppable as before. Parrying the staff would not break the heart of Victor's chainsword. Now that the fallen Retribution had turned itself into a light mech with drastically different performance parameters, it utilized its exceptional speed and agility to take advantage of the damage inflicted on the heart of Victor and finish off the swordsman mech in a frenzy of staff strikes. Although the staff weapon did not seem dangerous at first, its true lethality became apparent when it was used to attack. Sharp blades extended along its shaft or from its ends whenever the staff was close to striking its target. This extra feature added a lot of penetration power to an otherwise plain weapon. The bladed staff posed enough of a threat to the heart of Victor that Lian Kepper did not dare to let the fallen Retribution succeed in its attacks. The battered heart of Victor exhibited a lot of strain in its attempts to keep up with the dwarven mech's constant circling maneuvers. Lian had to prevent his opponent from targeting his mech's undefended rear at all cost. Fortunately, the heart of Victor's turning speed was not shabby. The only downside was that it could not turn as quickly when it was moving forward. The fallen Retribution possessed all of the initiative at the moment. Though its physical strength and defenses were much weaker than before, it made up for it with mobility. It could compensate for its lack of strength by building up momentum and using its movements to enhance all of its attacks. It could make up for its lack of defenses by moving as quickly as possible while using its fairly long staff as a defensive tool. The latter became quite handy whenever the heart of Victor threw its chainsword at the slimmed-down dwarven mech. Now that the staff was no longer burdened by a hefty hammerhead, the fallen Retribution easily moved its weapons in place to block the incoming threat. Though not all of its defensive attempts succeeded, the fallen Retribution nonetheless moved quickly enough to punish the heart of Victor with a rapid strike before the latter could retrieve its chainsword. The heart of Victor is in quite a bit of trouble again. It doesn't appear to be equipped to handle fast and agile opponents, especially now that it has sustained damage. At the start, the fallen Retribution managed to gain the upper hand by virtue of its superior mechanical strength and thicker armor plating. Now, the dwarven mech has managed to regain control of this duel by relying on its crushing mobility advantage. Lian Kepper tried his best to fend off the fallen Retribution's constant harassment. Unfortunately, the heart of Victor was just a little bit too slow and sluggish to defend against the constant staff attacks. Even if he was able to read his opponent's movements in advance, the heart of Victor was unable to move as he intended to in a few instances. Each time the heart of Victor put up its guard too late, the fallen Retribution's bladed staff already punctured another shallow hole in the swordsman mech's exterior. Lian even commanded the heart of Victor to swing its chainsword like a whip. He hoped to capture the fast-moving mech with this move, but his opponent was being way too careful to fall for such a gambit. If this goes on, my mech will be stung to death. The main reason why the heart of Victor was able to hold out for now was because its substantial armor was still largely intact. As long as the swordsman mech prevented the fallen Retribution from striking its rear, it could still hold out for a time. Lian also made sure to move his swordsman mech in a way that prevented his opponent from concentrating its bladed staff attacks on the same damaged sections. This considerably increased the longevity of his mech. Many people began to assume that this match would turn into an attrition battle. Would the fast and unburdened fallen Retribution be able to gnaw the heart of Victor before it ran out of energy? Would the heart of Victor's defenses hold out long enough before the dwarven mech ran out of steam? Nobody knew, but the match became more tense than ever. Fans who were rooting for either side became more nervous than ever as they waited for one of the mechs to show weakness first. While all of this took place, Kedis began to sweat as she exerted her willpower with great effort. Sharpie had been inhabiting the heart of Victor's chainsword for over 10 minutes now, and this imposed an increasingly larger burden on her mental strength. She did not yet put in her full effort, though. She was still able to play one more card that could achieve a wonderful effect in this match. She hesitated. Was it worth it to make this move? The consequences of pulling it off in public were quite severe. Her head turned to Vase. Do it, he said. It's too risky for us to gamble on the heart of Victor's staying power. Whatever price we must pay is worth it as long as we can add an extra fleet carrier to our fleet. Kedis closed her eyes. Her concentration reached another level as she leveraged her full willpower to power her next move. The tip of the chainsword wielded by the heart of Victor gained a faint glow as Sharpie became more active than ever. In fact, Sharpie wished it could do more, but augmenting the very tip of the weapon was the limit of what it could do at the moment. The companion spirit wasn't able to sustain this state for long, so it was crucial that the swordsman Mech made its move at this time. Lion already knew what to do after being informed by his Mech. The heart of Victor tossed its chainsword straight towards the sprinting fallen retribution with uncanny accuracy. Zareen Fessel could already tell that her Mech couldn't dodge the incoming weapon, but so what? The fallen retribution quickly moved its staff into place in order to block this futile attack. Yet when the tip of the chainsword struck the middle of the shaft, the staff neatly parted in two as the chainsword unexpectedly cut through the sturdy material. What? Zareen Fessel uttered as the chainsword merrily pierced through her Mech's guard before it plunged straight into the thin and fragile structure of the fallen retribution. Time in the arena seemed to freeze for an instant before the damaged dwarven Mech lost control of its frame and tripped onto the arena floor. Since it was in the middle of a run, the fallen retribution continued to slide forward for a few seconds before it finally came to a stop. The fallen Mech, which was still impaled by a chainsword, did not move. Seconds passed by as the mostly dwarven supporters of Team Hammerfall waited for it to pick itself up again, but nothing of the sort had happened. Team Larkinson has won this match. Team Larkinson has defeated Team Hammerfall. Team Larkinson has become the champion of the Wild Brawl Bowl. As soon as the announcer's words sunk in, over half of the audience in the venue erupted into cheers. Chapter 3514. Targeted Directive. Vase Larkinson and Kedis Larkinson won first place in a Mech design tournament. This news not only shocked the entire Golden Skull Alliance, but also made other people in the Red Ocean take note. The extraordinary performance of the Heart of Victor in its final match had already turned into a legendary moment. This Mech duel turned into one of the rare instances where a regular Mech pilot managed to wield the power of an expert pilot. Even though it only lasted for an instant, this was an opportunity that countless Mech pilots dreamed of experiencing. Everyone thought that getting exposed to the power of an expert pilot in advance would help put them on the right path of becoming one themselves. Though this theory had never been proven right, just the inkling that it could increase the chance of a breakthrough generated a lot more interest in Kedis Larkinson and the Larkinson clan. The sheer amount of interest attracted by this instance threatened to overshadow the Wild Brawl Bowl. Not that the Wild Fighter Association minded it. The organization was making a killing since the news had spread. Hardly anyone paid attention to the award ceremony and instead paid money to watch or rewatch the high-quality footage of the entire duel. When Director Thaprim Katter personally handed over the so-called Wild Bull to Team Larkinson, Vase was already thinking about how he could convince the organization to give him a bigger cut of the profits of the tournament. After all, it was only due to Team Larkinson's efforts that the Wild Brawl Bull's viewership numbers had exploded. Before Vase could even bring up the topic, the director threw him a grin and patted him on the shoulder. I've taken the liberty of replacing the fleet carrier in the prize pool with a larger and more powerful one. The original fleet carrier we intended to award you has a Mech capacity of 400 mechs. The new one has a Mech capacity of 650 mechs. Not only that, she also possesses other advantages. Consider this a thank you for all of the publicity that you have generated for the Wild Fighter Association. Vase became pleasantly surprised. It appeared that Director Katter was quite clever and good at interpersonal relationships. A man in his position certainly had to know how to maintain relationships in order to do well in a central location like Vullet. Your gesture is much appreciated. I look forward to receiving this larger fleet carrier. He responded. There's just one complication, Patriarch. The fleet carrier that I intend to award to you is a pre-owned vessel. To be more exact, she is a ship that is currently in service on behalf of the Wild Fighter Association. I am still in the process of convincing headquarters to bequeath her to your clan. This cannot be done in a couple of hours. Even if we rush the administration as much as possible, it will still take at least a week to round out the paperwork. It will take even longer to clear out the entire vessel of crew, mechs and cargo. I believe we should be able to hand her over to you before your fleet departs the Vullet Central Star Node. Fleet carriers were strategic assets that organizations rarely wished to part with. The ship that Director Katter was talking about must definitely have been brought over to the Red Ocean from the Milky Way. Such vessels were precious even for large entities like the Wildfighter organization because there was a huge bottleneck in local production of capital ships. Large and well-built fleet carriers were even more crucial in the early stages of the colonization of the Red Ocean. Each of them was a powerful means for pioneers to project their power while on the move. Though Vase suspected that this fleet carrier was not the best that the Wildfighter Association could part with, it was already a pretty nice upgrade. Expanding the mech capacity of the Larkinson fleet by 250 mechs was an extremely precious gift. We do not mind waiting a couple of weeks to obtain a larger fleet carrier. My clan will assist however it can to assist with the handover process. Vase told the regional director. That will certainly be helpful. Do you need help with staffing your capital ship? No need. We have a surplus of spacers in our clan after we offloaded all of our old sub-capital ships. The two chatted for a short while afterwards. Through these talks, Director Katter clearly conveyed the desire to pursue greater cooperation with the Larkinson clan. Vase was quite happy to conduct business with the Wildfighter Association, but he was not eager to get into bed with strangers. He knew little about this organization. What was its size? Who was its leader? What were its policies? How much influence did it wield? What was its military strength? What were its objectives in the Red Ocean? Who were its enemies? There were so many unknowns surrounding this large association that Vase did not dare to make any solid promises on the spot. This was a job best suited for professionals. Someone as experienced and wily as Minister Sheddarin Pernus would definitely be able to avoid all of the traps and pitfalls that were inherent with these kinds of talks. Please have your representatives contact the Foreign Affairs Ministry of the Larkinson clan. He spoke with an easy smile. We are open to many forms of cooperation, though we are primarily interested in forging business-related ties at the moment. Understood. I hope our Wildfighter Association will be able to receive your mechs one day. The director soon moved on to chatting with Keddies. The older man became a lot more enthused with talking to the star of the show. Fortunately, Keddies was smart enough to know what she was allowed to say and what she should withhold. Vase had no worries that his fellow mech designer would spill anything inconvenient or make promises that she wasn't allowed to make. He looked down at the large bowl in his hands. This was the symbolic reward for his first place finish in the tournament. The bowl looked as if a random mech technician took a piece of scrap from a mech wreck and crudely bashed it into the shape of a bowl. The object was made out of worn, uncoated metal alloy that only received a shallow cleaning cycle that failed to wipe away all of the oil stains and scorch marks. Typical. Vase didn't mind the crudeness of this trophy. Though it looked sloppy at first glance, his craftsmanship perspective recognized that it was actually quite harmonious. Every chaotic element and every rough mark seemed to come into a whole. While the bowl was not elegant, there was a savage beauty in this artwork that resonated with Ves's sense of craftsmanship. Whoever made this bowl is a true artisan, that's for sure. Vase muttered. The quality and artistic value of this trophy far exceeded that of the cheap bronze cup that he received in his previous mech design tournament. Although it was only a small gesture, Vase truly became impressed by the thoughtfulness of the Wildfighter Association. Despite their crude image and behavior, the Wildfighters were relatively honest, sincere and straightforward. Vase became more open to entering into a business relationship with them as long as they negotiated in good faith. A lot happened after the conclusion of the Wild Brawl Bowl. First, the MTA issued a rare directive that prompted every tournament held after the Wild Brawl Bowl to amend their standard rules. The key sentence of this directive directly popped Katiz's bubble. A mech designer is not allowed to provide active assistance to the mech or mech pilot that is performing in a competitive event. Barring any exemptions, a mech or mech pilot must solely rely on the elements within the boundaries of the staging area. A small bomb exploded in Chance Bay after the MTA made this announcement. It became pretty clear that the directive was a direct response to Keddies Larkinson's actions in the final match of the Wild Brawl Bowl. Apparently, she utilized her formidable swordmaster powers to amplify the performance of her competition mech. Though a lot of people already figured this out, they never obtained confirmation from a reputable source until now. This was absolutely astounding and would have created a greater ripple effect if the MTA hadn't put its foot down. If the Mechers didn't restrict Kedis from using this power, she would have been able to sweep every mech design tournament she signed up for. Not only that, her competition mechs would have become a lot more life-threatening once they began to wield the power of an expert mech. For better or worse, she had to be stopped. Kedis looked despondent after she received the news. How am I supposed to compete in the next tournaments I signed up for? I was looking forward to winning more ships. Don't be surprised. You basically cheated, you know. Vase pointed out. It's just that the mech community never anticipated that something like this was possible, so they never wrote anything in the rules that prohibited your behavior. You should be lucky that the MTA and the Wild Brawl Bull did not retroactively apply the new rules and invalidate our final win. This means we get to keep our new fleet carrier. Kedis looked a bit happier after that. To be honest, she found her previous conduct to be a bit dishonorable. She did not become the champion of the Wild Brawl Bull by virtue of her design capabilities. She won because she leveraged her non-mech designer powers. Team Hammerfall was truly the better design team in that tournament. The dwarves should have won first place if she fully abided by the spirit of the rules. The fleet carrier was too important, though. Though Kedis cared about her honor, she cared about her fellow sisters and Larkinsons even more. If she had to play dirty in order to strengthen the Larkinson clan's ability to defend itself, then she was more willing to roll in the mud. I see you understand. Vase smiled. You did good back then. Don't let anyone take that away from you. As for your subsequent tournaments, just do your best and challenge yourself. Even if you don't manage to win any prizes, you will still be able to accrue a lot of experience. That is invaluable for you since you lack so much of it at the moment. Vase, Kedis and many other Larkinsons did not rest and continued to participate in other tournaments. Though Vase attracted a lot more attention whenever he signed up for a mech design tournament, his results were relatively mixed. He failed to win the subsequent tournaments he took part in with the time he had left. He admittedly overestimated his capabilities and tried to compete in larger tournaments where the competition was substantially stiffer. Vase did not regret his choices. Even if he did not succeed in beating all of his opponents, he still managed to pass on a few extra combat carriers to his clan. What was also important was that Vase and his fellow Larkinsons fully introduced themselves to the Red Ocean community. He fully realized that one of the reasons why so many tournaments took place in Vullet was because they were great opportunities for pioneers and organizations to familiarize themselves with each other. The better performers often proved themselves worthy for greater cooperation. It became easier and easier for the Larkinsons to get their foot in the door when it came to accessing new markets, forging new trade agreements and getting in touch with potential strategic partners. As the weeks went by, the time of the Golden Skull Alliance's stay in the Vullet Central Star Node was soon coming to a close. The fees the Larkinsons and its allies had to pay in order to stay in this haven of civilization had become increasingly more unbearable. It was not worth it for them to stay in this star system any longer. As the Larkinson clan was about to prepare for the start of its true expedition, the clansmen became busier than ever. Chapter 3515. Naval ambitions. In the later weeks of the expeditionary fleet's stay in the Vullet Central Star Node, the Larkinsons mainly became preoccupied with two different priorities. The first priority was the abrupt expansion of the Larkinson fleet. From the moment it entered the Red Ocean, the Larkinsons had just gotten rid of all of their sub-capital ships. That downsized their previously abundant ship roster down to just 9 capital ships. This was completely insufficient for the clan to safely roam the Red Ocean. The Larkinsons were desperate to expand their mech capacity and offload all of the packed mechs that were sitting uselessly inside vessels that didn't have space to accommodate them properly. The frequent tournaments held in Chance Bay were a godsend to the clansmen. Though the clan had to expose way more details and trump cards to the public than it wished, those secrets were useless if the Larkinson fleet wasn't able to field a lot of mechs into battle. If Vase had to choose between keeping his secrets or fielding more mechs, then his choice was pretty clear. The trickle of carriers entering into service provided a massive amount of relief to the Larkinson army. It was quite painful for the mech legions to retire all of their combat carriers and much of their mechs. Now that a lot of mech pilots finally regained the opportunity to pilot actual mechs, much of the pressure among the soldiers had been relieved. Though there were still a lot of mech pilots that were also waiting to get back in the saddle, the clan could only do so much. Not a lot of mech designers and mech pilots among the Larkinsons were good enough to rank high in the tournaments. People like Vase were the exception rather than the rule in the clan. Still, everyone was happy with the amount of progress they had made in the past month. An opportunity to obtain so many ships without paying a huge amount of money was extremely rare. It's a pity we can't stay any longer. Vase sighed as he looked out across the hotel window. Chance Bay was truly a place where the powerful, capable and lucky got their chances. The Larkinson clan's position in the Red Ocean used to be a lot worse before it started to win a steady amount of carrier vessels. The Larkinson clan managed to obtain so much additional mech capacity that it actually suffered a shortage of mechs to fill up all of those empty berths. Part of the reason for that was because all of the mechs got lost due to attrition. Big events such as the Larkinson Battalion's participation in the Gienah League had effectively wiped out hundreds of living mechs alone. Still, lacking enough mechs was a much more manageable problem than lacking enough carrier ships. It was a lot easier for the Larkinson clan to make up for the shortfall of mechs than to acquire additional starships going forward. Vase met up with Chief Shipwright Vivian Sy and Fleet Coordinator Ophelia Cronin in order to discuss the new additions to the Larkinson fleet. "How many ships have we gained so far?" he asked. "At this moment, we have gained possession of 36 combat carriers and 1 fleet carrier." Vivian replied, "What is your evaluation of the new combat carriers?" "They are quite good." Vivian smiled. "The combat carriers all come in several different ship classes, each of which differ in configuration, performance and appearance. They all have a standard mech capacity of 60 mechs, so you don't have to worry about that. Each of them are brand new and built in shipyards across the region. The tech and materials used in their construction roughly correspond to the level of the Galactic Heartland. They're not top of the line, but they are considerably better than the Hexer combat carriers that we used to possess." That was good news to Vase. Heartland-level starships were currently the mainstream in the Red Ocean, so the Larkinsons did not have to worry about getting outclassed when fighting against other second-class opponents. The people of the Red Ocean had become accustomed to grading the overall tech and degree of sophistication of any technological asset. For example, the Spirit of Bentime was considered a Rim-level factory ship. There were a lot of other factory ships in the Red Ocean that possessed considerably better tech and were also made out of stronger alloys. Though Vase felt a bit envious of all of the pioneers who owned superior factory ships, that didn't mean he was ready to get rid of the Spirit of Bentime. There was nothing wrong with his flagship's performance. The production halls were more than capable of producing large amounts of mechs as long as they were fed with sufficient raw materials. They were just a bit slower at it than their equivalents aboard other factory ships. Besides, it shouldn't be too difficult to upgrade the production lines in the future. More thorough upgrades required the cooperation of a shipyard, though, and that was a lot more difficult to secure. "What of the new fleet carrier that we've acquired from the Wildfighter Association?" Vase asked. "Ah, she's certainly an impressive fleet carrier." Vivian responded with a lot more enthusiasm than before. With a length of 2.9 kilometers, she is only marginally smaller than the Gorgonean. Her specs are relatively balanced and she does not possess any glaring weaknesses. One of the advantages that she brings to our fleet is her excellent support facilities. As a Heartland-level fleet carrier, she possesses much more modern repair and servicing facilities. "Does it come with any superfabs?" "Ah, unfortunately not. We have found signs that the ship used to carry one in her main workshop, but her former owners evidently removed it before handing the vessel over to our clan." Figures. To be fair, superfabs were too valuable to be given away as freebies. The Larkinsons should already be glad that the Wildfighters didn't strip the fleet carrier of her other valuable systems. Vivian continued to explain the new fleet carrier's capabilities. "Our new capital ship is more advanced than the Gorgonean in many aspects. She comes with potent power generators that can supply an abundant amount of energy to a hungry superfab or set of demanding shield generators. She comes with shield generators as well." Vase reacted with surprise. "Yes, but don't expect too much from them. They are copies of a relatively basic, wide-area model that is primarily used to block space junk from scratching the hull but can block moderate damage in a pinch. They are not designed to defend a capital ship during heavy combat." Oh well, that's another system that we should upgrade in the future." The Larkinson clan already formulated an enormous list of pending upgrades. There were so many items on this wish list that it would probably take decades to address them all. By then, the Larkinsons would have undoubtedly added a lot of other items on the list. Once Vivian finished explaining all of the essential details about the new fleet carrier, Vase asked an important question. "What about her name?" The Wild Fighter Association has taken the liberty to strip her former name. She has officially reverted to her serial number at the moment, but that is no proper name. We can christen her with a new name at any time. Then let's wait until we've wrapped up all of our business in Vullet before we hold the ceremony. It's a good way to start our upcoming journey. Once Vase finished quizzing Vivian about the new starships, he turned his attention to Ophelia Cronin. I hear that you and General Verl have come up with a new proposal related to our fleet. We did. The Ilvanan official nodded. We believe we must implement a more unified command structure in our fleet. Right now, the chain of command is not entirely clear because authority in the clan is split up between several different leaders and sub-organizations within our clan. Now that we are starting anew upon entry into the Red Ocean, I believe it is time to professionalize our fleet and bring them under a more unified command structure. Vase could already guess what Ophelia wanted to propose. You're saying, we are proposing the formation of a navy, one that is led by an admiral, sir. The woman said. Ophelia Cronin just mentioned two words that were quite controversial in human society. Ever since the age of conquest had passed, a lot of humans went out of their way to avoid the words, navy, and admiral, at all costs. Aside from the CFA and sometimes the MTA, hardly any other organization was eager to parade these loaded terms. Vase did not think it was a coincidence that the fleet coordinator used these two words to describe the formation of a new armada. Explain, he spoke. First, think of where we are right now, sir. We have arrived in a new galaxy, a small one, but one that is filled with powerful alien civilizations. Do you think the Nuncers, Puelmers and so on have agreed to abolish all of their warships? No, Vase shook his head. I don't see why that is relevant, though. The Big Two still enforces the same taboos in the Red Ocean. I have heard nothing about any exemptions. That is true, but I've spoken to a number of people including General Verl, Minister Sheddarin Pernis and high-ranking personnel from other organizations. The general consensus among them is that the Big Two will eventually relax these rules sooner or later. That was an enormous subject that Vase had no interest in discussing today. What if all of those people are wrong? Even if the MTA and CFA decide against this course of action, it is still useful for our clan to adopt a more formal fleet structure, sir. We need to become cognizant that we are constantly treading into dangerous territory when we roam across the Red Ocean. We cannot allow confusion to reign, which could easily happen if multiple leaders issue conflicting orders. I think it is pretty clear that General Verl is the ultimate authority when it comes to the disposition of our fleet in battle. Ophelia grimaced. With all due respect, General Verl is a mech officer, not a naval officer. While he knows the basics and is qualified enough to formulate our objectives, the real decisions should be made by leaders who have served on starships for their entire careers. Someone like you, perhaps. Vase raised his eyebrow. Absolutely not. Ophelia shook her head. This responsibility is too heavy for me, sir. I cannot in good conscience become the admiral of our new navy. This is why I recommend you seek a much more qualified candidate among the people in Vullet or elsewhere in the Red Ocean. While I can manage this new office in the interim, we must do our best to place a much more capable individual in this seat. Is there anyone in our clan that can fulfill this function? No, otherwise I wouldn't have made this suggestion to you. The closest naval officer that I can think of is Commodore Abigail Avern. Of the Penitent Sisters, but she still lacks the experience and knowledge to command an entire fleet. In the end, Ophelia Cronin convinced Vase of the necessity to form a proper naval organization. The main purpose of doing so was to improve the coordination and maneuvering of all of the capital ships and sub-capitals in battle. As for the eventual notion that pioneering organizations like the Larkinson clan be allowed to field warships, Vase completely ignored this possibility. There was no way the MTA would ever allow this to happen. Such a radical policy reversal directly damaged the association's interests. All right, please work with General Verl and other relevant people in the clan to make this happen. Also try and find a suitable candidate for this admiral position. We have already begun our search. Chapter 3516. Commercializing Keddies. The Larkinson clan had made clear progress in expanding its fleet. The addition of the new fleet carrier along with all of the new combat carriers made Vase feel a lot more confident about heading deeper into the Red Ocean. Though he didn't intend to travel to any hotspots, he did not want to spend all of his time holing up in a boring area. There were so many curiosities and wonders in the new frontier that any of them could give him the inspiration he needed to boost his progression towards senior. The clan was already doing well enough in prepping the new carriers. Vase did not need to supervise this process. The same could not be said for another priority of the Larkinson clan. Over the course of the Larkinson clan's stay in Vullet, Vase and several other clansmen succeeded in building up their reputation in the regional community. Many people learned of the existence of the Larkinson clan. Even more were able to recognize individual stars such as Kedis Larkinson and Commander Casella Ingvar. The successes they achieved attracted a lot of attention to the clan. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs had to work overtime in order to follow up on all of the parties that had approached the Larkinson clan in recent weeks. Vase managed to meet with his busy foreign minister in order to discuss the most promising entreaties. "You look better than I thought." "Hey, don't be fooled," the old diplomat responded. "I have been running on stimulants on a regular basis. Ordinarily, I try to avoid this measure as I do not wish to impair my judgment with artificial chemicals, but the current situation leaves me with no choice." "How so?" "You should realize that all of the interest in our clan is not permanent. People's memories are fickle. Once we depart Chance Bay, the public will soon shift their short attention span away from us and direct it towards the next big idol or success story. In a single month, 90% of the people who are fans of us will have forgotten our existence." That was a harsh and cynical description of human behavior. Though Vase wanted to believe that people were better than that, he agreed with Sheddarin's assessment. Chance Bay would continue to hold a lot of tournaments after the Larkinsons left the Central Star Node. New heroes and winners would emerge soon after, and the press would doubtlessly focus intensely on their latest toys. What does this mean for us, exactly? It means we need to take advantage of the heat of the moment. The minister answered. Our apparent value in other people's eyes has currently reached a peak. This is the time when our leverage is the highest and when our negotiating power is strong enough to extract favorable concessions from potential business partners. I see. I take it that you have already worked on a number of deals for our clan. Sheddarin nodded. My staff and I have already facilitated dozens of minor deals. None of them are too significant. They amount to giving us access to material suppliers to giving us access to exclusive marketplaces. Are there any deals that give us an opportunity to acquire more starships? I'm sorry to disappoint you, but starships and especially carrier vessels are still out of our reach. Don't let the current situation warp your expectations. The organizations that hold tournaments are much more powerful than you can imagine. They often own and operate their own shipyards. While there are various reasons why they are willing to give them away as tournament prizes, they are much more reticent about selling them to third parties. They also need the ships. Vase guessed. Correct. Not only that, they also wish to avoid strengthening too many strangers. It's an open conspiracy, if you can call it that. Those with the capability to build starships seek to widen the gap between themselves and others. Currently, our clan firmly falls in the category of other, so don't expect anyone to build up a future rival. This was not good news to Vase. It appeared that it was a lot more difficult to convince a shipbuilding company to produce additional combat carriers for the Larkinson clan. Okay, let's put this topic aside. Can you present anything promising to me? Surely we must have succeeded on other fronts. Sheddarin smiled. We do. Let's start with the biggest potential trade deal. Do you recall the Wild Fighter Association? I do. It's not easy for me to forget the only mech design tournament where I managed to reach first place. Admittedly, Kedis contributed the most back then, but it is still a highlight of my stay in Chance Bay. Well, Director Katter and his negotiators have been in touch with us. The Wild Fighter Association, and more specifically the regional director, is highly interested in obtaining our mechs. I know. The director mentioned that to me at the end of the Wild Brawl Bowl. He talked about the possibility of selling or using our mechs. We have learned much about each other during our talks over the last weeks. It has become clear that our clan is mainly interested in generating revenue while the Wild Fighter Association wishes to acquire one of Kedis Larkinson's swordsman mech designs. We have regularly consulted with the young woman in order to see what kind of arrangement that we can make. The Wild Fighters were much more enamored with Kedis than Vase. Living mechs alone didn't hold their interest. They wanted to get their hands on a mech that could visibly improve their swordsmanship like the Heart of Victor. What are the results of all of these talks? Minister Sheddarin projected the outline of a contract in front of Vase. We have developed a basic framework for a lucrative business deal. For now, the scope of this agreement is limited, but as long as both sides are happy with it, there is always a possibility for follow-up deals. Vase quickly skimmed through the document. He quickly understood that it centered around commercializing one of Katiz's mech designs. She's found a market for her Monster Slayer design. He knew how much she cared about this upcoming design project. Ketiz became inspired to design a landbound swordsman mech that excelled at dueling after surviving a battle in the Nixian Gap. Back then, she didn't have the confidence to design the mech of her dreams, but it was different now that she had become a journeyman. There was no reason for her to delay this project any further. The only major uncertainty was how she could put her work in the hands of mech pilots. That had always been a question mark to her. Vase was happy now that she found a readily available market for her first solo commercial mech design. As Vase continued to study the document, Shedrin began to explain the highlights. We have formulated a number of different proposals. Each of them differ by how extensively you are willing to cooperate with the Wild Fighter Association and how much control you wish to retain over Katiz's work. Tell me about the most lucrative plan in monetary terms. The plan that can potentially maximize our earnings is also the most difficult to realize. Shedrin warned. In summary, it entails retaining the rights to the Monster Slayer design and mass-producing its copies through our own efforts. Do we even need the Wild Fighters for that? We do. If we wish to mass-produce the Monster Slayer and distribute it to customers across the Red Ocean, we will have to cooperate with partners such as the Wild Fighters. They can help us purchase land and set up a large manufacturing complex on a friendly industrial planet. They can also assume responsibility for selling and distributing the Monster Slayers. Currently we lack the capability of doing this ourselves, so this is a good solution. Vase frowned. I thought I already told you guys that I don't want our clan to set up any facilities at fixed locations. A manufacturing complex on a planet that we don't own is bound to anchor our fleet. It doesn't have to go that far, sir. If you do not agree with this measure, then we can change to a variation of this business plan. We can either set up a subsidiary company that will mass-produce our commercial mech models on our behalf, or we can outsource production to one of the affiliated companies of the Wild Fighter Association. The downside of these options is that we will have to reduce our share of the profits of this venture. That was logical. The less the Larkinsons did themselves, the more they had to pay others to do the work. Though Vase wanted to control everything, he knew quite well that it conflicted with his desire to keep his entire clan mobile. With all of the bad experiences of the past, he strenuously objected to any plan that entailed leaving behind Larkinsons on vulnerable planets. It sounds like you have formulated additional options, he said. What is the least troublesome plan? Well, if you truly wish to minimize as much risk and entanglement as possible, then we can simply treat this trade agreement as a commission. In short, the Wild Fighter Association will commission a second-class landbound swordsman mech from Miss Ketiz. Once she has completed the design, we will transfer all of the rights pertaining to its production, distribution, sale and use to the Wild Fighter Association. It is up to our business partner to decide what they wish to do with the Monster Slayer design. The Wild Fighters can choose to commercialize it themselves or retain it as one of their exclusive member-only perks. Regardless, we will receive a generous lump sum in addition to royalties each time they produce a copy of the Monster Slayer. This was the laziest and least profitable option. It essentially reduced the Larkinson clan's role to a design studio. Once Ketiz handed over the completed design, the Larkinsons did not have to do anything else except sit back and collect the royalties. That didn't mean it was a bad plan, though. The Larkinson clan already had a lot of issues on its plate. The LMC might be a ubiquitous presence in the Yena star cluster, but it was a complete newcomer in the Red Ocean. The Mech company had no permanent offices, no manufacturing complexes, no distribution networks, no sales channels and no brand presence in this completely new area. It would take an inordinate amount of time and effort to build all of this up, especially if Vase wanted to outsource almost every responsibility to third parties. Rather than go through all of that effort, Vase vastly preferred to shove all of this trouble to a willing partner such as the Wild Fighter Association. Vase rubbed his smooth-shaven chin. I think it's best to start with a more modest plan. This is our first major business deal in the Red Ocean. We need to build up our reputation and make sure that we can deliver on our promises. I don't think it is wise to make too many commitments. What if we cannot uphold our end of the deal due to unexpected problems and incidents? Let's not forget that the situation in this dwarf galaxy is a lot more volatile than in the Milky Way. In my opinion, we should follow up on the latest plan you've mentioned. I prefer to expand it a bit and add additional clauses to the contract, but in general, I'm in favor of just letting Kedis treat this job as a one-time commission. The burden on her will also be much less as a result. All of this was quite new to Kedis. He did not wish to overwhelm her with too many distractions. I will pass your decision on to the relevant parties. Minister Sheddarin promised. Do keep in mind that we will forego the opportunity to earn up to 10 times more profit if we treat this deal as a commission. The royalties that the Wildfighter Association are obligated to pay to us will only amount to a couple of million hex credits per copy. That was quite a meager sum. If the LMC chose to produce and sell the Monster Slayer themselves, then the company could easily earn a profit of 50 million per copy. Chapter 3517. Price of Neutrality. Vase was quite glad to learn that at least one of their upcoming mech designs possessed high commercial potential. The debt of the Larkinson clan kept piling up with few changes in sight. Though he knew that this burden was not a big matter of concern with the current state of his organization, Vase was preferred not to make himself and his clan vulnerable to the demands of external creditors. The banks and financial institutions that the clan borrowed money from would definitely meddle in his affairs as long as they didn't get their interest payments on time. Though Vase was still confident in his ability to design a new cash cow that would sell well in the Yena Star cluster, he was much less certain that his products would catch on in the Red Ocean. The competition was much more intense and the locals were much more accustomed to utilizing more advanced Heartland level or even center level mech models. Together with the fact that the LMC did not even set up a single branch office in any of the major trading planets of the Red Ocean, it would be an uphill battle for Vase to get his footing in the regional mech market. Although it sounded as if that Vase didn't need to achieve quick success in the local mech market, this was a short-sighted view of the situation. Vase and his clan came to the Red Ocean in order to find success. How could they do so if they hardly did anything meaningful in the new frontier? As a mech designer, Vase needed to validate his efforts by pushing his mechs into the hands of other people. The Red Ocean was filled with mech pilots who could benefit substantially from piloting his products. The biggest reason why he had to make a name for himself in the regional mech market was to increase his reputation. Already, Vase could see how Kedis suddenly received numerous lucrative offers now that she finally built up a reputation as a mech designer. Vase could not let his former student take all of the limelight. He was the top mech designer of the Larkinson clan and his pride would not allow him to get outshined by one of his own subordinates. Though he preferred it if he was the one to blaze a trail for the Larkinson clan, the current reality did not allow it yet. Even if he performed quite well in a few of the mech design tournaments he participated in, his design philosophy was difficult to translate and explain to the masses. In contrast, Kedis designed swordsman mechs that possessed capabilities that no one had even seen. Many swordsman mech pilots became instantly attracted by the prospect of inheriting a portion of her transcendent swordsmanship. If they had to pilot her mechs in order to receive this benefit, then they would definitely try to get their hands on them one way or another. Vase could not ask for a better chance for the LMC to introduce itself as a brand in the Red Ocean. He didn't even really care about the profits that his clan could earn from commercializing one of Ketiz's future mech designs. What he truly sought was to build a brand and increase the Larkinson clan's reputation. This was the only way he could get powerful organizations to take the Larkinsons more seriously. Over time, Vase had no doubt that he would receive the opportunity to acquire more carrier vessels. Expanding the fleet was the Larkinson clan's highest priority at this time. Its fleet must at least reach its former height back when it was still in the Milky Way in order for the Larkinsons to possess a basic measure of security. Once the Larkinson clan was able to field an entire mech division's worth of machines into battle, Vase would feel a lot more confident about heading deeper into the Red Ocean. Now that he gained a personal interest in this potential trade deal, the Larkinsons and the Wildfighters made a lot of progress in their talks. Vase talked to numerous people in order to figure everything out and make sure that this agreement benefited everyone involved. One of his biggest concerns was what would happen if the Larkinson clan began to associate with the Wildfighter Association. No organization truly stood alone and all of them tended to belong to a specific camp. Vase did not want to wake up one day and find out that the Wildfighter Association was actually an ally of the infamous dissolution faction of the MTA. He met with Minister Sheddarin in order to pick his brain on this matter. What is your understanding of the Wildfighter Association? The old man looked up from his terminal in his temporary office. The Wildfighter Association has a relatively clean history, if that's what you are worried about, sir. It was originally a club set up by a group of mech athletes in the Galactic Heartland. This happened back in the first decades of the age of mechs. The mech community was much rougher and more rudimentary at the time. I can imagine that many mech organizations rose up at the time. Correct, but few have managed to withstand the test of time. The Wild Fighter Association was not the most brilliant or successful among them, but its steady growth and stable stewardship allowed it to surpass nearly all of its former rivals. After 4 centuries of unceasing growth and expansion, it has gained a powerful voice in many circles. I see. Do they have any ties to any political entities that might be of concern to us? Vase asked. Are they close to the Terrans or Rubarthans, for example? As far as my research goes, the Wild Fighters have always tried to project an image of neutrality. Sheddarin replied. They did not always succeed in doing so, but they have successfully maintained branches in both first-rate superstates. They cannot get away with it if they explicitly picked a side. Vase became more reassured. That's good to hear. Does the Wild Fighter Association have any enemies? Certainly. They should not be of much concern to us, though. The Wild Fighter Association's ultimate ambition is to become the premier club and advocacy group of all melee mech pilots in human space. Most people generally aren't affected by this, but there are certain other advocacy organizations that do not take kindly to this goal. Think of societies that try to instill proper knightly virtues in defensive mech pilots. They despise the undisciplined and uncontrolled values that motivate the Wild Fighters. Though this conflict sounded fairly troublesome, none of these ideological and competitive disputes involved the Larkinson clan. If the Wild Fighter Association went down one day, Vase had no problem cooperating with its rivals. This made it even more important not to get too close to the Wild Fighters. Treating this upcoming trade deal as a one-time commission was the safest way to stay out of this irrelevant turf war. After all, the Larkinsons wouldn't suddenly become die-hard allies of the Wild Fighters just because they provided a single service. As Vase continued to discuss his plans and intentions with Minister Sheddarin, they also talked about what they should do next if this trade deal became a success. If the Monster Slayer truly achieves commercial success, then you must know that the Wild Fighter Association will insist on building up on this success. Sheddarin told Vase, we need to make a careful decision on how to respond to this demand. Vase snorted, isn't the answer clear, my dear minister? If we want to emphasize our own neutrality, we have to do the same thing that the Wild Fighters have done with the Terrans and Rubarthans. We propose a similar trade deal to one of their rivals. That can be quite risky, sir. Proceeding with this course of action may reduce the heat we've accumulated from external organizations, but it will also destroy much of the goodwill that we've built up with the Wild Fighter Association. Our old business partner will not grant as much access to their network anymore, and you can say goodbye to any hopes of commissioning carriers from any of the shipbuilding companies tied to the Wild Fighters. Vase grimaced when he heard that. There was always a price for every decision. All of these entities with shipyards in the Red Ocean were extremely stingy about choosing their customers. They would never accept a commission from an unreliable or double-dealing business partner. I think we'll just have to accept the consequences in that case. He sighed. Don't get me wrong, I don't want to miss this opportunity either, but let's not forget about lessons we've learned in the past. We are only pawns in the eyes of the big boys like the Wild Fighter Association. Who knows whether it will sell us out one day? Without a strong power base, we can't really put too much trust in any of the major players in the Red Ocean. The new frontier was an enormous treasure land that drew in a lot of greedy and ambitious people. These kinds of folk were probably willing to go far in order to fulfill their goals, and Vase did not dare to put too much faith in their sincerity. While Vase had a good impression of Director Thaprim Kader, the man did not lead the Wild Association. He was merely an underboss within the massive trans-galactic organization. This meant that anyone who ranked higher than Director Kader could easily upset the man's original plans and screw over any deal that the Wild Fighter Association had made with the Larkinson clan. You don't trust easily, do you, sir? Minister Sheddarin pointedly asked. Why do you ask a question if you already know the answer? A question doesn't always revolve around the answer. Sometimes, the point of a question is to make people think. Right now, you are displaying an excessive lack of trust in potential business partners. That is not conducive to enduring success. Vase ignored Sheddarin's advice. His mind was already set and nothing would change him from this course. In any case, it was too early to go through this strategy. The Larkinsons still needed to conclude their first deal with the Wild Fighters. Vase frequently met with Kedis in order to make sure she was willing to do her part. When she heard about the likely terms of the final contract, she seemed happy enough. It's not my business to decide how my mechs will be produced or sold, she told him as she manually wiped the surface of her greatsword with a cloth. I just want my Monster Slayer model to have meaning, unlike the other mechs I've designed by myself. I originally designed it to be a dueling mech, and putting it in the hands of an organization that is really big with mech athletes sounds like a great way for my Monster Slayer to show up in the mech arenas. The more mech pilots I can help with my work, the better. For this reason, I hope the Wild Fighter Association won't keep my product for itself but also sell it to the public. We'll make sure the Wild Fighters do so, Vase promised to her. Seeing one of your works achieve commercial success is one of the greatest forms of validation that mech designers like ourselves can receive. It is always difficult to evaluate whether you have done good work, and trying to compete against other mech designers in an open mech market is a clear way for you to know the truth. Vase had built up a lot of confidence for himself because of the same reason. The Desolate Soldier, the Doom Guard and the Ferocious Piranha had all proven without a doubt that his work could add value to his customers. The time he spent on progressing design philosophy was not in vain. One of the reasons why Kedis always lacked confidence in her own products was because she never went through the same experience. This time, Kedis must definitely succeed. Chapter 3518. Upcoming custom mechs. It did not take long before the Larkinson clan and the Wild Fighter Association finalized all of the details and came to a consensus. One of the biggest hurdles in the round of negotiations was determining how much money the Living Mech Corporation should earn per produced mech. Obviously, a strong mech was much more valuable than a weaker one. Yet how could anyone determine where the Monster Slayer design fell in this spectrum? Not even Kedis knew how good her solo mech design would be. Her track record was too small to make a reasonable assessment on the value of her upcoming work. Eventually, both sides decided to wait until Kedis completed the Monster Slayer design before defining the exact sums. This was the fairest way to settle this question and also provided additional motivation for Kedis to do her best for her debut commercial mech design. To commemorate this important cooperative venture, the Larkinsons and the Wild Fighters gathered together in order to hold a modest ceremony. Vase and Director Katter both signed the virtual document that represented the contract that they had agreed upon. Both of them smiled and shook hands before exchanging pleasantries. I hope Miss Kedis will be able to deliver a complete mech design within a year. Director Katter said, we will make sure of that. Vase promised. The Monster Slayer was not supposed to be a complex mech design. Kedis wanted to design a clean and simple landbound swordsman mech that was affordable and maximized the impact of piloting skill to win its battles. There was no need to burden its design with needless and expensive gimmicks. Vase estimated that Kedis should be able to design a basic, low-budget swordsman mech model in 4 to 5 months. However, the Wild Fighter Association demanded a Heartland-level mech design that performed well enough to impress most crowds. This meant that it had to incorporate more advanced materials and components than what Kedis had been working with in the past few years. This meant that she needed to learn a lot in order to master all of these new resources. That would definitely add a few additional months to the project duration, so it was prudent to set a more generous deadline. Who knew what would happen in between that might cause the design project to be delayed? Once the ceremony had ended, Vase happily returned to his hotel. He was pleased now that there was finally another mech designer who could take over some of the burden of financing the Larkinson clan. Kedis is finally turning a profit for me. Vase smirked. It was worth it to invest all of that time and effort into nurturing her. Once she makes a name for herself, we can earn a lot more money from her second commercial project. Though Director Katter saw a lot of promise in Kedis's work, he did not dare to go all out. Kedis still needed to prove herself in the commercial arena before the Larkinson clan was able to demand higher prices from its business partners. Even so, the loose estimates he heard from the financial experts of his clan were quite optimistic. The Living Mech Corporation could potentially earn as much as 5,000 MTA credits on an annual basis. Of course, all of this money came in the form of royalties. Since the Wild Fighter Association was doing most of the work, it was natural for it to receive a much bigger cut of the profits. There was a huge difference between earning 5,000 MTA credits and 50,000 MTA credits per year. Yet Vase did not let his greed overcome his better sense in this instance. He knew quite well that earning the latter amount was much more troublesome than he could handle. It's good to sit back and just watch the money roll in by itself. he muttered as he returned to his upscale hotel suite. Meow. Lucky greeted as Vase returned to his temporary home in Chance Bay. Meow tilde. Clixie blinked at Vase as she rested beside the crib where little Aurelia was napping. Speaking of earning money, while Keddies was taking her first steps to put money in the Larkinson clan, his wife had been doing the opposite. Welcome back, Vase. Gloriana smiled as she carefully brushed her brand new personalized designer handbag. Look what I've got. It took a few weeks for Honbach to fulfill my custom order, but I've finally received my long-awaited hand-stitched two-toned lavender and white Puelmer leather Jarna handbag. Look at this leather. You have to feel its texture. Look at these seams. They're so precise and dense that it is hard to believe it is all done by hand. Look at how the artisans have managed to form my initials with precious red jewels. Honbach completely delivered what I asked. Vase wanted to puke when he saw the handbag. The most generous term to describe the design of this designer item was that it was fashion-forward. The idea of using the skin of a sentient alien race to produce a new form of leather and dye it in bright tones before turning it into a handbag was certainly not a normal idea. Only a pretentious fashion company like Honbach could turn stupid ideas into highly desirable luxury goods. To be fair, the craftsmanship of Gloriana's new handbag was truly good. If Vase ignored its unconventional design, the workmanship was truly worth a lot of money. He would never pay 120 MTA credits for this bag, though. The more he thought about how much money Gloriana had spent in her shopping spree, the more Vase became upset at how much the Larkinson clan's debt burden had grown. He had to shift his attention away from this infernal bag as soon as possible. Ahem, our clan has gained a new expert pilot, he said as he turned away in order to remove the overpriced handbag from his sights. Commander Casella Ingvar needs an expert mech. We can't cooperate with Master Willix this time, so we need to turn to another helper in order to design such a high-end mech. We've already cooperated once with the Hexer Master Mech designer who should almost be done with completing the new expert mech design for my brother. No, Vase immediately barked. We're not going to work together with the Hexers. I've been thinking about working together with Professor Benedict Cortez of the Cross clan. He might not be a master, but he's an excellent senior. We're bound to design a high-tier expert mech for Patriarch Reginald Cross in the near future, so we can treat this instance as an exercise to help us get accustomed to working together. Though the Cross clan had become increasingly eager to deliver a masterwork expert mech to its patriarch, this job could not be rushed. After entering the Red Ocean, the Larkinsons weren't the only newcomers who had to get accustomed to all of the new tech, materials and methods. Though Vase had no idea what Professor Benedict was doing these days, the ambitious senior was probably doing his best to expand his own design and production capabilities. Even a senior needed time to absorb all of the new possibilities available in the Red Ocean. As long as Professor Benedict invested a year to get up to speed, he would assuredly be able to design vastly superior mechs. Of course, all of those new toys also cost a lot more money. Just like the Larkinson clan, the Cross clan needed time in order to generate a source of revenue and gain access to all of the resources necessary to construct the best possible expert mech for Patriarch Reginald. While neither Vase nor Gloriana were eager to cooperate with mech designer that was less capable and less trustworthy than Master Willix, the Larkinsons had little choice. Vase simply didn't know enough high-ranking mech designers. He hadn't managed to befriend a single senior or master during his stay in Chance Bay. Even if he did acquaint himself with these higher figures, he would be quite reluctant to involve them in the design of one of the key strategic assets of the Larkinson clan. What if they sold him out to his enemies? While Professor Benedict was anything but harmless, Vase was confident that the man was currently on their side. Past incidents had brought the Larkinsons closer to their allies. There should not be a compelling reason for the former Skull Architect and the Crossers to abuse his trust. Though Gloriana tried to convince Vase that the clan was better off if they cooperated with proper masters like the ones from her former state, he remained unmoved. Fine then, Gloriana angrily said as she hugged her expensive new handbag. Her slim palm lovingly rubbed its unique textured surface. If you want us to collaborate with Professor Benedict, then go ahead. Just know that a senior will never be as good as a master. Vase crossed his arms. That's not necessarily a bad thing. Master Willix only contributed the bare minimum to our expert mech designs. If she added anything more, her powerful design philosophy would have overwhelmed ours. When we cooperate with Professor Benedict, we need to make sure that he restrains himself. Commander Casella's first expert mech ought to be a Larkinson mech, not a Crosser mech. Now that he made his decision, the couple moved on to discussing their other future projects. Have you decided what you will be doing for the upcoming design round? He asked. I plan to design 3 custom mechs for individual Larkinsons. She answered. There are a number of Larkinson mech pilots who have waited too long for a reward. They've collected a lot of Larkinson merits and are willing to spend most of it to obtain a powerful custom mech. Who? Commander Melchior Larkinson, Vincent Rickelin and Imon Ingvar. Vase fell into thought as he heard those names. 1 regular mech pilot and 2 expert candidates. Although he wasn't sure whether Vincent and Imon needed a custom mech from his wife, Commander Melchior had waited too long to receive a personal reward. Vase felt a bit guilty about neglecting the Avatar commander. He never had enough time and there were always greater priorities on his mind. It was ultimately good that his wife could take over this responsibility. Melchior truly deserved better. Gloriana briefly outlined her preliminary ideas about her custom mechs. Commander Melchior is a ranged mech specialist, so I intend to design a rifleman mech for him. She said, although I mostly want to design this mech on my own, I will need your help to pair my work with a good Luminaire crystal rifle. I can do that. Good. As for Imon Ingvar, he's a melee mech pilot but fights best with swords. I'll have to design a swordsman mech for him, and I intend to call upon Kedis to contribute to this project. That didn't sound like a solo project anymore, but Vase did not mind all that much. The mech pilots would never reject the opportunity to pilot a stronger and better designed custom mech. What about Vincent's custom mech? He works best with a hybrid mech design, so I intend to develop a more powerful incarnation of his old Adonis Colossus. Vase looked surprised. Are you sure you're okay with designing a masculine mech? His wife did not deign to reply. She merely snorted as if she was offended by his doubts. Okay. I look forward to seeing how you'll complete this design. It would certainly be an interesting design. There had to be a reason why Gloriana took it upon herself to design a mech for one of the most masculine mech pilots in the Larkinson clan. What was interesting about this custom hybrid mech design was that Gloriana intended to rely on herself to complete this project. She even chose to avoid Luminaire crystal technology so that she did not have to ask for his assistance. Chapter 3519. Command Mechs. It had been weeks since Commander Casella Ingvar broke through. She spent much of her time recovering from her previous overexertion and learning everything she needed to know as an expert pilot. Fortunately, she received plenty of assistance in that regard. The other Larkinson expert pilots freely inducted her into their circle and shared many useful tips. Casella also paid a visit to the MTA's main headquarters in Chance Bay. The mechers over there warmly welcomed her and provided an abundant amount of information to her. They even dispatched one of their own authorities on command-type expert pilots in order to guide her how to develop her rare abilities. When Vase finally visited her in person, she was lounging leisurely at a private park while holding a data pad in front of her face. She had to learn a lot more about leadership and how to command larger units in order to make the most of her capabilities in battle. Casella wasn't alone when Vase arrived. It turned out that her brother was keeping her company as well. The male Ingvar sibling looked a lot more subdued compared to his sister. This was no surprise to Vase. The two had broken through to expert candidate at the same time, but their trajectories increasingly diverged over time. Casella Ingvar not only became the Legion commander of the Living Sentinels, but also became the designated mech pilot of the Quint. When she participated in the Gienna League, she quickly made a name for herself by leading the Larkinson battalion to victory. Undergoing apotheosis during the semi-finals of this massive tournament was her greatest and most glorious accomplishment up to this point. Her future was undoubtedly bright now that she had broken through. As a transcendent mech commander, she was bound to contribute massively to any major battles fought by the Larkinsons. As for Imon Ingvar, he was still an expert candidate who had yet to stand out in any way. He couldn't command any troops. He got rejected by the Quint. He never managed to perform well enough in any tournaments. He was too burdened by doubts and uncertainty to sublimate his willpower. Vase could clearly see that his sister's unexpected advancement had a negative effect on Imon's confidence. It was always hard for people to compare their efforts to their peers. It was especially difficult if the object of comparison was a particularly close friend or relative. Though Vase felt pity for Imon, it was pointless for him to assuage the expert candidate with empty words. Gloriana could probably do much better. She would surely be able to cure Imon's malaise once she completed her custom mech design. Patriarch. Hello, Ingvars. Vase greeted as he approached the siblings. He hesitated whether he should tell Imon to wander off, but he decided against it. He didn't intend to discuss anything too sensitive this time. First off, congratulations for breaking through, Casella. I always thought you and your brother had promise when I initially recruited you back in Kinner tribe territory. I'm glad to see that you have managed to bloom under the Larkinson clan's care. Now that you have become more powerful, I hope you will be able to shoulder a greater burden in defending our clan going forward. I will always do what I can to protect our fellow Larkinsons. Casella spoke. The two began to chat a bit about her new status and responsibilities in the Larkinson clan. While Vase listened to her responses, he studied her carefully with the help of his spiritual senses. Her vibe was a lot different from the other Larkinson expert pilots. One of the biggest differences between Casella and her peers was how her willpower was a lot softer and more subtle than he expected. Expert pilots such as Venerable Orphan and Venerable Janzi were like blunt instruments. It was completely obvious what they were all about. Their goals and conduct were so aligned that they came across as one-dimensional in many cases. Even a more complicated individual such as Venerable Joshua still possessed an open and transparent personality. He possessed a strong will that constantly drove him to pursue the wonders of life. That didn't mean that Commander Casella was a scatterbrained expert pilot. Vase could readily sense a lot of drive in her. She felt responsible for the Larkinsons and wanted to protect them to the best of her ability. While Vase found it curious that Commander Casella was motivated by the same reasons as Venerable Janzi, it quickly became clear that the Sentinel commander did not suddenly turn rude. Casella retained much of her calm, thoughtful and considerate personality. Vase found it a pleasure to discuss important matters with her. In contrast, he wouldn't have been able to remain calm if he talked to Janzi. The more time he spent in Casella's presence, the more he sensed the differences in her force of will. Her willpower might not be as hard and tough as that of the other expert pilots, but it possessed a much more gentle character. Vase even felt her force of will attempting to embrace and connect to his mind as if she was a spiritual network. This was a fascinating observation. It looked as if her force of will partially imitated the Larkinson network. The implications were massive. Though Casella's force of will was too weak to form any solid connections to any clansman, the story would be completely different as long as she piloted an expert mech that designed to facilitate this process. Vase already had a good idea on how he should tackle his next expert mech design project. Let's talk about your upcoming expert mech, he said, eager to broach this topic. I'm sure you know what expert mechs can do for you. Each of them are designed and built to amplify your power by allowing you to resonate with them. We'll have to visit an exotics warehouse in order to find out which resonating materials you are compatible with, but once we find a couple of matches, our design department will do its best to provide you with an expert mech that maximizes your ability to influence a battle. The Sentinel commander nodded. Every expert pilot was entitled to receive a compatible expert mech. It was one of the ironclad customs of the mech community, and this matter was especially pertinent to a clan led by a mech designer. She had no doubt that Vase would do his best to provide her with a strong expert mech. She knew her own worth. With her command-oriented abilities, she could provide an immeasurable amount of assistance to the thousands of regular mech pilots fighting in the field. The Larkinson clan would be stupid to neglect her potential as a powerful force multiplier. I am not too well versed in expert mechs, so I can only give my general thoughts. Casella said, if possible, I want to pilot a mech that can function as both a rifleman mech and a command platform. I primarily need the former in order to protect myself and my clansmen against enemy expert mechs. As for the latter, I need to gain the best possible overview of a battlefield no matter how chaotic it becomes. My expert mech should also possess powerful communication systems to make sure I can stay in touch with everyone. These were all standard demands that Vase had already expected from her. None of them were difficult to realize in an expert mech. Vase looked forward to designing his first true command mech. Such mechs rarely showed up in skirmishes and incidental battles. They were only prevalent in large-scale military campaigns where a lot of different mech forces blended together in a war theater. In fact, the use of command mechs was something of a controversial topic in the mech community. On one hand, they provided battlefield commanders with excellent tools to command a battle and communicate with different units. On the other hand, they were obvious targets that enemies loved to eliminate in order to decapitate a mech force's leadership. In general, their use depended on the culture, history, mech doctrine and customs of a state. They were also much more useful in certain environments than others. Though the Larkinson clan did not make use of command mechs so far, that didn't mean that Vase hated them. He just didn't see the need to field them considering that the Larkinsons fought most of their battles in the vicinity of their fleet. The command centers aboard ships such as the Gorgonean and the Graveyard were able to establish much greater command and control than any command mech. We can do all of that, Vase told the new expert pilot. I think we can do more, though. Every expert mech that we have designed so far all possess distinct advantages that give them an extra edge in battle. The Dark Zephyr is able to create illusionary clones of itself. The Amaranto can bend its beam attacks. The Riot is surprisingly resilient despite being an offensive mech. The First Sword can cut through anything. The Shield of Samar can manipulate gravity. The Everchanger, well, let's just say that our enemies will regret confronting it in battle. Casella's eyes lit up when Vase mentioned the distinctive advantages of the Larkinson expert mechs. As a mech pilot herself, how could she not be attracted by these possibilities? She sighed. I don't know what is possible for expert mechs. Me neither. While I already have a few ideas, I need to conduct research in order to determine whether they are viable. We also need to find out which resonating materials you are compatible with. Hopefully, we'll be able to find a match with a resonating exotic that can amplify your leadership abilities. Chance Bay was a huge trade nexus. A lot of new and existing resonating materials could be found in one of its many marketplaces. Though there wasn't enough time to visit all of them, he could still bring Casella to a couple of them in the time they had left. Once you begin to design my expert mech, I hope you put most of the emphasis on command rather than combat. My expert mech doesn't have to be as good as the Amaranto. I can perform a much more useful role if I can reach more clansmen in battle. Vase frowned a bit. Are you sure you want to take this route? Expert pilots like you are powerful combatants regardless of your specializations. So far, our clan is still a bit short on expert mechs. Isn't that what the battle criers are for? Casella responded. Even if our next opponents field more expert mechs than us, we will not be as disadvantaged as before. That's true. There will always be more expert pilots, sir. Each of them can become a champion or a powerhouse, she said as she directed her gaze towards her silent brother. However, I doubt they can become powerful commanders like myself. I think it is best if I am able to excel in my role. She had a good point. Her logic was sound and this was definitely in the best interest of the Larkinson clan. Once they agreed on the basic framework of the Larkinson clan's next expert mech, Vase turned to a different subject matter. How's the Quint? Casella's mouth twitched into a smile. The living mech is different. I think I managed to teach it a profound lesson. Now that you've become an expert pilot, it's not that appropriate for you to pilot it anymore. It's best if we give the opportunity to pilot it to another expert candidate. I understand, she nodded. Even though the Quint has become a lot more well-behaved as of late, I'm eager to move on to a different mech. Not all living mechs are pleasant company. Some are too irritating to spend time with. I would rather pilot an ordinary bright warrior until I receive my expert mech. Vase hastily shook his head. We don't need to go that far. If you want, we can purchase a specialized command mech from the local mech market. It's not going to be a living mech, but it will allow you to exercise your leadership capabilities in advance. What do you think? Chapter 3520. The Gate of Heaven. Starting a new expert mech design project was not an easy task. Fortunately, Vase already completed them before and knew what was needed in order to start them up. Finding compatible resonating materials was usually one of the first steps to designing expert mechs. Every expert pilot depended on resonating materials to generate true resonance with their powerful machines. An expert mech without suitable resonating exotics or alloys could not be called an expert mech at all. It would merely be regarded as an overpriced custom mech. Vase therefore brought Commander Casella on a quick tour through several different material warehouses and marketplaces. A lot of visitors, mostly mech designers, frequented them as these locations sometimes held the key to their advancements. Vase decided to visit the marketplaces for another reason besides finding suitable resonating materials for the Larkinson clan's latest expert pilot. He wanted to see if he could discover new spiritually reactive materials. The Red Ocean was a dwarf galaxy that emerged under different circumstances than the Milky Way. It was filled with brand new satellites that generated a wealth of different substances that each possessed properties that were rare or non-existent back in humanity's home galaxy. Not only that, the Red Ocean was also filled with brand new alien civilizations. Vase was curious to see whether any interesting alien races managed to develop any materials and technology that interacted with spirituality in any way. So far, It sounded as if only the mysterious phase whales might have developed applications in this direction, but the problem was that they were way too elusive. During his tour of the marketplaces, he surprisingly failed to find any materials that responded to his spiritual probes. This disappointed him a lot. He had a lot of expectations about the Red Ocean. He hoped that the resources available in the Red Ocean would be more spiritually sensitive than the resources back in the old galaxy. Still, Vase consoled himself that these public marketplaces only held a sample of all of the diverse materials available in the Red Ocean. Meow tilde. Lucky excitedly gestured his paws at a shop that sold wreckage of alien starships. Not now. I'll promise I'll buy you a snack when we get out, but for now I need to save my wallet for business expenses. Meow. It was torture for Lucky to gaze upon all of these yummy new materials. Each of them looked and smelled delectable to his artificial senses. Why did Vase even bring him along if he wasn't allowed to snack whatever grabbed his fancy? It was too bad that Vase remained unsympathetic to his gem cat's plights. The main reason for taking Lucky along was to update his database. As long as Lucky encountered a specific material once, he should be able to find and recognize it more easily. There was one special substance that Vase wanted to seek out the most. Let's head to the upper floor, he told Casella. Isn't that? Yes. We're not going to buy any of it, but it would be good to see it in person. Vase, Casella, Lucky and their small entourage of guards floated up to the top floor of the market building. Not everyone was allowed to enter this special place, but Vase easily made it through due to his pioneer status. He entered a small chamber where dozens of other pioneers were standing or floating around a transparent cage which contained a highly remarkable material sample. Meow. The cat twitched and acted as if he was in the presence of a furnace. Vase looked curious at his pet's reaction. He found it strange that the special material was able to elicit such a weird reaction from Lucky while he felt nothing different. It was only when he stepped a little closer that his body began to react in a strange way. His flesh and bones seemed to shake as if they were being massaged by a faint pressure wave. You must be feeling it now, a pioneer remarked as the older woman glanced at the newcomers. What you're experiencing at the moment is a sign that you're in the presence of a good that can change humanity. Humanity already sang so many praises about this wonder material that people even began to refer to it as the gate of heaven or the instrument of conquest. Your body isn't actually shaking. What is actually happening is that the material dimensions around you are warping due to the activity of the precious exotic captured within this cage. There was only one natural material that could achieve this effect. Phase water. A gravity cage suspended 10 milliliters of pure, unprocessed phase water above a pedestal. If anything happened, a hard cage would instantly form around the floating drop to prevent it from threatening the lives of the people who visited this exhibit. Phase water was an extremely dangerous and toxic high-grade exotic that should never be handled without protection. For this reason, no one was allowed to step within 20 meters of this tiny drop of phase water. Vase was a little disappointed at this excessive safety measure. Though there was plenty of documentation surrounding the dangers of phase water, he still wanted to get closer because he felt a subtle connection to this material. To be more precise, his Jutland organ and the strange high-level energy cycle it maintained in his body both began to react from the faint dimensional warping taking place around the phase water sample. A lot of different thoughts rolled through his mind. While he wasn't able to confirm that his Jutland organ had any special relations with phase water, it at least reacted to destabilizing effects of this liquid exotic. That's not why I'm here, though. There was another for him to seek out phase water. What he truly wanted to know was whether phase water was spiritually reactive. The implications of phase water interacting with spiritual energy in any way were massive. Not just Vase, but also the Five Scrolls Compact and many other powerful organizations would look at this exotic in a different manner if it could be manipulated with metaphysical power. Vase needed to act extremely cautious here. Although it was a risk for him to attempt this exploration in a settlement that was under the complete control of the MTA, he simply didn't want to wait until he stumbled upon phase water in the wild. Who knew how long it would take for that to happen? Though phase water was supposed to be relatively prevalent in the dwarf galaxy, that didn't mean it was easy to find. Many alien races already understood the value of this exotic and exhausted a lot of easy sources. Even then, the horde of human pioneering fleets flooding into the new frontier already uprooted a lot of them. Humanity's hunger for phase water was as insatiable as Lucky's desire to fill his stomach with exotics. All of this meant that the zones closest to the central star nodes such as Vullet had already been drained of phase water. The Big Two along with the earliest waves of pioneers had already scoured them clean of every accessible drop of phase water in all of those star systems. Though there were probably more deposits of phase water hidden in those areas, it probably took a lot more effort to uncover them. Even if the Larkinson clan possessed the advanced prospecting tech that were sensitive to phase water, it was unlikely that Vase could intrude into other people's turf and steal away the bounty unnoticed. If the Larkinson clan wanted to harvest phase water in peace, it needed to range much further beyond the starting point of humanity's invasion of the Red Ocean. All of that would take a lot of time. If Vase and Lucky didn't get in touch with phase water in advance, who knew when they would actually have the chance to get close again? This was why he decided to try and reach out to the phase water sample today. He just couldn't hold himself back anymore. Of course, he tried to act as discreetly as possible. He pretended to explain a few basic properties about phase water to Casella while he quietly extended a minute spiritual projection towards the silent drop. Just like regular water, phase water was completely transparent and possessed the same fluidity. If not for the fact that phase water generated increasingly greater dimensional fluctuations up close, it would have been difficult to tell them apart. As Vase brought his spiritual probe closer, he increasingly felt the effects of the dimensional warping. It was as if he was walking on smooth pavement only to go off-road. The trail he traversed became increasingly difficult to traverse as it led straight into wild country. When his spiritual probe approached a distance of around 13 meters of the sample, it became a bit more difficult for Vase to maintain it. The warping effect became more turbulent as his probe continued its way to the center of the cage. Vase could already imagine that a lot of tech would malfunction when subjected to this dimensional turbulence. Moving parts would get misaligned while electronic signals might no longer convey their original messages. This effect is familiar. The effect these strange dimensional fluctuations could have on technology reminded him of the hazardous conditions that Vase and the flagrant sword maidens once endured on the surface of Eon Corona 7. He did not forget that the planet-wide dimensional warping effect was originally created by a crashed CFA battleship. The Starlight Megalodon's malfunctioning FTL drives created such a powerful spectacle that a completely different ecosystem appeared on that cursed planet. With all of the knowledge and insights he acquired since that time, Vase began to develop a different understanding of this incident. His eyes minutely narrowed. Did the CFA already possess abundant access to phase water long before the Big Two secretly invaded the Red Ocean? The fleeters put enough phase water into the FTL drives of the Starlight Megalodon that their partial ruptures completely changed the environment of a heavy-gravity planet. Vase doubted that this could be done with just a single drop of phase water. The Starlight Megalodon last operated over 3 centuries ago. Humanity had just climbed out of the Age of Conquest and the Age of Mechs was just getting into swing. Did humanity already reach the Red Ocean back then? What did the MTA or CFA do over here? Why did it take several centuries for the Big Two to finally open up the dwarf galaxy to the public? Vase generated so many questions in his mind that he almost lost focus of his spiritual probe. He quickly shook his head in order to clear his head of irrelevant thoughts. Though all of this speculation might have grave implications, he didn't have enough information to answer them. Whether the Big Two secretly came into contact with the Red Ocean centuries earlier was not even relevant to his interests. Once he cleared his mind, he soon tried to complete his little test. When his spiritual probe came as close as 6 meters to the drop of phase water, the dimensional fluctuations became more severe. Even though the space around the suspended drop of phase water looked completely calm, Vase discovered that it was anything but tranquil. Strong dimensional turbulence along with strange tears in the fabric of reality either battered or siphoned away the structure of the spiritual probe. Vase hastily reinforced his fragile probe in order to prevent it from collapsing too early. The longer his probe lingered in this area, the more damage it sustained, so Vase hastily pushed it closer to the phase water drop. The closer it got, the more he began to feel as if he was nearing something powerful and profound. What would happen if his spiritual energy came into contact with phase water? Would it become disturbed? Would it pass on harmful energy to the spiritual probe? Would it become volatile and explode? Vase already came up with many different answers, but when his spiritual probe finally reached the phase water sample, it passed right through as if it was regular matter. What? Chapter 3521, Facewater Blends. Vase became dazed as he thought about the outcome of his little experiment. All of the hype and claims surrounding phase water caused him to develop certain expectations about this wondrous exotic. A material that could make ships travel 10 times faster through the stars than before should not be average. Vase would not be surprised at all if phase water interacted with spirituality in one manner or another. He even speculated that its power might be derived from spiritual energy. That would turn it into a similar substance to high-grade life-prolonging treatment serum. The implication of this was that phase water might have a biological origin and that it was possible for alien organisms to produce it with their bodies. One of the weirder ideas he came up with was that phase water might actually be phase whale urine. This was a rather ridiculous notion. What if the basis behind the functioning of the Beyonder gates and the new superdrives that the Big Two and the first-rate superstates started to leverage to their advantage only worked because they were fueled by the equivalent of Lucky's gems? Maybe I was thinking too much, he whispered. The ultimate result turned out to be a letdown to him. Facewater was powerful, special, remarkable and precious. Facewater wasn't a spiritually reactive exotic, though. The suspended sample severely affected the integrity of his spiritual probe just by generating an invisible dimensional storm around it, but it did not inherently behave any differently when coming into contact with spiritual energy. What about Blinky, then? Murrow, his companion spirit, was quite afraid of getting close to the phase water sample. The way it tore up the dimensions could also inflict substantial damage to the spiritual cat's intangible body. Not even the Werclaw crystal embedded in Blinky's forehead exhibited any abnormal reactions, though this might be because of the distance. The only way for Vase to gather more pertinent data was to get closer, either physically or spiritually. Vase ultimately decided not to risk it. Further probes did not yield any reactions. Vase soon retracted his spiritual probe because he saw little point in continuing this burdensome experiment. Though this little experiment was anything but conclusive, for now it was safe for him to assume that phase water probably didn't have any special relations to spiritual phenomena. All of this meant that he would have to rely on technological means in order to make use of its properties. That made him no different from every other human that sought to integrate it into their mechs and starships. Vase ultimately relaxed now that he made this discovery. He no longer became burdened by the need to obtain an experiment with phase water in order to see whether it had any special effect on his spiritual abilities and applications. His mentality shifted into that of a regular tourist who wanted to see what the fuss was all about. Just staying in its vicinity and subjecting his body to the faint dimensional fluctuations was an experience in itself. Is phase water truly so dangerous? Casella asked as she looked at the tiny sample with concern. What if we get exposed to a larger quantity of phase water? What you're seeing right now is purified phase water. A female pioneer took the initiative to explain to the woman who was obviously an expert pilot. Just like ordinary water, phase water is almost always tainted by other substances when it is found in nature. Phase water doesn't blend with water and many other materials, but there are certain forms of matter that it gets along with. Once phase water is blended, its violent and dangerous effects often become more temperate. So they're not as dangerous when they are impure. Phase water is always dangerous, the pioneer warned. Its potency decreases when it comes in a blended form. We have already encountered many different blends, each of which weaken and alter the effects of phase water in different ways. Some are able to neutralize the passive dimensional warping effects entirely, thereby making phase water safe for transportation. There are other blends that can transform phase water into an extremely dangerous bomb that can literally tear a hole through the material dimensions. What? Vase almost jumped when he heard this claim. I never heard any mention of this. The middle-aged woman smirked. That's because such a weapon is too destructive to the environment. The Big Two has already classified it as a weapon of mass destruction and heavily limits the spread of any technical details about these purported phase bombs. This shouldn't be a surprise because they can be just as deadly as antimatter bombs. That was quite a powerful threat. The antimatter bomb was one of humanity's best way to inflict massive destruction. The thought that people like Vase could gain access to the same level of power by grabbing a bunch of phase water and treating it in a special way was horrifying. It shouldn't be a surprise that the Big Two strictly restricted all forms of research related to this dangerous application. While it wouldn't stop secret research groups from developing this forbidden tech in the darker corners of human civilization, it should at least minimize the prevalence of this powerful bomb in human hands. I bet the Big Two have already begun to stockpile a lot of phase bombs. Vase guessed. The other pioneer nodded. Most certainly. What is even more frightening is that we are not the only race to have mastered this dangerous application. The indigenous alien species have lived alongside phase water for many ages. How could they not have discovered that phase water can punch holes through dimensions when blended in a special way? If I were you, I would maintain maximum caution should you encounter any alien fleet during your travels. Damn, that made exploring the Red Ocean even more dangerous for the Larkinson clan. For all of its mech legions, expert mechs, and capital ships, Vase knew quite well that the expeditionary fleet could not withstand the power of an antimatter bomb. It should be just as vulnerable to a powerful phase bomb if that was the case. Vase wasn't too afraid of getting into a tussle with an ordinary pioneering fleet. He could take comfort in the fact that his opponents were largely restricted to utilizing mechs and mech-grade armaments in order to fight. The aliens didn't play humanity's rules, though. There was no large interspecies governing body that artificially imposed treaties onto different alien civilizations. Phase bombs shouldn't be too prevalent, right? Vase quietly asked. I think it is safe to assume that they are only present in larger and more organized alien fleets. This is dangerous and difficult tech even for the Nuncers and Quelmers. Just the amount of phase water required to make a viable bomb is also cumbersome. If you study all of the incidents where human pioneers have made contact with alien groups, there are hardly any indications that our side has been met by ruinous bombs. It is much more probable to encounter an antimatter bomb than a phase bomb in my opinion. The pioneer had a point. Antimatter explosives were difficult to make and store, but the science behind them wasn't as complex. Vase realized an important detail. If phase water can be turned into bombs, it should be possible to leverage it in another way. Phase water blending has become a popular research field in the Red Ocean. You can generate entirely new effects if you are able to blend it with a new compatible substance, just as with ordinary water. It was like putting sugar or salt in a glass of water in order to see what happened. The only differences were that the content of the glass was a lot more volatile and that the supplements were a lot more precious. As Vase thought about what phase water could do when blended with different materials, he suddenly arrived at an interesting notion. What would happen if he blended phase water with spiritually reactive materials? What if he dropped a pinch of grounded P-stone, B-stone or unending alloy in a glass of phase water? Would the materials blend or would phase water repel these materials? If they succeeded in blending together, would the resulting mixture become spiritually reactive? His eyes widened. Perhaps phase water might not be as limited as he thought. Of course, it was way too soon to even think about mixing P-stones with phase water. Getting his hands on the latter was too difficult at the moment. Can we buy phase water here? Ha 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 ha. The surrounding pioneers immediately laughed when they heard Vase voice this question. Are you kidding? No one in their right mind would casually give away their phase water. The market price of phase water is not only volatile, it is through the roof. You should forget about buying any if you're not backed by a huge organization. Much of the phase water that pioneers are gathering is directly sold to the MTA. Whatever is left will instantly be snapped up by Terran's clans and Rubarthan princes. It's not the time for second-raters like us to make use of phase water on a wider scale. That was a depressing answer, but not too far out of expectation. The supply of phase water in human society needed to reach a much larger scale before it became more accessible to the rest of the galaxy. This could take decades if not centuries. After learning as much about phase water as the pioneers were willing to spare, Vase concluded his visit to the marketplace. He proceeded to bring Commander Casella to a couple of other places before they were able to find two suitable resonating exotics. The two materials not only reacted to the expert pilot, but also stimulated her domains. That meant that they could be utilized as the key resonating exotics for Commander Casella's future expert command mech. Though purchasing enough quantities of them to build a complete expert mech was expensive, the expense was still within a tolerable range. Vase did not dare to skimp too much when it came to the development of a new Larkinson expert mech. He would much rather throw away more money than the lives of his clansmen. Are you happy with the materials that we've selected? He asked as he and Casella left the final marketplace. The expert pilot shrugged. I'm not sure. While I feel good around them, I can't quite figure out why. Their effects might not be as useful as we think. I trust in your instincts. These resonating materials shouldn't be useless if you feel drawn to them. This is one of the lessons that I have learned after working on several expert mech design projects. The two resonating materials that Vase had picked up today were both interesting. The way they resonated with Casella already provided them with a few hints on how they could be used. One of them was called Telasmere. The oddly named material was a naturally occurring exotic that was faintly able to expand the reach of Casella's domain. Another resonating exotic was called pecker carbon. It was a natural, non-metallic exotic that faintly concentrated Casella's force of will. Both materials had a lot of promise to Vase. If he or another participating mech designer was able to figure out how to amplify their effects, then Casella's future expert mech would surely be able to augment every Larkinson mech on the battlefield. Once Vase returned from this fruitful trip, he crossed out yet another objective on his to-do list. There was only one more major chore left that he had to address in person before his fleet left the Vullet Central Star node. It's time to recruit a couple of journeyman mech designers. This was a major undertaking that could radically change the course of the Larkinson clan. The Larkinsons had become so dependent on the mechs designed in-house that the addition of journeymen with useful specializations would definitely change the way they fought. Vase already heard that Professor Benedict had managed to recruit a batch of journeymen to assist in his own design work. That's quite impressive. It was easier for a senior to attract the services of journeymen than someone like Vase. As a relatively young mech designer who was still in the early stage of his career, there were many journeymen who found it unacceptable to work for someone younger and not necessarily that much stronger. This is going to be quite a challenge, Vase muttered. Chapter 3522, Package Deals. We'll soon be leaving this Central Star node, Gloriana stated as she hugged and caressed her daughter. How much progress have you made in recruiting additional journeymen? Huu, Gugu, Aurelia cutely reached out to her mother. The sight of their little daughter becoming a little larger and more lively brought a lot of warmth to Vase and Gloriana. When Vase sat down next to his wife and carefully took their baby in his arms, he tickled and kissed his little girl. Hee, I love you too, Aurelia. He couldn't wait until his baby grew smart enough to understand his words. He wanted to teach a lot of lessons to his daughter so that she developed into a healthy, smart and powerful woman. Vase, we haven't managed to attract as many prospects as we wish. Vase answered her earlier question. Despite winning a mech design tournament and doing well in several other tournaments, not a lot of journeymen have applied to join our clan. I even took the initiative to send invitations to several former rivals who have impressed me, but most of them are already attached to other pioneering organizations. The remaining journeymen all know their own worth and would rather join a more powerful and established pioneering organization. Gloriana remained quiet for a few seconds. She slowly reached out and lifted Aurelia from his grasp. In other words, you failed to make any progress. I didn't say that. We did manage to attract the interest of over 100 journeymen. Most of them chose to respond to our offer because they were impressed by either myself or Kedis. When I interviewed them, it became pretty clear to me why they sought to join our clan. They think that Kedis and I have a lot of promise and that we're bound to become master mech designers in the future. The applicants want to bet on us and join us while our conditions are still relatively generous in the hopes that they can benefit from the rising tide. You don't sound too happy with this group. Vase sighed. Most of them are opportunists, to be honest. The journeymen we're talking about are mostly middle-aged or older who are not that attractive to other employers. They've lost most of their drive for whatever reason. I've met dozens of journeymen who have either become too comfortable in their own success or have stalled in their research. Their mentalities aren't good enough in my eyes. Gloriana knew what he was talking about. We need to recruit mech designers who can keep up with us. These folk definitely won't meet our requirements. That's for sure. One of the mech designers who have knocked on our doors is a man called Velroy Sivens. Don't let his fancy name fool you. He ranked at the bottom in the first tournament I took part in. He's a disgrace of a journeyman and severely overestimated his abilities if he thought he could compete in the High Tide tournament. Mr. Sivens actually had the guts to apply for our clan. His wife didn't look impressed either. I hope you turned him away right away. I actually took the time to meet with him. We only talked briefly, though. Why? Because I want to see if he had any redeeming qualities. It turned out that I shouldn't have bothered. Vase proceeded to highlight other journeymen who fell far below his standard. The only reasons why he bothered to interview them was because he did not put all of his faith in records and didn't have to expend too much time in hearing them out for a few minutes. None of the journeymen he met were diamonds in the rough. They were mediocre at best, and might perform better if they received a lot of support. The issue was that Vase did not want to bother with helping these journeymen regain their drive. If they needed external assistance in order to get back in shape, then what was the point of recruiting them? The Larkinson clan needed additional lead designers, not overgrown children who needed a lot of handholding. In truth, Vase hoped to encounter someone similar to Kedis. If someone like Mr. Sivens took a wrong turn and became lost, then he was still worth saving if he possessed a powerful specialty. They were too rare, though. People weren't stupid. Anyone with promising specialties had either been recruited in advance or started up their own venture. Few mech designers who possessed the courage to pursue a difficult or ambitious specialty were willing to work for a relatively small and young pioneering organization like the Larkinson clan. You must have been able to attract more competent journeymen, right? Not all of them should be as useless as you say. Gloriana guessed. You're right, but they come with their own bag of problems. Such as, well, let us begin with our requirements. One of our non-negotiable terms is that any journeyman who wishes to join our clan will do so on a permanent basis. Once they become a Larkinson, they aren't allowed to quit whenever they wish. If the applicants aren't willing to commit to our clan on a permanent basis, then why should I trust their loyalty? Vase already knew he couldn't rely on the Larkinson network to instill loyalty in their minds. Journeymen possessed so much mental strength that it was nearly impossible to shake their stances. They needed to be convinced the old-fashioned way in order to change their thoughts. Just like Gloriana, any journeyman who joined the Larkinson clan would largely stick to their own values and principles. While Vase had already managed to bend her personality, there were limits to what he could do. His wife still possessed way more Hexer tendencies than he preferred even after all of these years. I can see how this demand can repel most interested journeymen. Gloriana said, what about the ones that are left? They all drive hard bargains. Vase grimaced. No one at our level is stupid. They might have personality issues, but they know how much they can contribute to an organization like ours. What do you have trouble with, then? Well, I've received a number of visits from journeymen who either demand shares in the LMC or want to have a say in how the Larkinson clan is run. Suffice to say, I quickly closed the door on them. There is no way I want to give them this level of control. This was actually an unusually harsh stance, but Vase believed he had the capital to insist on his demands. The Larkinson clan was far from average and had a bright future ahead of it. He would rather recruit nobody than give in on his demands. The result of all of this was that there were only a handful of mech designers left who still earned greater consideration from Vase. He was glad that at least a few journeymen were willing to bend their heads to him and his clan. Tell me about the mech designers that have met your approval, Gloriana requested as she played with Aurelia. I wouldn't immediately say that I approve of them, he quickly said. I can only state that they are better than the rest. Vase activated a projection that displayed the profiles of a pair of journeymen that he had initially competed against in the Wild Brawl Bowl. Meet Sarah and Dulo Voikin. They're a pair of siblings who come from a notable mech designer family in the Galactic Rim. While my Heart of Victor managed to beat their Thornbearer, I'm quite impressed with their work. What is your opinion on their specialties? Dulo Voikin specializes in spearman mechs. This might be useful when we upgrade Venerable Orphan's Riot, but we don't make heavy use of spear-wielding mechs. We already have Keddies, so a mech designer like Mr. Dulo is largely dispensable. Vase pointed his finger at one of the photographs. Sarah Voikin is the most valuable journeyman of the two. Her defensive specialization is not only widely applicable, but also crucial to our clan. As long as we reel her in, we can upgrade the defenses of our armored mechs to a whole new level and design brand new defensive solutions that are more suitable to the new frontier. Gloriana frowned. If the Voikins only come in a package deal, then this is quite risky. I share your concerns about Mr. Dulo's usefulness in our clan. It is also not good if the two of them hail from the same family. They'll keep working alongside each other and won't open themselves up to the rest of the Larkinson clan. That was also a major concern to Vase. How could he properly integrate the Voikin siblings into his clan if they would just form their own little subgroup in the Larkinson clan? Vase sighed. One of my biggest concerns is that Sarah and Dulo refused to cut ties with the Voikin family. They grew up in this powerful family and its prestige is doubtlessly much higher in their hearts. Though the two siblings have given me assurances that they are trying to make their own mark in the mech industry, I'm not so sure I can believe them when they claim that they won't run back to the Voikin family. The Voikin family was led by a master mech designer. If that is the case, why are you still thinking about them, Vase? The first reason is because I'm lacking in choice. The second reason is because I performed a little research on this family. The Voikins have a good reputation and it is not unusual for their more ambitious descendants to join other organizations. Perhaps these Voikin mech designers think they won't be able to achieve success on their own merits if they can easily call for help from their fellow family members. The only way for a mech designer to advance to master was to perform a lot of original research and achieve a lot of unique attainments. Vase understood the motivations of Sarah and Dulo Voikin a bit better after figuring out their probable motivations. That didn't mean he was willing to take them in right away. I don't think you should recruit the Voikins, Gloriana said. As you've said, there will always be questions about their loyalty to the Voikin family. It is fine if they are in frequent contact with each other, but once the two Voikin journeymen leak our secrets or try anything else, we might face another crisis. Those are exactly my thoughts. While I don't want to discard the Voikin siblings entirely, they're currently at the bottom of my shortlist. Who else are you considering? Vase projected another set of records. Miss Janice Pellier and Miss Tiffy Kozlone have also managed to impress me in the Wild Brawl Bowl. Their Xenoman Gamma made it to the third round of the fighting phase before the Heart of Victor defeated it in the arena. Both of them come from the Galactic Rim like us, so they are not as arrogant as other journeymen. What is notable about them is that they are both disciples of the same master mech designer. Gloriana raised her eyebrow. They inherited the same design philosophy. Vase nodded. That's right. Though Miss Pellier and Miss Kozlone claim that they are trying to differentiate their specialties from each other, for now it's hard for me to find the difference between their works. They both excel in maximizing the physical strength and force exertion of their mech designs. Such a specialty can doubtlessly play a useful role in all of our melee mechs. Even ranged mechs can benefit from possessing additional strength. They can handle bigger guns and they'll be able to improve their mobility on land. I'm not underestimating their specialty, Vase said. The real issue with this pair is that their design philosophies are nearly identical. It is still not certain whether they will be able to steer their specializations in different directions in the future, but for now that sounds like a bad bet. I agree. That sounds less than desirable. I'd be happy with just one of them, but just like the Voikins, Pellier and Kozlone come in the form of a package deal. They're BFFs and they absolutely can't stand the thought of going their separate ways. I see, Gloriana frowned. Chapter 3523. Second interview. Goo, little Aurelia cutely rolled her body as Lucky and Clixie flanked the baby from both sides. Meow Tilda. After spending enough time in Aurelia's presence, the baby finally grew comfortable in Lucky's presence. His hard shell and his inorganic nature no longer surprised her anymore. Meow Tilda. Clixie was radiating happiness as she watched over the precious baby. She licked her paw and rubbed the jewel embedded in her necklace in order to make sure she looked as groomed and pristine as possible. While the cats kept Aurelia company, a pair of mech designers welcomed the arrival of their colleagues. You're finally here. Vase smiled as Keddies and Juliet entered the hotel suite. What have you been up to lately? Keddies patted her sheathed greatsword. I've participated in a couple of mech design tournaments the last few weeks. I also took part in a few personal combat tournaments, but those stupid organizers stopped letting me compete further. Vase looked surprised. What? Why? The MTA told them to. Keddies angrily complained. Supposedly, it is unseemly for me to risk my life in the arena. I'm a mech designer, and that means I shouldn't be setting an awful example to wannabes who want to follow my footsteps. Risking death and fighting with lethal weapons is a job for grunts, not support personnel. The MTA claims that the number of mech designers who specialize in designing melee mechs have signed up to personal combat tournaments in droves. The result is that a lot of wannabes leave the arenas with lifelong trauma. That was certainly a great concern. Keddies was so remarkable, powerful and multi-talented that it did not surprise Vase at all that copycats had already sprung into existence. It was unfortunate that none of them could ever replicate what Keddies had accomplished. The main reason why she was able to become a swordmaster and a journeyman at the same time was because she gained a companion spirit. Sharpie quietly hummed inside the Bloodsinger. Vase could already sense that the weapon had changed even more since his last meeting with his former student. It appeared that its frequent usage in the tournaments that Keddies had participated in had fueled its growth. Well, the MTA does have a point, Vase said. You're a journeyman now. You're too precious to risk your life in battle. Think of what it will do to the Sword Maidens and the rest of the Larkinson clan if you fall. Keddies glared at him. Don't patronize me. My swordsmanship is not an exercise. It's a way of life. If I want to design the best swordsman mechs in existence, I can't afford to dull my edge. He didn't understand her at all, but he knew enough that her will could not be shaken on this matter. He quickly dropped the subject. Have you read the documents I've sent you? He asked. What do you think about the applicants? They're both decent. The Mechs they made during the Wild Brawl Bowl are both strong in their own ways. They clearly know what they are doing and they are all better than me in their own fields of specializations. Do you have a preference on which duo of journeymen we ought to recruit? Team Destiny. Kedis immediately replied. Vase raised his eyebrow. Why this duo? Janissa Pellier and Tiffy Kozlone both excel in increasing the physical strength of their mechs. Do you know what that means? They can enhance the strength of any melee mech. Although my own mech designs should not be weak, I'll never be as good as them in this area. As long as I can work together with them, I can design much more powerful swordsman mechs that can break through defenses much easier than before. Though Katiz's design philosophy generally emphasized skill and control, that did not mean she dismissed the importance of raw performance. Higher parameters always made life easier for mech pilots. If a mech could defeat an opponent by overpowering the guard of an enemy machine, then that was much faster and more convenient than outmaneuvering or outfighting the opponent. Vase could easily imagine how fielding upgraded melee mechs with superior physical strength could easily change the tide of a battle. The great value of Pellier and Kozlone was that their specialty was broad and could be applied to any mech regardless of their mech type. Yet that did not mean this duo instantly earned his vote. Superior physical strength is useful, but defense is even more important to us. Juliet spoke up. A lot of Larkinson mech pilots have died in previous battles because their mechs couldn't withstand enough damage. If the defense power of our mechs can be increased by 10 or 20%, we could easily have our casualties in future battles. Sarah Voikin is exactly what we need to fill up the gap in our design coverage. The Penitent Sister mech designer had a good point as well. Before he arrived in Vullet, Vase had already set a goal of recruiting a defensive specialist. Not just knight mechs, but many other mechs could benefit enormously from a mech designer who excelled in making them tougher. Sarah Voikin's specialty was just as universal as that of Vase and Gloriana. She could not only be employed to toughen up the melee mechs, but could also beefen up the defenses of the Larkinson clan's fragile ranged mechs. Since ranged combat was so predominant in space warfare, allowing the Larkinson ranged mechs to resist more firepower could play a crucial role in dominating future battlefields. Kedis scoffed and crossed her arms. I admit that Sarah Voikin is useful to us, but what about her brother? We don't need a spearman mech specialist in our clan. My swordsman mechs will become the premier offensive melee mechs of the Larkinson army. You know what I can do. No other melee mech designer at my level can equal my efforts. Her willpower surged a bit, causing her to exude more pressure over the others. Vase put his hand on Katiz's shoulder to stop this argument from proceeding any further. Let's not make too many judgments before we have met them, okay? Both duos will arrive soon. We can examine all 4 journeymen in person so we can make a more informed judgment. He had already interviewed them before and developed his own opinions on them, but he could not make up his mind. He decided he might as well involve his colleagues in his decision-making process. Gloriana, Kedis and Juliet all deserved a say in the matter. When mech designers like them collaborated with each other on a project, they needed to be comfortable with sharing secrets with each other. The emergence of Alexandria and her sustainable design network allowed the Larkinson mech designers to cooperate much more effectively than before. However, the act of establishing direct spiritual connections between different people was also risky. What if the mech designers didn't trust each other? What if they refused to share their proprietary methods? What if they secretly held a low opinion of each other? Not every network yielded a good result. Master Huron's own neural networks always demanded stringent selection of mech pilots in order to make sure they got along with each other. This was why Vase eagerly wanted to see how the applicants got along with the Larkinsons. He could forget about recruiting the applicants if there was too much friction. It didn't take long before the applicants arrived at the hotel suite. Vase decided to bring in both Team Destiny and Team Voikin at the same time in order to generate a bit of competitive pressure. If the applicants knew that there were others eyeing this opportunity, they might show more sincerity than last time. Neither duos expected that they would be joined by other applicants. Miss Pellier, Miss Kozlone, I did not expect to see you again. Dulo Voikin said while carefully schooling his expression. There's nothing wrong with working together with other talented mech designers. Janissa Pellier spoke as they all approached their seats. I'm surprised the 2 of you are here as well. The 2 of you are already part of the Voikin family. We Voikins are pretty open-minded. The family doesn't mind if we work for other companies. There are many more mech designers back in our old home. They won't miss our absence. Once the 2 teams took their seats, Vase began the interview session. Good afternoon. You're all journeymen, so I don't need to explain too much. After examining the applications of hundreds of mech designers, I've narrowed down my selection to just the 4 of you. Each of you meet the requirements that I've set, but that does not mean you are a good fit for our clan. In order to see whether we are all better off if we take you in, I want to see how you are able to get along with my fellow design partners. Gloriana, if you may start. Sure, Vase. His wife nodded as she held her baby against her chest. She looked at the 2 teams with a critical expression. Miss Pellier, Miss Coslone, both of you have studied under a master mech designer, correct? Yes, madam, Pellier answered. We received the tutelage of Master Delise Coronet, a specialist in mechanical force exertion systems. Her melee mechs are famed in our home star sector because of their considerably greater physical might. Tell me about your prior education and how you became the direct disciples of Master Coronet. Team Destiny's origins were rather simple. Pellier and Coslone both originated from the Ochre Miram star sector that was situated in the galactic rim. Ochre Miram was a fairly old star sector and featured a lot of settled planets. Since so many people lived on them, a lot of conflict took place on them as well. This led to an increased usage of landbound mechs. Master Coronet originally made her mark in this environment. Her mech models occupied a lot of niches due to their crushing strength. When armed with heavy weapons such as mauls, greataxes or poleaxes, even a mech pilot with inferior fighting skills could easily overpower the opposition. Skilled and experienced mech pilots were even better off. When they piloted one of Coronet's products that were geared towards advanced users, the mech pilots could fully utilize a combination of brawn and skill to beat up other champions. Throughout her career, Coronet also raised numerous direct disciples. She freely taught her craft to them and helped them get their footing in the mech industry. Miss Pellier and Miss Coslone were her latest batch of disciples. What made this pair different from the other ones was that they decided to run off the Red Ocean instead of continuing their careers in Ochre Miram or one of the neighboring star sectors. Ochre Miram is our home, but that is also the reason why we needed to leave. Coslone stated, our master already taught 7 disciples before us. They have all gone and set up their businesses in the star cluster that Ochre Miram is situated. We don't think we can add much to the local market when our predecessors are already doing a better job. We needed to get away from home so that we have room to develop our design philosophies in truly different ways. This was certainly a reasonable motivation for them to depart from their homes. Their story made it clear that both of them were hungry to make their own achievements. Gloriana nodded in approval as she figured that out. Do you miss the Milky Way? Life is much different here. It is much more difficult to set up an independent business in the Red Ocean. Pellier nodded. Correct, madam. We underestimated the challenges. We can't even set up a simple design studio without getting drowned in payments and bureaucracy. We concluded that the best way for us to go forward is to work for an established company like yours. When we learned more about your Larkinson clan, we became a lot more impressed with what you have done. We want to become a part of your team. I think we can both help each other attain the heights that we are trying to reach. Gloriana smiled. What she heard made her happy. Pellier and Coslone were both sound mech designers who possessed solid skills and received excellent orthodox education in the Galactic Rim. Their ties to Master Coronet might also be useful to the Larkinson clan. It also didn't hurt that Pellier and Coslone were both women. Even their master was a woman. Chapter 3524, Narrow Specialty. The questioning continued. Once Gloriana obtained the answers that she wanted to hear, Ketty spoke next. Janissa, Tiffy, how many times have you collaborated with other mech designers? 13 times. How many of those design projects were you in charge or had equal say? We were able to make a lot of decisions on 7 of the mechs we've designed together with other peers. Janissa. Pellier answered. They all worked out for us. I can send you the details if you want. Please do. It's important for us to know how well you can collaborate with other journeymen. Ketty stated. That doesn't mean that all of our design projects require collaboration. Vase quickly interjected. It's also important for you to be able to lead and work on design projects on your own. There are no senior or masters in our design department. We are all journeymen, so we have to undertake many important responsibilities ourselves. The upside to this is that our clan will give you a lot of discretion in how you work. The downside is that you need to take responsibility for your own failures. If you think you are up to the challenge, I can promise you that you will gain plenty of opportunities to develop yourselves. Just look at how far we have come. Although there were older, stabler, wealthier and more stable employers in the Red Ocean, the Larkinson clan offered considerably more power and autonomy to its new hires. Though it was always risky to join a younger and less proven organization, the incredible success of the likes of Vase and Gloriana showed that the Larkinsons had a recipe of success. Just the fact that the Larkinson mech designers were pretty much the only journeymen in the Red Ocean who accumulated masterwork certificates was an indicator that they possessed at least one powerful advantage. This fact alone could have attracted a lot more applicants if not for one alarming reason. The Larkinson clan frequently encountered danger. No matter how much mech designers wanted to learn the secret to fabricating masterwork mechs at an early stage, there was no point to doing so if they would likely die in a few years. A young organization led by a famously reckless leader provided few reassurances to many mech designers. How could journeymen with plenty of opportunities possibly gamble with their lives? The Red Ocean was already a much more dangerous place than the Milky Way. Journeymen were all smart enough to realize that their chances of surviving in the new frontier wouldn't improve if they worked for an organization that lacked powerful backing. Only the 4 who had gathered in the hotel suite today were the exceptions. For whatever reason, Team Destiny and Team Voikin were willing to brave the obvious dangers and make the biggest gamble of their lives. Vase couldn't help but respect their bold decision. The interview continued. Vase and the other Larkinson mech designers found it interesting to hear about Pellier and Kozlone's completed design projects. Each of them were melee mechs that took advantage of their considerable physical might to gain an advantage in duels and larger battles. The 2 journeymen worked on both light mechs and heavy mechs, so they were not constrained by the weight class of their projects. In fact, this is one of the areas in which we are attempting to differentiate ourselves from each other. Pellier explained, both of us possess the same base, but I have always found it more enjoyable to optimize the strength of lighter and more constrained mech designs. My partner here is better at achieving maximum power in larger and heavier mech designs. That was useful to hear. Vase and the other mech designers had long grown concerned about whether it was redundant to pick up both of them at once. From what it sounded like, it shouldn't be a problem to assign them to separate projects. Pellier could design light skirmishers that could punch through armor a bit more easily despite their slim frames and skinny arms. Just a modest boost in strength was enough to multiply their killing efficiency. Meanwhile, Kozlone could design heavy melee mechs that could be employed as shield breakers or hull breakers. No mech or ship could withstand the power of their direct strikes. Once the Larkinsons finished questioning this pair, they all shared their evaluations among themselves. Miss Pellier and Miss Kozlone are both competent and suitable for our clan. Gloriana said, their master has raised them well, and they are also confident enough to strike out on their own. While their specialties aren't as relevant to our ranged mechs, that is not a great concern. Many of our mech legions such as the Flagrant Vandals and Sword Maidens can benefit from piloting physically stronger mechs. We might not be able to gain another opportunity to obtain this kind of expertise. It was much easier to find another defensive specialist than a mech designer with the same specialty as the duo from the Ochre Miram Star sector. Kedis, I don't often agree with your wife, but she has made a lot of good points. Our melee mechs are just as important as our ranged mechs. There are a lot of ways to strengthen our melee mechs further, but increasing their mechanical strength and improving their overall mechanical systems is definitely a great way to increase the performance and survival chances of our melee mech pilots. Her eyes lit up as she talked about Pellier and Kozlone. She was clearly enamored by the 2 applicants. If she had to choose between increasing the offensive power or defensive power of her work, she would always go for the former. Juliet, the penitent sister mech designer, did not look as enthused. The 2 are useful, but not indispensable. I think that Gloriana can do much to increase the physical strength of her work as well. Do we really need 2 new mech designers that don't do anything that is too different from what we can do through our own efforts? This was also a good point. A more promising and ambitious design philosophy such as Jovi Armelon's probability manipulation was a lot more valuable because others couldn't replicate it. Aside from maybe rational mech designers, anyone else would just bump into a wall if they dared to imitate Hovey's work. In contrast, a simpler and more boring design philosophy such as physical force exertion systems sounded so basic that Gloriana could probably produce work that was 50 to 70% as effective. Let's hear out the second team before we decide any further. Vase stated. They proceeded to interview the Voikin siblings. Both Sarah and Dulo Voikin came from privileged backgrounds. Not only did they grow up in a large and successful family in a prosperous part of the galactic heartland, they also received a lot of tutelage from their relatives who all happened to be high-ranking mech designers. As the two Voikin mech designers elaborated how much they learned while growing up in the Voikin family, much of it sounded quite familiar to Vase. The Voikin family was basically a bigger version of the original Larkinson family. A key difference was that the former focused on leveraging family members to nurture well-prepared mech designers. No matter what school the Voikins attended, the chance that they could become promising journeymen was much higher if they received a lot of supplemental lessons from their successful aunts and uncles. It was exactly because Vase grew up in the Larkinson family that he recognized the advantages that Sarah and Dulo Voikin gained in their youth. What is the mech community like in the Uplifting Note star sector? Kedis curiously asked. Uplifting Note is a star sector where you can find equal amount of bestial mechs and humanoid mechs. Dulo Voikin answered. There's a great degree of rivalry but also frequent cooperation between mech designers who specialize in either of them. The founder of our Voikin family is actually a bestial mech specialist. He excels at integrating weapon systems in the frames of bestial mechs. His work carries more weapons than normal. What about you two, then? Dulo smiled. I tried to design bestial mechs but discovered that I don't find them to be intuitive at all. This is why I have settled with humanoid mechs. And Sarah, I can work on either kinds of mechs. The female Voikin replied. I have more experience with working on humanoid mech design projects, though. Vase didn't mind this. So far, the Larkinson clan had yet to employ bestial mechs in a serious capacity. This was unlikely to change because there weren't any mech pilots among the Larkinsons that excelled at piloting these different machines. Juliet focused her attention on Sarah Voikin during the round of questioning. What is your defensive philosophy? Can you explain your style of increasing the defenses of your mechs? Certainly. If you have read through my record, you will know that I have Class 6 design philosophy that is officially classified as physical negation. While I am nowhere close to designing a mech that can negate all physical damage, I'm working towards it. Sarah said. She pursued a bold design philosophy. Vase was highly impressed with her ambition, but that didn't mean that he was confident in her ability to realize her design philosophy. Vase could hardly imagine what it would take to make a mech completely immune to damage. Gloriana frowned a bit. I notice that you have explicitly mentioned physical negation. Does that mean that you are not focusing as much on defending against energy attacks? Yes, Sarah admitted. I cannot do everything. Defensive mech designers like myself often struggle with the scope of their design philosophies. It is too tempting for us to try to excel in everything, but in the Voikin family I've learned that it is a mistake to go too broad. It's too easy to get overwhelmed and overworked. It's better to excel in one specific aspect of defense than try to design a mech that can defend against any possible attack. That was a wise choice. Vase thought more highly of her. Though her design philosophy was still ambitious, its narrow scope made it more viable for her to realize it one day. Can you still design mechs that can resist energy attacks or other damage types to a greater degree? Vase asked. I can, but my specialty is less relevant in those cases. All of my mechs can defend more efficiently against laser beams and positron beams just because they are tougher in an overall sense. However, they are best suited to resist solid impacts. Why did you choose to specialize in this particular aspect of defense? That is because a lot of battles are fought between melee mechs back home. Bestial mechs especially tend to be melee mechs because they are more suitable to fight at close range. There is a lot of demand for mechs that can better withstand the pounces of a tiger mech or the dive attacks of an avian mech. I see. Vase, Gloriana, Kedis and Juliet could all see the value of hiring such an impressive defensive specialist. Sure, her ability to harden a mech's defenses against energy attacks weren't particularly special, but she could still do a better job at it than Gloriana. If the Larkinson clan gained the services of Sarah Voikin, then Vase could easily imagine all of his melee mechs gaining an unquestionable advantage in battle. They would not only gain a greater buffer, but also have a much higher chance of saving the lives of their mech pilots in the long run. Her defensive specialty could also play a useful role in toughening up all of the Larkinson ranged mechs. Vase could easily imagine the Transcendent Punisher model gaining absolute superiority in artillery duels against enemies that employed kinetic armaments like the Vulcanites. Of course, Sarah's specialty would become a lot less relevant if the Larkinson clan ever bumped into an enemy that only employed energy weapons. Chapter 3525. Too many good points. Sarah Voikin possessed a powerful defensive specialty. While it was a disappointment that she could not offer that much protection against energy attacks, her ability to strengthen machines against physical damage was impressive. Vase and Kedis personally experienced how difficult it was to defeat one of her works. The Thornbearer that she designed in cooperation with her brother had withstood considerably greater damage than other melee mechs. If Sarah hadn't been involved with the design of this competition mech, the Heart of Victor would have been able to defeat the Thornbearer at least 3 times faster. And that was just a competition mech that she developed in just 3 days. How much tougher would her mech model become if she spent 3 months on its design? What about 6 months, 9 months, 12 months? The potential improvements that she could implement in all of the Larkinson mech designs were great. What was even better about Sarah Voikin was that she possessed a well-rounded skill set that encompassed more than just designing tougher armor systems. Vase recalled that the Thornbearer was able to endure for quite a long time even after its armor plating had been breached. This meant that Sarah could also toughen up the internals of a mech design. All of this sounded as if she was born to maximize the defenses of a melee mech. All machines that benefited from her specialty would practically turn into moving walls once they confronted an enemy force. A lot of swords and spears would break in front of all of this unbreakable mass. There were a few caveats, though. Aside from Sarah's lack of solutions against energy attacks, she also came with another form of baggage. Miss Sarah, how much control do you need in order to apply your defensive methods to a mech design? Gloriana pointedly asked. The woman's expression grew a little more strained. I need broad control over the design. My design philosophy becomes more effective if I am able to define the configuration of a mech design. Vase looked more critical towards Sarah Voikin. His wife noticed something important that might complicate their collaboration with the defensive specialist. From what it sounded like, a mech design project had to be designed with high defenses in mind in order for Sarah to do her best. Her specialty became a lot more constrained if she had to apply her methods to an offensive mech design that didn't excel in defense. To put it in simpler terms, Sarah Voikin was able to design excellent knight mechs but was considerably less effective at designing light mechs. Another potential problem was that her specific solutions might crowd out those of other mech designers. This was especially problematic to Gloriana, who always demanded a lot of control over the physical structure of any collaborative mech design project. Vase frowned as he thought this situation over. Though Sarah Voikin's specialization was still an enormous attraction to him, it was not as indispensable as he previously thought. Even so, a defensive specialist that excelled in defending against physical attacks was still a rare and valuable treasure. As long as Sarah and his wife came to an understanding, their design philosophies might not necessarily conflict with each other. It would take a lot of time and effort to find the right balance, though. That might take months or even years of frequent cooperation. Once everyone learned enough about Sarah Voikin, they were all impressed by what she could bring to the Larkinson clan. However, she wasn't the only Voikin in the room today. There was also her brother. Dulo Voikin had remained quiet throughout all of this time. His posture was a little lower than that of his sister. This indicated that he clearly understood his own position, which was that of a rather less crucial asset to the Larkinson clan. Mr. Dulo Voikin. Vase addressed the man. Let me be honest. Our Larkinson clan already possesses a premier specialist in offensive mechs. Kedis Larkinson has proven her ability to design swordsman mechs plenty of times. She is the main reason why Team Larkinson won the Wild Brawl Bowl. Even with the help of your sister, the Thornbearer that you have undoubtedly poured a lot of effort into designing ultimately lost the Heart of Victor. He's not that bad, Vase. Kedis surprisingly spoke up for Dulo. The Thornbearer is an excellent spearman mech that displays a lot of insight and understanding on how spear-wielding mechs should fight. Dulo is truly dedicated to designing strong spearman mechs that especially excel at stabbing. I can design more versatile spearman mechs if needed. Dulo Voikin stated, my specialty indeed focuses on maximizing the stabbing potential of a spearman mech, but I can also design spearman mechs that are good at charging or better at flanking. I can design a decent Lancer mech, and I think I can do a lot to improve your existing Riot and Valkyrie Redeemer designs. There is always a use for a spear-wielding mechs in every mech force. The man wasn't wrong. Spears were long and could be employed in several different contexts. The Valkyrie Redeemer was an excellent example of that. The extremely successful Hexer mech model would never have become as effective in battle if it wielded a sword instead of a spear. The latter weapon allowed the Valkyrie Redeemer to perform its powerful all-out charges that had overrun a lot of static enemy formations. It was unthinkable for Vase to replace the Valkyrie Redeemer's spear for a sword just because Kedis was the Larkinson clan's only melee mech specialist. Juliet Stamaros gained a greater interest in the man. Mr. Voikin, since you're familiar with our Valkyrie Redeemer design, let me give you a little test. If you were in charge of designing its next iteration, what would you improve? The Valkyrie Redeemer was not only a celebrated mech model in the Hex army, but also served as one of the signature models of the penitent sister Mech Legion. There was no way the Larkinson clan would phase out the Valkyrie Redeemer line. It was just too useful and effective to give up. It was far more than just a simple marauder mech. The combination of all of its features produced a mech that was able to harass or thunder through vulnerable enemy units with great effectiveness. As a penitent sister, Juliet harbored a lot of admiration towards the Valkyrie Redeemer and its variants. She regretted that she hadn't joined the design department until the miracle couple had already finished its design. Fortunately, Vase made no secret of his intention to update the Valkyrie Redeemer design. He not only wanted to bring it on par with a Heartland-level mech design, he also wanted to incorporate the resources and solutions available in the Red Ocean. This was an excellent opportunity for Juliet to upgrade its mobility. However, if Dulo Voikin was able to strengthen the Valkyrie Redeemer even further, then he would look much more favorable towards his addition to the Larkinson clan. The mech designer in question understood that this was his moment to prove his worth in front of the panel of Larkinson mech designers. He did not open up his mouth immediately but instead spent 10 seconds sorting out his thoughts and formulating his argument. The Valkyrie Redeemer is an impressive marauder mech that is able to switch from operating as a harasser mech to operating as a lancer mech. Dulo began. What is important to recognize here is that the Valkyrie Redeemer is actually not that strong when it is locked in a melee brawl. Gloriana frowned. The Valkyrie Redeemer is never supposed to fight against melee mechs at close range. It is meant to maintain its distance and kite pursuing melee mechs while using their carbines to whittle down their enemies. Its spear should only be employed against ranged mechs or other opponents that can't properly defend against melee attackers. Reality rarely allows the Valkyrie Redeemer to fight under ideal circumstances. Dulo replied. He became more confident now that he was talking about his area of expertise. I have studied a lot of public footage of the Valkyrie Redeemer and its variants in action. The Hex army, which is the biggest user of the Valkyrie mech line, actually employs the most charges against hardened Fredaemon mech formations. That's because the Fredaemon mech militaries have already adjusted their positioning in order to minimize their vulnerability against ambushes. That is correct, and this illustrates why the Valkyrie Redeemer should not neglect the need to fight standing battles. The situation on the battlefield is rarely conducive to its use. A proper mech force always provides proper escort mechs to its ranged units. The Valkyrie Redeemers must defeat them first before they can crush the enemy mech rifleman mechs. I can optimize their dueling capabilities even if their mech pilots are not good at spearmanship. By strengthening and optimizing their stabbing ability, they can become a lot more threatening at close range without increasing their skill floor. Vase could see how that could be useful. He began to view Dulo Voikin more favorably than before. He recalled his own plan to design a lancer mech for the Eye of Ilvain. The success of Pontifical Lance in his first tournament proved that this design concept had a lot of potential. Though spearman mechs were significantly different from lancer mechs, they shared a lot of commonalities as well. If you are tasked with designing a lancer mech, how would you go about it? Vase asked. I have already designed several different lancer mechs in my career. My preferred approach is to design a lancer mech that can perform good charges but can also fight as a more conventional melee mech if it is ever cornered or if charges cannot play any role. While I am not able to amplify the charging potential of a lancer mech, I can significantly increase its versatility, thereby making it more useful in many different situations. That was a good approach, though Vase generally preferred to emphasize the strong points of his mech designs. The Larkinson clan could already turn to the Bright Warrior model for flexibility and versatility. What Vase sought for the Eye of Ilvain was a mech that could perform the most powerful and impactful charges that could break through any defensive formation no matter the difficulty. Improving the standing battle capabilities of such a lancer mech was nothing more than a means to compensate for a failed charge. A truly successful lancer mech unit should never stop charging unless it had expended all of its weapons. After quizzing Dulo a few more times, the Larkinsons finished their questions. You can wait in the other room now, Vase announced to the applicants. We will deliberate amongst ourselves and share our verdict with you in 15 minutes. Once Team Destiny and Team Voikin left the current chamber, Vase turned to his fellow colleagues. Well, both pairs of journeymen are useful to us. Kedis spoke up first. I really like Pellier and Kozlone. They can increase the killing efficiency of all of our melee mechs. I also like the Voikins. If Sarah Voikin joins our clan, she can not only improve the defenses of all of our existing mechs, but also provide the mech legions with new and highly effective defensive mechs. It was difficult to choose between the different package deals. They all came with their own pros and cons, and it was difficult to make an objective determination of which one would benefit the Larkinson clan more. Juliet already voiced her preference. I think we should prioritize the Voikins over the other two. It's much harder to estimate how Pellier and Kozlone can improve our mechs. I don't know, Juliet. Kedis said, I think Pellier and Kozlone are considerably more valuable to us. It's not difficult for us to find mech designers who specialize in defensive systems or spearman mechs, but it is a lot harder for us to come across journeymen that can strengthen mech designs in such a useful way. Everyone made good points today. The arguments of his fellow colleagues did not make it any easier for Vase to make up his mind. Chapter 3526, Two Tails. Vase, Gloriana, Kedis and Juliet all discussed the merits of hiring either Pellier and Kozlone or the Voikin siblings. Both duos had the potential to add a lot of benefits to the Larkinson clan. Pellier and Kozlone both possessed the same specialty, but were also the direct disciples of a notable master mech designer. That provided them with a thorough foundation and a clear trajectory towards success. If the two women joined the Larkinson clan, then they could immediately start with increasing the offensive strength of every melee mech design. Sarah and Dulo Voikin were also interesting prospects. Sarah was the real treasure, as she possessed a specialty that could amplify the defenses of any mech, but particularly those with greater mass and thicker armor. Her physical negation specialty might not offer that much solutions against energy weapons, but it was still useful in certain contexts such as conventional melee combat and fighting against forces that had taken a liking for kinetic weapons. As for Dulo Voikin, the man would probably get overshadowed by Kedis most of the time. That did not mean he was useless, though. The Larkinson clan already fielded a prominent spear-wielding mech model, and Vase already planned to design at least one Lancer mech for the Larkinson army. Obtaining the services of a mech designer who was passionate about mechs that fought with long polearms would doubtlessly bring those mechs to the next level. The question is, which pair should we recruit first? He asked himself. He had brought in his fellow Larkinson mech designers into the decision-making process so that he could gain a clearer answer, but the problem was that the three women couldn't make up their minds either. The applicants were all attractive in their own way. Sure, they also brought along their own baggage, but none of it sounded particularly concerning to them. What mattered more was how the new journeyman could expand the repertoire of the design department and shoulder a greater burden. As the Larkinson mech designers continued to swap arguments, Gloriana turned around in her seat and checked up on her happy little baby. "You're so cute, hi. She giggled. Gagawu. Aurelia wiggled her body around a bit as both Lucky and Clixie played with the baby. The playful cats teasingly dangled their tails above the girl's head. Woo! The baby tried to use her tiny little arms to reach out to one tail, but then the other. Poor Aurelia couldn't make up her mind which one she wanted to grab first. At a certain point, she decided to eschew choices entirely and grabbed onto both tails. Meow, meow. Though Aurelia soon lost her grip due to the lack of strength and coordination of her limbs, her mother became inspired by the silly sight. Gloriana turned back to the other Larkinson mech designers and cleared her throat. "Why don't we hire all 4 journeymen at once?" she proposed. That caused the discussion to come to an abrupt halt. Gloriana smirked now that she managed to grab everyone's attention. Each of the applicants that we have interviewed today are young, talented, competent and willing to become a part of us. Why must we force ourselves to limit our recruitment to just 2 of them? Wouldn't recruiting 4 be even better in this case? It's not that simple, Gloriana. Vase gently replied. You know how important the design department is to us. Right now, everything is operating well because we're all Larkinsons who have been with the clan for a long time. Each of us trusts each other, and I have no qualms entrusting crucial mech design projects to the 3 of you. This is a great arrangement that should be maintained as much as possible. What does this have to do with recruiting the newcomers? I was getting to that. Imagine what will happen should we add outsiders into the mix. Remember that these aren't mech designers who used to be apprentices in our clan but found a way to advance to journeyman. They are already high-ranking mech designers who have solidified much of their own views and all come from other influences. They currently possess no existing ties to the Larkinson clan, but once we bring them into the fold, we have to open up to them and reveal a lot of secrets in order to make sure they can do their jobs. Do you think that everything will go fine and that they will smoothly integrate into our clan? They're all sincere about joining the clan as far as I'm aware. Kedis mentioned. That is my judgment as well, but people's minds can change. I have seen that happen more times than I can count. The reality of becoming a part of our clan might not fully sink into their minds until they start living on a completely new ship and become surrounded by a completely different culture. What if they fail to integrate into our clan? What if they gain buyer's remorse? What if they can't tolerate the dangers that we typically encounter during our travels? These questions all generated a bit of doubt. The members of the Larkinson clan had already encountered one form of duplicity or another. They had learned that they could only truly put their trust in their fellow brothers and sisters. So you're saying that you're too afraid of recruiting the wrong journeyman, so you're settling with just two this time? Vase nodded. It is the safer bet from an organizational perspective. Look at it in this way. If two brand new journeymen enter our design department, then all four of us can guide and keep an eye on the new recruits. If we double the number of new entrants, it is much harder for us to keep track of the state and mood of all four newcomers. This increases the odds that one of them might go astray. We can't afford to blow up one of the most critical departments of our clan. A short moment of silence ensued as the other three journeymen thought over his argument. What he just said was based on well-established management theory and applied to any form of organization. The dynamic of a group always changed whenever a newcomer arrived. If not a lot of people joined at a time, then it was easy for the existing group members to assimilate their colleagues into the existing structure. However, if the amount of entrants became too much, then it wasn't certain whether this assimilation process would go smoothly. Someone who was lazy would find it much easier to get away with skipping work if the organization was already overwhelmed with integrating many other new recruits. I don't think the risk is as big as you imagine, Kedis claimed. Those mech designers aren't potential bombs in the making. They are all eager to design mechs, just like us. As long as we give them a chance to do their work, who cares if they approach their work a little differently from what we are used to? Maybe their approach is even better than ours. Gloriana nodded in agreement. Stop being such a scaredy cat, Vase. Didn't you complain to me 100 times about how we're swamped with work and how we never have enough time to complete our workload? It was your idea to design at least 21 new clan-exclusive mechs for the Larkinson army. I do not see any way to complete all of those projects in the short term if we are still short-handed. The more lead designers we can add to the design department, the better. We can still handle any problem that arises from differences in opinion. Even Juliet agreed with the two women. People can't hide much in the Larkinson clan. If they become our new colleagues, we will be working alongside each other on a daily basis in design labs where everything is tracked. If you are truly concerned about keeping track of the four new journeymen, why don't you ask the Black Cats to help with monitoring their activities? The arguments sounded quite reasonable to Vase. The more he thought about his decision, the more he felt that they did not weigh as heavy as he thought. Though he still harbored great concerns about the loyalty and commitment of the applicants, perhaps it was time for him to set his paranoia aside and make a gamble. Though the chance of something going wrong was greater if he recruited both pairs of journeymen at once, he was not without support in this matter. The three other Larkinson mech designers could assist with integrating the newcomers, and there were other institutions in the clan that could help with this burden. Okay, he said as he came to a decision. I'll call back the applicants. He sent a quick signal to them that prompted the four applicants to return to the chamber that had been turned into an interview room. Miss Janice Pellier, Miss Tiffy Kozlone, Miss Sarah Voikin and Mr. Dulo Voikin all took their seats as they awaited the verdict of the Larkinson clan. Vase gazed at each of them. Before I begin to announce our decision, I want to remind you that joining our clan is not the same as joining a regular company. We are not looking to recruit employees or retainers. We are looking to expand our family. Signing up to the Larkinson clan means forsaking all of your former allegiances and adopting a new family name. While we won't insist that you cut all of your ties to your current families and friends, we expect you to always be loyal to the Larkinson clan first. We will never tolerate any action that seeks to benefit your old family or organization at the expense of the clan. Have I made myself clear? All four applicants nodded. We already read the rules. We know what we are signing up for. Janice Pellier said, your terms are reasonable. We believe in your clan. While we can join other organizations, none of them offer as much design autonomy and room for us to develop ourselves as yours. Vase could see that the journeymen were all smart and sober enough to understand the consequences of their own choices. They had not made their decisions on impulse. Of course, he could never say for sure whether they had been thorough enough in weighing all of the variables. Perhaps they overlooked a few factors when they decided to take this leap. At this point, he just had to take them all at their word. He truly hoped that none of them were in over their heads. All right, since you understand the massive implications of your actions, then let me tell you that all 4 of you have passed our test. That caused the 2 pairs of journeymen to blink and look confused. They initially thought that they were competing against each other. To hear that the Larkinson clan had changed its mind was quite an abrupt turn of events, but not an unwelcome one. The 4 applicants all relaxed now that they understood they did not have to go through any more twists and turns to join an upstart clan with great potential. "We are in," Dulo Voikin asked as if he needed confirmation. "Yes, you're in." Vase offered them all a welcoming smile. "We still need to go through all of the paperwork and complete all of the necessary ceremonies. If nothing goes wrong, then all 8 of us will soon become colleagues and comrades by the time we depart from Vullet. It's a massive change for all of us, so we might not get everything right at once. I hope you will understand should any problems arise in the future. Our clan is still young, so we are still figuring out how to handle a lot of matters." "We understand, Patriarch Larkinson. You can just call me Vase," he said. "I'm not sure what it is like in your old organizations, but we're not that big on formality in the Larkinson clan. We're family, after all. I hope you can keep that in mind once you formally become our kin." Chapter 3527. Background checks. The Larkinson clan was about to bring 4 new journeyman mech designers into the fold. Although this kind of news was not that significant to many people, it came as a bombshell to the Larkinsons. The status of mech designers and particularly journeymen had always been high in the clan. Everyone knew they owed much of their success to Vase. Not only that, but Gloriana, Kedis and Juliet also contributed enormously to the clan by contributing to various important design projects. The great success of the expert mech design projects was solid proof that the Larkinson clan's journeymen were all highly effective and capable of outputting strong mech designs despite their relative youth. To hear that the number of journeymen in the clan had practically doubled overnight was a massive shock to many clansmen for that reason. Did it mean that they would be getting new Larkinson mechs twice as fast as before? Would their much-beloved mech roster soon receive an enormous upgrade? Will the new journeymen begin to run the clan just like their patriarch? All of these questions and more circulated throughout all of the clansmen who were just wrapping up their stay in Vullet. "A lot of rumors are flying about right now," Calabast said as she paid a personal visit to Vase. "No one knows what will change now that you have recruited those 4 mech designers and what the implications are for our clan. I'll make an official announcement soon once the 4 newcomers are formally inducted in our clan." Vase replied, "We won't change all that much. We're only bringing in the new journeymen to help us design our mechs. Nothing more. There is no power-sharing arrangement and their remuneration is set by our existing payment systems. As long as they do a good enough job, it won't be difficult for them to become exemplars. That will entitle them to receive dividends equivalent to a 1% ownership stake in the LMC." The exemplar plan finally became relevant again. Vase was glad that he had set it up beforehand. It would have been a lot more awkward if he couldn't explain this ready-made system to the new recruits. Although the exemplar plan was not as good as obtaining an actual stake in the LMC, the 4 newcomers all accepted the arrangement, if only reluctantly. Ordinary mech companies always awarded a considerable amount of shares to high-ranking mech designers. The Larkinson clan and the LMC went against the industry norm on this matter and scared away a lot of promising mech designers as a result. Vase didn't care about that. Being able to bring in 4 capable journeymen who managed to perform quite well in the Wild Brawl Bowl fully met his needs. Of course, Vase did not set out to exploit his fellow journeymen for his own gain. Working for the Larkinson clan as a mech designer was rewarding in many other ways. That was one of the main reasons why the new recruits applied to join, even knowing that they wouldn't gain any ownership stake in a lucrative mech company. Although no one knew whether the Larkinson clan would truly be able to satisfy the hopes and expectations of the new additions, for now there was plenty of goodwill from both sides. Everyone wanted this to work. At least, that was what Vase hoped. In order to make sure that he hadn't recruited the wrong mech designers, he had already asked the Black Cats to perform thorough background checks on the 4 new journeymen. "We're still in the process of collecting intelligence about the subjects you wanted to investigate," Calabast explained at first. Our information gathering process is hampered by the fact that the mech designers you've recruited don't have much of a history in the Red Ocean. They are all recent entrants just like us. All of their history is based in the Milky Way. Most of our intelligence on the subjects are based on records, news articles, database entries and other sources that are on the galactic net. What about primary sources? She shrugged. We've managed to bribe or persuade a few people to tell tales about the subjects. We managed to gain a deeper insight into who we are dealing with after questioning numerous people such as old classmates, former teachers, close acquaintances and so on. These sources may not be reliable considering they are hundreds of thousands of light years away from us, but they have managed to corroborate a number of our own findings. I see. From what it sounded like, Vase could have performed his own investigation by putting all of the names into a search machine on the galactic net. The only troublesome matter was that he needed to figure out whether the information that he was gathering was accurate and reliable. This was a job that the Black Cats excelled at doing. For what it's worth, none of the new recruits form an acute threat to our clan. Calabast assured Vase. That said, we have managed to uncover a couple of interesting details about all of them that you should know. While they are a matter of concern, I wouldn't go as far to say that they are cause for alarm. This should be good. Vase made himself comfortable in his seat. Please tell. Well, let's begin with Janissa Pellier and Tiffy Kozlone, the former apprentices of Master Delise Coronet. Formally, their relationship as teacher and students has ended, and not in a usual fashion. I'm sure you know the customs more than I do, but from what I have found out, the two did not part in an amicable fashion. Vase raised his eyebrow when he heard that. This sounded a bit familiar to him. A teacher-student relationship between two different mech designers usually ended when both sides came to an agreement. If only one side took the initiative to end this sacred and important relationship, then that was usually a sign of trouble. For example, Master Carmen Olsen decisively cut ties with Vase after he somehow got in bed with the Hexers. Hearing that Janissa and Tiffy might be fellow rejects prompted him to view the pair in a different light. Have you found the reason? Vase asked his intelligence director. We think we do. According to multiple sources, Janissa and Tiffy may have decided to quit their former positions and run away to another galaxy because they disagreed with Master Coronet's arrangements. Supposedly, their master insisted that they develop their design philosophies according to her own intentions. I take it that Janissa and Tiffy vehemently disagreed with their new instructions. Calabast nodded. I assume so. It would explain how the two journeymen quit and left in such a rushed and hasty manner. They left behind their complete network of family, friends, subordinates, colleagues and so on. While they managed to liquidate many assets, they still left behind their workshops and several other properties. They had to travel to a gate system by booking last-minute tickets on a large commercial passenger liner. After they arrived at a gate system, the pair chose not to apply to any pioneering organizations, but instead spent a large proportion of their own funds to get a ride to the Red Ocean. None of this sounded too alarming to Vase. As a mech designer, he fully understood why Janissa and Tiffy did not want to let another person dictate how they should progress their own design philosophies. Passion could never be forced. However, it was strange that a master mech designer would even force such an issue. Such a person should know better than to force journeymen to abandon their own dreams and ambitions. Do you know what Master Coronet wanted from Janissa and Tiffy and why she insisted on taking this course of action? The spymaster shook her head. You'd have to ask the pair of journeymen yourself. No one knows what Master Coronet and her former disciples said to each other. It all happened behind closed doors. All we know is that an argument did happen and that the two journeymen angrily left the star system within a day. I believe they are currently estranged from their former master. Calabast wasn't able to provide any other juicy intelligence on Janissa and Tiffy. She did find out that the pair of journeymen applied to join a number of other organizations, but either got rejected or changed their minds when they weren't happy with the conditions they received. The Larkinson clan was just one of several pioneering organizations that they applied to join. This indicated that the two journeymen who originated from the Ochre Miram star sector had plenty of opportunities but waited until now because they were quite picky. It made sense that Janissa and Tiffy had numerous offers. They already showed their talents in the Wild Brawl Bowl. Even if they failed to reach the final round, their work already provided potential employers with a good preview of what they could gain. Is there anything else I should know about Janissa and Tiffy? He asked. We've collected other intelligence that aren't important enough for me to mention here. We will put it all in a report for you to peruse. Tell me about the Voikins, then. Are there any skeletons in their closet? We have not managed to find any skeletons in Sarah Voikin and Dulo Voikin's closet, but their family is a different matter. Oh, the Voikin family is a large organization that has built up a significant amount of influence in the uplifting Note star sector in the galactic rim of the Milky Way. Do you think that any group of this size and power is completely clean and spotless? No, Vase answered. It's hard for me to imagine a family of mech designers doing anything too egregious, though. If their sins are limited to sabotaging the competition, then that is hardly worth my time. It's more than that. The Voikin family consists of hundreds of seniors and journeymen, but it is led by only a single master who is over 3 centuries old. Let us concentrate on his age for a moment. He was born in a different time from us. Humanity was still in the process of rebuilding everything that it had destroyed at the end of the last age. I know that. Well, think about this. Master Barnard Solas Voikin rose up from that special time and managed to advance to his current rank when he was around 150 years old. Although human civilization had already changed by then, the humans who were born much earlier did not quite keep up with the times. It is much harder for the older generation to adopt new norms and ideas. Vase began to narrow his eyes. What are you leading up to, Calabast? Seeing that he was losing his patience, Calabast went straight to the point. I'm trying to build context around Master Voikin so that you can understand why he has become a prominent associate of the Preserving Order faction of the MTA. Preserving Order. Vase recalled what Master Bowderin once said about this faction within the Mech Trade Association. The Preserving Order faction stood for the preserving of the current order, which in essence meant freezing as much of humanity's current state in time as possible. The Preservers hated change because they saw danger in anything new. Resuming the conquest of the Milky Way, invading the Red Ocean and introducing phase water to the public were just some of the high-level policy decisions that they vehemently opposed. The Preserving Order faction used to be the dominant faction of the MTA at the start of the Age of Mechs, so it shouldn't have been too much of a surprise that a master who grew up around that time became one of their associates. The problem was that most of humanity had long decided to move on again. Those who insisted on staying still were mostly stubborn old fools who just wanted to avoid every possible risk so they could have absolute assurance that their cozy lives remained intact. Hearing that the founder and most powerful member of the Voikin family was an associate of this outdated faction caused Vase to grow concerned. If the patriarch of the Voikin family is a preserver, then what about its other members? How closely do the younger generations adhere to their leader's views? Vase asked. Calabast smirked. That is a good question. Chapter 3528. Unclear truth. From what I have been able to gather about the Voikin family, it has never meddled too much in politics. Calabast told Vase. While Master Barnard Voikin is definitely a friend of powerful people back in his home state and star sector, by our knowledge his main preoccupations mostly around his mechs and his research. That sounds like any other master mech designer. Right. In addition to that, only a fraction of the Voikins will ever be able to get in touch with the Preserving Order faction. If they are not powerful or capable enough to be of use, then they are probably left out. It is likely that Sarah Voikin and Dulo Voikin fall within this group. While they are capable journeymen at their age, so are many others. Their design philosophies do not stand out and they cannot provide any value to the mechers at their stages. Vase repeatedly nodded. That confirmed his read on the situation as well. What happened to him was the exception rather than the rule. What about the other Voikins? We can't determine their allegiances. Calabast said. The Voikins do not publicize such matters, so it is hard to find any source that talks about this issue. From all of the information that I've perused, I guess that it is mostly a generational divide. Master Barnard Voikin's most prominent older offspring and descendants may have become fellow associates as well. It is well known that the master keeps an inner circle that consists of older seniors. What about the younger generations? None of them are a part of the upper echelon. The Voikin family is highly traditional, hierarchical and conservative. It is not a group that is known for taking risks and making radical changes to its policies. One example of its lack of willingness to embrace change is its complete refusal to do anything related to the Red Ocean. The Preservers probably think that expanding humanity to an entirely new dwarf galaxy is a nightmare. Vase chuckled. Calabast smirked. Just so. This is the problem with organizations that are led by the same person for hundreds of years. The Voikin family may be large, powerful and wealthy, but it is also stagnant and solidified. Promotion through the ranks is not only based on competence, but also seniority. This means that all of Master Barnard Voikin's deputies are 200 years old more or less. The leaders and main decision-makers of the Voikin family are all fossils who live in a past era that exists no more. I see. Sarah and Dulo Voikin grew up in this kind of environment. Vase saw a lot of parallels with the Larkinson family again. Back in his own family, the Larkinsons served the Bright Republic since the founding of the state and always made a lot of sacrifices without earning any of the rewards that they were due. If the Larkinsons hadn't become so indoctrinated about serving the Republic, they would have been able to recognize that the state continually treated them like slaves. Though the Voikin family was a completely different group that was based in the galactic heartland, Vase imagined that Sarah and Dulo grew frustrated with their family for similar reasons. Do you think that Sarah and Dulo Voikin have rebelled against their family because of the excessive conservatism of its leadership? Calabast shrugged. I cannot say anything with certainty about that, Vase. As I've said, the Voikins are quite good at keeping their internal problems to themselves. What I can say is that the overwhelming majority of Voikins who become successful mech designers tend to remain with the family. It is unusual for Sarah Voikin and Dulo Voikin to distance themselves from the Voikin and leave the uplifting Note Star sector where the Voikins are based. The Voikin family, for all of their problems, was still a paradise for many mech designers. The fact that Master Barnard Voikin managed to build up a large dynasty that encompassed hundreds of journeymen and seniors indicated that he and his fellow Voikins were extremely good at raising successful mech designers. It did not matter that none of Barnard's descendants managed to advance to master yet. Sooner or later, one of them would get lucky or achieve a moment of brilliance that allowed them to realize their design philosophy. Just like how the Larkinson family was consistently able to raise new expert pilots among its generations, the Voikin family must have developed a complete and mature system that substantially raised the probability that the mech designers among them would be able to advance to journeyman. Just thinking about all of the privileges that Sarah and Dula enjoyed during their upbringing made Vase feel envious of their fortune. They enjoyed all of the support they needed to become successful mech designers. As for Vase, once he found out he lacked the right genetic aptitude, he threw himself into mech design all by himself. His stupid family didn't understand a thing about the technical side of mechs and constantly focused their attention to raising the next expert pilots of the Larkinson family. At least Vase was able to do better this time. He wanted to make sure the Larkinson clan did not unnecessarily stifle any talent in any profession. There were both mech pilots and designers among the Larkinsons, so support was not lacking. Okay, you've explained enough about Voikin family. What exactly have you figured out about Sarah and Dulo that is useful for me to know? Calabast tapped her finger against her chin. The two did not exactly run away from their family. They shouldn't be like Janissa and Tiffy. Right now, they are still members of the Voikin family in good standing. Even if they have decided to become Larkinsons, I doubt their relations with the Voikins back in the old galaxy will remain bad. Aren't they going against the will of their patriarch? That's not necessarily a cause for a complete break in relations. She told him. Master Barnard Voikin may be an arch-conservative, but even he should know that he cannot control everyone. If a few stray chicks leave his little forest, then he shouldn't mind that much. There are more than enough birds to keep him company. Vase nodded in understanding. Letting a few of his descendants depart for the Red Ocean is good insurance policy. If the Voikin family back in the galactic heartland falls one day, Sarah and Dulo can still take over the torch, in a way. Technically, Sarah and Dulo would soon become Larkinsons, but there was no way that they would ever be able to erase all of their affection for the people who raised them and treated them as family. This was something that Vase had seen quite a lot in the Larkinson clan. The adopted Larkinsons who originated from different states occasionally maintained contact with the friends and family they had left behind. Though time was often enough to cool these old relationships, Vase wasn't sure it would be as effective to Sarah and Dulo. Both of them were journeymen, and that meant that they were a lot more mentally resilient than ordinary people. The Larkinson network wouldn't be able to influence them much either. I'm fairly confident that Janissa Pellier and Tiffy Kozlone will commit to the Larkinson clan without much reserve. Calabast stated. The pair have nowhere else to go and can't ask for help from their former master. What about the two Voikins? She smiled. Let's just say that I will be allocating more resources to monitor their actions and behavior. Don't take this as a sign that I consider them a potential threat. I just don't like unknowns. It is less clear what is behind Sarah and Dulo's decision to not only leave the Voikin family, but also travel all the way to the Red Ocean. There must be a greater story behind this, but it doesn't necessarily have to be great. Perhaps the two young Voikins just fell in love with the romance of exploring a completely new dwarf galaxy. In other words, it was just a precaution. Calabast didn't think she would find anything alarming, but she went through with it anyway because that was her job. After discussing a bit more about the journeyman who would soon be joining the Larkinson clan, Vase and Calabast finally concluded this important topic. Calabast turned to other matters. I've been keeping an eye on our two allied partners as well. Our clan isn't the only member of the Golden Skull Alliance that has been making a lot of progress. You've heard about the Cross clan. Yeah, Professor Benedict recruited a bunch of journeymen. 5 of them, to be exact. None of them are as brilliant or special as you, but that was why the professor was able to recruit them with such ease. They're all settling in nicely in the Cross clan and will soon be put to work. I can't say how much say they have in what they can do, but in my estimation Professor Benedict will likely run a tight ship. That's understandable. Those journeymen who signed up for the Cross clan must have known what they were getting into. They're probably not the sort of mech designers that I have been looking to add to my own clan. Aside from that, the Cross clan also expanded its fleet. Like us, the Crossers took part and won a number of tournaments. They don't have as many advantages as us, so they haven't been able to acquire as many ships in this manner. Vase narrowed his eyes. Your wording tells me that the Crossers may have obtained ships through another channel. They have. Calabast nodded. There are more combat carriers in their fleet than what they have won in various tournaments. They still have the same 4 capital ships, but they somehow managed to amass 70 combat carriers. What? 70 combat carriers? That was a massive number. The Larkinson clan only managed to amass 36 combat carriers. Vase and many of his fellow Larkinsons had to work hard and achieve success in various public events in order to win all of these precious ships. As far as Vase was aware of, the Cross clan was made up of a lot of strong and highly experienced mech pilots, but it wasn't filled with many genuine talents. How could the Crossers make up for this shortfall and obtain double the amount of combat carriers as the Larkinson clan? Tell me what you think. Vase instructed. I think Professor Benedict has been carrying a lot of weight. Again, the Crossers are all strong and Patriarch Reginald Cross is an impressive expert pilot, but none of them have any connections in the Red Ocean. They aren't even good at building relations. The only leadership figure that is different is their only senior mech designer. He is a completely different animal. The former Skull Architect was an extremely shrewd figure. If he was able to integrate himself in the pirate community of the old Ferris Star region, then he would definitely be able to find a way to make new friends in the Red Ocean. While he wasn't a master mech designer who everyone took note of, Professor Benedict was still a highly competent senior. His starting point was much higher than that of Vase, who was just a journeyman at the moment. Do you know what kind of folk the Crossers have been hanging out with lately? Vase asked. Although we have never forbidden our allies to associate themselves with other organizations, it will be troublesome if the Cross clan has made friends with the wrong crowd. I don't want us all to get sucked into a conflict that isn't our business. Calabast's gaze turned serious. That's the thing, Vase. Professor Benedict is quite a discreet figure and is good at keeping secrets. Even though I have assigned entire teams of agents to track and follow all of his movements, we all failed at determining who he has made a deal with in order to obtain those additional combat carriers. The only way we can know for sure is if we just walk up to him and ask him directly. Vase did not look happy when he heard that. Professor Benedict was definitely up to something. The question was whether it was good or bad for the Larkinson clan. Chapter 3529, Finalizing Departure. I'll keep looking into Professor Benedict and the contacts he's made, but I wouldn't worry too much if I were you. Calabast said as she leaned back on her seat. The man is a shrewd operator. She told Vase. He's not going to do anything that disadvantages him. Ruining his relationship with you or risking the breakup of the Golden Skull Alliance is not in his best interest. As long as he values you and your potential, he won't jeopardize his chance to become a powerful master. Advancing to master was one of Professor Benedict's greatest obsessions. Not only that, the man wasn't happy with his current design philosophy. After seeing what the Larkinsons were capable of, he wanted to reinvent his design philosophy and upgrade it to a whole different level. Hardly any other mech designer could give him the help and inspiration he needed to attain his extremely ambitious goals. Even if star designers and other impressive figures were able to assist him, these great dignitaries had no reason to pay attention to a random senior. In short, Professor Benedict needed Vase, and that made him predictable to an extent. Vase had no concerns if the second pillar of the Cross clan behaved in a completely rational fashion. The problem was that the man whose crimes used to earn him the moniker of Skull Architect could not possibly be so rational. In their numerous talks, Vase recognized a part of himself in Professor Benedict. Passion and obsession fueled the man's growth. The senior would do anything to advance, and not even the laws that constrained people's behavior could stop him from getting what he wanted. How confident are you in your evaluation of him? Vase skeptically asked. He has already tasted failure beforehand. He's being much more careful this time. We all recognize that the Red Ocean is a much bigger and considerably more dangerous playground than the regions back in our old galaxy. Trust is one of the most valuable currencies in the new frontier, and our Golden Skull Alliance has built up enough of it to keep us together. Vase sighed. It's too bad we failed to find additional alliance partners. None of the people and organizations we've looked into are suitable. This was one of the other big objectives that Vase wanted to solve. The Golden Skull Alliance was still a relatively small player in the Red Ocean. Expanding it would not only give the Larkinson clan a bit of added safety, but would also expand the overall capabilities of the entire expeditionary fleet. Hardly anyone seriously responded to the solicitations of the Larkinson clan, though. Most pioneering organizations simply weren't interested in joining a weak alliance that originated from the galactic rim. Even if Vase, Keddies and numerous other Larkinsons excelled in various tournaments, that was not enough to persuade powerful leaders and decision-makers from going all out on the Golden Skull Alliance. Sure, the Larkinsons received numerous offers from interested parties, but they all fell into one of two categories. The first group consisted of pioneering organizations that were too weak or dysfunctional in his eyes. They were just looking to leech from the Alliance while contributing far too little to tolerate their presence. The second group consisted of organizations that were too strong, powerful and wealthy. They essentially demanded to take over the Golden Skull Alliance rather than settle for becoming an equal partner. Suffice to say, their proposals were absolutely unacceptable to Vase. Part of the reason why he went through so much trouble setting up his own clan and making sure it gained primacy in the Alliance was because he did not want to answer to any higher-ups. Why would he choose to go back to serving as a pawn for other people's whims? Though Vase did not hesitate to reject all of these nonsense offers, it left the Golden Skull Alliance without any significant expansions. The Larkinsons, glory seekers and crossers still had to rely on themselves to achieve success in the Red Ocean. We still have time, Vase. Calabast reassured him. That 2-year protection period that you have managed to negotiate from the MTA should have already gone into effect. We can use the time we have left to roam the Red Ocean and find potential partners in the wild. Don't forget that Vullet is often the first destination for every second-class pioneer. Each of them come with big dreams, but not all of them recognize the cruelty of reality beyond the safety of the Big Two. I bet we'll be able to encounter numerous pioneering organizations that have faltered and need rescue out in the deep. She made a good point. Vase looked intrigued as he thought about the possibilities. It sounds nice, but the Red Ocean is still a big pond. The chance we'll stumble into this scenario is too small. We would have better luck finding potential new alliance partners in one of the made trade systems spread throughout settled space. The colonization of the Red Ocean already produced a lot of successful results. Many new colonies backed by powerful forces had already reached a level of development where they started to open themselves up to trade and commerce. These places all sought to imitate places like Vullet. Unfortunately, they weren't run by the Big Two, so they simply didn't possess enough prestige and they weren't able to guarantee absolute safety. Another problem with these emerging trade systems was that many of them were actually owned by the Terrans or Rubarthans. The richest and most powerful pioneers all knew how to make the most out of the opportunities available in the Red Ocean. Compared to taking huge risks by exploring the depths of the Red Oceans, it was much safer and also far more lucrative to find a nice port system, take it over and earn a sustainable income through fostering lots of trade and industry. If Vase really wanted to, he could take his fleet to one of these rising trade systems and lease a patch of ground in order to build a manufacturing complex. Have you already figured out what we'll do during our protection period? It would be a shame for us to stick to the safer zones while we are under the MTA's protective umbrella. We could go much deeper and explore more interesting locations without needing to worry about ambushes. Vase shook his head. Let's not get too excited. That MTA protection blanket only deters human attackers. It will do nothing to prevent aliens from attacking us. Whatever route we take will not take us in too deep. I'm fine with exploring places that others have visited before. I'm particularly interested in visiting star systems that were previously occupied by aliens. Why? Because I can derive more inspiration from studying alien tech. Just look at what we've managed to do with luminaire crystal technology. We could also scavenge through the ruins to see if we can dig up any valuables that previous pioneers have missed. The Red Ocean was all about phase water and alien civilizations as far as he was concerned. The chance of bumping into the former was small, but the latter was much more ubiquitous. After discussing a few more miscellaneous matters with Calabast, the spymaster finally left. Vase thought about all of the intelligence he obtained. The new journeymen all possessed interesting backgrounds. Though their mixed backgrounds and controversies might complicate their integration into the Larkinson clan, Vase did not expect everything to go smoothly. It will be pretty hard to integrate 4 new journeymen into the clan at once, but the rewards are too good to pass up. We can design double the amount of mechs in the same period of time once the newcomers get up to speed. That was the greatest reward that he could gain from this move. The final days passed by. The Larkinsons that had previously been enjoying their time on the moon settlement known as Chance Bay reluctantly said goodbye to the arenas, the bars, nightclubs, the casinos, the shops and other entertainment establishments before they returned to the fleet in high orbit. The expeditionary fleet looked a lot different than before. The capital ships all underwent minor refits. Although none of them received any comprehensive upgrades due to lack of dry dock space, it was still possible to apply minor upgrades to their systems. Their crews had been busy with installing new sensor systems and other easy-to-install modules. Of particular note was local necessities such as anti-vorabug countermeasures. The alien bugs were a menace in the Red Ocean and could chew through all kinds of hardened materials if left unchecked. Even though it wasn't too cheap to install these modules throughout the hulls of large and voluminous capital ships, Vase would rather not wake up one day and find out that giant insects had turned his precious assets into Swiss cheese. Before Vase returned to his flagship, he paid a brief visit to the new fleet carrier awarded by the Wild Fighter Association. Engineers and technicians hailing from both the Wild Fighters and the Larkinsons worked around the clock to transfer the pre-owned ship to the Larkinson clan. The Wild Fighters pulled out a lot of sensitive and important goods and parts from their capital ship. The Larkinsons had to see whether they had to fill up the gaps while also trying to master all of the controls of their big and powerful fleet carrier. Fortunately, the experienced spacers and naval officers within the Larkinson clan gained enough control over the new fleet carrier to be able to keep up with the expeditionary fleet. This meant that she was ready to be christened with a name and identity. As Vase stepped aboard her biggest hangar bay, he became impressed by the scale and size of this cavernous hall. Hundreds of mechs had already been placed inside the new fleet carrier. With a total mech capacity of 650 mechs, this vessel was destined to play a key role in any battles going forward. A trio of Legion commanders soon arrived to welcome their patriarch. "She's an impressive ship, isn't she?" Commander Sendra of the Sword Maidens grinned. "That she is," Vase responded as he looked around and studied the modern, high-tech equipment of the hangar bay. "I can definitely see why she is a Heartland-level fleet carrier." Commander Firelight of the Flagrant Vandals noticed what the patriarch was looking at. "The support facilities aboard this ship are much better than what we have handled before, but the learning curve is significantly higher. Our mech technicians and naval personnel are still having a hard time understanding the expanded capabilities of all of this tech. We still have a lot to go before we can utilize 100% of what this vessel has to offer." Vase already understood that. He had handled a lot of different tech back in Chance Bay. Those experiences made him realize that there was a good reason why a lot of people despised the Galactic Rim. The tech level in the backwater regions in human space was simply too poor. Once he recognized this discrepancy, Vase became more eager to catch up to the galactic standard. Mastering the new fleet carrier was an important test for the Larkinson clan. He glanced back at the 3 Legion commanders who had apparently made themselves home aboard the new ship. "I see you guys have already decided upon the allocation of our fleet carriers." Commander Valerie Chansey of the Penitent Sisters nodded. "The avatars of myth, the living sentinels and the battle criers have decided to keep the Gorgonean as their shared flagship. The Flagrant Vandals, the Sword Maidens and my Penitent Sisters will be taking up residence aboard this new fleet carrier. Given her history and her former usage, it seems appropriate." The Wild Fighters had peculiar ideas on how fleet carriers should be employed. Compared to the Gorgonean, the new fleet carrier was a bit lighter but considerably more maneuverable. The 3 mech legions that chose to transfer to this vessel did so because they were attracted to the new fleet carrier's aggressive character. Chapter 3530, The Wild Torch. Vase briefly toured the new fleet carrier. The vessel that he and Kedis managed to win by reaching first place in the Wild Brawl Bowl was better than he could imagine. Sure, the Wild Fighter Association stripped out a decent amount of proprietary systems from its former possession, but that still left enough of a capital ship to satisfy the Larkinsons. We don't need a superfab anyway. Vase muttered underneath his breath. We have an entire ship that can provide spare parts and replacements. The advanced sensor and stealth detection systems are also dispensable. Our blinding Banshee already has that role covered. While it would be nice to have an extra capital ship that could fulfill all of these useful functions, the Larkinson clan could manage without them because its core fleet was so big and varied. Besides, the Larkinsons could bring the fleet carrier back to her former glory after investing in expensive ship parts. After getting a good understanding of what the new vessel was capable of, Vase proceeded with the christening ceremony. A large group of Larkinsons came together in order to witness this important occasion. As Vase smashed a bottle against the hull of the massive fleet carrier, a large patch of hull surface soon morphed in order to display the new name of the vessel. The Wild Torch is our first major addition to our fleet since we have arrived in the Red Ocean. Vase said during his speech to his clan. A new galaxy represents a new beginning, and acquiring a large and modern fleet carrier is a great way for us to start our grand expedition. As you all know, danger and opportunity coexist alongside each other in the new frontier. Does that mean that we should cower from the threats lurking within this dwarf galaxy? No, Vase grinned. That's right, we are Larkinsons. We are better than that. So what if there is danger surrounding every opportunity? We can minimize the former and grasp the latter as long as we carry a bigger fist. I don't know about you, but the Wild Torch looks like it can pack a mean punch. The new fleet carrier made a lot of Larkinsons more confident about their upcoming journey. Before, the Larkinson fleet consisted of 9 capital ships, of which only a single one functioned as a fleet carrier. Though the addition of one more fleet carrier did not sound like much, the Larkinsons also managed to get their hands on 36 combat carriers. That led to an operational mech capacity of at least 3,800 mechs if Vase added in the bunker mechs and other machines that could still be placed inside the hangar bays of non-combat vessels. Was this enough to defend the Larkinsons? No, but at least they made progress. Besides, their allies had also done a lot of work. Vase already learned that the Cross clan added 70 combat carriers to its fleet, though Professor Benedict was still having trouble filling them up with sufficient mechs. The Glory Seekers also got busy during this time. Though the women hadn't participated in any tournaments during their stay in Vullet, they managed to expand their fleet in another way. Calabas discovered that they had apparently gotten into contact with the greater Hexer diaspora that had already arrived in the Red Ocean. Whatever they discussed, one of the results was that the Glory Seekers eventually received a modest supplement that consisted of 20 combat carriers and 8 logistical ships. Regardless of what Vase thought about this arrangement, he was happy that the combined fleet expanded its mech capacity to such an enormous extent. Vase grinned as he moved on to his second announcement. As you may have heard, our clan has grown by another measure as well. Let me introduce to you the latest additions to our core design team. The 4 new journeymen of the Larkinson clan all appeared on stage. Every clansman, particularly the mech pilots, knew that they would all have to rely on the work of these prominent new members in the future. For that reason, the clansmen directed an intense amount of scrutiny towards the 3 women and the single man who presented themselves today. Each of them wore their new formal Larkinson uniforms in order to announce their new identities. They not only looked dashing in their new outfits, but also evoked many similarities to people like Vase and Gloriana. However, the real test was just about to come. The clansmen who had gathered in the large hangar bay of the Wild Torch all tuned their hearts to the 4 new journeymen. They felt warm and reassured when they looked at them. This was enough for them to accept and trust the new arrivals. Vase smiled. He would not have presented the new mech designers to the clan if they hadn't received approval from the Golden Cat. The fresh new journeymen still looked dazed and distracted as they just began to learn what it was like to become a member of the Larkinson clan. From today onwards, Janissa Pellier Larkinson, Tiffy Coslone Larkinson, Sarah Voikin Larkinson and Dulo Voikin Larkinson will each contribute their considerable design abilities as our latest lead designers. Each of them will become fine additions to our design department where they will handle many new mech design projects. You can expect us to introduce a lot more mech designs within a year. That was what the Larkinsons truly wanted to hear. Hooray! The more mech designers, the better. For the clan. As the introduction came to an end, Vase and the 4 new journeymen retreated to a private compartment. "When you told us that you Larkinsons are different, I never knew to what extent," Sarah Voikin said as she looked a bit overwhelmed by how much her life had changed all of a sudden. Not only did she leave the Voikin family and became a formal member of the Larkinson clan, she also became introduced to a substantially different culture and environment. Though she and her fellow newcomers already anticipated these changes, they did not expect the additional surprises that were unique to the Larkinson clan. Compared to living mechs in different religions within the clan, the biggest change in their lives was the induction into the Larkinson clan's strange metaphysical network. Vase only provided them with a brief and vague explanation of the network that allowed every clansman to be able to recognize each other as kin. From the moment the 4 journeymen reluctantly agreed to connect their minds to this odd and maybe alien-derived network, they soon realized its great value and utility. "No wonder you Larkinsons aren't afraid of traitors," Dulo Voikin said. "I can just feel without a doubt that every clansman can be trusted even if they originally came from many different states." The new journeymen had all done their research on the Larkinson clan. They learned that its members were famously close and unified despite their great diversity. This was absolutely not normal for a young and relatively small organization like the Larkinson clan. They all learned the truth by now. They felt pretty mixed about becoming a part of this network. Each of them were journeymen who prized the sanctity of their own minds. They all possessed the mental strength required to block or close this new mental connection if they wished. Vase understood their concerns. He would feel unsettled as well if he was in their shoes. "There's no need for you to feel concerned," he told them in a reassuring tone. "Our solution is meant to bring us closer together. The last thing we want to do is create division and generate mistrust. I think it would be best if you acclimatize to our clan by visiting our various ships and see what our clansmen are truly like. Look them. Speak, please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to them. Work with them. You'll soon find out that they are just normal people who share the same aspirations as you. No matter how different they are from you, focus on your similarities. You'll find a lot of kindred brothers and sisters among our clan." It was impossible for the 4 new journeymen to drop into a design lab and start designing mechs right away. They didn't even possess a clear understanding of the Larkinson clan at the moment. This was why Vase was willing to grant them enough time to truly connect with the Larkinson clan. No spiritual network could accomplish what human contact could do. Once the new journeymen forged personal ties with real individual clansmen, they would truly feel motivated to design mechs for the clan. "How long should we do this?" Tiffy Kozlone asked. "From what I've heard, the mech pilots here are eager to obtain new mechs. The sooner we give them what they want, the better." "That's true, but we shouldn't rush this process. I will not give any of you permission to work on any design projects until you fully understand our history, culture and people. It's for your own good and everyone else's good as well." Vase was willing to give them a couple of weeks before he checked in on them. If they hadn't integrated into the clan by then he was willing to give it an extra month. The unspoken message here was that the 4 journeymen could get to work a lot sooner if they made an earnest effort to integrate into the clan. "Do you have any questions?" Janissa Pellier raised her hand. "What is our rank in the clan? Do we have the right to issue orders to other Larkinsons?" That was a surprisingly good question. Vase never really thought about this issue. In practice, this matter never really came up because there was no need to clarify it up until this moment. Vase was the patriarch and relied on that identity to take charge. Gloriana persuaded others to follow her instructions because she was his wife. Kedis and Juliet already enjoyed a substantial amount of influence in the Sword Maidens and Penitent Sisters respectively. None of them needed any more official authority. Gloriana was probably the only exception, but Vase had never conceded to her requests. Compared to the original 4 journeymen in the clan, the new arrivals were completely on their own. They had no existing ties or friendships with any of the Larkinsons that could serve as their informal power base. In certain situations, this might mean that they might grow unhappy. Vase rubbed his smooth-shaven chin. "Here in the Larkinson clan, we believe that the right people must assume the right responsibilities. We recruited each of you for your mech design capabilities. There is no reason for you to take charge of our mech units or involve yourself in policy making. There are many other clansmen that are already doing a good job in their positions. We're not a military organization, so I won't give you an official rank or anything. However, in most cases your status as a leader designer should be sufficient for you to command everyone's respect. Once you have completed a few solid mech designs, every clansman will sincerely accommodate your requests as long as they are reasonable. Does that answer your question? His answer wasn't as satisfying as they hoped. The Larkinson clan placed a greater emphasis on mech designers than many other organizations, so they thought they might obtain greater power and respect. Not so. Vase was wary of handing out power that people didn't need. Now that the design department had expanded further, he thought it was clearly time to set additional rules. In his opinion, it was enough for the mech designers to serve as pure support personnel. They really didn't have any business meddling with the other parts of the clan. That right was reserved to Vase. He was the patriarch after all. Once he cleared up this matter, Janissa, Tiffy, Sarah and Dulo all left in order to start their much-anticipated tours. I hope you'll be able to fit in, Vase said. Chapter 3531, The Simile Halifax. The fleet was ready. The new journeymen were settling into the clan. The Larkinson clan's allies had completed their own business. There was nothing preventing the Golden Skull Alliance from departing the Vullet Central Star Node. After undergoing a final round of inspections, the expeditionary fleet had already lined up in front of a Lagrange point in order to make their way out of this busy and prosperous star system. I'll miss this place. Vase sighed as he looked at the projection of the highly developed star system. Meow. Lucky shook his head. His cat didn't quite agree with this assessment. The biggest issue to him was how extensively the MTA controlled and monitored the entire place. Perhaps an ordinary person wouldn't feel bothered by that, but the need to constrain his behavior was practically a nightmare for Lucky. The cat was more than happy to leave this heavily restricted place behind. He yearned to return to the old days where he was free to roam around as he wished and poke whatever he found interesting. Vase rubbed Lucky's disgruntled head. We'll be out soon enough. We just have to wait until the MTA escort ship arrives. It did not take too long for the MTA to finally dispatch its representative. The ship arrived with blazing fast speed that none of the ships in the Golden Skull Alliance could possibly match. The Big Two were the primary users of phase water harvested in the Red Ocean, so it made sense that all of their ships had already been upgraded with the new superdrives. Damn, that's fast. Vase envied the sheer amount of speed that these ships could reach in real space. Just the ability to zip around inside star systems granted the Big Two a huge tactical advantage that the rest of humanity couldn't possibly catch up to until at least a couple of centuries had passed. As the ship disengaged the space warping function of her superdrive, the sensors of his ships could finally get a solid look of the new MTA vessel. The ship was an armed frigate. Though she was quite small compared to the warships that lingered all over Vullet, she was still a force to be reckoned with due to all of her advanced tech. In fact, the warships that the MTA employed in the Red Ocean were more modern, powerful and advanced than the ones in the old galaxy. Even without accessing any records, Vase could clearly recognize that the Simile Halifax had only been completed up to half a year ago. She was practically brand new and completed her trials not too long ago. Despite her relatively tiny mass and size compared to all of the ships of the Golden Skull Alliance put together, the Simile Halifax probably possessed enough capabilities to destroy entire second-class pioneering fleets. Vase could easily imagine how such a slaughter could take place. The Simile Halifax was probably armed with long-range warship-grade weapons that could easily pick off enemy starships one by one at distances where many mech-grade weapons were ineffective. In order to make sure that the Simile Halifax did not risk any encounter with expert mechs or taboo weapons that could pose a considerable risk to such a small vessel, she could make fantastic use of her superdrive to maintain the perfect distance at all times. What a deadly little package. This was the power of a warship. While a frigate was no match to a battleship, they were still far bigger than a typical mech. If all of that capacity was allocated to combat-related functions, then such a vessel could easily match or exceed the power of a juggernaut. The Simile Halifax is hailing us, sir. Accept the hail, Vase instructed. The projection of a highly familiar figure appeared in front of him. Vase practically sat up straighter in his chair as soon as he recognized his old acquaintance. Jovi, what the hell are you doing here? Ha ha ha, the young MTA journeyman laughed. Surprised to see me? It took a lot of effort for me to complete my final assignments in a rush so that I could make it to the Red Ocean in time. I had to do a lot of pleading to replace the original officer assigned to this mission. Vase was quite happy to be watched over by someone friendly and familiar instead of a complete stranger. At the very least, Vase could trust that Jovi would not slack off or try to hinder the Larkinson clan in any way. Jovi also revealed a few clues in his words. Apparently, He wasn't supposed to be on this assignment, but worked extremely hard to obtain the chance to accompany the Golden Skull Alliance for the next 23 months. I'm glad to have your company while we take our first steps into the Red Ocean, but I don't understand why. Are you truly sure about this, Jovi? The young MTA journeyman responded with a smile. If I make a mistake, I would only waste 2 years of my life at best. I am certain that I have made the right decision, though. You're always interesting to be around, Vase. Even if nothing blows up around your fleet, you always come up with an interesting new mech or invention. I want to be in the vicinity whenever something like that happens. I can't live an exciting life as yours, but I think I can get much of what I want if I follow you around. In other words, Jovi was hoping to gain inspiration by accompanying the expeditionary fleet. It was certainly a much more exciting option than remaining in a place like Vullet and working in a design lab every day. I can't promise you anything, but I'll do my best to give you a reason to be grateful about your choice. The two talked to each other a bit. Both of them already knew each other and neither of them were big on formality. Of course, Vase always reminded himself that he was dealing with someone of great importance. Their status was so far apart from each other that he always had to make sure he stayed within the boundaries of what was permissible. For the time being, my simile Halifax will constantly shadow your spirit of Bentime. Jovi explained. You don't have to transmit your route or navigation data to us. We'll make sure we keep up with your ship no matter where she goes. Other than that, let me tell you that we are not allowed to interfere in any incidents between you and other human forces unless the latter are the aggressors. We won't allow you to use us as an excuse to attack random pioneers. Lastly, we won't initiate any hostilities against alien forces unless there are other reasons. There are more rules that I will send to you later, but those are the main points. Do you understand what I've said? Vase nodded. I'm already clear about the rules. I don't think that any human fleet will want to mess with us as soon as anyone detects the simile Halifax. People would have to be stupid to confront us with your ship in the middle of our formation. Hey, you'd be surprised what kind of stupidity our association faces on a daily basis. You fell victim to the Vulcanites yourself, for example. Now, their state has been taken back into human hands. No thanks to the MTA. Vase had put too much faith in the MTA's willingness to enforce its own rules. Though he thought highly about Jovi, Vase could never assume that the smiling Halifax would react in a timely manner. The two talked a bit more. Jovi and his crew made it clear that they were quite limited in what they could do. They were not allowed to meddle in the Golden Skull Alliance's affairs and Jovi was prohibited from providing obvious assistance. This ruled out actions such as collaborating on a mech design or providing technical solutions for difficult problems. Jovi smiled. We can still hang out and exchange our views from time to time. We're both mech designers so we can still exchange with each other. I just have to be careful not to provide anything specific or proprietary to the Mech Trade Association. I see. Well, we can still gain much from each other even if we don't go into too many details. Jovi possessed a different design philosophy from pretty much anyone else. Despite the difficult and abstract nature of his primary research interest, he somehow managed to transform probability manipulation into a real phenomena in relation to mechs. An average mech designer could never make this accomplishment. Vase was eager to learn Jovi's methods and approach towards his work. I have a question, Vase. Please ask. Although I said that my frigate will be able to keep up with your ship, it would be convenient if you can tell me your first big destination. Where do you intend to travel first? Jovi asked. Vase paused for a moment. We'll likely pay a visit to the Megare Middle Zone first. Good choice. Megare is relatively close to Vullet and has become a scavenger paradise. There are many ruined planets that used to host indigenous alien settlements. They're all gone, and many scavengers are digging holes in the ruined planets in order to recover treasure that hasn't already been recovered or destroyed. Digging through alien ruins sounds fun, but only for the first couple of times. I don't intend to stay in Megare for too long. Once my men become accustomed to alien civilizations, we can go deeper into the Red Ocean where the odds of encountering actual aliens is higher. Your plan is sound. Megare is a good starting point for many pioneering fleets. It has become a lot safer over the years as most of the real valuables that people are willing to fight for have already been retrieved. Now, many fleets treat it as a transit zone. The more powerful and daring pioneers head out as quickly as possible, but I'm glad you are exercising caution, Vase. The deeper zones are much more volatile. Vase received another signal. It turned out that the Golden Skull Alliance finally received its turn to leave the star system. We're about to enter into FTL travel, so we'll have to continue this discussion another time. I'll talk to you later, Jovi. Goodbye and see you on the other side. The Spirit of Bentime and every other ship in the Golden Skull Alliance successfully transitioned into the higher dimensions, thereby marking their actual departure from one of the safest human strongholds in the Red Ocean. From now on, we'll be traversing the real frontier. Meow. Despite traversing into a dangerous region of space where friendly ports of call were a rarity, the presence of the Simile Halifax meant that his fleet shouldn't encounter too many threats in the next 2 years. This effectively gave the Larkinson clan a buffer period to build up its own strength. Within 2 years, my clan not only needs to possess a lot more carrier vessels, but also be equipped with newly designed mechs that will put my troops on par with the standards of the Red Ocean. These were large and ambitious goals. The biggest difficulty was that he had to get it all ready by the time that Jovi and the Simile Halifax had to go back to the MTA. It's doable. Taking care of the mechs should be easy enough. Vase just had to make sure that the 4 new journeymen did their jobs and designed a lot of mechs. It was a lot harder to expand the fleet with additional carrier vessels. Vase had to build up a relationship with a power that owned a bunch of shipyards in the Red Ocean. That was not easy considering that many different pioneers were trying to do the same. I'll think about it later. Vase pressed his fingers against his temple. There has to be a better way to expand my fleet. Chapter 3532. Welcome to the Larkinsons. The Golden Skull Alliance finally made its way out of the Vullet Central Star Node. This was a new beginning for the people who originally came from the galactic rim of the Milky Way. Though the Larkinsons and their allies had all become fascinated at the fact that they entered a brand new galaxy, the exceptional degree of civilization and development in Vullet gave them the illusion that they were still close to home. It was only after the Golden Skull Alliance truly left the star system managed directly by the Big Two that everyone soon realized that they had entered the true new frontier. The basic rules of the Big Two still applied throughout the dwarf galaxy, but everyone understood it was the pioneers who made most of the laws. As long as they possessed enough power, they could implement their own rules. Some organizations used this power to build their own states. The citizens and associates of the first-rate superstates had already claimed large swaths of territories in order to expand the influence of the Terrans and Rubarthans in the Red Ocean. Anyone entering these regions of space had to submit to the regime of whatever Rubarthan principality or Terran ancient clan was in charge. The Golden Skull Alliance made sure to steer clear of these territories. Neither the Larkinsons, Glory Seekers or Crossers were eager to join one of these two super influences. Though the benefits were great, the prospect of getting ordered around by arrogant Rubarthan princes or spoiled Terran dignitaries did not sit well with people. Like Patriarch Vase and Patriarch Reginald, the Red Ocean was quite big and offered more than enough room for people of many different inclinations. There were still many different zones and regions where unaligned pioneers could roam without worrying about encroaching on the space claimed by the big traditional powers. Of course, the absence of strong powers also led to a lot more conflicts between smaller parties. As the expeditionary fleet continued to journey deeper into the Red Ocean, the Larkinsons frequently encountered remnants of past battles. Mech wrecks, derelict starships and occasionally even entire debris fields floated in the cold of space, but never for too long. Human scavenging fleets zealously lurked around in many corners of space. They immediately descended on the aftermath of a ruinous battle whenever the original combatants had already left. The sheer amount of scavenging fleets the expeditionary fleet encountered was mind-boggling. The Golden Skull Alliance had only just stepped out of Vullet and already encountered so many signs of past battles. Each of them had been fought rather recently if there was still debris left to scavenge. The Larkinsons would have been a lot more reluctant to head even deeper into the Red Ocean after witnessing all of these sordid sights. The further they traveled away from civilization, the greater the likelihood of getting ambushed. The actual situation was different. The people of the Golden Skull Alliance were still tense, but did not exhibit too much fear. The expeditionary fleet frequently encountered other pioneering fleets along its route. Whenever the latter spotted the Simile Halifax traveling in the midst of the Larkinson fleets, they always made sure to keep their distance. The deterrent of this single MTA frigate was incredibly effective and never failed to keep other humans on their toes. This allowed the Larkinsons and its allies to relax their guard and focus their attention on other priorities. Right now, the Larkinson clan's main preoccupation was completing the reorganization of its expanded fleet. The mech legions also had to sort out a lot of different affairs after they all stationed their mechs in different carrier vessels. The Wild Torch was a particular focal point to the Larkinsons. Her new crew were still in the process of learning and mastering her advanced tech and functions. The fleet carrier possessed a lot more depth than the Gorgonean and could even operate independently if needed. Still, the 36 combat carriers that he and his fellow Larkinsons had won in various tournaments also deserved a lot of attention. Each of them were capable of hosting 60 mechs, which was the standard capacity for Heartland-level combat carriers. Aside from that, several of them diverged quite a lot from each other. Each different ship class was designed and built by different shipbuilding companies. The 20 combat carriers that the Larkinson Battalion had won in the Gehenna League were all identical, but there were many other instances where a single combat carrier had to be operated in a substantially different way than the rest. The Larkinsons adapted as best they could. No matter what oddities the shipbuilding companies had developed over the course of their existence, every human starship still shared a lot of traits. The crew quickly managed to figure out the basics, but they needed a lot more time to master all of the individual nuances of every ship class. During these days, many new Larkinsons who had recently been recruited in the clan began to acclimate themselves to their new homes. The most prominent among them were the new 4 journeymen who would soon undertake one of the most important responsibilities of the Larkinson clan. Due to their great importance, many Larkinsons eagerly welcomed them aboard their ships. The different mech legions all understood the importance of establishing strong connections to the mech designers who would soon design their new combat machines. Currently, a pair of female journeymen looked gobsmacked at someone who looked like a genuine priestess. "Let me get this straight," Janissa said in a disbelieving tone. The strange capabilities to achieve an extremely high degree of accuracy and target prediction is not based on an advanced targeting system or even any technological component for that matter. It's instead derived from nudges that is mentally passed on by your god through the medium of your mech. Not just any mech, a living mech, Priestess Samandra Avacon piously claimed. Each of the living mechs of the Eye of Ilvain are machines of faith. They respect and revere the great prophet. It is because of their unquestionable belief that they are graced with the ability to hear his gospel. Whenever a believer is in need of deliverance, our prophet will always reward the faithful. Would you like to hear the sermon of Ilvain yourself? If you wish to become like our patriarch and design mechs that are blessed with divine power, then you must familiarize yourself with our scriptures. Come, let me lead you to our prayer compartment aboard this ship. I will personally teach you the secret of designing mechs guided by Prophet Ilvain's foresight. Janissa and Tiffy helplessly followed the enthusiastic priestess to a compartment that had been transformed into an indoor church. Though the pair of journeymen had already heard that the Larkinson clan wasn't completely secularist and accommodated other beliefs, they underestimated their importance. "Hey," Janissa quietly transmitted to her bosom friend through their private implant connection. "Do you buy the story this priestess is selling?" Tiffy adopted a contemptuous expression. "These Larkinsons are more crazy than I thought. Why does the patriarch even accommodate all of this nonsense? Mechs blessed by gods, this is not a credible explanation. There has to be a logical and rational explanation why these powerful heavy artillery mechs are consistently able to achieve near-perfect accuracy in different battles. I bet the secret lies within the neural interface. The Larkinsons may have added something to it that makes these mech pilots significantly more accurate than normal." Though Janissa and Tiffy respectfully listened to Priestess Avacon as she explained the history and development of the Ilvainan faith, they found the stories difficult to stomach. When the woman began to praise the bright martyr, the mech designers simply couldn't take it any longer. "Are you serious?" Janissa frowned. "You claim that Patriarch Vase Larkinson is some sort of bright martyr? That is no less important than Prophet Ilvain. He is our guiding light and our savior who can bring us out of the coming dark. He is the trusted friend and confidant to the prophet in all of his incarnations. He is the God whose hands can lift you into the heavens and turn his mechs into gods." There was only so much nonsense that Janissa and Tiffy could take. The rest of the tour in the prayer compartment proceeded in a daze. They only managed to regain their wits and their interests in the Ilvainans once they approached a couple of dormant Transcendent Punisher mechs. The heavy artillery mechs not only looked heavy and imposing, but also carried an inexplicably pure and sacred presence. "So this is one of these glows that all of the Larkinsons are raving about," Tiffy commented. The two newcomers couldn't help but become impressed by what the patriarch of the Larkinson clan had accomplished. They had never heard of any mech designer who could implement something comparable in mechs. Vase Larkinson is the real deal. Janissa said with a touch more respect. He didn't win the Wild Brawl Bowl for nothing, though that swordsman mech designer is also impressive. The Eye of Ilvain allowed their guests to study the transcendent punishers up close. The two women generously took advantage of this offer. They brought one of them to a small workshop and partially dismantled the heavy mech. They inspected every part they came across for any oddities that might explain where its glow and mystical capabilities came from. They even accessed the complete design schematics that they recently gained access to after they received their new credentials. None of these studies provided the two with clear answers. The secrets of the Transcendent Punishers remained inaccessible to them despite inspecting a copy from top to bottom. Do you think the Ilvainans may be right? Tiffy asked. As if. I don't believe any of their claims. There has to be an explanation for all of this. We're just missing it because we don't know where to look. Once we meet with our new boss again, we should ask him the truth. We need to understand where these glows and other capabilities come from if we want to collaborate with him in the future. We can't remain in the dark. By the time the two journeymen ended their first day with the Eye of Ilvain, they sat in their guest cabin questioning everything they had learned today. Well, it shouldn't matter too much. Janissa eventually shrugged. With our specialties, we'll mostly be assigned to melee mech design projects. We won't get involved in the design of ranged mechs. Since these Ilvainans are so good at target acquisition and tracking, they should pilot ranged mechs exclusively. Her friend nodded. From what I've seen so far, the Eye of Ilvain is shaping up to be an excellent artillery outfit. Mech Legion. Yeah, Mech Legion, Tiffy said. Whatever these Ilvainans rely on to achieve such stellar accuracy, this is clearly a proprietary method of the Larkinsons that can grant their forces an unquestionable advantage in any battle. It's quite impressive how well the Larkinsons have managed to protect this valuable method for so long. In hindsight, it shouldn't have been a surprise we found nothing during our inspections. It would have been too easy if we managed to identify the source of all of that predictive targeting in a single pass. Maybe we should try again tomorrow and look more closely at suspicious parts. Let's do that, then. I won't leave this ship until I get to the bottom of this secret. Janissa and Tiffy wasted 3 more days on fruitless investigation before they finally gave up on this matter. They left the Eye of Ilvain in disgust and chose to visit the Sword Maidens next. The Sword Maidens were secularists, at least. They should make more sense, right? Why did that woman just cut off the arms of those trainees? Are you women crazy? Relax. Commander Sendra smirked as she led the 2 new journeymen around. We're used to it. None of these injuries are fatal. See, our medical bots are already in the process of putting the arms back into position. Even if that's the case, why would you even do something so barbaric? We are warriors. When we go out and fight with our lives on the line, we need to be able to bear the pain and death that comes with every battle. If our trainees can't even bear the loss of a limb, they're not strong enough to become our sisters. Madness. This was madness. The entire Larkinson clan was filled with crazies. Chapter 3533. Unclear explanations. Janissa Pellier and Tiffy Coulson weren't the only ones undergoing culture shock at the moment. The Voikin siblings were also introduced to the variety of different subcultures that had settled into the Larkinson clan. Are you being serious, Commander? Commander Valerie Chansey of the Penitent Sisters gave them a rueful smile. Oh, we are completely serious about this matter. We do not expect you to embrace our words, but that does not make them any less true. The Superior Mother is real. The Superior Mother is a supreme that is more powerful than any god. The Superior Mother is also the mother of our patriarch and the grandmother of his child. If you don't believe us, then ask Patriarch Vase. If he is in the mood, he may be willing to call down his mother to you. The sooner you get acquainted with the Superior Mother, the sooner you can start with designing our new mechs. Our Valkyrie Redeemer model could use an update. The Legion commander began to recite a whole list of issues that the Penitent Sisters wanted the mech designers to address for the next iteration of this famed model. Many of the issues mentioned by the Penitent Sister commander sounded reasonable to Sarah and Dulo Voikin. They pertained to ordinary technical specifications such as the range of motion of the Valkyrie Redeemer's arms or the inadequate defensive properties of its round shield. The 2 Voikin mech designers both possessed specialties that could offer a lot of potential improvements to the Valkyrie Redeemer design. Sarah couldn't do too much as the Valkyrie Redeemer was an offensive mech model that was on the lighter side of its weight class. Nonetheless, she could overhaul its armor system and implement a new solution that offered more damage resistance without substantially increasing the mass of the mech. Dulo Voikin could do a lot more. As a spearman mech specialist, there was much about the Valkyrie Redeemer that he could improve. While he found the mech design to be good in many ways, he could still tell that its designers did not possess a deep understanding of spear-wielding mechs. If he had free reign over the Valkyrie Redeemer design, he would turn it into a much more formidable combat machine that did not have to rely on charge attacks in order to slaughter its foes. Yet as Sarah and Dulo continued to learn more about the properties of this mech models and its users, it became more difficult for them to accept everything they heard. They did not try to refute the penitent sisters, though. They grew up in a family that was filled with many different mech designers, each of which developed their own unique perspectives on reality. The two Voikin mech designers were a little more accustomed to abnormal behavior. "Can we examine one of these Valkyrie Redeemers, Commander?" Dulo requested. "Why, certainly," Commander Chansey said. "I'll lead you over to our workshop. If you wish to disassemble it, make sure not to strip it down completely. For whatever reason, our Valkyrie Redeemers are living mechs. We have found that they can only truly remain alive if there is a bit of them left intact. Our mech technicians can tell you more about this. Just make sure to never pull our mechs apart completely. Think of them as living bodies. They can only sustain life if there is enough of a basis to do so. This is why we must always care for them and why we do not easily mix and match parts from different mechs together. That is certainly weird to mech designers such as Sarah and Dulo. Of all of the mechs they worked with, they never encountered a situation where they needed to treat mechs as if they were living, breathing organic bodies. Though the penitent sisters generously allowed the Voikins to peek inside one of their Valkyrie Redeemers, there were always mech technicians hovering nearby. These penitent sisters are too protective of their mechs. Sarah frowned as she studied the programming code of the Valkyrie Redeemer's operating system. They're more than machines to them. They truly buy into Patriarch Vase Larkinson's vision. Well, you know what design philosophies are like, sister. They have a way of creating new possibilities. I understand that, but there has to be a limit to what is possible with mech designs. How can a mech designer grant life to what is supposed to be a lifeless machine? Where do these glows come from and how can these mechs induce so much fear in enemy mech pilots? The Voikins had done their homework, so they knew that this mech model and its variants were successfully being employed in a distant war that consumed an entire star sector. The fact that the two leading mech designers of the Larkinson clan managed to design a mech that was able to compete against other military mechs was a great accomplishment. Yet now that they finally got to tinker with a Valkyrie Redeemer, they came no closer to a satisfying answer. I can understand what Madame Gloriana Woden has brought to this mech design. Her design approach is easier to follow. Sarah frowned. What is less clear is what Patriarch Vase Larkinson added to this mech design. I can clearly feel its glow, but there is no obvious source of this effect. Have you tried asking the penitent sisters? They all say that we're basking in the presence of the superior mother. There was no way the Voikins could embrace this claim at face value. What about their so-called battle formations? Dulo asked. Is there a reasonable explanation for their ability to unleash giant combination attacks that can bypass every form of defense and snuff out the lives of hundreds of people? Sarah grimaced. Their answer is the same. The penitent sisters don't attribute this capability to their mechs or themselves. They all believe it's the superior mother at work. Suffice to say, Sarah and Dulo Voikin did not gain as much as they wanted. The penitent sisters were some of the strongest and most effective soldiers of the Larkinson clan, but the source of much of their impressive combat strength sounded like fantasy rather than a serious design solution. As the Voikins spent time among the other mech legions, they couldn't get used to the other quirks of the Larkinson clan. One of the cultural aspects that they were not accustomed to was how close and casual everyone behaved around each other. Though the clansmen serving in the Larkinson army behaved with decorum whenever they needed to, many times they just threw aside all formality and joked around with each other as if they were buddies drinking in a bar. This sort of behavior wasn't only confined to the lower ranks. There were plenty of instances where Sarah and Dulo Voikin had seen officers joking around with enlisted personnel and vice versa. The boundaries within the hierarchy were especially blurred when they paid a visit to the flagrant vandals. "You're back, Rosa. Hey, did you think you could keep me away for long?" Venerable Rosa Orphan grinned. She lifted up the bottles that were intertwined between her fingers. "I brought presents this time. Let's open these up and see whether the Rubarthans know their beer." Sarah and Dulo were not unaccustomed to seeing expert pilots. The Voikin family raised several of them and had even more on retainer. The expert pilots working for the Voikin family were all treated with great respect. It was impossible to see anyone casually walking up to them and engage in small talk in their former family. This, Dulo trailed off. The Larkinson clan sure handles matters differently. Sarah remained quiet for a while. Once she got over the shock of how the members of the Larkinson clan treated each other so casually despite the differences in rank and status, she figured out an explanation. Family. What? The reason why these Larkinsons behave so close is because they genuinely treat each other like family. She clarified. I can see that, sister, but the Voikins we spent time with back home are family as well, but we always respected our elders without fail. The Larkinson clan is different. Many of them are inducted into it like us, but they aren't treated as outsiders at all. It's amazing if you think about it. This is what a true family should look like. I can see that the higher-ups genuinely love and respect the people they lead. Dulo looked impressed. That does sound amazing. It's because of this weird network that the Larkinsons connected to our heads. It allows them to open up to each other in a way that is more truthful and direct than any other familiarization method that I have heard of. It is incredible to see how one unique feature can completely change the dynamics of this clan. We're part of a new kind of society, one that can better bind different people together. The people who were part of the Larkinson clan in the early stages were all used to this phenomenon, but the new recruits always became shocked at how easy it was to get close to other clansmen. Dulo grew shocked as he realized another important implication. Sister. Yes, brother, have you noticed that none of the Larkinsons have ever displayed any fear or suspicion whether anyone here is a crown terrorist? Sarah Voikin widened her eyes. You mean, they can't stay hidden within the Larkinson clan? They followed up on this matter by quizzing a few Larkinsons on this topic. It turned out that the clansmen never worried about this possibility. Hey, those other orgs might worry themselves to death, but our clan is different. An officer of the Flagrant Vandals spoke with pride. It starts with recruitment. We don't let in any shady people, you see. We've become extremely good at stopping any suspicious people before they can enter our clan. They have to gain the approval of the Golden Kitty, you see. The Golden Kitty. The officer pointed at the emblem of the golden cat that had been painted on the surface of a bulkhead. Our mascot. Don't you know? The Golden Kitty is watching over all of us. Just ask the avatars of myth. They erected their own statues of her in order to deepen their relationship with her, and I don't blame them. The Golden Kitty is the heart of our family. Every Larkinson had a high opinion of the Golden Cat. No matter who they asked, they not only believed this mystical cat was real, but also helped them out in battle. Is the Golden Cat a god? Of course not. She's the Golden Cat, and that is different from a god. Yes, gods don't exist. Then how do you describe the Golden Cat when everything I've heard about her sounds as if she is a god? She's the Golden Cat. I can't explain it any better than that. She's just there whenever I close my eyes and think about family or the Larkinson clan. She's not one of those non-existent sky gods who people made up in order to spread a false belief. The Golden Cat is a real cat, but an invisible one. You can feel her but you can't observe her. Well, I've heard some Larkinsons who have claimed to see the Golden Cat with their own eyes, but I haven't received this honor yet. I hope I'll get my chance one day. As the Voikins kept rotating from Mech Legion to Mech Legion, they became more aware of certain kinds of existences that the Larkinsons couldn't clearly define but were apparently real. All of them sounded like gods, and several groups such as the Penitent Sisters and the Ilvanins literally treated them as such. What surprised the Voikins quite a lot was that even the secularists treated these strange and powerful existences as gods even if they did not use this exact term. All of this generated a lot of questions and confusion for the Voikin siblings. Are the Larkinsons really consorting with gods or are they all being deceived? Sarah Voikin wondered. Chapter 3534. A few answers. After going through an acclimation process, the four new journeymen learned many new aspects about the clan that they didn't realize earlier. Though they gained a lot of answers, they also gained a lot of questions as well. Many of them were related to the Patriarch one way or another. Whether it was his living mechs, his glows and the strange entities which he somehow turned into the Larkinson clan's pet gods, none of this made sense to the new journeymen. They became quite happy once they ended their tours and shuttled over to the Spirit of Bentime. The factory ship had become their main home and workplace for the foreseeable future. Janissa and Tiffy were fairly impressed by the factory ship, but Sarah and Dulo had seen better back when they lived in the galactic heartland. Nonetheless, it was the people who worked and lived on the ship that were truly remarkable to the new recruits. These Larkinsons are truly different. Sarah observed as they all gathered in a small conference room. That's an understatement. I've studied all of their mechs and I still can't figure out where their glows come from or how some of the mechs are able to exhibit far greater power than they should. Tiffy Kozlone turned her head to the only empty seat in the room. I think we'll have answers soon. The source of many of the Larkinson clan's unique features comes from its patriarch. Our patriarch. The more they learned about the strengths of the clan, the more they admired and respected the principal person who made it all possible. Certainly, there were plenty of impressive individuals among the Larkinsons. Its expert pilots, its mech commanders and its other leaders had all contributed a lot to the clan, but none of them were as pivotal as Vase Larkinson. In the opinion of the 4 journeymen, none of them could ever replicate what the current patriarch had accomplished. The main reason for that was because they lacked the ability to grant so many advantages. Their design philosophies weren't so exaggerated. Though they had already read a lot of impressive stories about Patriarch Vase, seeing how much he had done for the clan caused them to develop a lot of awe and admiration for this impressive mech designer. This was decidedly unusual as they were all journeymen who belonged to the same generation. Even if one of them enjoyed more success than others, it was hard for other journeymen to bow their heads to a fellow peer. This situation no longer applied here. Vase had the record and the accomplishments to prove that he was better than all of them. Mech designers always judged each other by their ranks and by the impact of their work, and Vase clearly scored exceptionally well on the latter. When Vase entered the conference room with his pet Lucky in tow, the 4 journeymen all stood up in respect. Please return to your seats, Vase said as he casually waved his hand. We're all colleagues and work partners here. I may be the leader of the Larkinson clan, but when we engage in mech design-related topics, we are all fellow journeymen. That's hard to maintain so long our contribution isn't able to catch up to yours. Tiffy spoke. I've heard you have all shown a lot of curiosity in my work. Yes. A short moment of silence ensued. The 4 journeymen had so many questions that they simply didn't know where to start. I can guess what you're wondering about and what kind of answers you are seeking. Vase smirked as he spoke up. I can't explain everything I do in words. I've done that a lot of times and people don't seem to be able to accept all of my claims. I think the best way for you to truly accept what you have already heard from others but can't acknowledge is to experience them in person. The patriarch lifted up a heavy tome with a hard metal cover and an impressive medallion at the front. Meow. Lucky hovered next to the book and licked its cover. Goldie, can you come out here and introduce yourself more directly to these fine journeymen? Nya. To the utter amazement of the 4 newcomers, a bright, golden presence manifested above the Larkinson mandate. The beautiful and ethereal golden form that had just appeared into view was unlike anything the journeymen had seen before. They came from different parts of the old galaxy and had all enjoyed an excellent upbringing. Yet nothing they had witnessed before could ever compare to this brand new life form that made the claims about Larkinsons consorting with actual gods a lot more plausible. This isn't a projection, right? Dulo questioned. As Goldie proudly presented her form, Vase grabbed a hold of her body and rubbed her head slyly. Nya, 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 she's not a projection, Vase said with a grin. The golden cat here is a real living being. Just look closely at her and feel the bond that exists between the two of you. Each and every clansman is tied to Goldie, and that makes her special. He threw Goldie towards Dulo Voikin, who reacted with surprise as the cat phased through his chest and came out of his back. This was a pattern that conformed to projections, yet during the moment Goldie passed through his body, Dulo could somehow sense that she was much more than a computer animation. The other journeymen received their own opportunities to interact with the much-beloved golden cat. The closer they got, the more they sensed how she truly functioned as the heart of the Larkinson clan. Nya Tilda. After Goldie had done her job, she cutely wiggled her tail before diving back in the Larkinson mandate. Another silence fell over the conference room. Are they ghosts of dead cats and other creatures? No, don't call them ghosts, Janissa. They're not dead. Well, mostly. Then should we call them gods? Some Larkinsons have no problem with doing that, she remarked. Vase shook his head. Don't listen to them. Not every Larkinson knows what they're talking about. Call them spirits. That's what I call them, at least. They're powerful and possess capabilities that are vastly different from organic, corporeal beings such as you and I, but that doesn't mean they are gods. My spirits simply resemble them in a superficial manner. How many spirits are there in the Larkinson clan? Let me count. Vase briefly tallied his designed spirits in his mind. We have 11 active spirits at the moment. There's one more that's inactive and another one that has perished. More will continue to join us over time, so if there isn't a spirit that suits your needs, I'll make sure we get one way or another. Can we have a list of them and an explanation on what they do for the Larkinson clan? Vase shook his head. No, I would like to, but I don't want to put too many details in a document that might end up in someone else's hands. You've already talked to our mech pilots and studied my mechs. You should be able to get a pretty good idea of what each design spirit is all about. You just need to put aside your skepticism and accept what you have learned. That won't be easy, sir. Well, there's plenty of time for you to understand the value of our design spirits. I'll fill you in on any details you should know as we begin to work on our design projects. Other than that, I prefer you just perform your own research and make your own conclusions. That is how most people in our clan have come to accept their existence. This was also the reason why many different Larkinsons developed their own interpretations of the design spirits. Design spirits, glows and so on are all related to my design philosophy. He continued, it's inevitable that you won't be able to comprehend everything surrounding them. In practice, you should just leave it all to me when we work on different design projects. Vase continued to explain a few more basic details about his design spirits before he moved on to another item on the agenda. Let's talk about a more interesting and relevant topic to all of us. What are your thoughts on the mech models utilized by the Larkinson army? Don't pay too much attention to their metaphysical properties. Instead, focus on their fundamental roles and their value to our forces. How well do you think our mech legions can compete against other human forces? The new journeymen all exchanged glances with each other. Janice Pellier, who possessed a bolder personality so far, spoke up first. I think we can all agree that our mech legions are strong in specific scenarios. The isolated standard defensive battles that the clan has fought against several military forces in the past showcases the unique strengths that allows our troops to wipe out stronger mech forces. Not every enemy will fail as badly as the Fredamen and the Vulcanites, though. Tiffy Kozlone said, the pioneering fleets of the Red Ocean are often stronger, more advanced, better equipped and more numerous. They also put actual thought into their mech rosters that allows them to have an answer for many different battle scenarios, from encountering ambushes to being forced to conduct groundside assaults. Vase crossed his arms. I understand what you mean. Expanding and diversifying our mech roster is our highest priority for our upcoming round of mech design projects. I already developed a few new ideas to grant every mech legion a mix of models that should be able to synergize with each other. If you have any ideas on how to better accomplish this, then feel free to offer suggestions. Dulo Voikin immediately voiced one. I think we should provide spearman mechs for the living sentinels, sir. It made sense for him to propose a new spearman mech design. Vase found it notable that Dulo wanted to dedicate this mech design to the weakest mech legion in the Larkinson clan. Explain, please. The living sentinels is the equivalent of a state militia, more or less. They consist of mech pilots who are either starting out as active servicemen or are not willing to adopt the stricter regimes of the other mech legions. That means that the sentinel mech pilots always fall behind the others in terms of piloting skill. That is all true. What does this have to do with your spearman mech? When we studied the living sentinels, we all noticed that they have adopted the bright warrior model as their all-purpose mech. While the mech stands out for being easier to pilot, it is still difficult for the sentinels to make the most out of their bright warriors. I can't speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel for their use in ranged combat, but when they are deployed as swordsman mechs, you can notice a clear difference in effectiveness when the performance of the living sentinels are compared to the avatars of myth and most notably the sword maidens. The difference in performance when they were all piloting the same model was too big. The avatars fought considerably better than the sentinels, but both were grossly overshadowed by the sword maidens. Dulo continued to explain his proposal. The living sentinels under the leadership of Commander Casella Ingvar are constantly improving, but there is a limit to how good these second-line mech pilots can become. There is a better and more convenient method to increase their battle effectiveness. If we replace their swordsman mechs with spearman mechs of my design, we can quickly make them more effective in melee combat. This is because I can design a spearman mech that excels at stabbing and doesn't necessarily need to do more. Such a machine is associated with a much lower skill floor as mech pilots aren't expected to perform several different sword techniques in the middle of an intense battle. They only have to stab repeatedly. That was quite an intriguing proposal. Vase seriously weighed the merits of this suggestion. Were the living sentinels better off with ditching all of their swordsman mechs? Chapter 3535, Useful Proposals. The design department turned idle for a couple of months. The completion of the Everchanger marked the formal end of the last design round. Many changes had occurred since that time. The Golden Skull Alliance shed its sub-capital ships before passing through both the Lesser and Greater Beander Gate. Once the expeditionary fleet arrived in Vullet, the Larkinsons and its allies did their best to adjust to the environment and acquire as many additional carrier vessels as possible. Vase and the other mech designers had to perform so many different tasks that they simply could not spare any time to start a new round of mech designs. It was different now. The Larkinson clan's exit from Chance Bay meant that there was no possibility for the clansmen to participate in any reality-based tournaments. Sure, the Larkinsons could always choose to participate in one of the many virtual tournaments held on the Galactic Net, but the prize pools were much worse and entry requirements were too harsh. The tournaments held in Chance Bay were more generous than usual because they served additional purposes. Competitions held in real space also held greater attraction because none of the action was fake. While Vase found it a pity that his clan wouldn't be able to win any more combat carriers with relative ease, he finally had time to return to his original purpose. There was nothing better for him than to go back to designing mechs, and right now he enjoyed the process of preparing for the next design round. Right now, his highest priority was to make sure the 4 new journeymen became productive as soon as possible. This was why he gathered them together in a small conference room in order to hear out their ideas. After spending several weeks among the different mech legions, Janissa, Tiffy, Sarah and Dulo should have come up with a lot of useful design concepts. If they failed to come up with any good ideas, then Vase would seriously question whether he hired the right people. He expected better from mech designers of this caliber. Fortunately, the journeymen who participated in the Wild Brawl Bowl didn't lack for ideas. Their minds were nimble and they had plenty of time to think on how they could best leverage their design philosophies. The entire reason why Vase went through the trouble of hiring 4 talented and capable journeymen was to give more options to the Larkinson army. After all, he did not really need their help to design additional commercial mechs, though he still looked forward to collaborating with them on that end. The mech concept that Dulo Voikin was presenting at the moment sounded quite intriguing to Vase. He never thought about having the living sentinels exchange their swordsman mechs for spearman mechs. While Vase understood the logic of this proposal, it was still a massive change that would disrupt a lot of arrangements. By my knowledge, every mech cadet undergoes basic training in swordsmanship. He spoke. Even if they don't have a talent in swordsmanship, every cadet has to pour years of training in order to become proficient at wielding swords before they are allowed to graduate. No melee mech pilot should be bad at piloting swordsman mechs. The other journeymen including Dulo all nodded. This was already the case for third-class mech pilots. Second-class pilots had to undergo much more rigorous training, but they were often able to keep up as long as they received at least one augmentation. I agree with what you said, but will these mech pilots actually be able to display the full range of their swordsmanship skills in the middle of an intensive battle? Dula responded. An elite or highly disciplined mech pilot should easily be able to keep his cool, but a typical living sentinel mech pilot doesn't possess those qualities. To them, real battles are so chaotic and dangerous that they may not be able to match their performance in their training sessions. This was a reasonable point. While Vase did not pay too much attention to the living sentinels as of late, he could still guess what their mech pilots were like. All of the better ones should have joined one of the more elite and prestigious mech legions instead, so the ones that remained were ultimately not good enough. Vase still harbored doubts, though. If these mech pilots can't fight well with swordsman mechs, why do you think they'll be able to do any better with spearman mechs? He asked. I don't think spearmanship is a standard course in the curriculum of a mech academy. Will the mech pilots be able to transition successfully to a mech of your design? Definitely. Dulo confidently answered. I have worked with many mech pilots before, not all of whom trained with spearmanship. It is easy for them to get started with spears, especially if they have already gained proficiency in a more advanced weapon such as a sword. Spearmanship is easy to start with. It only takes a few weeks of training for mech pilots to know how to best perform a basic stab. While such a mech is not a great individual threat, the beauty of spearman mechs is that they perform a lot better when fighting alongside each other. Forming a wall of spears will result in a qualitative improvement in battle power. That's assuming the enemy doesn't bombard this tight and static formation. Janissa added. Dulo frowned at the woman. That applies to every mech formation. Even if it isn't viable to adopt a tight formation, they can still achieve good and consistent performance. Sure, they probably won't fight too brilliantly, but they can pose enough of a threat to stop any incoming melee mechs, especially when they are designed in the hoplite configuration. Vase wasn't so sure about that idea. The living sentinels should be our only defense-oriented mech legion, so I plan to provide them with an excellent defensive Space Knight design. That already covers their defensive needs. What the sentinels require on top of that is an offensive instrument that can take out enemy mechs rather than stop them in their tracks. The spearman mech specialist smiled. He did not get upset because Vase shot down one of his suggestions. Then we can go in the other direction. What if we can design a spearman mech that can complement this defensive mech? The living sentinels can deploy their super defensive Space Knights in front and place their spearman mechs right behind. The latter should be able to stab their polearms forward through the gaps between the shields. It is a classic formula that has worked for many different forces. This is one of the oldest combination tactics in existence. It was used by human armies in antiquity and saw a resurgence when the age of mechs commenced. Such formations possessed many known weaknesses, but their strengths were undeniable. As long as enemy units only approached from the front, any basic spear and shield formation could stop them in their tracks and grind them down at a steady pace. The Larkinson army might not even have to dispatch flanking units in order to roll up the stalled enemy mechs. Vase smiled at Dulo. I like this idea. Please work out your proposal further and we'll discuss it at a later date. You will need to discuss this matter with Commander Casella Ingvar, as the living sentinels must be willing to adopt this new spearman mech model. That said, this also means the living sentinels must obtain an adequate defensive Space Knight model. Does your sister have any ideas? I have. Sarah Voikin spoke up. The living sentinels are currently using the bright warriors in their defensive configurations to serve their purpose, but this is merely an adequate solution. Though the bright warriors possess balanced specs and are easy to pilot, their ability to withstand damage is not as optimal. I can design a medium Space Knight that can truly excel at blocking enemy mechs or resisting massed firepower. With my specialty, these Knight mechs can easily resist 3 to 5 times as much kinetic or explosive damage than your bright warriors. This was definitely an attractive option to Vase. He knew that the bright warriors didn't actually perform that badly in their roles, but they possessed unnecessary modules that were more relevant to offensive mechs than ones that were designed to take a lot of punishment. A defensive mech for the living sentinels should have more features than that. Vase said, does your mech concept possess any other features that allows it to stand out further? Sarah furrowed her brows for a moment. I can think of 5 or 6 ideas, but I will need to perform further research before I am ready to present them to you. A defensive Knight mech design can perform drastically differently depending on how we allocate its capacity. We can make it more mobile by fitting it with a larger flight system. We can increase its defensive options by equipping it with a shield generator, though that introduces many other complications. I understand. I think that equipping them with shield generators is worth the effort. They are also a bit more efficient at blocking energy attacks, so they can adequately compensate for your weakness in this area. There wasn't as much to discuss about this defensive Space Knight mech proposal. Such mechs were inherently simpler, and Vase already wanted to provide the living sentinels with a sturdier defensive option. Seeing that Sarah Voikin was willing to undertake this project, Vase shifted his attention to another journeyman. It's your turn now, Janissa. What kind of mech do you think you can provide to one of our mech legions? The woman blinked. Well, as you know, I share the same design philosophy as my friend Tiffy, but I work better with lighter mech designs. I have formed many ideas on how to upgrade the offensive strengths of our clan's current melee mech roster, but I also prepared a few proposals for new mech designs. The Sword Maidens currently don't have a swordsman mech that matches well with them. I've already talked to them and learned that Swordmaster Kedis is already preparing to design a true spaceborne swordsman mech for them, but I'd like to collaborate with her to make it even stronger in combat. There is no other area where my design philosophy can be of greater use at this time. Vase looked thoughtful. Are you sure about working on Katiz's new mech design for the Sword Maidens? Maybe Tiffy would be a better partner for this project instead. No, I've already discussed this with Swordmaster Kedis. She intends to design a fairly mobile medium mech that is light enough to flank and maneuver around the battlefield. Such a design will have more limited capacity, which is not as constraining to me. I am confident I can strengthen this greatsword-wielding mech in an efficient and effective manner. I like your confidence. Since you've already started to talk with Kedis about this, then you are already working on this project. You can continue to work with her, but keep in mind that she will always be in charge. I can accept that. Janissa nodded. She intimately understands the needs of the Sword Maidens. I would never presume to know better. After hearing Janissa out, Vase turned to the fourth new journeyman. Last, we turn to you. What have you been thinking about in the past few weeks? Tiffy Kozlone finally received the opportunity to present her proposal. The Avatars of Myth is supposed to be the Assault Legion of the Larkinson clan, but they do not possess the right tools at the moment. I believe I can help them with that by designing a powerful offensive Axeman mech that can break through shields and tear through any defensive formation. Now that was new. Vase hadn't even thought of providing this kind mech to the Avatars. Still, Axeman mechs were completely new to the Larkinson clan. Vase needed to hear more before he was willing to embrace this proposal. Please explain further, Tiffy. Why do the Avatars need an Axeman mech? Chapter 3536. Design Project Planning. Do you envision this axe-wielding machine as a medium mech or a heavy mech? Vase asked Tiffy just as she started to elaborate on her proposal. I would love to realize it as a heavy mech, but an assault unit needs to field mechs that can close in on the enemy in a timely manner. Correct, sir. In order to keep the mech mobile enough, it is best to stick with the medium weight class. I can still turn it into a mech that is sturdy enough to undertake the dangerous act of assaulting enemy lines while at the same time providing it with enough offensive power to tear up defensive formations. A Lancer mech can break apart defensive formations much more effectively. Dulo Voikin remarked. The greatest advantage is that their shock power is so great that they can punch open holes immediately at first contact. These Axeman mechs of yours need time to launch repeat attacks. Axeman mechs aren't as limited as Lancer mechs. Tiffy Kozlone defended her idea. Axeman mechs do not have to build up momentum and they can block an enemy unit's advance with their own frames. They also fight much better in confined spaces or in areas where maneuverability is limited. Everyone here was a journeyman, so they already understood the pros and cons of Axeman mechs. What Tiffy said was indeed correct, but that did not necessarily mean the Avatars should rush to accept an Axeman mech. Vase said his own piece. I think the Avatars of Myth may require a Lancer mech in the future, but for now I am already considering one for the Eye of Ilvain in a future design round. If I think about how the Avatars of Myth are utilized in previous battles, I think it is important for it to be able to stop or pin down enemy units. Lancer mechs can't do that because they spend most of their time building up momentum and finding the right angles to perform their charge attacks. I think equipping the Avatars with an Axeman mech fit their needs much better. The only issue is that this mech legion never has a history of utilizing these weapons. Unlike spears, axes have a higher skill floor. It takes considerably more training to become proficient at wielding such dangerous weapons. There was no way that Tiffy missed this fact. She already thought about this issue and formulated an argument. Axes are indeed more difficult and uncommon than swords and spears, but the Avatars should be able to handle this weapon type. Tiffy calmly responded. Melee mech pilots who prefer to master the sword are better with the Sword Maidens. Those who are more flexible and do not possess a passion for swordsmanship should be able to master the use of an axe, especially a large and heavy one that emphasizes brute force instead of exquisite techniques. Vase rubbed his smooth-shaven chin. I see. You want to design a mech that isn't flexible enough to fight one-on-one duels but possesses enough mechanical power to tear through shield walls, is that what you're suggesting? Yes. The spear and shield combination that you have discussed earlier. My Axeman mech is an answer to that. They can chop apart spears and hack through shields as long as they possess the initiative, which they should as shield walls are highly rigid and inflexible mech formations. Axeman mechs can also be utilized to rip through starships and large facilities. They just need to be equipped with a great AXE that is large and sharp enough. Unlike the other suggestions that Vase had heard so far, he wasn't sure whether he should support this idea. He knew how effective Axeman mechs could be when he recalled one of his previous battles. The Avito Berserker mech regiment used them along with even heavier mechs that were equipped with hammers to smash through the lines of the Golden Skull Alliance. While the hateful Vulcanites failed to crush the Larkinson and Crosser mechs that resisted the Avito Berserkers, that was because other variables came into play. If the Larkinsons and Crosser mechs had to fight against the Molten Hammer mech division including the Avito Berserkers on equal terms, Vase would actually bet on the Dwarven mechs. The main reason why he was so eager to supply so many new specialized mech designs to his mech legion was to bring their effective combat strength on par with proper military mech divisions like the Molten Hammers. The dwarves had taught the Larkinsons a good lesson about the power of combined arms. Therefore, the main criteria that Vase used to determine whether a mech proposal was good was whether it helped a mech legion improve its own fighting system. Right now, Vase used his imagination to envision how the avatars of Myth would fight if they were equipped with Tiffy Kozlone's Axeman mech. The avatars of Myth would probably fight similar to the Molten Hammers. Offensive Space Knights led the charge and crashed into enemy lines first. Following up on the Space Knights were Axeman mechs. The latter would either attack the stalled enemy lines from the flanks or just squeeze through the friendly space mechs in order to attack the enemy defenses up front if there were no other alternatives. Combined with the right glows and a powerful axe, this simple approach could achieve considerable success. Of course, these Axeman mechs were not strong in everything. They were less efficient in defensive combat and were usually a bit more sluggish than swordsman mechs. Yet as long as they possessed enough striking power, these weaknesses were more than acceptable. The only real concern that Vase had was whether the avatars of Myth could actually stomach piloting Axeman mechs. Vase wasn't sure whether the avatars should even replace all of their swordsman mechs for Axeman mechs or whether they should split their mech pilots evenly between the two mech types. This was not his concern, though. These were decisions that were best left to the avatars themselves. I'm mildly supportive of this proposal, but I need to receive a detailed plan before I am willing to take it further. He eventually told Tiffy, "You need to work together with Commander Melkor to flesh out this mech concept and explain how this will strengthen the avatars. I won't approve of a mech design project that does the opposite." "Is that clear, Tiffy?" Kozlone nodded in understanding. "Clear, sir." Vase didn't think that any of the 4 new journeymen would fail in this task. They were all competent mech designers who clearly made a serious effort into understanding the fighting approaches of the different mech legions. They were professionals who didn't need any handholding. He was just mentioning more than he needed to in order to make sure that everyone was on the same page. They all came from different organizations where mech design projects were handled differently. Vase needed to instill his own process into them so that they did not do anything weird. He took a look at his internal notes. Aside from Janice Apelier, the new mech designers all proposed good and interesting mech concepts that could provide a lot of value to the Larkinson army. This was good. The mech legions did not have to wait as long as before in order to receive their promised new mech models. "Let's adjourn this meeting for now," he said. "I need to go back and sort out all of the proposed design projects that we will be working on in the upcoming design round. I want us to be productive, so we'll be starting up many different projects, but not to the point of overwhelming us. Some of them are solo projects, but the majority will require collaboration, so I need to sort that out as well. We cannot have 8 mech designers working on the same mech design. The ideal amount for every mech design was 5 mech designers. The design department was now capable of reaching this target, but in the interest of maximizing output, Vase might choose to assign less journeymen to a project. It all depended on many factors, and it wasn't easy for a head designer like Vase to choose between power and expedience. Once everyone left the conference room, Vase was left with Lucky, who rolled his body around in the air. "Meow. Yeah, it's great now that we've gained additional lead designers, but it's going to take a lot more work to make sure they use their abilities as productively as possible." Journeymen were powerful creatives that could design all kinds of mechs, but not all of them were useful to certain clients. The Larkinson army mainly needed spaceborne mechs at the moment, so there was not much demand for a landbound or aquatic mech. Fortunately, the 4 newcomers were all proficient in designing spaceborne mechs, so Vase didn't have to worry about that. He loved working with competent mech designers. Vase continued to spend time on planning in the next few days. He regularly consulted with Gloriana and the other journeymen to figure out which projects they were willing to get involved in and who could take charge of them. He also talked to General Verl and the Legion commanders to make sure their mech pilots were actually willing to pilot the proposed mech models. His discussions with them didn't entirely go smoothly, as some of the upcoming mech designs entailed a lot of changes. The Avatars and the Sentinels both had to retrain large amounts of melee mech pilots and reinvent their tactics in order to make good use of the new mech models. Still, the cases for the Axeman mech and Spearman mech were strong. The Sword Maidens were just so good at piloting swordsman mechs that it seemed redundant for the other mech legions to utilize them as well. The only issue was that the Sword Maidens mainly worked with female mech pilots. The Larkinsons had to find an answer for male mech pilots who were also passionate about piloting swordsman mechs. What a headache. Vase pressed his fingers against his forehead. "I'll deal with this issue another time. Even if the avatars and sentinels adopted their new melee mechs, they could still make use of swordsman mechs to a smaller degree. By the time he sorted out the planning, he convened all of the lead designers together. This was the first time that all 8 journeymen of the design department sat together in a single room. Everyone else had been busy following up on their own duties before this point. There was clear separation between the mech designers. Vase was clearly the head. Gloriana possessed the second highest seniority within the department and already managed to impress that onto the newcomers. Right now, Janissa, Tiffy, Sarah and Dulo had yet to truly contribute to the Larkinson clan. Until they managed to prove themselves, they would not receive the full treatment that they were due. Alright, everyone, now that we have gathered today, let us settle on our plan so that we can truly begin our next design round with a clear idea on what we should be doing. Vase activated a projection that listed out numerous different design projects. We will be working on 14 different mech design projects in total for the next 6 to 8 months. Of the 14 different projects, one of them centers around an expert mech, 3 of them are based around custom mechs while the remaining 10 focuses on mass production mechs. Not all of you will be working on the same amount of mech design projects. This is because your workload differs per project and because I'm not certain how much work that some of you can handle. Nevertheless, I am confident that we can complete all of these projects within time as long as we aren't disturbed by outside factors. He had to mention that last point because there were multiple times where Vase had to pause his design work because the Larkinsons encountered another crisis. In a place as dangerous as the Red Ocean, this was bound to happen again. Chapter 3537, 14 mech design projects. Being able to work on 14 mech design projects in a single design round was a massive jump compared to before. This was one of the most direct benefits of doubling the amount of journeymen working for the Larkinson clan. Although time would tell if Vase made the right decisions, for now he was optimistic about the future. The 4 newcomers may need time to integrate fully in the Larkinson clan, but for now they made enough progress to begin working. Let's quickly go over the mech design projects one by one in order to clarify your responsibilities. Vase said as he pointed at the projected list. As you can see, many of these projects differ by a lot, so your responsibilities are different for each of them. Some are also more important than others, so I made sure to assign more mech designers to them in order to maximize their potential. His finger tapped the topmost project on the list. The big one this time is also the only expert mech design project for this round. As you all know, Commander Casella Ingvar recently managed to break through to expert pilot. While we have decided to keep her in her current position, she cannot pilot the same mech as before. We must design a suitable battle partner for her that can keep up with her growth for a long time. The announcement to design a new expert mech did not alarm Gloriana, Kedis and Juliet that much, but the remaining 4 were different. Expert mech designs were still new and uncharted territory to them. None of them had contributed significantly to the design of such a powerful and high-end machine. Commander Casella Ingvar is a rare expert pilot whose strengths mainly orient around command, communication and maybe control. He told them all. This means that we will primarily be designing a command platform, though it will also be able to function as a rifleman mech should she be forced into combat against another expert mech. The mention of an expert command mech with ranged combat capabilities already gave the other journeymen a clue of who of them will be involved. This time, I have already contacted Professor Benedict to find out whether he is willing to collaborate with us on this project, and he has already conveyed his willingness. We'll have to flesh out many of the details later, but he is open to the idea of taking care of the aspects of the expert mech design that only seniors and higher are able to implement. This was a considerable relief to Vase. If Professor Benedict refused to take over the role that Master Willix previously fulfilled, then he would have to search further and involve strangers who might not be as trustworthy. Though Gloriana had continually reminded him that she could easily get a Hexer Master Mech designer to cooperate with the Larkinsons, Vase never seriously considered her offer. Vase looked at each of the journeymen in turn. The involvement of Professor Benedict leaves room for only 4 major contributors. Gloriana shall be the lead designer for this expert mech design project. She works best with custom mechs, high-end mechs and expert mechs, so she will be in her element. His wife preened when she heard this praise. She arrogantly lifted up her chin as if to proclaim that none of the others could possibly do a better job. Vase wanted to palm his face when he saw her reaction, but he refrained from doing so. No matter how pretentious she behaved, as long as Commander Casella's expert mech came out alright, he was willing to endure these small antics. I have chosen 3 more mech designers to empower different facets of this expert mech. I will be on hand to make this mech alive, arm it with a luminaire crystal rifle and ensure she can employ her distinct resonance abilities to the utmost. Juliet here will make sure the command mech can move fast enough in space, while Sarah will work on its defensive systems to make sure it can withstand attacks from other expert mechs. Sarah Voikin looked pleased when she heard her name. She would be the first of the newcomers to contribute to an actual expert mech design project. Congratulations, sister. Thanks, Dulo. Vase smiled at the rest. Don't worry, as long as our clan keeps growing, more expert pilots will continue to emerge from the ranks. Each of you will receive a turn sooner or later. It all depends on the mech type of the expert mech that we will have to design next. Right now, it made little sense to assign Janissa, Tiffy and Dulo to a ranged expert mech design project. This instance actually illustrated that the current lineup of journeymen was too slanted towards melee mechs. The design department still lacked a suitable specialist in ranged weapons. Moving on, let's talk about the mech designs that I shall be taking charge of. Vase moved down the list. Since none of you excel in designing ranged mechs, I have taken it upon myself to lead these 2 projects. One of the projects aims to deliver a specialized ranged mech to the battle criers, while the other one seeks to deliver a harasser mech model to the flagrant vandals. I'll be working on them by myself as I need to exercise my individual design ability. This was a risk and might lead to the completion of a pair of mech designs that could have become stronger if he involved other collaborators. For example, Vase could easily think of pulling in Juliet and Sarah to enhance the mobility and defensive properties of the 2 mech designs. However, their design time was valuable and Vase had made the judgment that he didn't need additional help to design good mechs. Though Vase actually wanted to design a commercial Doom Crawler mech model as well, he simply wasn't able to free up enough time in his schedule to handle an additional project. He reluctantly decided to leave it for a future design round. Alright, moving on to Gloriana. In addition to leading the expert mech design project, she will also be responsible for designing custom mechs for 3 of our Larkinson mech pilots, namely Commander Melkor, Vincent Rickelin and Imon Ingvar. Not all of the names sounded familiar to the newcomers, but that didn't matter. These mech pilots are long overdue their custom mechs. Our design department shouldn't neglect individualized mechs entirely. Gloriana stated. Agreed. Vase said. Next, Juliet has agreed to design a light scout mech for the flagrant vandals and an auxiliary mech for the penitent sisters. Both are relatively simple in scope, so it should be no problem for her to work on them by herself. I will need your help to provide them with glows. Juliet added. The penitent sisters will probably refuse to pilot my mech if it is not blessed by the superior mother. Vase smiled in response. Sure, this is not a difficult chore for me. If you need any more help, feel free to ask the others. This counts for all of you. Even though this design round places more emphasis on individual work, it has to benefit our clan in the long run. Everyone nodded in understanding. Keddies, you already know what to do. You'll be leading your own 2 pet projects. The Monster Slayer will be your first big commercial mech design project. While I'm reluctant to leave its entire design over to you, I recognize that it will be better for your development that you shoulder the entire burden yourself this time. The Swordmaster looked grave. She fully realized that her work would significantly impact the Larkinson clan's future. According to the current agreement between the Larkinson clan and the Wildfighter Association, the Monster Slayer that Keddies wanted to design might be sold to many mech pilots across the Red Ocean. Though there was a chance that Keddies might jeopardize this lucrative cooperation by botching her first true commercial mech design project, Vase valued her development over this commercial deal. If she failed to fulfill her promises, then this project would be a valuable learning experience for her. This would ultimately help her in the long run. Keddies also planned to work on another mech design project that she didn't want to ruin. I've heard that you have agreed to collaborate with Janissa for your second swordsman mech design project, right? The Swordmaster glanced at the other journeyman. I did. Janissa has impressed me with her ideas and I want to make use of her specialty when designing a mech for the Sword Maidens. Physical strength is an important quality for a mech that wields a large and heavy greatsword, and it's always better to have more. Will you need my assistance as well? Vase offered. Keddies shook her head. Probably not. While everyone in our clan is accustomed to your living mechs, I think I have my own way of making my swordsman mechs alive. I want to rely on my own experiments to make this true. Well, I know you have already been able to achieve a few results, so I'm looking forward to seeing how well you can adapt this concept. I hope I'll be able to make their swords sing. Vase turned to Dulo. Mr. Voikin, you'll be working on 2 different mech design projects, one of which is fairly simple while the other one is more complex in nature. The only man among the newcomers sat up straighter. Yes, I will be designing a spearman mech for the living sentinels and a lancer mech for the Eye of Ilvain. I will contribute to both of those mech design projects in order to make them alive and grant them their unique advantages. Vase stated, our mech pilots are all used to piloting living mechs and they won't pilot any machine that is not comparable. While my wife and my former student have learned enough from me to be able to come up with something comparable, you are completely new to living mechs, so you definitely require my input. There was no way for Dulo to refuse the Patriarch's aid. He wasn't a Larkinson until recently, so he wasn't fully attuned to the needs of the Larkinsons. In addition, Vase was truly right when he stated that the Larkinson mech pilots preferred to avoid lifeless mechs. Sarah, you'll lead a single mech design project in the form of a defensive space knight for the living sentinels. Be sure to compare your notes with your brother from time to time in order to make sure your space knight cooperates well with his spearman mech. Understood, sir. Aside from that, I haven't assigned any further solo projects to you, but many of us might call upon your assistance during various stages of our own projects. We also expect you to contribute significantly to the expert mech design project that I've mentioned before. The latter was a heavy responsibility, so Vase did not burden Sarah with too many projects this time. Janissa, you won't be leading any mech design projects this time, but your main responsibility is to collaborate with Kedis on designing a new swordsman mech for the Sword Maidens. This is one of our strongest mech legions, so the importance of this project cannot be overstated. You'll definitely have time left over, so I will leave it up to you how you will spend it. There are plenty of melee mech design projects that could use your input. I won't remain idle, Janissa promised, not when we are working on so many different mech design projects. I can even contribute to ranged mech design projects if needed. Alright, that leaves Tiffy. You will mainly be focusing on designing a new Axeman mech model for the avatars of Myth, but just like Janissa, you should roam around and provide assistance whenever possible. The final woman grunted in acknowledgement. Those were the projects that Vase wanted to work on for this round. While his workload was the heaviest, he looked forward to working on all of the different mech designs. Chapter 3538, Fearless Project. A new design round had started. Though the Larkinson clan started up a lot of new initiatives since it had entered the Red Ocean, the start of 14 fresh new mech design projects excited the clansmen. Everyone knew that the mech models designed by Vase and his hand-picked journeymen were bound to be powerful, suitable and alive. Each of these qualifiers were already valuable in themselves, but combining them all in every mech design would definitely result in a comprehensive strengthening of the Larkinson army. Vase immediately became swamped with work. Though he tried to reserve enough personal time so that he could keep his wife and daughter company, he was definitely driven by a need to be as productive as possible. There were so many projects going through his head that he initially had trouble keeping track of everything. As a mech designer, he loved to work with mechs, but this was starting to get ridiculous. I need to control myself. After realizing that he would just go crazy if he continued to try and keep track of every project, he decisively distanced himself from numerous projects that did not require his input or oversight. For example, Vase did not have to worry about Gloriana and Kedis going astray. They were competent and capable enough to take care of themselves for the most part. Even other mech designers such as the 4 newcomers already possessed an existing track record of completed mech designs. This kind of work was nothing special to them. The only thing that was different was that Vase might need to come in at a certain point in order to make the mechs alive. This was something that was non-negotiable in the Larkinson clan, though it was best if Vase became involved in these projects from the beginning. He recognized that he did not have the time to engage in unnecessary work. This was why he decided to let the lead designers of this project manage everything while Vase would just work as a consultant on specific matters. This was a win-win arrangement for both sides. The new approach not only granted the lead designers greater autonomy and freedom to implement their visions, but also minimized the amount of time that Vase had to spend on these other projects. Once he shed a lot of obligations, he began to narrow his focus to a handful of mech designs. These would be his babies that he would carefully raise to maturity with his own hands. The first mech design that he wanted to invest in was the Fearless Project. This was the codename that he bestowed on the rational rifleman mech that he intended to design for the battle criers. The band that originally consisted of Kinners did not receive a lot of love from the Larkinson clan in the last few years. Vase even considered disbanding the Battle Criers entirely before thinking that they still had a lot of uses in other areas. For example, they could serve as excellent test subjects for some of his more unconventional ideas, of which the Fearless Project was one of them. If he was able to make this ambition mech design deliver upon its promises, then he would definitely gain a killer weapon against enemy expert mechs. He grinned. None of our enemy's precious expert mechs will feel safe when they face us on the battlefield. Meow. Lucky yawned as he chewed on a little snack that Vase had thrown at his cat. Before the Larkinsons departed from Vullet, Vase made sure he ordered a large variety of exotics native to the Red Ocean. He did not acquire them because he wanted to serve an exotic diet to Lucky. His real intention was to familiarize his gem cat with the taste and smell of every new precious material. Hopefully, his gem cat could become an effective exotic tracker that could lead his clansmen to rich material deposits. The more snacks he threw at Lucky, the more the cat turned into a mobile mineral tracker in his eyes. Hehehehe, it was too bad that Vase couldn't get his hands on any phase water during his stay in Vullet. He vaguely heard of high-end auction houses and exchange meetings where the rich and powerful had a chance to bid on small batches of phase water, but Vase lacked the identity to enter this circle. His hopes of seeing how Lucky would react upon ingesting phase water would have to wait for another day. Well, before I can get my hands on any phase water, I need to make sure my clan is strong enough to harvest and keep the stuff. The Larkinson clan urgently needed to upgrade its armed forces before the 2-year MTA protection period had passed. Vase wouldn't be able to reach this target if he kept going on different tangents all the time. There were still many other priorities that demanded his attention. The formation of the Larkinson Navy, the introduction of a new bank and currency for the Larkinson clan, and the expanding biotech research activities started up by the Larkinson Biotech Institute were also high on his mind at the moment. The latter was especially relevant now that Vase sought to expand his collection of design spirits to accommodate his new mech designs. The Fearless Project definitely needs a new design spirit. He thought about using Lufa as the design spirit for this rationality-based project, but felt that wasn't good enough. Lufa is the angel of tranquility. I designed him to be an instrument of peace. He muttered. That was his strength, but also his flaw. One of the greatest shortcomings of Lufa was that he wasn't aggressive enough compared to the other design spirits. Lufa was more suited to be implemented in defensive or auxiliary mechs than anything else due to his non-aggressive character. It would be better if his anti-expert mech solutions received the backing of a design spirit that was dedicated to felling demigods and more powerful entities. A more purpose-built spiritual product would also be able to specialize itself further in this aspect, thereby leading to more powerful expert mech-killing solutions in the future. Vase pulled out one of his peace stones. The rock currently stored a small spiritual fragment taken from one of the Masterwork mechs on display in the Chance Bay Masterwork Gallery. The Masterwork copy of the BDX-35F3 model impressed him in its ability to dampen the emotions and heighten the rationality and calculating power of its mech pilot. This is a good base for the Fearless Project. Vase wanted to achieve a similar effect that the designer of the BDX-35F3 had once accomplished, but through a different method. I can't mess with neural interfaces and I don't have a specialist on hand that is capable of altering them to my needs. This was no issue, as a suitable design spirit should be able to achieve this effect without relying on any technological support. The only issue at the moment was that Vase did not feel he had enough spiritual ingredients to create the design spirit that he envisioned. He still needed to gather more compatible ingredients to create a spiritual product that could become the definite answer against expert mechs, ace mechs, dark gods, spiritual sorceresses, ancient alien warlords and other weird entities. Vase chuckled underneath his breath. I might not be able to become as powerful as you guys, but that's okay. I'll just make a friend that will become your nemesis. There was no way he would stop bumping into powerful entities that could not be solved by mechs and technology alone. He attached a great amount of importance to the Fearless Project and its associated design spirit for that reason. Once the Battle Criers gained their new signature mech, they would truly be worthy to call themselves his personal guard force. I should start with a draft design. As Vase sat behind his terminal and brought up a design interface, he began to draft a basic outline of a second-class medium spaceborne rifleman mech. Before he filled in a couple of details, he paused as he became unsure how to balance out its attack, defense and mobility parameters. First, I need to set a baseline by determining the design budget of my mech. The Fearless project shouldn't be too shabby, but it shouldn't be too precious either. The mech was foremost designed to fight against enemy expert mechs. This meant that it should be strong enough to withstand at least a casual blow from a powerful machine, but also had to be economic enough for the Larkinson clan to be able to afford substantial losses of this mech model. Vase accessed the Spirit of Bentime's database and studied the footage taken during the Battle of Fortia Zentra. He paid specific attention to the performance of each individual expert mech and how well they slaughtered the ordinary mechs that were in their way. Although no standard mech could possibly last a long time against an expert mech, certain machines turned out to be a bit more troublesome to eliminate than others. For example, the best way for a group of mechs to frustrate a melee expert mech was to spread apart as far as possible and force the powerful enemy to spend precious time chasing after its prey. As for mechs fighting against a ranged expert mech, evasion was the least effective means to preserve their frames, as expert pilots were simply too accurate with their shots. Instead, they were better off relying on hard cover such as Space Knights and starship hulls in order to prevent themselves from getting shot to pieces. This was how Venerable Stark managed to keep her powerful masterwork expert mech alive after getting hunted down by two dwarven expert mechs. The graveyard may have suffered grievously to keep the Amaranto alive, but it was definitely worth it in the end. When Vase finally studied the footage of the battle crier mechs confronting the Burza Fens of the Avito Berserker mech regiment, he winced at the performance of his own troops. There was nothing wrong about the courage and valor displayed by the mech pilots. The battle criers managed to retain their courage and cohesion even as they confronted a deadly dwarven expert Axeman mech by themselves. The problem doesn't lie with the mech pilots. The main issue is that they're hastily being thrown into this unfavorable confrontation without the right tools for the job. If the Larkinson clan had prepared itself better against this kind of opponent, then the battle criers may not have been needed to fight against an expert mech without further support. If the battle criers piloted a stronger and more suitable mech than a bright warrior armed with new model Luminaire crystal rifles, then they may have been able to succeed in their nearly impossible mission. None of this applied during this battle, so the eventual outcome was a slaughter. It took the intervention of Venerable Joshua and Venerable Tusa to bail the battle criers out. In the end, all of those mech pilots only managed to stall the Burza Fens rather than defeat it entirely. As the final footage reached its end, Vase felt angry and frustrated at himself. Not again. This won't happen again. He was unwilling to see a repeat of this awful incident. Perhaps he did not possess the means to effectively defeat expert mechs in the past, but this time was different. I have enough time, resources and design ability to turn the Fearless project into a mech that should be able to shoot the Burza Fens to pieces if it was put in the same situation. This was his main aspiration for this project. He did not dare to aim too high and claim that his Fearless project would be able to slaughter high-tier expert mechs or ace mechs by itself, but it should at least be able to hold its own against the typical low-tier expert mechs that every formidable mech force brought into battle. The more low-tier expert mechs the Fearless project can clean up, the more our own expert mechs can concentrate on fighting the real enemy powerhouses. Chapter 3539, Heavy Luminaire Crystal Rifle. After studying the performance of both expert mechs and the standard mechs that confronted them, Vase gained a much better idea on how to balance out the Fearless project's performance parameters. Of course, he could not derive all of his conclusions from the Battle of Fortia Zentra alone. This battle may be representative of the Galactic Rim, but the caliber of opponents in the Red Ocean was considerably higher. There's also aliens to consider. It was difficult to account for alien forces. There were so many different species that all fought according to vastly different paradigms. They also relied on warships to wage war. Against enemies like these, it was best to either run away from them as fast as possible. If that wasn't possible, then the Larkinson army needed to bring as much firepower to bear as possible in order to pound alien warships into scrap. Vase shook his head. I'll consider them later. There shouldn't be too many alien warfleets roaming around in conquered territory. Human enemies were much more numerous and threatening to the Larkinson clan. If his people couldn't even survive against human aggressors, then it was useless to think about defending against alien threats. He conducted further research into combat between expert mechs and standard mechs. He mainly sought out recent footage of such confrontations that had taken place in the Red Ocean. Even though the dwarf galaxy had only opened up relatively recently, the friction between different pioneering organizations had already produced many different clashes. The mechs involved in these battles were clearly superior than that of the mechs employed in the Fortia Zentra. The Heartland-level mechs all incorporated superior parts and materials that granted them a comprehensive advantage against Rim-level mechs. Though the Larkinson clan already obtained limited access to superior tech and resources during its productive stay in Vullet, Vase knew he still needed to close the gap by raising the design budget of his Fearless project. After a bit of wrangling, he decided to aim high and set a generous figure. The Fearless project won't be a pushover if it has an average production cost of around 4 MTA credits. This made the Fearless project substantially more expensive than the Bright Warrior. Its latest iteration had a design budget of 500 million hex credits, which was roughly equivalent to 2.6 MTA credits. By spending more money on the Fearless project and completely dedicating it to ranged combat against expert mechs, Vase hoped that this ambitious design project would truly become a permanent staple in the Larkinson Army's mech roster. He glanced at the loose sketch of his rifleman mech's contours and decided to fatten it up a little. A little extra armor will force enemy expert mechs to consume more energy and effort to eliminate them. He determined. Just because any expert mech could easily slice, crush or shoot apart standard mechs didn't mean that it was useless to bolster the defenses of the latter. The tougher the target, the more an expert mech had to put serious effort into destroying the annoying flies. Over the course of a battle, this not only left the expert mech with less resources to defeat other expert mechs, but also kept more of the standard mechs alive since they couldn't be destroyed as quickly. To that end, Vase began to sketch out an armor scheme that uniquely suited the needs of the Fearless project. He bolstered its frontal armor to a substantial degree and did not hesitate to sacrifice its side and rear armor to stay within his mass limit. The rationale for amping up its frontal armor was simple. The rifleman mechs would mostly be engaging their targets from a respectable distance. This meant that it was unlikely for the rifleman mechs to get attacked from the flanks. Even if there were other attackers harassing the Fearless project from different angles, there should be friendly Larkinson machines around in order to handle those threats. I can't account for every scenario, but a typical confrontation against an enemy expert mech is not that complicated. Would the Fearless project mechs still get destroyed by a single attack from an expert mech? Probably. At the very least, they would certainly get crippled after eating a powerful resonance-empowered blow. Yet expert pilots weren't able to unleash resonance-empowered attacks without limit. It took quite a lot of mental strain to form true resonance with an expert mech, so even they would get exhausted if they had to launch the same powerful attacks against 1,000 sturdy machines. Of course, melee expert mechs can just circle around a Fearless project mech and easily take it out from the side. That still took a bit of time and effort though, which meant the Fearless project's radical armor scheme still served its purpose. As Vase sketched out this change, he began to place a bit more emphasis on the chest and cockpit area of his draft design. He concentrated the most armor in that area in order to make sure that the mech pilot had a higher chance of staying alive. I can stomach the loss of these mechs, but broken lives cannot never be put back together. If an expert mech not only wanted to destroy the Fearless project mechs but also slaughter their pilots, then this powerful foe would have to expend significantly more time and energy than usual. As long as the expert pilot wasn't stupid and consumed by irrationality, he or she shouldn't waste so much extra effort on killing the people controlling the Fearless project mechs. Anyone who did do so would just give the battle criers a greater advantage by slowing down their loss rate. As Vase continued to beef up the armor of his draft design, it did not escape his notice that his mech became more sluggish and less maneuverable. Typical rifleman mechs tended to be maneuverable enough to become dogfighters. They needed to be light and maneuverable enough to reposition quickly and maneuver around enemies at varying distances. The Fearless project gave up this capability due to all of the additional armor plating installed on its front. It's almost as sluggish as a cannoneer mech. Vase still wanted the Fearless project to be a rifleman mech, though. It needed to retain enough maneuverability to reach its positions in a timely manner and also had to be able to retreat against most incoming enemy units. He already knew what it was like to handle cannoneer mechs on the battlefield. The Eternal Redemption model possessed a lot of firepower, but it required a lot of assistance in order to fulfill its job. The Fearless project shouldn't need too much babysitting in his opinion. They needed to complete their jobs without involving other precious mechs that were better off fighting against other units. The entire purpose of this mech is to unburden other mechs with the responsibility to fight against expert mechs. We can't keep throwing Bright Warriors, Ferocious Piranhas and Valkyrie Redeemers against these monstrous machines. Each of those mech models were much better suited to fight against other mechs. None of them were optimized to fight against expert mechs quite like the Fearless project. Once Vase finished drafting the armor layout of his rifleman mech, he turned his attention to its offensive capabilities. The Luminaire crystal rifle was the most important part about the Fearless project. Without a weapon that was considerably more effective at dismantling resonance shields than the alternatives, it became a lot more difficult to turn this mech design into an expert mech killer. As Vase sketched out the Luminaire crystal rifle, he quickly figured out that it needed at least 2 different firing modes. The Luminaire crystal rifle needs a rapid-fire mode to make it easier to track and hit maneuverable expert mechs. It becomes a lot harder to land a hit against an expert mech like the Dark Zephyr if the rifle's firing rate isn't fast enough. A faster firing rate was a lot more forgiving to the mech pilots. It made the price of a miss less severe while also making it easier to track a fast-moving opponent. This was particularly useful for stripping expert mechs of their resonance shields. However, what then? Expert mechs did not solely rely on resonance shields to protect them against massed attacks. Their armor systems were also resilient against lots of ordinary fire. The problem here was that weak, rapid-fire attacks were substantially less efficient at damaging armor. Harder defenses could easily bounce away weak attacks. The Luminaire crystal rifle needs to be able to switch its firing mode to a hard-hitting setting that can output substantially more powerful energy beams per salvo. Vase determined. The hit rate of these shots might not be as high as before, but as long as they were powerful enough, a single successful strike could deal significant damage to an expert mech. In addition, expert mechs without the protection of a resonance shield became vulnerable to crippling strikes. While their torsos were usually heavily protected, their flight systems and weapon systems were much more vulnerable to damage. A viable way for the Fearless project mechs to rapidly render an expert mech ineffective was to focus all of their fire on its flight system. Once its wings became clipped, the powerful machine could no longer utilize its excellent mobility to evade as many incoming attacks. It will become a lot easier for the Fearless project mechs to concentrate their fire on other specific sections. Penetration power was key to this second firing mode. Vase therefore amped up the maximum firepower of the Luminaire crystal rifle until he could not go further without excessively burdening the Fearless project. The result of trying to combine these 2 potent firing modes in a single weapon was a new Luminaire crystal rifle that was larger and more massive than the model that the Larkinson mechs currently utilized. Though this rifle model was also capable of inflicting heavy damage against other kinds of mechs, that was not the best use of its capabilities. The biggest downside to implementing all of these intensive firing modes is that this rifle model will consume a lot more energy. There was always a price for everything. Though Vase tried to make sure his Fearless project carried a respectable amount of energy cells, there was only so much a rifleman could accommodate. Unless he was able to get his hands on superior energy cells, the Fearless project would have a limited uptime per deployment. It might need to return to its mothership and replenish its energy reserves in order to continue participating in large and expansive engagement. This was certainly not ideal, but as long as the Fearless project mechs managed to fell at least 1 expert mech during a single deployment, then this was a worthy trade-off. When Vase took a good look at his current draft design, its oversized rifle clearly stood out. Even laymen would be able to recognize that this beefy rifleman mech packed a mean punch. Now that I've designed a new Luminaire crystal rifle, I should start naming them instead of just settling for calling them by their serial number. This would certainly not be the last time he came up with a new Luminaire crystal weapon for his mech designs. After thinking about the role this weapon would play in battle, Vase initially wanted to call it by a name that would leave no question to its purpose. Expert Mech Killer. Meow. Lucky swished his tail as the cat looked skeptically at Vase. Yeah, that's a bit too blunt. What about Demigod Killer? Meow. I agree. It actually sounds worse. What about Saint Killer? That certainly rolls off the tongue a bit better. Meow meow. Well, I guess you're right. If I want to be hyperbolic, I might as well go all the way. Vase decided to add a new database entry for his yet-to-be-designed Luminaire crystal rifle. The name he decided to settle upon for this model: Godkiller Heavy Luminaire Crystal Rifle. Chapter 3540. Low-yield beasts. One of the downsides of traveling alongside an MTA frigate was that Vase couldn't get away with as many shenanigans. For example, Vase did not dare to allow director Rania Woden to proceed with the more controversial secret experiments that they had initially planned. They even had to remain mindful of the words they said to each other lest they inadvertently ran afoul of the MTA sensibilities. Fortunately, the Larkinson Biotech Institute was not short of research topics. One of the more relevant and interesting activities to Vase was the acquisition and rearing of mutated beasts. When the expeditionary fleet last stayed in Vullet, the LBI acquired large batches of exo-beasts and designer beasts to fill up the remaining biomes of the Dragon's Den. It was only now that the large bioresearch vessel was truly being utilized to her fullest. The amount of animals her hull contained were so significant that it became a real challenge to recycle all of the alien waste products and make sure that the vessel did not require an excessive amount of resources to sustain all of these creatures. As Vase toured one biome after another, he encountered many interesting beasts. Many of them were native to the Red Ocean while others were unique specialty products developed by renowned beast designers that had initially risen up in different parts of the old galaxy. Yet despite all of the biodiversity in the Dragon's Den, many of the unusual and exotic abilities these creatures exhibited were ultimately mundane in origin. Vase had little use for animals that derived their power from their biological structures or because of the strange exotics they ingested. Ultimately, more than 99.999% of beasts acquired by the Larkinson Biotech Institute turned out to be duds. While many of them were so abnormal that they were worthy to be called mutated beasts by others, Vase had higher standards. The only mutations that he was interested in were the kinds that could become the source of a new design spirit or spiritual ingredient. In other words, Vase wanted to obtain more creatures like Arnold. After completing his extensive tour, he ended up detecting just 12 individual beasts with activated spiritualities. They consisted of 9 natural exo-beasts that had evolved from different planets and 3 artificial designer beasts that several biotech experts had cooked up in their labs. Director Rania looked quite relieved after hearing that Vase managed to find at least some suitable creatures among the ones her institute had recently acquired for over 100 MTA credits. I was afraid our selection wouldn't yield anything. At the very least, we haven't wasted our budget. That's true, but the yield is too low. Vase frowned. In effect, we spent a dozen MTA credits for each mutated beast. While our clan can still tolerate this spending rate, over time we need to develop a more efficient approach to this. I don't want to waste too much money on overpriced beasts that serve little practical value to us if they don't have any extraordinary powers. Rania sighed. It would help if you could develop a tool or a detector that can facilitate our detection process. If I was capable of doing that, I would have already provided you with one. This matter is way more complicated than you think. To be honest, with his current level of spiritual engineering, Vase thought it was possible for him to develop a detection device that could detect whether humans or beasts possessed active spiritualities. He did not dare to make it, though. Vase was reasonably certain that the MTA did not possess this tech. If it did, then the higher-ups certainly kept it close to their chest. In any case, Vase wanted to keep this capability for himself for the time being. Rania would have to wait a few years more before he would even consider changing his stance. Rania turned the discussion back to the detected mutated beasts. What do you wish to do with the 12? Keep them alive and well for the time being. I don't have a use for them right now, but that might change in the future. Some of them are too weak and useless in their current states. If possible, try to train them to use their abilities more. The more they exercise their powers, the stronger they become. I will make sure to drop by at least once a month to track their progress. Once their value becomes high enough, I might make other arrangements. Vase truly hoped the mutated beasts he detected would become more useful to him. While they did possess interesting capabilities, none of them were as potent as that of Zygra or Arnold. A typical example was a jumping 12-legged lizard creature that could make the air around it vibrate at a high frequency. What was the use of such a useless power aside from making a high-pitched noise? A simple sound speaker could generate a much louder noise with ease. It seemed that finding good mutated beasts was a lot more challenging than he thought. Buying lots of random beasts from the market in the hopes of winning the lottery enough times was not economically viable. Visiting untamed planets and scouring their surfaces for unusual alien beasts was too inefficient and time-consuming. Developing designer beasts in-house in order to breed new mutated beasts was likely to fail more times than he could count. The problem was that Vase still didn't understand why certain humans or creatures developed spiritual potential. As long as he was not able to figure out the reason and replicate the process himself, he had little choice but to settle for one of the aforementioned solutions. Vase placed his hand on Rania's shoulder. Keep researching the mutated beasts that I have pointed out for you. Try and find a common marker that only they possess. Whether it is biological in nature or not, as long as all 12 of them possess this particular quality, then we can go much further. Understood, sir. I suspect that one of those common markers is heightened intelligence and self-awareness. All 12 creatures that you've mentioned are either sentient or behave close enough to pass off as one. We still need to investigate further to see whether their thinking has actually evolved. Good idea. I can imagine it is difficult to test for heightened intelligence among lots of different beasts. This is not a marker that we can use to effectively find new mutated beasts. We need to find a more solid alternative. That was a huge challenge and Vase did not think that Director Rania would succeed. Still, it was better than doing nothing. Maybe the LBI would give him a pleasant surprise. He discussed various other matters with Dr. Rania, including one of a more personal nature. You're in a relationship? Vase looked oddly at the former Hexer. Yes. Why are you surprised? The doctor smirked. I'm not the only Larkinson who made good use of the shore leave we enjoyed in Vullet. Everyone is growing older, so there are quite a few people who have started to think about relationships. Who is the lucky clansman who has earned your attention? Tusa. Wait, what? It's Venerable Tusa Billingsley Larkinson, if you want to be more precise. How did you manage to persuade him to enter into any fixed relationship, let alone with you? Vase asked in a perplexed tone. According to the impression of his cousin, Tusa was someone who prized freedom quite a lot. The man acted as if he never wanted to tie himself down to another woman. Director Rania already expected Vase to react in this manner. Sometimes, I question that myself. She said, I think it helps that neither of us has started this relationship with too many expectations. I'm a busy person and so is he. Both of us occupy high positions and there are times when we may be unavailable for days, weeks or even months. We have only gone on casual dates so far, but we continue to enjoy each other's company. Although I'm not sure whether this will last, I don't mind if we keep meeting each other from time to time. I see. From what it sounded like, the relationship between the two was still fairly light. It could go anywhere really, but if Rania and Tusa liked each other, then Vase could easily imagine them staying together for a long time. Just because Tusa did not like commitments did not mean he eschewed them entirely. Perhaps it was good that he hooked up with a woman who didn't require his attention all the time. Rania briefly gossiped about the other couples that she heard of. She wasn't the prominent Larkinson to start dating with fellow clansmen. So many new couples had formed now that the Larkinsons had reached the Red Ocean and come into their element that there were bound to be lots of marriages soon. Vase ultimately welcomed this development. The Larkinson clan constantly needed fresh blood and recruiting outsiders all the time was not a sustainable approach. After he concluded his meeting with Director Rania, he returned to the Spirit of Bentime and checked the time. It's now. In one moment, he was standing in his office compartment aboard his flagship. In the next moment, he had entered a luxurious compartment that displayed the distinctive aesthetic of the Mech Trade Association. Welcome aboard the Simile Halifax, Vase. Jovi greeted him as he waved his guest over. Come taste this drink. It's a new kind of beverage that someone has adapted from alien swill. When Vase approached his friend, he looked dubiously at the glass resting on the coffee table. He picked it up and sniffed it a few times. Smells like coolant fluid. When Vase finally took a sip, he became bombarded by a combination of conflicting taste sensations. The shock value is certainly there, but I can't imagine drinking this on a daily basis. A shame. Jovi set aside his own glass. It's supposed to leave you wanting for more. Anyway, I'm not supposed to call you over to my ship, but I can get away with it as long as I don't tell you anything sensitive. I understand. I don't expect you to spill out information that you're not supposed to share. Vase said as he didn't want to put any pressure on his friend. Aside from wanting to enjoy your company, I thought it would be nice to talk about our work and bounce ideas off each other. I've been observing you working on a new mech design project. It didn't seem so special at the start, but the more you flesh it out, the more I realize how ambitious it is. You're truly serious about designing a standard mech that can contend against expert mechs, right? It did not surprise Vase at all that Jovi and the MTA knew what he was doing. What did he expect when the Simile Halifax permanently flew alongside the Spirit of Bentime all the time? Vase didn't even bother to use any signal jammers to increase the confidentiality of his work projects. It added a lot of inconvenience without actually hindering the MTA's attempts to snoop into his work at all. He might as well keep the windows open. If you know our clan as well as I think you do, then you should be aware that we have always suffered against enemy expert mechs. He said in a serious tone. Our clan is relatively young and small, so we can't bring out as many expert mechs as established forces. The only way for us to make up for the shortfall is to develop substitutes like the Fearless Project. Jovi nodded in sympathy. This is a logical response for you to make, and unlike many other mech designers, you are one of the few that might actually succeed in your goal. However, have you ever thought of the implications of putting your powerful new mech model to use against human expert mechs? Ves's expression fell. He realized that he had bumped into the biggest challenge of the Fearless Project. Politics. Chapter 3541. Threat to the status quo. Vase expected the MTA to come calling eventually, but not this soon. He had just started to draft the design for the Fearless Project and already Jovi called him over to the Simile Halifax in order to talk about his work. Though many people would feel worried or intimidated when being put in this situation, Vase quickly pulled himself together and put on a calm facade. There were several reasons why Vase did not panic when confronted by this issue. First, Jovi was a friend and would not deliberately make things difficult. Perhaps he might not be the best person to approach Vase on this matter due to his bias, but perhaps the MTA didn't care too much. Second, he and Jovi were aligned to the same faction, so Jovi also had a professional reason to bat on his side. Though Vase hadn't interacted much with the survivalist faction of the MTA since he became an associate, it should definitely not be staying idle. Third, the MTA may have developed an expansive set of written and unwritten rules, but its people were anything but united on them. The existence of 12 major factions that each adhered to many different ideologies showed that the governance of the association was not as absolute as everyone thought. Fourth, Vase was confident in his own rationale. As long as the MTA was willing to hear him out, he could probably get away with any restrictions the Mechers wanted to impose. He had succeeded in persuading Master Willix to give him a break once, which meant the MTA was still susceptible to the human element. These reasons and more caused Vase to come across as a lot more composed than Jovi thought. "You seem to be taking this in stride," the MTA journeyman mech designer observed. "Well, I had a feeling that my work might be controversial among you mechers." Vase shrugged. "It's not that difficult to infer. The MTA does so much to foster the emergence and development of high-ranking mech pilots over the years that it is clear you mechers value them a lot. Though you tolerate the killing of expert pilots in battle, that is because fighting actual battles is the best way to stimulate them into breaking through to higher ranks." Jovi looked impressed. "You are remarkably aware of one of our association's standing policies. That is good. I can skip the lengthy background story then. What I cannot comprehend is why you would go through with the Fearless Project knowing that it directly goes against our goals. I'm sure you know how much we've suffered at the hands of enemy expert mechs. We even got threatened by an ace mech that was absolutely unbeatable to us. So many of our people have died from these powerful threats that I refuse to stand by any longer. I've already tried this concept out on a smaller scale against the Vulcanites, and that attempt has shown me that it can work. As a mech designer, I feel compelled to translate this concept into a more effective product. Yet you do so knowing that our association may not approve of your work." Vase smiled at Jovi. "I am a contributor of restricted technology, I am not. As far as I recall, my clan and I have a special dispensation to make use of luminaire crystal technology as long as we do not spread it further. Rest assured that I have no intention of spreading this new application of luminaire crystal technology to the masses. The Fearless Project will remain exclusive to our clan, which means that it will not threaten the current status quo." The MTA mech designer shook his head. "That's not good enough, Vase. It's true that you are a contributor of restricted technology. It's also true that we are willing to overlook small issues that will not disrupt the general trend of human society. There are limits to our forbearance, though." "What's the problem, you?" Jovi said. "According to our predictive modeling, as long as you don't fall along the way, you and your Larkinson clan will likely grow into a major influence on human society. Anyone who reads up on you can make this conclusion. While you and your clan are so insignificant at this time that whatever you do will not make any ripples, what about the future? What if you have advanced to master while your clan occupies an entire state? I'm sure we can come to a different arrangement. The main reason why I want to realize the Fearless Project is because my personal safety is at stake. Our clan is too new and isn't producing enough expert pilots, let alone ace pilots. I need a stopgap solution that can make up for this shortfall. In the future, our clan will probably have plenty of high-ranking expert pilots in our lineup. We managed to make 3 masterwork expert mechs, after all, and it's not impossible that we will make more. Once our clan has enough ace pilots, I am more than okay with phasing out the Fearless project. Vase thought this was a great argument, but unfortunately it wasn't enough. The damage will have already been done by this time. Jovi grew a little impatient. The usage of the Fearless project at any scale will definitely be noticed by many more people. Many of them will question why your Larkinsons are the only ones that are allowed to utilize such an effective anti-expert mech solution. So what if people think it's unfair? Vase frowned. I'm a contributor of restricted technology. I already handed over a couple of my trade secrets to Master Willix. Don't I deserve a break? Not when doing so has greater implications to human civilization. Some ambitious mech designers and weapon developers might even become inspired by your invention and will seek to create their own anti-expert mech armaments, thereby making such weapons a lot more accessible even if we do our best to prohibit them. Once any useful tech gains momentum, it becomes increasingly more costly for us to block its proliferation. Rather than allowing your new mech and powerful weapon system to build up steam, it is much more efficient to stop you in your tracks right now before your Fearless project ever sees the light of day. Vase grew a bit more concerned. Jovi was pushing harder than expected. Whether the MTA mech designer was being lenient or not, it was clear that the Fearless project had touched a nerve. He needed to play another card in order to win this game. I can understand the need to coddle and protect all of those vulnerable little expert pilots and ace pilots, but do you mechers really think that will help humanity out in the long run? Since I can develop this kind of weaponry, I bet that alien civilizations can do so as well. How will all of those high-ranking mech pilots be prepared to fight against enemies that can effectively negate their strongest defenses? You do make a good point, but there are a lot of mechers who think this is an acceptable trade-off as long as more high-ranking mech pilots remain alive and well. Whatever shortcomings they possess can easily be addressed through training and education. It is much harder for us to create additional expert pilots when our society has suddenly lost many of them due to alien ambushes. The implication here was that the MTA would probably become a lot more lenient to Vase if it gained a means to produce a lot more expert pilots. Vase actually doubted whether the mechers were as helpless on this issue as they appeared on the surface. There was no organization in the galaxy that understood mech pilots more than the MTA. Had they done nothing for 4 entire centuries? Of course, it was highly counterproductive to bring up this argument in this conversation. Jovi probably didn't know much due to his youth and the MTA probably wasn't willing to divulge any information on such a sensitive matter. Is this truly a stance that the survivalist faction supports? Vase asked in a critical tone. I can't imagine a group of people who think it is important to guard any threats isn't doing the utmost to prepare ourselves against enemies that are able to employ powers similar to expert pilots. What if our current means are not enough? His latest argument finally interrupted Jovi's momentum. The MTA journeyman slowly crossed his arms. I am speaking to you as a representative of the Mech Trade Association rather than an envoy of my faction. It's not appropriate to mix the two together. I'm right, aren't I? That's not the point. I disagree. Surely you don't want to squash my Fearless project, right? Surely you and your fellow survivalists think that humanity is better off if a common mech is able to pose a real threat to the alien equivalent of expert mechs. The survival of the human race must be safeguarded to the highest degree. Not if the CFA can use your invention as well. Jovi exclaimed. You aren't thinking this through, Vase. What you said is exactly right, but we don't exist in isolation. Our MTA is constantly competing against the CFA for hegemony of human space. While you probably aren't aware of it, the two organizations have constantly maintained a delicate peace based on many different factors. The invention of a technological weapon that is easily reproducible that could threaten our expert mechs, ace mechs and potentially even our god mechs may be a great boon for humanity, but also poses a serious threat to the continued existence of our association. Vase widened his eyes. This was probably the true reason why Jovi and the MTA became so intractable on this issue. The survivalist faction wished to benefit humanity, but if any initiative also came at the cost of letting the CFA gain the upper hand against the MTA, then that was a serious problem. He gained a deeper understanding of the survivalist faction and how they operated today. It seemed that the mechers of this noble faction wasn't as selfless as he thought. Of course, Vase also realized that the other MTA factions were even more opposed to the proliferation of heavy luminaire crystal weapons. The existence of this weapon directly threatened one of the mech community's trump cards, which meant it certainly damaged the interests of the MTA as a whole. Vase let out a tired breath as he rubbed his fingers against his face. All of this political nonsense was tiring him out. There were so many different interests that he needed to take into account that he wondered how real politicians dealt with all of this bickering on a daily basis. I understand, Vase said as he took a step back. We can't have the fleeters gaining supremacy over the supporters of mechs. If a battleship-grade luminaire crystal cannon can pose a real threat against a god mech, then the CFA will definitely exploit its advantage. However, are you sure the fleeters haven't already managed to produce such a weapon already? Having stayed on a derelict CFA battleship before, Vase already understood that the fleeters were just as keen on research and development as the mechers. None of the big two were willing to rest on their laurels and constantly sought to push their technology superiority further. Considering how much the MTA treated god mechs as a holy grail, there was no way the CFA had ever stopped finding new ways to neutralize powerful mechs. I don't know what the CFA is capable of. Perhaps someone else in our association has a better idea, but I am not privy to that intelligence. Jovi shrugged. Regardless, we should never make it easy for our rivals to develop effective weapons against us. On that, nearly the entirety of the MTA is in agreement with this principle. I'm sorry Vase, but I truly cannot allow you to proceed any further with the Fearless project in its current trajectory. Either change its weapon system to one that poses less of a threat against high-ranking mechs, or suspend this design project entirely. Those are the only two choices that I can allow you to make. That's not even a real choice. Chapter 3542, Persuasive Attempt. Vase rubbed his smooth-shaven chin as he considered everything that Jovi had told him earlier. He had to admit that he underestimated the consequences of his actions. It turned out that he had not been paying attention to the dynamics between the MTA and CFA. Sure, the two human organizations nominally belonged to the same side, but in the background they had never stopped competing for power. The current consensus in the mech industry was that battleships still remained the most powerful and practical weapon platform to ensure humanity's dominance. Their immense scale and ability to mount enormous weapons that could crack entire planets made it easy for the human race to project power in space. Yet the supporters of mechs still maintained hope that god mechs could break the dominance of destructive battleships one day. If not for the fact that it was insanely difficult for any individual to advance all the way to god pilot, the MTA wouldn't have to resort to so many means to protect high-ranking mech pilots from premature deaths. This was the downside to technology. Once a new technological innovation became available, other people tended to get their hands on it, either openly or covertly. As a race that depended extremely heavily on technology to expand, there were many humans that were always keen to obtain the latest and most effective toys. What Jovi had conveyed to Vase sounded so reasonable that there was hardly any way to refute it. To the MTA, anything that would give the CFA an advantage was clearly taboo. The main issue that Vase had to overcome was how easy it would be for the CFA to reproduce luminaire crystal weapons en masse. Whether it was alien technology or not, as long as it had enough value, there was no way the fleeters would let this little complication prevent them from obtaining an effective solution against high-ranking mechs. The solution that could give Vase a chance to realize the Fearless project as intended was to tackle this issue directly. What if, he started, what if I can modify my heavy luminaire crystal rifles so that they are only keyed to a select few Larkinson mech pilots? Any tech can easily be reverse-engineered. It won't work, Jovi retorted. Don't be so quick to count me out. I have a few ideas that might bear fruit. If I succeed, will you give me a chance? The MTA journeyman was a bit surprised by how much Vase insisted on pursuing his idea further. Many other mech designers with more respect for the MTA would have long backed off by now. Even if a particular project aligned with their passion, there was no way they would ever think about going against the will of one of the big two. Not so for Vase. He showed a considerable lack of awe towards the MTA. This was both admirable and disturbing. If not for their friendship, he would have earned a rebuke for his continued attempts to fight against the MTA's rules. I don't think you can persuade anyone in the MTA to give you a chance. Jovi honestly said, even if you succeed, there are always loopholes that neither of us can think about. It only takes one ingenious person to unravel even the most perfect security measures. Vase wasn't so sure about that. He had already hatched a few schemes such as making key luminaire crystals alive and keying them to specific mechs and mech pilots. When a weapon gained enough consciousness and control to be able to choose its own wielder, then there was little the CFA could do. For all of its emphasis on reproducible technology, if the mechers failed to figure out his living mechs, then the fleeters shouldn't be any closer. The problem was that the MTA was so busy with many other priorities that it didn't seem like Vase could even get his foot in the door. Is the MTA so bureaucratic that no one with sufficient authority can hear me out, Jovi? Maybe you'll have a better chance if you are willing to exchange 100 million MTA merits to make your case. 100 million MTA merits. The Mechers might as well rob all of the capital ships of the Larkinson clan right away if they were that greedy. Still, the way Jovi expressed the lack of personal interest in this matter gave Vase another idea. Since it worked with Master Willix, why not try it out on Jovi? He cleared his throat. Mr. Armelon, I may have an interesting proposition to you that might persuade you to change your mind. Jovi began to look upset. Just stop it, Vase. Don't do anything you'll regret. Vase ignored the warning. As a mech designer who has constantly made developments in metaphysical man-machine symbiosis, I have constantly explored different ways to increase a person's affinity to other entities. To me, the definition of machine is not strictly defined as a mech. Since I believe that mechs can be alive, my actual specialty can also be interpreted as a way to facilitate cooperation between man and other living entities. Over the years, I have developed solutions that enable symbiosis from human to human. We are aware of the existence of your so-called networks, but there are too many complications regarding their usage. Jovi replied, if it is not safe and practical enough to allow for mass adoption, then it is not a technological development that is of interest to the MTA. There are many eccentric researchers and organizations in human space that have developed quirky tech, but few of their work ever gains mass adoption. Unless you have overcome this hurdle, your tech is not a viable concession in any negotiation. That explained why the MTA wasn't in a hurry to understand the weirder capabilities of the Larkinson clan, such as its various spiritual networks. Though his various spiritual applications were undeniably powerful, they were still immature and vulnerable to certain kinds of attacks. They were also far too difficult to work with if only Vase was able to reproduce them in their entirety. Vase wasn't trying to appeal to the MTA as a whole for this reason. He needed to become a master before the association would take him seriously. His real target was Jovi Armelon, a seemingly friendly and approachable journeyman working for the Mech Trade Association. Though Vase never really figured out Jovi's exact background, it was not difficult to imagine that this mech designer with an extremely promising design philosophy might have excellent connections. For example, Jovi's ability to take over the 2-year escort mission was an indicator of the amount of sway he could exert within the massive association. After hesitating for a while, Vase decided to bring out one of his big guns. Would you like to obtain a unique advantage that can give you a massive boost in design capabilities? He offered. If you have been watching us as closely as I think you do, then you should have noticed that Gloriana, Kedis and myself are anything but usual. Each of us are substantially more effective journeymen than our peers of the same age. Have you ever wondered how we gained so much success? The MTA mech designer briefly looked intrigued. Our analysis of you indeed doesn't add up. There are numerous red flags in your record. I can tell you now that we aren't smarter than other excellent journeymen such as yourself. The secret lies within my specialty. Rather than trying to achieve symbiosis between man and machine, one day I attempted to do something different. I successfully created symbiosis between man and himself, or to put it in clearer terms, me and me. By partitioning my own mind in half, I managed to create an extraordinary state where my sub-mind has not only gained an independent consciousness, but also acquired unique powers that are different from mine. What, are you being serious? This time, Vase had finally taken Jovi aback, thereby derailing this conversation. I can grant you a similar advantage if you want. It just depends on what you want. Gloriana is able to connect the minds of different mech designers in a single network during her work sessions. Kedis is able to progress as both a mech designer and a swords master. I can generate and manipulate psionic power to a level you can't imagine. Do any of these powers sound interesting to you, or should I tailor a solution that best suits your circumstances? Jovi did look taken in by Ves's bold suggestion. Instead, he looked as if his friend had just made a major faux pas. Are you bribing me, Mr. Larkinson? Vase modestly coughed. Master Willix asked me the same question, but that didn't stop her from making a deal with me. Look, as long as you can persuade the higher-ups to give me a chance to proceed with the Fearless project, I will make sure to address all of the concerns about the proliferation of anti-expert mech technology. As legitimate compensation for your willingness to act as an intermediary on my behalf, I am willing to grant you a personal reward in the form of a companion spirit that is designed to your specifications. In other words, you want me to persuade the association to bend the rules for you in exchange for a bribe, is that correct? Jovi asked as he began to look grim. Damn, how hard was it to bribe people these days? Hardly any humans were saints. Even the Mechers ought to be open to personal persuasion. Vase just had to try harder. Blinky, get out and introduce yourself to Jovi. Muro. Much to Jovi's astonishment, a purple spiritual cat with a semi-intangible body emerged right out of Ves's head. The playful cat hovered above Jovi's head before spiraling downwards until the surprised MTA mech designer hesitantly tried to touch the spiritual creature. Of course, his hand passed right through the star cat's body without encountering any hindrance. Jovi at least managed to get a better sense of Blinky's unique presence. Vase had carefully been observing the MTA mech designer while Blinky blatantly exposed his existence. Much to his surprise, Jovi behaved as if he really didn't know about Blinky before. Even his emotions conveyed shock. It did not look as if he was putting up an act. That was strange. Vase would have expected the MTA to gather at least some clues given how much they liked to monitor other people. Perhaps only a few people were privy to this data. What is this, Vase? Jovi asked as he put down his airs as a representative of the MTA. Didn't I just tell you? It's another part of my mind that I have partitioned from my main consciousness through a special technique before shaping it into a cat. It doesn't have to be a cat, but it's the most comfortable form for me. What really matters is how I augmented this companion spirit. What do you mean by that? Let me show you his tricks. Blinky, go ahead and show how much energy you can generate. Muro. Blinky drew energy from a design spirit and began to convert it into a different form of spiritual energy that was more compatible to Vase. Though Jovi wasn't able to appreciate this effect to the fullest, he could vaguely feel the changes in the compartment. Activate your design network. Muro. The cat with the light trails streaking over his purple form extended a spiritual connection to Jovi's head. If you trust me, then don't resist. Open yourself up and see how my colleagues and I have been able to work so well together. True understanding flowed between the two as Jovi reluctantly opened up his mind to the spiritual connection. Even though it was just a shallow bond, the MTA mech designer only needed a brief moment to realize the massive implications of a design network. Alright, that's enough Blinky. Show him your final trick. Blinky cut off the spiritual connection before Jovi could fully appreciate its features. The abrupt disconnection left him wanting for more. This was the first time that he truly managed to obtain a glimpse into another successful mech designer's perspective and thought process. What Jovi might not realize at the moment was that the other person in the network had also managed to get a good glimpse. Vase did not dare to pry too deep in his friend's surprisingly strong and structured mind, but he managed to come away with a decent haul. This was not the time to think about it, though. Blinky was already preparing his final trick. The Wurklaw crystal embedded on his forehead glowed increasingly brighter as Blinky charged up his attack. This demonstration is a little dangerous, so you better keep your energy shields ready. Huh, okay. Jovi activated a silent command that caused the compartment to project many different energy shields. Once Vase saw that Jovi had taken enough precautions, he nodded towards his companion spirit. Show him what you can do, Blinky. MROW. A blinding flash erupted from Blinky as a powerful beam fueled by Wurklaw energy crashed into energy shield. Chapter 3543. Poor Jovi. The demonstration successfully made an impact on Jovi. Blinky's attack did not have a chance of overcoming the Simile Halifax's protective measures. His Alshur energy attack might be sufficient to put a dent into a mech, but the power level of an MTA energy shield was much more formidable. It didn't matter. Blinky successfully made his point. The companion spirit was able to unleash his exotic energy attack without relying on any tech or solid objects. If he wanted to, Blinky could act like a lethal assassin that could phase through any obstacles and launch an energy beam right in the face of an unsuspecting victim. One of the greater implications of Blinky's existence and capabilities was that he served as an inseparable companion to Vase. Wherever the mech designer traveled, he would always possess a means to protect himself. Though Vase felt a bit conflicted by how much he revealed to Jovi and possibly other elements of the MTA, he believed it was an acceptable risk to take. His use of spiritual applications had gradually increased over time. The changes to the Larkinson clan were quite obvious, and the expeditionary fleet even hosted a batch of guest pilots from the MTA. There was no way to hide everything, so Vase decided to open up a bit and trust that at least certain mechers were deserving of his trust. The biggest advantage of this was that Vase could direct attention away from his more sensitive secrets. He didn't mind exposing his companion spirits, but he definitely did not wish to expose his ties to the mech designer system. Of course, even if he did claim to possess the metal scroll, the MTA wouldn't believe him. The damned system had gone dormant after swallowing a bunch of Timpala steel and had yet to wake up after all these months. Moreau, after unleashing his impressive attack, both Blinky and Vase became a bit weary. Though the cat did not use up too much power this time, he still had to display enough strength to make a statement. Seeing how Jovi fell silent after this demonstration, Vase figured that he had achieved his purpose this time. This is only what a single companion spirit can do, Vase said as he cradled Blinky in his arms as if he was holding a body. Gloriana and Kedis possess their own unique companions that complement their own individual needs. I don't know what kind of capability serves you best, but together we can come up with a solution that can substantially ease the bottlenecks that can hinder you from realizing your difficult design philosophy. This is especially the case when I have designed the companion spirit to be able to grow over time and adapt even better to your needs. Moreau tilde Blinky cutely whipped his black-tipped tail around as he licked his intangible furry paw. What Vase just said resonated to Jovi in a way that few other outsiders had accomplished. One of the greatest challenges an ambitious mech designer had to overcome was to find a way to realize a design philosophy. This was an intricate and difficult process that Vase did not fully understand but hindered a lot of seniors from taking the crucial step. Just seeing people like Professor Benedict agonize so much over his own stalled attempts to become a master mech designer was a telling indicator how difficult it was to overcome this infamous hurdle. It was generally known in the mech industry that a broader, more radical and more ambitious design philosophy was much more difficult to realize. More modest design philosophies might not be so revolutionary, but mech designers stood a much higher chance of realizing them due to their limited scope and lower requirements. If Vase had to classify Hovey's probability manipulation in one of those categories, then he would firmly place it in the bucket that corresponded to difficult and nearly impossible to realize. Just getting started on it was impossible, and making progress was probably at least several times more difficult because there was nothing comparable in the mech industry. Jovi was a pioneer in his own field and had to tread new ground by himself. The MTA might be able to provide a lot of convenience to him, but he still needed to rely on himself to achieve all of the important breakthroughs. Even the MTA probably wasn't that optimistic about his chances. It was probably willing to give Jovi a try because it didn't cost much to encourage talented mech designers to pursue radical design philosophies with high potential. As long as just 1 in 1,000 of these human lottery tickets drew a prize, it was worth it in the end. From what little Vase had managed to glimpse from Hovey's mind, the young man wasn't as complacent as he appeared on the surface. Jovi was actually enduring a lot of pressure. His parents, his friends, his faction and the MTA itself held a lot of expectations towards him, but that was contingent on his good performance. As long as Jovi continued to make progress, he would receive a lot of support in the form of tutoring, resources, augmentation and research assistance. If he ever began to stall and stop making any further progress, then the MTA would eventually treat him as a lost cause and withhold much of the resources that Jovi needed to push his design philosophy to the next level. This was why he was quite keen to travel around. Gaining inspiration from outside stimuli was an important way for innovators to develop new solutions. There was a strategic purpose behind his decision to accompany Vase for a time. Vase sympathized with Jovi. The MTA mech designer was born and raised into a life where he constantly had to perform better, similar to Gloriana. Though Jovi was handling his situation rather well, the fear of failure and the fear of wasting all of the extravagant effort and resources the MTA put into his development weighed heavily on his shoulders. Now, an eccentric mech designer had come along and offered Jovi a potential way to substantially increase the probability of breaking through to master. How could he not feel moved by this offer? Though all of it sounded crazy at first, Vase showed that he wasn't kidding when he used Blinky to demonstrate the power of a companion spirit. What actually convinced Jovi the most was the brief moment when Blinky's design network connected his mind to Vase for a brief moment. Just as Vase gained a better insight in the person known as Jovi, the MTA mech designer also gained a relatively intimate view of what Vase thought about. Sure, Blinky filtered out a lot of irrelevant details and Vase made sure to lock his truly sensitive secrets deep within the depths of his mind, but what he put on display showed that he was being absolutely sincere about augmenting Jovi in a metaphysical manner. Of course, Vase didn't hide the selfish motivations behind his actions. He wasn't helping Jovi because he wanted to be a good friend. He wanted to perform a transaction where both sides could get what they needed from each other. There was nothing disgusting or dishonest about it. This was simply an effective way to get things done. After a time, Jovi suppressed his excitement. He faced Vase with a measured look. Let me be honest, I'm interested in what you have to offer. I can see how your so-called companion spirit can help me in several ways. I don't have a habit of making drastic, life-changing decisions on the spot, though. There is no hurry to proceed at the moment, so I will take my time to weigh my options, perform more research and consult with others. I also cannot promise that I can persuade the higher-ups to give you special dispensation to continue with the Fearless project. I need to sort this all out before I can make my decision. I'll be waiting for your answer, then. Vase replied. If you need more clarification, feel free to ask. I can't tell you everything, but I'm willing to share a few more details provided you keep it confidential. He did not assume that Jovi would keep this secret just to himself. That was impossible. Vase just hoped that his friend would not spread it out too much and only share it among the people he trusted. This was a request that Jovi was more than willing to oblige. You can rest assured, the MTA always handles trade secrets from mech designers such as you with utmost care and discretion. Word of it will not spread to the public. Vase would have to be satisfied with that answer. Good. Please keep in mind that it is quite costly and resource-intensive to provide anyone with a companion spirit. Power doesn't come out of nowhere, and relying on your own mind is not enough to create a strong mind partner. I'm only willing to do this favor for you but no one else. You'll also have to trust me, as I will literally have to access your mind in order to make radical changes to it. If I want, I can mess up a lot of stuff, so you will have to take a leap of faith if you seriously wish to proceed with this course of action. Thank you for being honest. I figured as much, but it is good to hear it from you. Jovi said. The two chatted a bit further, but Jovi soon ordered the Simile Halifax to teleport Vase away from the frigate. The young MTA mech designer had a lot to think about. The conversation about the Fearless project did not proceed according to his expectations at all today. Rather than accepting the will of the MTA, Vase brazenly offered Jovi a bribe that sounded so attractive that the issue of granting the Larkinson clan permission to utilize heavy luminaire crystal weapons no longer seemed so important. Was Jovi attracted by the possibility of gaining a companion spirit that was not only powerful from the start, but could also grow even further over time? Yes, he didn't think many mech designers would reject this possibility. It's still experimental, though, he reminded himself. It did not escape his attention that this was an experimental procedure that was not yet proven to be safe. Aside from all of the immediate problems that might occur, companion spirits may very well lead to repercussions that could hinder or even stop Jovi from advancing to master. Of course, the fact that Vase was confident enough to go through with it showed that he believed it was beneficial, but who knew whether he was right? It's a big gamble. Jovi wasn't a stranger to gambles. As a specialist in probability manipulation, he gambled with reality whenever he designed his mechs. He had won and lost a lot of gambles over the years, and that gave him a lot of perspective on how to handle this kind of matter. I shouldn't be making a bet I can't afford to lose. Anything that had to do with the human mind was profoundly dangerous. What Vase suggested was akin to implanting an extremely powerful but barely tested cranial implant. Only the reckless or the desperate would agree to such a procedure. Though Jovi did not consider himself to be a reckless mech designer, he was not so sure about the desperate part. It all came down to an important question. Will I be able to realize my design philosophy if I proceed as always, or is the probability of success too low for me to bet on myself? He asked himself. He recalled the statistics. The MTA's success rate of nurturing masters with higher grade design philosophies was abysmal. Even if he limited his selection to mech designers who successfully advanced to journeyman, their odds were not good. Hey, I am just another gamble, Jovi depreciatingly said. The MTA may be able to afford losing on a lot of bets, but if I lose, my life's work will come to nothing. Chapter 3544. Co-leader of the survivalist faction. A day passed by without a response. Vase figured as much. He presented Jovi with a massive but incredibly risky life-changing decision. Who would want to make a decision on the spot given how dangerous it was to operate on someone's mind? It's like installing a cranial implant. Vase remembered that he agonized for years before he finally decided to implant the Archimedes Ruble bio implant in his head. Even then, he asked his staff to perform extensive updates and modifications on the highly sophisticated device before he was willing to undergo the implantation procedure. Although he didn't know how long it would take for Jovi to decide whether he wanted to accept the offer, it might take weeks or even months for him to make up his mind. Someone like Jovi had access to a lot of different opportunities. The MTA offered a dizzying array of augmentations, many of which were developed by huge, well-funded transgalactic biotech enterprises with stellar reputations. How could a single mech designer who didn't even possess any medical qualifications possibly claim to exceed the best efforts of the most brilliant biotech researchers employed by these mega corporations? Still, the proof could not be denied. Ketty's was the most obvious success case. Her ability to advance in two different extraordinary professions at once was clearly abnormal and unheard of, but if people found out that she had actually split her mind in two, this phenomenon made a lot more sense. Vase and Gloriana's ability to form a seamless design network without any risky or dangerous interfacing was even more relevant to mech designers. Though Jovi only gained a short preview of this ability, what he managed to sense should be enough to haunt his dreams. He'll come around, I think. His chances of advancing to master are too low even with plentiful support from the MTA. He needs to obtain more advantages for himself in order to stack the odds in his favor. Ordinarily, Vase should have only been able to infer Jovi's situation, but the brief connection he established through Blinky allowed him to gain a much better understanding of his friend. Although Vase only managed to lift Jovi's surface thoughts, they provided many important developments. For example, Vase found that he was right when he suspected that Jovi's parents were genuine bigshots. No ordinary MTA mech designer could attract so much attention and resources even if he was talented. He figured out that the Red Ocean was truly a trial ground set up by the Big Two. The MTA and CFA not only wanted to reinvigorate the human race, but also prepare everyone for an even greater initiative. He even learned that multiple arms of the MTA were paying loose attention to Vase and the Larkinson clan. Various research teams and research institutions of the association kept tabs on him, but they kept their distance because of multiple reasons. First, the MTA kept track of billions of persons of interest. Vase was not as special as he thought, and the fact that he was just a journeyman meant that he simply didn't warrant as much attention. Second, Vase had become an associate to the survivalist faction. Before that, Master Willix's patron among the survivalists had already claimed Vase to a degree. He initially did not think these relationships were that important because he did not enjoy any tangible benefits from them, but they were actually highly useful in keeping the more pushy elements of the MTA at bay. Every major faction of the Mech Trade Association developed an unofficial understanding amongst each other. They would not easily interfere with the people that had already associated with other factions. That's good to know, Vase muttered. The more interesting part was the identity of the star designer that was backing Master Willix. Vase had already guessed that she was the most likely person to pay an interest to him, but now that he managed to confirm it through skimming Jovi's mind, he felt quite mixed about her identity. Of all of the possible star designers that could gain an interest in me and Mr. S. Why her of all people? The reason why he felt troubled was because Master Willix was actually in cahoots with the famed and brilliant polymath. As one of the younger star designers to come into power lately, the polymath had quickly become the most prominent mech designers of this time. Born with abnormal intelligence, she began to absorb a vast amount of knowledge at a young age. Though the official biographies of her life never clarified whether she was a designer baby who received the most luxurious augmentations during her growth, the fact that she used to be a citizen of a first-rate state meant this chance was high. In any case, the biographies did mention that Claire Hamza originally started out a little slow. She did not graduate from a mech design university in record time, nor broke any records when she advanced to journeyman. The reason for that was because she constantly occupied her time with broadening her foundation to a monstrous degree. The young Claire Hamza studied hundreds of different fields, from quantum mechanics to biomechanics, in order to become proficient in almost every conceivable aspect of mech design. Once she finally completed her insane learning spree, she finally began to bring her prodigious knowledge to bear on her chosen profession. Master before 50, star designer at 100. The speed in which she overcame the bottlenecks that tormented so many different mech designers seemed like a breeze to the polymath. She progressed so quickly that many different people, mostly jealous rivals and professional competitors, accused her of being a sentient eye, an alien in human skin, a sleeper agent of a dangerous organization and more. Yet whenever the MTA investigated her in detail, no one found anything amiss. Her history was completely clear and none of her actions were alarming. In the end, the polymath not only managed to enter humanity's highest circle of power, but also became one of the co-leaders of the survivalist faction. Vase became surprised when he learned that the polymath chose to align with the survivalist faction rather than the mech supremacist faction. Shouldn't she be a more natural fit for the latter? Everyone knew that the polymath loved absorbing more knowledge, but she was even more famed for designing a lot of weird and quirky mechs. Though not all of her designs met her expectations, the few that did often sent ripples throughout the mech industry. Many of her greatest innovations eventually trickled down to the mech industry after their principles fed back into future mech generations. From what Vase had learned of the polymath, the woman was crazy smart and never made any stupid decisions. She was probably the most successful rational mech designer to have existed up to this point, so her decisions were definitely driven by impeccable logic. If someone as smart as her has chosen to join the survivalist faction, then there has to be a good reason for that. Maybe it's not so bad that I defaulted to this faction as well. Vase never really had a choice of which faction he could associate with. If Master Willix hadn't already ushered him to the survivalists, perhaps he would have approached the mech supremacists like his wife. After all, Vase didn't really like to get involved in messy politics and ideological struggles. He just wanted to design more mechs. There were plenty of other people who could take care of the difficult questions of governing humanity. Oh well, the survivalist faction should not be shabby if it managed to gain the allegiance of the polymath. The only issue was that this woman was insanely smart, so much so that Vase worried whether she had figured out any of his deeper secrets. It was a pity that there was nothing that he could do. Either the polymath figured him out or not. He would just go on about his life if nothing happened. Vase had a feeling that he would be meeting the polymath in person one day. One of the many interesting details he obtained from skimming Hovey's mind was that the star designer had actually resided in the Red Ocean for over 20 years. What is she doing here? Is she poking around alien technology or something? There was no way that a junior like Jovi could know what any of the star designers were doing. He only vaguely knew that the Red Ocean had attracted many star designers. None of this had anything to do with Vase. The chance of bumping into anyone was virtually zero. Even if they brushed past each other, there was no way these supreme figures would deign to pay attention to a random journeyman. Rather than worrying about all of that, Vase was better off if he went back to his work. He frowned. The future of the Fearless project is in doubt, so it's best if put it in the backseat. He could gamble on the hope that the MTA would eventually come to a new agreement with Vase, but he might have to make a lot of changes in order to comply with the new requirements. The only feature that he truly needed to explore was to strengthen the exclusivity of his heavy luminaire crystal rifles. He had to make sure they could only be utilized by authorized personnel and no one else. Even if the Larkinsons lost a battle and had to leave a few mechs with rifles behind, the people who salvaged the valuable weapons from the battlefield shouldn't be able to utilize them, let alone reverse engineer the alien tech. Vase rubbed his smooth-shaven chin. I'll have to develop new locking and security measures that can't be defeated through ordinary means. It's best if even I can't break the locks of my own design. He already figured a number of ways to create a spiritual lock, but it was not secure enough if he could break it with ease. He had to go even further and develop a real solution. This is going to take a substantial amount of time. For now, he still wanted to work on mechs rather than spiritual locks, so he shifted his attention to the other mech design projects. Instead of starting work on his second solo mech design project, he decided to fulfill his leadership responsibilities and check up on the progress of the other lead designers of the Larkinson clan. He dropped by the workplaces of numerous different journeyman mech designers and either surveyed their progress or discussed their early design choices. One of the more interesting design projects that he came across was the custom mech that Gloriana had envisioned for Vincent Ricklin. "Wow, you're doing good work, ma'am," Vincent exclaimed as he looked at the projection of Gloriana's draft design. "This mech is even bigger and cooler than my first custom mech. I love the sculpted contours. There's none of that cold and machine-like straight lines here. It truly looks like a metallic god. The only point I'm not sure about is the girth of the codpiece. Could you make it bigger?" Gloriana looked flatly at Vincent while she held her lively and adorable daughter in her arms. I guess that means a no. The expert candidate sheepishly guessed. Vase stepped forward, thereby stopping this awkward exchange from going any further. This is quite an interesting draft design, he said as he reached out and softly rubbed his daughter's pristine little head. This is like a reinvented version of the Adonis Colossus that we have developed in the past. Compared to that older third-class mech design, this draft just oozes masculinity. Goo-goo, wafiwa, Gloriana smirked. I told you I could do it. Did you really think I understand nothing about masculinity? I know exactly what Mr. Ricklin needs to excel as a mech pilot. Although Vase wasn't sure whether Gloriana was as smart as she thought she was, he had to admit that she put a serious effort into Vincent Ricklin's custom mech. He initially worried whether her warped Hexer sensibilities might interfere with her professional obligations, but so far it appeared that his concerns were unfounded. There were several aspects about the design that Vase found questionable, though. Chief among them was the armaments of the hybrid mech. Why are all of these ranged weapon modules physical in nature? Chapter 3545. New Man Project. Though Gloriana hadn't fully finalized the configuration of the weapon loadout of Vincent Ricklin's custom mech, she had already made a drastic design choice. Instead of taking advantage of the Larkinson clan's exclusive access to advanced luminaire crystal technology, Gloriana decided to eschew it entirely and resort to kinetic weapons. Gauss weapons, missiles and even melee weapons featured prominently in Gloriana's mech concept for Vincent's new personal machine. Typical to a hybrid mech, the concept envisioned by Gloriana did not mount any huge and powerful weapons. It instead incorporated multiple smaller ones that could each inflict respectable damage under the right circumstances. The mech was even able to fight up close, though not as good as dedicated melee mechs. The hybrid mech carried a rather thick but short tower shield along with a wicked sword that could deliver slow but powerful strikes without requiring too much finesse. All in all, the upfront damage potential of this hybrid mech was quite good due to incorporating all of these physical weapons. It could accurately pound enemy targets at mid-range while whacking mechs into dented wrecks if they ever came close. While it was possible for the hybrid mech to snipe targets at range, this was insanely difficult because Gloriana did not optimize its design for long-range combat. The lack of energy weapons was a telltale sign that she did not even bother to give Vincent a good means to fight against distant opponents. The overall direction of this mech design already gave Vase a good idea of what Gloriana was thinking about, but he still found her design decisions to be perplexing. This is an unusual weapon loadout for a hybrid mech. He explained his thoughts to his wife. These guns and missile launchers all look nice, but they take up a lot of capacity. It's not that bad if a mech only utilizes one kinetic weapon, but the issue here is that it integrates multiple of them across its frame. All of those weapons require ammunition in order to function, and that takes up even more space inside the mech. Gloriana shook her head. Not entirely. Haven't you noticed the external ammunition bins? The New Man project does not have to rely on its internal magazines to keep the weapons fed. I'll design different ammunition feeding systems that will efficiently transfer the contents of these ammunition bins to the various integrated kinetic weapons. With this, Vincent's hybrid mech can sustain its firepower output for a considerably longer time. This was a simple solution, but a good one. Though his wife hadn't put too much detail in the draft of the ammunition bins, Vase could see that they were designed as external modules that could easily be attached and detached whenever convenient. On the battlefield, the New Man project could easily eject its empty ammunition bins and allow bots or mechs to mount new ones in the same slots. The transition didn't not have to take much time at all, so as long as the hybrid mech did not sustain much damage, it could actually fire its weapons for a long time until the buildup of heat and the accumulated stress on its kinetic weapons had finally reached their limits. Of course, this treatment was a little extravagant for a single mech. It wasn't worth it to field lots of mechs that needed to be accompanied by its own maids and babysitters in battle. It was only tolerable if this treatment was confined to individual machines such as custom mechs. After studying the design schematics a bit further, he reluctantly put down his concerns about the New Man project's over-reliance on kinetic weapons. Even if these weapon modules were not as powerful as his luminaire crystal weapons, they offered a lot of much-needed diversity. There was one element of uncertainty that caught his attention. This mech doesn't consume as much energy as our rifleman mechs, but I see you haven't channeled all of its excess power to its flight system. It's actually a bit slow for a medium mech. How are you planning to use all of that additional power? The draft design was still incomplete, so Vase couldn't figure out what Gloriana had in store. His wife pointed towards the projected design. Just like the Adonis Colossus, the new man project is a mech that is strong in both offense and defense. I've already taken care of the former in the form of its weapon loadout. I'm still working on the latter, but you should already be able to tell that my hybrid mech is covered by a substantial amount of armor. That's not enough, though. This mech is so eye-catching that it will doubtlessly attract a lot of enemy fire. In order to increase its survivability even further, I decided to mount it with a compact but premium shield generator. Shield generator. These were powerful but energy-hungry defensive modules that were mostly found in defensive mechs and high-end mechs. Vase considered the effect of mounting one to the new man project. The mech had become so sluggish that it could certainly use a bit of help in fending off incoming attacks. Are you sure it's worth implementing in the design? He questioned. A shield generator is an intensive module. If you choose to integrate it in a knight mech, then I wouldn't have any doubts about your idea. The problem is that you're trying to stuff it in a hybrid mech that already carries a lot of integrated weapon and ammunition modules. You can't even mount it externally because you have already reserved that for the ammunition bins. Gloriana sighed. You're right, it will be hard for me to integrate a good shield generator to the new man project. I still think it is worth implementing. Energy shields possess different defensive characteristics that can help my custom hybrid mech survive in different situations. It is also easy for us to upgrade it with a more powerful model in the future. Once we obtain access to superior and more higher performing mech parts, it is not impossible for us to turn the new man project into a defensive powerhouse. Guawaha. See, even Aurelia agrees. She's such a smart and clever little cutie. While Gloriana gave her daughter a bit of personal attention, Vase turned to the mech pilot who would eventually be making use of the new man project. What do you think of her work? Do you like it? Vase asked. I don't like it, I love it, Vincent beamed. Just look at how manly it looks. Your wife sure has a good appreciation of the male form. She managed to translate my physique in the form of a mech but make it even bigger and manlier than I could imagine. Vase grew irritated. I'm not asking for your opinion about its appearance. I'm asking you about its performance. Are you fine with utilizing kinetic weapons? Are you fine with piloting a slow but sturdy mech? Ah, that's all okay to me. I don't need to move quickly. I just want to be able to pound any enemies that come into my range with as much dominance as possible. With all of these guns and armor, not even those hardy dwarven mechs we fought back then can stand a chance against my custom mech. Well, it sounded that Vincent was fully okay with the configuration of the new man project. His own preferences were relatively simple, so his mech design also reflected that. The custom hybrid mech was meant to become a blunt instrument in the hands of a blunt warrior. Are there any shortcomings that you are particularly concerned about? Yeah, just look at the codpiece I requested. No matter how many times I asked, she won't make it any bigger. That's because it is superfluous and will upset the balance of your hybrid mech. Gloriana responded after she had her fill of cuddling with her baby. The lower waist of a mech does need protection, but there is a point where excess armor is not worth the trade-off. The new man project has already crossed this line by a noticeable extent, so I need to figure out how to restore the balance of your custom mech. You are not going to make my job any easier by requesting even more padding. Vase left Gloriana and Vincent to decide among themselves how thick the codpiece of the new man project should be. It didn't appear this argument would end anytime soon. Mechs don't need codpieces. As far as he was concerned, his wife was completely right. It could use a lot of downsizing. The only reason to include it at all was to satisfy Vincent's psychological needs. Vase continued to drop by the workplaces of the other lead designers. Everyone else was managing fine, but that did not surprise himself too much. Both the new and older journeymen in the design department were all journeymen who knew what they were doing. They did not require a lot of input from him while they were still in the drafting phase. One of the more important projects in development at the moment was the Monster Slayer project. The landbound swordsman mech design was of great significance. It was part of a trade deal and could potentially become the first true income source of the Larkinson clan that was based in the Red Ocean. Although Vase had agreed that Kedis should design the Monster Slayer by herself in order to exercise her solo design capabilities, that didn't stop him from providing her with feedback. Your draft design is considerably more refined than I expected, he remarked as he crossed his arms in front of the projection. It's cheaper than I thought as well. This is shaping up to be an affordable mid-range swordsman mech. His former student nodded as she manipulated the controls. The Wild Fighter Association has been helping me with figuring out what its members want. I've received a lot of advice and read a lot of market research reports. And what did you learn from all of that? If I want to benefit as many mech pilots as possible, I should make my Monster Slayer more affordable. If I want to make my Monster Slayer more prestigious and win more impressive competitions, then I should raise its design budget. I take it you went for the first route. Yes. Kedis nodded. I truly do want to turn my Monster Slayer into a mech that can win the most glorious tournaments held in the Red Ocean, but that does not really fit with my vision. For my first solo swordsman mech design, I want to spread my work and acquaint as many mech pilots to my design philosophy as possible. The result of her deliberations was that she had set the design budget of her Monster Slayer to just 1.4 MTA credits. This was around as much as a third the design budget of the Fearless project. Of course, Vase envisioned his Fearless project as an elite specialist combat mech that was meant to fight against the toughest opponents. The Monster Slayer was a landbound mech that could perform adequately in landbound battles but was actually meant to fight in arenas. Since arena battles were costly and attrition was high, the mechs that participated in many standard tournaments should never be too expensive. Although the price tag of the Monster Slayer was a bit higher than the most popular price category, it was still within a range that allowed for mass adoption. The only question was whether it provided enough value to swordsman mech pilots to sell that well. When Vase looked at the sword that Kedis had drafted for the Monster Slayer, he saw that it was a typical greatsword. He frowned a bit. I see you decided to pair the Monster Slayer with a greatsword instead of a smaller weapon. Don't you think this is a risky choice? Not every swordsman mech fights like the Sword Maidens. Vase was afraid that Kedis might scare away too many customers if she insisted on this course of action. Chapter 3546. The meaning of the Monster Slayer. Though Vase questioned whether it was a good idea to pair the Monster Slayer design with a large, heavy and unwieldy greatsword, Kedis remained unmoved. I know what I'm doing, Vase. I planned out my Monster Slayer years ago. Every design choice I make is deliberate to a degree you can't imagine. You say that, but you are still proceeding with a swordsman mech configuration that only a minority of mech pilots will adequately be able to pilot. Greatswords were difficult weapons to wield. Not only were they slow, heavy, and ponderous to move, they could also cause accidents because they were difficult to control. The Sword Maidens may be able to wield them with great proficiency, but that was because they poured years or decades into mastering this difficult weapon. Generally, mech cadets who trained in swordsmanship started off with familiarizing themselves in the use of one-handed blades. If they chose to specialize in this field, then they may train in other forms of swords, but rarely one as big and exaggerated as a greatsword. This was why Vase grew concerned about Katiza's design direction for a mech she invested a lot of emotional attachment to. He knew that she treated the Monster Slayer project as her baby and her passion project, so he did not want her to go down a path that led to a dead end. Still, he underestimated her resolve. She interrupted her work and turned to her former teacher. I said I know what I'm doing. Do you think I don't know that most swordsman mech pilots aren't trained in great swords? It's fine. My mech can handle a sword of this size and mass with greater control than other machines because it is the only weapon it is optimized to wield. Novices will find that it is easier to control the greatsword in battle as long as it is being wielded by my Monster Slayer. I can see how that works out, but that only addresses a part of the issue. All of that mechanical control won't mean anything if the mech pilot doesn't know what he is doing. Are you sure about that? Kedis smirked. What do you mean? Oh, come on, Vase. Have you already forgotten what I did with the Heart of Victor? It doesn't matter if my customers can't wield great swords as good as my fellow sisters. As long as I employ my own techniques, I can embed the Monster Slayer design with a shadow of my swordsmanship skills. Vase widened his eyes. Will this actually work? Instilling a whole new sword style to a mech pilot shouldn't be easy. Can your mech truly teach generic mech pilots to wield a greatsword as proficient as a Sword Maiden? Kedis shook her head. I'm not that ambitious yet. The Sword Maiden swordsmanship style is too demanding and intricate to the uninitiated. Even if my Monster Slayer can act as the most direct instructor to its mech pilots, it will still take years before they actually master it in depth. This is why I plan to instill my mech design with a more simple and condensed set of techniques. The foundational greatsword style that I have constructed for my Monster Slayer is easier to learn and faster to achieve results. Even those who are already trained in wielding great swords will receive a lot of help in shoring up their fundamentals. This sounded a lot more reasonable. Vase realized that she had truly put serious thought in her passion project. Still, Kedis was taking a major risk here. The heart of Victor may have worked out, but that was with considerable support from his own design philosophy. He wasn't sure whether the Monster Slayer could truly teach its mech pilots how to wield a greatsword to the point where they could confidently fight in actual battles. It all depended on whether Kedis had sufficiently developed her design philosophy and, more importantly, her techniques. If she was overestimating her current capabilities, then she was heading straight towards disappointment if she proceeded on her current course. Yet when Vase observed Kedis, he did not see a hint of worry, regret or uncertainty. She was so confident in her design direction that she did not think she was wrong in any of her assumptions. In the end, he decided to trust her judgment. Kedis was a journeyman who was not as ignorant about herself as before. Even if she fell flat on her face, she would learn a valuable lesson about overestimating her capabilities and making promises that she couldn't deliver. "What's the reason why you want to go down this route?" he asked. Her eyes turned wistful. "I want to design a mech that can recapture the brilliance I experienced when I fought a duel against a monstrosity in the past. That life-and-death battle was one of the best fights in my life. I truly felt alive and inspired in a way that I can't replicate. The Monster Slayer is a way for me to commemorate and revisit this brilliant battle. Not only that, I hope to share at least a portion of what I experienced back then to my customers. I hope that they too can find meaning in their lives by fighting the most thrilling battles with my Monster Slayer. I can realize this effect a lot more effectively if I arm my mech with a greatsword than a weapon with better handling. Every move you make is risky. That makes every action more meaningful." He understood what she was referring to. A light mech that was able to dart in and out did not need to commit to a confrontation. Its superior mobility along with its fast attack speed meant that it could launch a lot of careless attacks without suffering too many consequences as long as the techniques weren't too poor. The Monster Slayer was more deliberate. Its margin of error was lower because a bad sword swing could easily expose a lot of openings that an enemy mech could exploit in order to inflict crippling damage. If you go through with this mech concept, you're going to make a lot of customers frustrated at first. Vase pointed out, "While I recognize that your mech has value, it takes time and constant piloting in order to see substantial improvements. All of those mech pilots who quickly try to make a name for themselves with the Monster Slayer will probably embarrass themselves and get defeated with ease. This will build resentment among your early adopters and will definitely reduce the perceived value of your first commercial mech design." This was a highly undesirable consequence because the Monster Slayer had to be profitable enough to be worth the effort of selling it. If it received too many negative reviews and if the word of mouth surrounding it was bad, then the mech market would quickly turn to more practical alternatives. This could make a good product sink into the dark pretty quickly. Even if a small number of mech pilots gained a lot of benefits from piloting the Monster Slayer model, the overwhelming amount of negative word of mouth would make it difficult for the mech community to acknowledge the positive feedback. Kedis finally showed a bit of uncertainty, though she soon steeled herself again. "You might have a point, but I believe in my vision. My Monster Slayer will be exactly what it needs to be. It will be my debut commercial mech design, so I want to send a message and turn it into a representative example of my future work." "What message are you trying to convey, exactly?" "That the customers of my mechs can learn new sword styles or master their existing ones as long as they use my products," she stated. "The effect of my message will be stronger if I start off with a swordsman mech configuration that is well outside the mainstream configurations. Think about it, if my Monster Slayer wields an average arming sword that is familiar to all melee mech pilots, how can my customers see a clear improvement in their skills? They will only grow a bit more skilled under the guidance of their mechs. Perhaps they won't even notice any difference." "I see. By deliberately going out of her way to focus on great swords, the Monster Slayer should be able to create a much bigger contrast between an uninitiated mech pilot and one that has piloted it for several months. Once people repeatedly encountered instances where mech pilots who had no history with great swords suddenly became deadly with them, then the mech market would fully realize the Monster Slayer's actual value. Not only that, but a lot of mech pilots would also look forward to piloting the next swordsman." Mech published by Kedis. This was actually quite a deep and intricate scheme. Though the failure points that Vase had pointed out were still concerning, the payout was immense as long as Kedis succeeded. Vase had a misconception about the Monster Slayer. Kedis didn't intend to design an arena mech. Her real purpose was to design a training mech. By using its potent arena fighting capabilities as a disguise, Kedis sought to lure a lot of mech pilots into utilizing a mech that could turn them into mini sword maidens over time. Certainly, her ambition was light, but he liked that. As long as Kedis knew the risks, then he was okay with her plan. I like it, he said. Your monster slayer will not only have a lot of value, but it will probably be utterly unique. No other mech will be able to do what you have accomplished. If everything goes right, your debut commercial mech design might even make history. Kedis grinned at his praise. Hee, I'm glad you think so. I've been thinking hard on what my work should be. While I will be making sure my monster slayer will be wielding a sharp blade, that is not enough to make my work stand out from yours. I want to prove to myself and to you that I can design a bestseller of my own design that is not any weaker or less useful than your desolate soldiers, ferocious piranhas or Valkyrie redeemers. Though her monster slayer project was still in its early stages, Vase was inclined to believe that she would succeed. She was completely right. If the monster slayer became exactly as she envisioned, then it would truly be able to stand equal to his own bestsellers. This would be the point where the student had truly caught up to the teacher. Vase would not be able to look down on Kedis as much as he did before. Sure, Kedis cheated a bit by limiting her scope to swordsman mechs, but it was still a great accomplishment for her to be able to design mechs at this level so soon. Vase was much less certain whether the other journeymen of the design department could achieve this level of success. Maybe Gloriana might be able to give him a surprise, but the rest were relatively ordinary mech designers with normal design philosophies. The chance that they would be able to design anything special without his assistance was low. The two mech designers continued to discuss the other design characteristics of the monster slayer. Vase mostly pointed out various specific design choices and challenged Kedis to provide him with reasonable justifications. He was testing whether she had truly thought out all of the consequences of her decisions. There were very few areas which she had failed to consider every variable. She knew swordsman mechs like the back of her hand, and she only faltered when Vase brought up certain elements that were not a part of her core interests, such as power reactors and sensor systems. Aside from that, Kedis had already developed great ideas on how to design the proportions and the mechanical layout of the monster slayer. If you look closely, the monster slayer is actually modeled after my physique. Kedis pointed out, I know my own body the best, so I can be absolutely sure that my mech will be able to wield its greatsword as well as possible. That's quite impressive, Vase remarked. This was a design choice that only an anomalous mech designer like Kedis could make. Chapter 3547, Minerva Project. Vase gazed happily at his daughter as she grew a tiny bit larger and livelier than before. So far, her growth proceeded a little faster than normal. Her designer baby genes along with her highly nutritious customized diet allowed her mental and physical development to accelerate to a pace that was close to the safe limit of human infants. In fact, Aurelia actually needed to consume 20% more nutrients than was typical of a product derived from Formula S635006CIN. The biotech researchers over at Witshaw and UNECA were surprised that such a deviation had occurred. Only Vase knew for certain why his little daughter needed to raise her energy consumption in order to keep her tiny body healthy and growing. Her spiritual augmentations were growing more powerful by the day. Though little Mana was able to derive sustenance from other close relatives such as Alexandria and Goldie, Aurelia still had another burden that needed to be fed with additional energy. Her spiritually enhanced body was quite a substantial energy sink. What Vase found remarkable was that these same enhancements allowed his baby to generate a small amount of spiritual energy by digesting human food. How remarkable! Googababawoo, if Aurelia wasn't his own baby, he would actually be tempted to surgically separate her digestion system from her body and put it into a vat so that he could cultivate it into a gigantic spiritual energy generator. Sadly, there was no way it could work. He knew that whenever the doctors came to take blood samples and tissue samples of his baby, any biological matter that separated from the body instantly lost its remarkable nature. It devolved into mundane biomass that did not contain any special spiritual qualities. Vase didn't exactly know why this was the case, but he guessed that Aurelia's special spiritually blessed body had something to do with her mind. The two were closely connected in a way that suggested that their boundaries might get blurred if his daughter grew strong enough one day. You're such a special little girl. Vase leaned over and kissed the top of her head. Daddy is so proud of you, do you know that? Daddy will do his best to facilitate your growth so that no mech, monster or alien can threaten you. Doesn't that sound great, Mawaa? What naughty lessons are you teaching our daughter this time? Gloriana asked as she stepped out of the bathroom. Oh, nothing. Isn't that right, Lucky? Meow, meow. Their two cats were casually lounging a short distance away. They looked cutely at Aurelia and Vase. Hoo-ah. Goo-ah. Aurelia began to babble a lot more actively all of a sudden. Gloriana quickly closed in and picked up her baby. You're such a beautiful and perfect baby, aren't you? Don't listen to Daddy, my dear. Only I know how to raise a woman in this family. Gloriana played and cuddled with Aurelia until the baby grew tired. She gently tucked the little girl in the advanced floating stroller before she turned to her husband. Are you ready? I should have asked you that. You're the lead designer of this project, remember? I know. This project won't be the same as the last ones. We're working with new partners now, one of which has a noticeably strong ego. Whatever you do, try to maintain respect. We cannot afford to let you clash against one of the pivotal mech designers of one of our key future designs. I'm aware of the stakes. She spoke in a serious tone. I've been preparing this project for weeks. I've taken every angle into consideration. The cooperation of every mech designer assigned to this project is crucial to its success. Considering their past accomplishments, it would take a lot of effort to equal their best results. Gloriana clearly wouldn't be satisfied unless their project fully reflected the gains they recently made. Once the couple got ready, they departed their stateroom and headed down to the design labs before entering a meeting room. Two other journeymen had already arrived a short time ago. Juliet and Sarah engaged in an interesting discussion on the optimal balance between mass and mobility. Given their respective specialties, they had a lot of disagreements on how to strike the right balance. Still, they quickly ended their discussion once the main mech designers of the Larkinson clan arrived. Good morning. How is Aurelia doing? As Vase and Gloriana took their seats, they all chatted a bit. Each of them had made decent progress on their respective projects, and they weren't afraid to share their current results. Meanwhile, Clixie hopped onto the table and sat as close as possible to Aurelia's hovering stroller. The cat could spend hours just staring at the little baby. Meow Tilda. Lucky on the other hand floated over to Sarah and begged for pets by motioning with his paws. Meow. Wow, your shape and material composition is highly unusual. Who constructed you? The defensive specialist asked as she grabbed a hold of the mechanical pet in order to get a better feel of his unique exterior alloy. Even the newcomer couldn't resist playing with the lovely gem cat. The four journeymen continued to chat like a group of friends until the hatch leading into the meeting room slid open once again. An older and more distinguished gentleman stepped into the meeting room. Though he was garbed in a typical white lab coat, his stern gaze and his guarded posture made it clear that he was not as gentle as he initially appeared. Everyone else immediately fell silent as they beheld the new arrival. Larkinsons. Professor Benedict Cortez nodded at the four journeymen. Interesting ship. I'd like to talk about what I have seen, but I am a busy mech designer. Let us proceed on to business. Very well, sir. Please take a seat and we can begin. Gloriana spoke up as she assumed the role of a host and a project leader. Fortunately, Professor Benedict did not play any power games this time. Vase feared the senior mech designer might chafe at having to answer to a young and lowly journeyman, but that did not happen. Professor Benedict seemed to know what Vase was thinking. He smirked at the Larkinson patriarch. I recognize that this project is designed for your clan. Though I will not hesitate to give my own opinions whenever I believe my input is useful, your decisions are final as you are the clients in this case. Gloriana and the rest looked relieved. Thank you for your understanding, Professor. We will do our best to respect your advice. This was a good start as far as Vase was concerned, but whether they could remain amicable over the course of this design project was another matter. His wife began to activate a projection that displayed a rudimentary draft design. Let us commence our first meeting. The purpose of our gathering is to decide and agree on the basic parameters and configuration of the Minerva project. As you all know, Commander Casella Ingvar of the Living Sentinels has recently broken through and displayed potential as an extraordinary commander. In order to make full use of her rare and valuable abilities, we must design a suitable mech that can turn her into the most effective force multiplier among the Larkinson expert pilots. She pointed towards the projected draft design. I have taken the liberty of putting together a mech concept that aligns with my overall vision for the Minerva project. As you can see, its primary armament is a powerful Luminaire crystal rifle, but unlike the Amaranto, that is not its main focus. What this expert mech revolves around instead is its many potent command, sensor and communication modules. From the outside, the draft design of the Minerva project did not look much different from a typical ranged expert mech. It only looked a little thicker and voluminous, much like the fearless project that Vase had recently worked upon. What truly caught everyone's attention was the mech components that Gloriana loosely stuffed inside its frame. An effective command platform needed to be strong in 3 aspects. She continued. First, it needs to be able to gain a good overview of its area of responsibility. Although the Minerva project can rely on sensor data gathered by other mechs to expand its awareness of the battlefield, I think it is important to increase its independent detection abilities as well. This is why I plan to install excellent sensors in the Minerva project. Do you have any opinions regarding this design choice? Professor Benedict immediately spoke up. Command platforms indeed come equipped with better than average sensors, but you shouldn't go overboard with this choice. Surveying the battlefield is a job that is best left to dedicated scout units. The main purpose of equipping them with better sensors is to be able to detect friendly mechs and capture garbled signals under heavy jamming conditions. A command mech is not supposed to sweep an expansive battlefield by itself. It will expend so much power that it will inevitably generate a large amount of waste heat. This makes it easier for distant opponents to attack the command platform from a distance. The senior made such a good argument that Vase no longer felt the need to give his own input. Do any of you have any other ideas? Gloriana asked. No one responded. All right then, we will still put emphasis on the sensor system, but not too much. Let's move on to the next priority. A command platform must be able to communicate with distant mechs. Although it is able to rely on other mechs to relay its commands in a chain, all of you know that this won't always work in the middle of a hectic battle. It is best if the Minerva project is equipped with multiple robust communication systems to ensure Commander Casella can always contact distant elements. What is your opinion? The Minerva project will attract a lot of attention if it transmits many powerful signals during battle. Sarah observed. It will be dangerous for it to operate in the open. It should either hide behind solid cover or come equipped with thicker armor. Juliet frowned. We can't make this mech too thick. A command platform should be mobile enough to move where it is needed, and sometimes that means going forward. It may also be targeted by powerful melee expert mechs that can assuredly defeat it when they come into range. No defense is good enough against these killer and assassin units. It's much safer if the Minerva project can keep its distance. The Minerva project is not a pure auxiliary mech. It's armed with a Luminaire crystal rifle. Don't forget that Commander Casella is also a specialist in ranged weapons. We shouldn't neglect her respectable dueling capabilities. Everyone agreed that a command platform should come with powerful communication systems, but the question was how much. These modules could quickly take up a lot of capacity, which meant the Minerva project would have less room for other features. Gloriana did not look good as the argument progressed. Everyone had a different opinion about this matter. All right, enough, she spoke, causing everyone to fall silent. I do not want to compromise too much on the communication systems, but we can determine the specifics later once we expand the details of the design department. Communication is absolutely important for Commander Casella. Even if she has shown the ability to maintain contact with other Larkinson mech pilots without relying on traditional communication channels, we should not assume this will work in any circumstance. Equipping our expert mech with strong communication systems will not only allow it to remain in contact with friendly units under heavy jamming, but it can also reach out to third-party units that are allied or neutral towards the Larkinson clan. Not everyone was connected to the Larkinson network. Also, Commander Casella's ability to reach out to Larkinson mech pilots might have a range limit. It was best not to depend too much on it alone. Your command platform doesn't have to shoulder this burden by itself. There are other mechs or better yet starships that can pass on the relevant signals. Professor Benedict noted, that is true as long as our mechs fight in the vicinity of our fleet, but what if they are deployed on a planet? We cannot assume that our mech units will be able to maintain contact with our command centers and headquarters at any time. Gloriana retorted, that is true. Chapter 3548, Two-Mode Weapon. Gloriana believed that the Minerva project must come with clear and stable communication capabilities. It had to be a powerful communicator so that it could reach out to friendly, neutral and possibly even hostile units even in highly chaotic battlefields where heavy jamming, energetic weapons fire and powerful explosions could affect the integrity of even the strongest signals. The true power of Commander Casella Ingvar lay not in her marksmanship ability, but her command ability. While many people might argue whether Casella was actually better at commanding a large number of friendly units than dedicated officers, none of them were expert pilots like her. With her extraordinary identity, she was able to instill much more confidence in her own men. The ability to raise the morale of friendly units to an insane height was a precious advantage that could definitely make a substantial difference in battle. Even if soldiers were fighting for a good cause, they could still get lost or demoralized if they weren't adequately led. The Larkinsons did not have to worry about this problem if Commander Casella was in charge. She had repeatedly shown that she cared for her men. The work she did for the living Sentinels more than proved her empathy. This was why giving Casella the best possible means to stay in contact with her own men was so important. The Minerva project had to be able to reach the most distant parts of the battlefield in order to make sure that no one felt abandoned. Still, a balance had to be struck. Too many communication modules would obviously detract from the Minerva project's other attributes. Vase looked uncomfortable with the current direction of the Minerva project. I understand the importance of good communication capabilities, but there won't be much capacity left for the mech's other functions such as its ranged combat capabilities. Don't forget that our expert mechs are mainly needed to resist against other expert mechs. It would be a waste for us to turn it into a pure auxiliary mech. Are you sure about that? Gloriana challengingly raised her eyebrow. What are you thinking? I am thinking that Commander Casella might be more capable of defeating enemy expert mechs than you think. Do you recall Venerable Ganso and his Charlemagne? Vase quickly understood what his wife was hinting at. That's an entirely different case. Ganso is not a commander at all. It's the mech that is doing all of the work. If we want to reproduce the means that Master Huron employed to create his Skara, then we need the expertise of a neural interface specialist, which we don't have. Why are you being so pessimistic? Gloriana frowned. Haven't you seen the footage of Commander Casella's breakthrough event? Her forced resonance manifestation directly elevated the mech pilots under her command into pseudo-expert candidates. I know that, but that doesn't mean it is easy for us to reproduce. Besides, the Larkinson mechs that fought alongside Commander Casella after her breakthrough fell short of performing as good as the Skara. We need the right solutions to enable Commander Casella to channel her powers in this special way, and I'm not sure whether we can reproduce the effect that Master Huron once achieved. Don't forget that both the Master and Slave units were specifically designed to facilitate this process. The implication here was that Gloriana's dream of creating an expert mech that could replicate this powerful effect required the design of a companion mech. This was not something that Vase wanted to do at this time. Although he favored bold ambitions, that didn't mean that mech designers should pursue them right away. He was afraid that Gloriana wanted to bite way more than she could chew with this ambitious goal. Vase turned to the oldest man in the room. What do you think, Professor? Professor Benedict looked relaxed as he had watched the argument play out. It didn't appear he was invested in the matter, so he shouldn't be too biased. Despite your expanded capabilities, it is best to take it slow. While the end user of your expert mech has shown an impressive capability to empower friendly mechs, she might not be strong enough to reproduce this effect. The first expert mech of any newly ascended demigod should focus on the basics first because we can clearly model the pilot's fundamental performance characteristics. It is more difficult to determine the more advanced capabilities of the expert pilots, especially at an early stage where she is still developing her own powers. Everyone else nodded. He brought up an important point. Perhaps Commander Casella might become a powerful battlefield commander one day, but that would certainly take a lot of time. There was a limit to what newly ascended expert pilots could do. Even if she was equipped with a more powerful expert mech, Commander Casella might not be able to utilize more than 30% of its potential. In that case, rather than aim too high, it was easier and more economical to settle for a more modest expert mech design that Casella could utilize 80% of its potential at the start. This provided her with enough room to grow in without unnecessarily adding too much bloat to the mech design. If we do this, then we should revisit our expert mech and upgrade or replace it in the future. Juliet Stamaros remarked. Vase nodded. That is already the case with our other expert mechs. There is nothing unusual about doing this. The premise is that Commander Casella will remain active at that time. In the end, Gloriana agreed to pare back her ambitions a bit and skip the inclusion of any excessive communication modules. While the Minerva project still possessed much superior communication tech than the other expert mechs of the Larkinson clan, it still offered enough room for other functions. On the subject of that, the meeting finally addressed the offensive capabilities of the expert mech. I know you all have opinions on how to arm the Minerva project. We can make multiple arguments on whether to arm it with a rifle or a cannon, whether to make the weapon big or small, whether to focus on long-range or medium-range combat and so on. Here is what I think. She tapped the project, causing it to switch to a vague draft of a luminaire crystal rifle. Vase leaned forward as he studied her work. The weapon immediately stood out to Vase because of the unusual break in its body. As he studied the weapon further, he understood what his wife was thinking. This is a transformable weapon, he said. Yes, she nodded. Our clan currently enjoys the services of Venerable Stark, who has proven to be an extremely potent ranged combatant when piloting the Amaranto. However, as the Battle of Fortia Zentra has proved, once she is suppressed by powerful enemies, it is hard for her to leverage her full power. If she had the assistance of a second expert ranged mech, then she wouldn't have been trapped for so long. So you intend the Minerva project to be the machine that can also bail out troubled mechs in the future? Exactly. The Minerva project should have a great overview of the battlefield. While its firepower will never match that of the Amaranto, Commander Casella will always be able to know where to employ her firepower the best. In order to ensure we can maximize her value as a literal troubleshooter, we need to make sure the weapon is accurate and powerful enough to pick out targets at longer ranges. That's going to require a large and substantial rifle. I'm not entirely familiar with this alien tech, but to me it looks too slender to inspire much confidence. Sarah Voikin remarked. It is not meant to down enemy expert mechs in 1 or 2 shots. Gloriana said. That is the Amaranto's purview. The Minerva project only needs enough ranged firepower to pose a moderate threat to distant expert mechs and relieve troubled friendly units that way. Other expert mechs will still be needed to do the bulk of the fighting. I take it that's not the only way to use the weapon. Vase spoke up. That break in the weapon is quite noticeable. Is it supposed to break in half? His wife nodded and tapped the projection to cause the weapon to transform. That's right. As you can see, when you detach its forward section from the body, the weapon effectively turns into a more compact submachine gun. Its lighter mass and shorter length results makes it considerably easier to handle, which is perfect for short-range combat. The expected performance characteristics of this shorter weapon was different from its previous mode. According to Gloriana, the submachine gun had to possess a high firing rate. This was a much better choice for short-ranged combat where there was no opportunity to aim and land a powerful strike with a much more cumbersome longer weapon. Even so, several mech designers had questions about the usefulness of this weapon mode. Isn't this submachine gun too weak against most expert melee mechs? Vase frowned. While this weapon is better than nothing, I cannot imagine that Commander Casella can defeat any armored expert mechs that manage to get close. Juliet had a different view on the weapon. It is effective against expert light mechs, which are the most likely assassination threats that Commander Casella will face on the battlefield. The Minerva project doesn't necessarily need more striking power. Instead, the lower energy consumption and higher firing rate of this compact weapon mode is much more useful against lighter targets. Armored mechs will just laugh at the plinky energy beams it shoots. Sarah said. Sure, the submachine gun can probably cripple a mech through sustained fire, but that will take a lot of time. The Minerva project might not even be able to last that long as its frame doesn't look particularly maneuverable. Gloriana took in all of the feedback but remained true to her vision. Each of you has a point, but I think this is still the right course of action to take. The Minerva project is different from an expert rifleman mech and its design should reflect that. Don't forget that it is solely meant to fight against enemy expert mechs. While the firepower of this submachine gun is not great against powerful mechs, it is more than sufficient to cripple or destroy any standard mech that gets close. It can neutralize hundreds of mechs if it is allowed to fire its weapon with impunity. The submachine gun mode made more sense now. Gloriana was accounting for multiple different situations, including action on land where the environment may be a lot more confined. Although the Luminaire Crystal Weapons Transformation mode added a lot of complexity to its design, Vase did not consider it to be a particularly difficult challenge. He already had numerous ideas on how to realize this two-mode weapon. The humble submachine gun does not enjoy a stellar reputation in mech combat, but it is a good weapon at closer ranges. Professor Benedict said his own piece. It also doesn't have to be as weak as you think. As long as you implement enough quality solutions in the weapon, it can perform close to that of a full-sized rifle. It all depends on how much you are willing to invest in its construction. Vase shook his head. Let's not go overboard. As you have already said, this will be Commander Casella's first expert mech. We don't know whether she can make good use of a more powerful weapon. Let us design something more modest and see what she can do with that. If she happens to possess abilities that can substantially empower her own attacks like Venerable Stark, then it is worth investing more in the Minerva Project's offensive capabilities. If not, then we should mainly treat the gun as a self-defense tool. Was the Minerva Project a rifleman mech or a command mech? For now, the Larkinsons wanted to make it function as both, but it was questionable whether this was the right choice. Chapter 3549, Natural Allies. The meeting concerning the Minerva Project lasted several hours. The gathered mech designers addressed a lot of additional topics such as the defenses of the expert command mech and the budget allocation to all of its major parts and systems. There was a lot to discuss about, and they hadn't even addressed how they would integrate the resonating materials to the mech design. For that, the journeyman had to delegate much of the crucial work to Professor Benedict. He was the only one among them that could make the resonating materials sync with the expert mech and the expert pilot. I am not familiar with the Telasmere and the Pecker carbon that you have acquired from Bullet, the senior mech designer said as the conversation turned to the extraordinary capabilities of the Minerva Project. I must examine the samples and perform experiments on them in order to determine their usage. I will also have to obtain Casella Ingvar's cooperation in order to achieve the best results. This will take time, and I will not be able to provide any specific solutions until the design project has passed a certain stage. Vase and Gloriana didn't look too surprised. Master Willix also took her time to perform her responsibilities in the previous Larkinson expert mech design projects. Of course, she didn't need to perform a lot of work in person, but she possessed much greater capabilities than a senior who didn't have access to the latest tech. We understand, Professor, Gloriana replied. The pace of the Minerva Project is not high because we are currently on many different projects at this time. Nonetheless, the Minerva Project is not the most complicated expert mech design that we have worked on, so it should not slow us down too much. They discussed a bit more about how to proceed from here. Everyone needed to work together to select the right parts and flesh out the draft design further. Gloriana was also open to new suggestions as long as they were good. Once the meeting ended, Vase and Professor Benedict stayed together in order to hold a more private talk among themselves. The two hadn't spoken to each other in private for a long time, so neither of them were in a hurry to talk business. They calmly walked around the design labs and looked at the hundreds of assistant mech designers performing their own individual tasks. Much of them were doing typical assisting functions such as researching different tech and materials that the lead designers might choose to implement in their different mech designs. Others were already solving basic design problems that the lead designers had thrown at them. While journeymen such as Vase could easily solve these problems in time, it was better to delegate them to others so that they could concentrate on more difficult matters. Since the Larkinson clan had recruited so many assistant mech designers, it would be a waste not to make use of all of the manpower. The industrious and harmonious sight put a smile on Professor Benedict's face. You chose well, Vase. These young mech designers are all motivated and capable. None of them are slacking off by my judgment. A good incentive system helps a lot with that. My wife is also a hard taskmaster. None of the assistants dare to take their assignments lightly with her around. I can see how that helps, Benedict said. The two resumed the little tour. Although the Larkinsons were all working on sensitive matters, there were sufficient privacy screens in place to prevent unwanted leakage of sensitive materials. Even if Professor Benedict was able to circumvent this precaution, Vase didn't really care. None of the design projects had reached an advanced stage, so there was nothing specific to leak at this time. The two mech designers eventually retired to another private workplace before they began their true discussion. I should not tell you that Patriarch Reginald Cross is paying close attention to this design project. His patience is wearing thin after he has seen the results of your previous expert mech design projects. He knows that there is a large chance that he will be able to obtain the mech of his dreams. We can't guarantee that his future expert mech will become a masterwork. Vase cautioned. I am aware of that, but Reginald is obsessed. The professor admitted. That was a pretty strong verdict coming from a mech designer who had once allowed his obsession to ruin his first career. Well, we won't have to keep him waiting for long. Once we successfully complete the Minerva project and develop a good basis of cooperation between us, we can proceed to design Reginald's expert mech with plenty of experience under our belt. The Minerva project was an important precursor to this crucial job because it was a lengthy practice run for Professor Benedict and the Larkinson mech designers. Although each of them were good at their jobs, they were unaccustomed to working together. They needed to spend the following months solving all of the teething problems that would inevitably crop up due to several unfamiliar mech designers working together for the first time. Vase not only had to make sure that he could cooperate with Professor Benedict, he also had to pay attention to Sarah Voikin, who he had yet to collaborate with either. Though all of it was new to Vase, he looked forward to building up more experience in this regard. In the future, he would probably collaborate with many different mech designers, and it would be handy if he was already accustomed to working with complete strangers. Do you think that Gloriana has chosen a good direction for the Minerva project? Vase asked. Please give me your honest thoughts. The senior mech designer chuckled at his request. I do not have a strong opinion about her choices. Miss Gloriana is a competent mech designer, and some of the questionable decisions may not be her fault. Perhaps the end user has issued a number of special requests. It would explain the decision to implement a submachine gun mode to the weapon. Ah, yeah, she would never design a mech that reduced its fit to its mech pilot. It is fine for expert mechs to possess distinct vulnerabilities. No mech can guard against any threat. The Minerva project is an expert mech that is inherently meant to operate alongside allies. It must rely on friendly elements rather than itself to address its greatest concerns. Vase sighed. I guess we'll have to leave it at that. He still wanted to pair the Minerva project with a bigger and more powerful gun, but he understood why Gloriana wanted to keep the weapon more restrained. The command mech needed powerful commanding capabilities in order to make full use of Commander Casella's abilities. Your current expert mechs are all powerful, but that is because Master Willix has provided you a great degree of convenience. Do not expect the same level of results from me. I am still inferior to a master of her caliber. Professor Benedict warned. We understand. We're already happy if you can grant our expert mech decent resonating abilities. Over time, we'll be able to handle this matter ourselves. It would probably take a few decades for that to happen. Vase had many strides as of late, but becoming a senior required a lot more accumulation that simply couldn't be done in a short amount of time. While it was true that exceptional mech designers such as the famed Polymath managed to advance a lot faster than that, she was an outlier who operated differently from every other mech designer. Vase did not think he could come close to challenging her illustrious speed records. Don't obsess too much about expert mechs, Vase. You are still a journeyman. You should be cutting your teeth into more reasonable mech designs. I'm doing that as well, but I cannot stand aside when our clan needs another mech design. My design philosophy plays a crucial role in making them stand out from other expert mechs. I'm aware of that, or else my friend Reginald wouldn't have waited for you for so long. Professor Benedict smiled. To some mech designers such as your spouse, expert mechs and even more powerful machines may be their ultimate dream. I do not think you are one of them. You have done good work with your expert mechs, but you have made an even greater impact on the mech community with your standard mech designs. This is where your real strength lies. Vase nodded in agreement. I do like to affect as many people with my work as possible, but expert mechs are interesting as well. The lessons I learned from designing these high-end mechs can also be applied to lower-end projects. He didn't want to talk too much about his own mech design trajectory, so he soon attempted to change the topic. Professor, if I may ask, my clan and I couldn't help but notice that the Cross clan gained a lot of new combat carriers all of a sudden. We've tracked the tournaments that your Crosser mech pilots have participated in and they didn't win enough ships to account for the numbers. How did your clan obtain the other half of combat carriers? The senior mech designer directed a coy smile at the journeyman. Curious, aren't you? I'm not surprised. Combat carriers don't appear out of the blue, especially in the Red Ocean where the shipbuilding industry is too limited. I won't keep you in suspense. Just as you and your fellow Larkinsons have aligned yourselves with different MTA factions, so have I. Unlike you, I have much more to offer to them, and I am much closer to advancing to master as well. Finding a willing partner to exchange a few dozen combat carriers to me is not an insurmountable problem. I merely had to offer enough compensation. Vase narrowed his eyes. Did you promise your new partner anything that might compromise our alliance? No. Professor Benedict shook his head. I would have brought it up with you if that is the case. My promise is very simple. If and when I advance to master and settle into my new rank, I am obliged to participate in several future advanced design projects for free. That is all. That doesn't sound so nefarious, right? Vase inwardly sighed in relief. He had come up with many ludicrous possibilities why the Cross clan was able to gain so many starships with ease. It turned out that Professor Benedict merely indebted himself to another party. As far as obligations went, designing a few mechs was one of the least worrisome possibilities. Mech designers existed to design mechs. Professor Benedict would still do his work as normal. The only difference was that he had to work for a different client. I can't help but notice that you haven't mentioned the faction you are cooperating with. Which one did you get into cahoots with? Vase asked as he recalled he almost missed this little detail. Do you truly want to know? What's that supposed to mean? I am suggesting that you may feel better if you are kept in the dark. Vase began to grow concerned again. I would rather shine a light in the monster's face than have it lurking around me for years on end. The more you act mysteriously, the more I need to know the answer. Just give it to me, please. Well, you asked for it. The senior shrugged as if he didn't care about the consequences. I have always developed an affinity to the Unbound Humanity faction of the MTA. The Unbounders. Vase looked shocked at the professor. Although he was glad that Professor Benedict didn't get into bed with the dissolutionists, the Unbounders were barely any better. One group of people wanted to dissolve the MTA while the other wanted to get rid of all of its rules. The actual differences between them weren't that big. Why, don't you think that we are constrained by too many rules these days? Professor Benedict smirked. Not many people are able to realize how we have confined yourselves in too many artificial boundaries. My personal beliefs have turned me into a natural ally of the Unbounders. After we came into touch with each other, we found that there is a good basis of cooperation between us. Since this faction is not particularly popular within the MTA, it was fairly easy for me to become valued by them. This is also how I have managed to gain a large concession soon after entering the Red Ocean. Chapter 3550. Opportunist Professor Benedict Cortez hooked up with the Unbound Humanity faction. The truth should have been obvious to Vase. Out of the 12 major factions of the Mech Trade Association, only 2 of them advocated for the removal of the rules and taboos that heavily constrained the behavior of mech designers and other humans for that matter. On the whole, many of those restrictions such as the prohibition against using warships had been a godsend to a human population that had almost made itself extinct by recklessly employing weapons of mass destruction. Many humans had proven with their deeds that they lacked too much restraint and responsibility to govern their own conduct. When people turned bad, the amount of destruction they could unleash with an armed battleship in their control was apocalyptic. Yet, as human society recovered and people sobered up over the centuries, certain voices began to voice doubts whether these restrictions were still needed. The longer most of humanity operated under its own shackles, the more it became unaccustomed to waging war at its highest level. For obvious reasons, the Big Two did not want to lift the restrictions. Why should they? They were the most powerful organizations of human civilization. They were the de facto sovereigns of humanity. The most valuable resources, talents, knowledge and other products of humanity fell into their hands, which not only empowered them, but also enriched them beyond anything the first-rate superstates had enjoyed. With so many interests at stake, almost every member of the MTA sought to keep most of humanity in their cages. Only a small number of radical or principled mechers had the courage to resist this distorted order. Some of them believed that humanity had grown up to a point where it could responsibly make use of stronger weapons. They believed that the human race must go back to the glory days of the Age of Stars and the Age of Conquest in order to maximize its potential. Others just had more selfish reasons for lifting the restrictions. Mechs themselves were heavily restricted in what they could do. There were lots of mech designers like Professor Benedict who harbored wild dreams but found themselves unable to execute them because there were too many rules in the way. Vase figured that Professor Benedict fell into the latter category. Vase hadn't interacted with the former Skull Architect a lot of times, but from what he could judge, the senior obviously wanted to be able to do more in the open. To be honest, Vase was also sympathetic towards this stance. He wouldn't have to hide so many illicit experiments if the MTA didn't impose so many rules on what mech designers were allowed to do in order to develop their mechs. However, the more rational part of him actually supported the current order. He couldn't count the amount of times he had witnessed people going mad with power and acting completely without regard for the harm they caused to others. If the MTA no longer enforced its admittedly patronizing rules over humanity, Vase easily predicted that half of the Milky Way would soon explode from all of the maddened people flinging nuclear bombs and antimatter bombs at each other. After decades or centuries of restraining each other's hatred against each other, there were lots of states that wanted nothing more than to blow up their enemies. Even the Greater Terran United Confederation and the new Rubarth Empire might start a titanic clash that might very well break human civilization in half in their pursuit to achieve absolute hegemony over the Milky Way. Vase understood that many humans could easily transform into monsters when they let their greed and baser desires get the better of them. Though he didn't like the Big Two's heavy-handed policies that effectively trapped most space peasants in weak and mostly inconsequential states, he understood that most of the alternatives were much worse. Therefore, he did not have a good opinion of the Unbound Humanity faction. From what he had learned of its ideology and stances after discovering its existence, the controversial faction did not really present a clear answer on what should happen next after lifting all of the laws and taboos that shackled humanity. Should the MTA, which had lost most of its legitimacy and enforcement power, just sit back and watch the brush fires erupt all over human space? There was no way that things would go well if humanity did not receive any subsequent guidance. However, the Unbounders were made up of a lot of different people who each had different reasons and motivations to support their common cause. While they could all agree on lifting most of the rules, they were less united on what should happen next. This was their biggest and also another reason why every other human hated them. Even Vase regarded Professor Benedict with a bit more vigilance than before. Throughout their subsequent talks, the senior clearly noticed the effect his revelation had on the patriarch of the Larkinson clan. "I wouldn't worry too much if I were you, Vase." The professor gave him a reassuring smile. Although these MTA factions all dream big, in practice they are constantly held back to their many rivals. Compromise is the name of the game here. Only by setting aside their more radical desires can they find enough common ground with each other. This is crucial to gain support for major initiatives. I am already aware of that dynamic, Professor. Then you should know that as long as the balance of power within the Galactic Mech Council continues to remain fractured, the MTA's policies will always follow a middle ground. There are hardly any opportunities for radicals such as the Unbounders to get taken seriously. They are essentially powerless to enact their own proposals. And you decided to join them knowing that the Unbounders are a joke in the MTA. Professor Benedict grinned. The Unbound Humanity faction is still a genuine major MTA faction. It enjoys the support of at least several star designers and galactic mech counselors. The wealth, resources, power and authority it has at its disposal is far beyond what you can imagine. Even if it is among the smallest and least attractive among the 12 major factions, that is only relative to the MTA's own standards. To indigenous mech designers such as us, even the junk they throw in the trash chutes is worth a fortune. I see. Vase understood Professor Benedict's game a bit more. The man did not join the Unbound Humanity faction because he was a true believer. It was more likely that he just wanted to take advantage of a faction and the Unbounders were the best ones that he could align with considering his own stances. The fact that the Unbound Humanity faction was so marginalized within the MTA made people who wished to associate it even more valuable. Professor Benedict was definitely trying to milk this relationship to the utmost, as evidenced by all of the extra combat carriers he secured for the Cross clan. However, there was one flaw to this plan. Are you sure the Unbounders will remain toothless? The balance of power can change. What if the faction you have joined has gained real power or support? What if it demands more cooperation from associates such as you? You might get pulled into a power struggle that is much more dangerous and consequential than you imagined. Ha ha ha, doesn't that sound great? Professor Benedict grew excited at the thought. I think you are mistaken about something, Vase. I don't necessarily dislike a disruption to the current order. It's the opposite. I like shakeups. Only by interrupting the status quo will ambitious people like you and I be able to find greater opportunities to climb up and pull down the established powers that get in our way. That sounds dangerous, Professor. Dangers will come regardless of what we do. What is important is our ability to cope with them. The Crown Uprising, the opening of the Red Ocean, the popularization of phase water and just a few of the disruptive events that are already changing human civilizations in ways that we cannot predict. Rather than fear these changes, we should embrace them if they come. This is one of the key lessons that I have learned throughout my career. Whether our society is stable or undergoing great upheaval, only the best will be able to adapt to multiple situations. No matter what will happen in the future, the ability to survive and thrive in different scenarios will be key to our ultimate success. Vase looked shocked at the older mech designer. Although the man presented a rather extreme argument, it also contained many elements that he agreed with. Vase too prized the ability to adapt to changing circumstances. His Larkinson clan certainly had to exercise this capability multiple times over its short existence. That didn't mean he wanted the current order to start imploding. He would much rather live in a more stable and civilized society where he didn't need to watch out for lethal threats behind his back all the time. He wanted to design mechs and sell them to a prosperous market that was highly efficient and highly interconnected. The current model of humanity might have many flaws, but it generated one of the best possible market circumstances for mech companies. Vase didn't think that he would be able to profit as much from his business activities if warships started to become popular again. After Professor Benedict made his opinions clear, the two switched to lighter topics. They no longer talked about any heavy matters and instead discussed more modest subjects such as the growth of their clans and the future business activities of Professor Benedict's newly founded equipment development company. "How much progress have you made so far?" Vase asked. "When will your new company release its first component designs?" "Not soon." Benedict shook his head. "We must start from scratch. We do not have any existing products to build upon. We must continue to hire more researchers and engineers and give them time to complete their projects. It will take years before we can release our first products. Our output will not be high at first as we will still be working out our approach. I estimate that we will only be able to pick up steam after we have passed our first decade. That's a long time, especially in a place like the Red Ocean where everything moves quickly. I'm aware of the challenges. The competition is already formidable here and it is unlikely for our equipment development company to gain any traction in the local market. Nonetheless, it is important for our alliance to be able to develop and produce our own mech components and potentially other machines. Relying too much on external developers and suppliers is a vulnerability that might ruin us if the markets collapse." Vase agreed with the senior, but that did not necessarily mean he was willing to invest in a solution. What Professor Benedict was doing was extremely expensive and time-consuming. The Cross clan might not even be able to pull it off in the end. He was more than happy to let the Crossers take over this particular niche. The Larkinson clan already had enough work on its hands. "By the way, I heard you recruited a bunch of journeymen back in Vullet. I haven't met with them yet. It would be nice if you could introduce them to me one day. We're all colleagues and we might even work alongside each other one day." Professor Benedict grunted. "I just recruited them because I need extra hands. They are not particularly brilliant and can never compare to the likes of you. I will bring them along when it is convenient, but do not hold too many expectations. Not every journeyman shines brightly after they have advanced. It takes great passion and motivation for us to keep working hard. You are still young, so it is not that difficult for you to push yourself to improve. Those that are older find it much more difficult to sustain their drive." "I understand." Chapter 3551, Unexpected Discovery. After concluding his long and hearty discussion with Vase, Professor Benedict finally returned to the Cross clan's fleet. His shuttle headed straight back to the cyclical engine, the Cross clan's equivalent of the Spirit of Bentime. Vase reflected on what he heard and what he learned from the senior mech designer. I should take everything he said with a grain of salt. There was no way a man as devious as Professor Benedict would remain straight. Each of his words had a purpose. If he needed to lie or fudge the truth in order to gain more sympathy, he would do it without any hesitation. Vase knew this quite well because he would do the same if he was in the other man's position. The only problem was that Vase couldn't quite figure out Professor Benedict's angle. Sure, the older mech designer deeply wanted to become a master, but how did that tie into the man's words and actions? Opportunities. It's about opportunities. Professor Benedict claimed that he would be able to operate with much greater ease if human society went through great changes. Vase could understand this argument from an abstract perspective, but he couldn't quite figure out if the professor had anything specific in mind. Anything that can disrupt the current order will produce a lot of ripple effects. Some of them can be quite disastrous to people. He really hoped that Professor Benedict did not get embroiled in anything controversial. This time, the man wasn't alone anymore. He was the second leader of the Cross clan and an important component of the Golden Skull Alliance. Anything that affected him personally might also affect his allies in turn. By now, Vase understood that there were lots of undercurrents in the Red Ocean. As the new focal point of human civilization, a lot of powerful interests had descended on the dwarf galaxy. Many of them sought power through conquering territory. Others wanted to harvest as much phase water as possible in order to build the amazing devices. The more courageous among them wanted to explore everything that aliens had to offer before they became extinct. Although these goals sounded simple, it was quite frightening what major powers could accomplish if they did well. How much more powerful would the Terrans become if they conquered a third of the Red Ocean? What would the new Rubarth Empire do if it managed to accumulate millions of liters of phase water? What kind of crazy contraptions would a rogue research institution develop after getting its hands on exotic alien technology? Everything will change. Vase understood the Big Two's overall purpose for engaging in the risky act of invading a dwarf galaxy that was already occupied by different alien races. It's a catalyst for change. It's a huge impetus that can push human civilization out of its rut and give us a reason to look outwards again. He grew curious and used his comm to access the galactic net. He quickly found a database and searched for certain statistics. It turned out that the amount of internal human conflicts that had erupted after the opening of the Red Ocean had already dropped by 30%. Significantly less wars had erupted after humans found a better opportunity to realize their ambitions. While it was still uncertain whether human states would keep their restraint after the hype surrounding the Red Ocean had calmed down, what had happened now was already a positive development to many people. Vase could even see what the Big Two might wish to do next after the conquest of the Red Ocean had reached completion. A new frontier must open in order to keep humanity's attention outwards. If there is nothing more to conquer, then everyone will quickly turn their weapons back against each other. That was also one of the many lessons that the human race had learned during the Age of Conquest. When the explosive spree of conquest became more difficult to sustain, people began to turn their weapons towards their closer human neighbors rather than their increasingly distant alien prey. If the Big Two was truly determined to avoid the mistakes of the past, then Vase could easily imagine the MTA and CFA dangling new goals in front of every human's face. It's all building up to something, but what? Vase could make lots of guesses, but without any additional data, he could not come up with any solid conclusions. For now, he just had to worry about whether he and his clan would be able to benefit from the rising tide. Professor Benedict maintained the right attitude to the trends sweeping through human civilization. No matter what happened in the future, there was always a chance to take advantage of the changes. Time passed by as Vase threw himself back into his work. He not only spent time on designing his mechs, but also handled other miscellaneous matters. The Larkinson clan came closer to enacting its next spate of reforms to better adapt to their independent way of life. The introduction of its own currency was the biggest initiative and would definitely have a great impact on the lives of the clansmen. As Vase thought over the specifications for the upcoming currency, the expeditionary fleet transitioned back into real space as normal. Though his body vaguely felt as if it was being squeezed through an invisible tube, he had felt this sensation so many times that he did not even interrupt his deliberations. That was until he received an alert message. General Verl. Vase greeted as he accepted the emergency hail. What's the matter? Did we bump into hostile fleets or anything? We are not under threat, sir. Soon after entering this star system, we have detected an unknown artificial presence floating in the inner system. After turning our best long-range scanners in this direction, our analysts have tentatively concluded that the unknown object may be a starship, an alien starship. What? Vase immediately straightened his back as all kinds of thoughts flowed through his mind. How big is the vessel? Is the alien ship active? Which alien race built her? Is she alone? General Verl took in all of the questions without any changes to his expression. The calm he exuded already signaled that he didn't think the expeditionary fleet had bumped into an acute threat. Barely a minute has passed since we have made our initial observations, so we are still gathering more data. From what we have inferred so far, the unknown vessel is not human. Her design and material composition is too different from what we are accustomed to seeing in human-built starships. In fact, the alien starship is biological in nature. That immediately reminded Vase of the Life Research Association and its obsession for replacing conventional technology with biotechnology. Are you sure about this conclusion? He questioned. What if you're looking at a human bioship? We are fairly certain that the ship is not human, sir. I'll pass on the reports to you later so you can understand why we have made this determination. In any case, the biovessel is at least 5 kilometers long and is also thick and vaguely oval in shape. Despite her immense size, her sensor signature is fairly weak. We haven't detected any active energy sources inside her biological hull. Instead, we have detected many irregularities that suggest major damage. We believe that she is a derelict. Vase calmed down a bit after he heard that. She's dead. The general shook his head. We cannot be certain of that, especially when we are looking at unfamiliar alien technology. For now, we can tentatively assume that she has lost operation, but we should never put down our guard. Our fleet will remain on yellow alert and our active mech pilots will all be ready to sortie with their machines should the situation deteriorate. This caused Vase to think about how suspicious it was to stumble upon a random derelict alien capital ship. Although the expeditionary fleet had already traveled far away from Bullet, its current location was still quite close to humanity's sphere of influence. There were lots of colonies being developed in the star systems around this location. None of them were particularly big or prosperous at the moment, but the surrounding region was definitely filled with local human powers. How could a single alien vessel appear so deep inside human-claimed territory? Although the apparent ruined state of the alien starship suggested that she had fought and lost against an unknown enemy, why did no one come and scavenge the wreck? A biocapital ship that was at least 5 kilometers should be a major creation of any alien race. There were bound to be a lot of interesting alien technology and exotic materials locked within her broken hull. With all of the resource scarcity that many organizations were suffering from, a human fleet would have never left such a bounty behind without stripping the entire vessel for everything that held value. Either the alien starship got defeated by a human fleet that wasn't interested in the salvage, or maybe another alien force did the deed. Whatever the case, Vase felt that General Verl was right to act so cautiously. We need to gather more data. The more we know, the better we can react to this situation. Try to detect other ships and dangers in this star system. I want to know whether there is an ambush force lurking in an asteroid belt or if another alien bioship is hiding underneath the cloud cover of a gas giant. Our men are already looking into those possibilities, sir. So far, we have detected no additional threats in the star system, but I will keep you posted on any new developments. The blinding Banshee has already activated her full array of sensors to detect any stealthed ships or mines. The chance that this scenario might be a trap is not small. I have read reports of such schemes many times in the Red Ocean Digest. The Red Ocean Digest was the most popular and authoritative news portal in the New Frontier. Although it was a relatively bland and neutral publication, it had developed a reputation for trustworthy and reliable reporting. Its staff and journalists always verified their own news. Reports about all of the battles that had taken place in the dwarf galaxy were always popular reading material. Those who kept track of them would soon develop a good understanding of how battles were being fought in the Red Ocean and which zones had turned into hotspots. Even Vase had read about the reports of ignorant pioneers making valuable discoveries only to find out that it was just a means to lure them into well-prepared ambushes. Vase thought over the situation. The fact that the alien derelict vessel happened to be floating in the inner system was a particularly troubling variable. If Vase wanted to explore the strange new wreck, he would have to order the expeditionary fleet to go inwards, thereby denying the Golden Skull Alliance an easy escape out of the star system. He could not make up his mind at this time. Please observe and analyze the situation as best you can, he instructed. For now, our FTL drives are still cycling, so it's not as if most of our ships can jump away in an instant. We have plenty of time to investigate the shipwreck and the rest of the star system to determine whether there is anything wrong. General Verl frowned a bit. Do you wish to explore the alien wreck? Vase responded with a chuckle. Of course, why not? As long as it's safe enough, I would love to explore and salvage this big vessel. Discoveries like these are exactly why I wanted to travel to the Red Ocean. It's much harder to stumble upon such an alien creation in the old galaxy. I'm not certain whether it will be of any use, but make sure to prepare boarding teams. I want our men to take a look inside if possible.